Chapter 951, 12 Augustus Ovaltine. One would have thought that he was a man of grand stature, the kind of man who could cause waves throughout an entire galaxy with nothing but a single word, the kind of man who would have an aura that made such a thing clear. However, while it was indeed true that he could flip the Milky Way on its head with a single thought, the rest wasn't true. In fact, he was very easily overshadowed by a few overbearing youths and seemed to be unmoved by it all. Even worse than that, causing chaos in the Milky Way might not even be so easy for him any longer, as the hidden undercurrents of this galaxy only became more and more pronounced. The man himself looked like a calm scholar. He wasn't stoic, and instead had an even smile on his face that made him seem warm and inviting. At the same time, though he wasn't short, he wasn't tall either, being under 6 feet tall. There didn't seem to be anything imposing about him in the slightest. He didn't even seem to care when this youth called him by his first name. This realization might have been shocking to many. The very man whose decisions even his own children feared actually appeared like this. But it was maybe those who could hide their thoughts so thoroughly that were the most fearsome. If you and your friends would like to take this as a hunt for sport, I don't mind. Consider Planet Solara your own grounds for as long as you're here. However, we can also deal with this for you so that your training is more free and unrestrained. The choice is yours. Augustus's voice was quite even and measured. He neither spoke too loudly nor softly. And, despite his ingratiating smile, his words had some backbone to them. It seemed that he was very much used to towing the line between servile and overbearing. The tall, sharp-toothed youth thought for a moment before shaking his head. He looked toward the other youths that were by his side, but all of them had on an expression that said they didn't want to be disturbed. They had been the silently brewing undercurrent for too long. They didn't want to be restricted by anything any longer. It doesn't make much of a difference. We'll go ourselves. All right. Augustus nodded. The youths didn't seem to need much more than this and instantly shot out of the rest location, each of them using their own methods to deal with the heat. Very soon, there was no one left but Augustus and his attendants. Pull up what the scanners picked up. August spoke after they disappeared. Like an organized machine, the attendants began to move about. Soon, Augustus had several floating screens before him. How clever. The images were all too obstructed to get a proper view. Though they had still managed to catch Leonel because he had ridden a solar flare in, there was no clear image of him, and, but the time the images cleared, Leonel had activated refractive light, causing him to vanish. About the only things they knew were where Leonel landed and the initial direction he went in. Guildhead, there are large movements nearing the core of the planet. It is likely that this individual has that as their target destination. Augustus nodded, his light smile not fading. Send out a few elite troops adept at concealment. Don't let anything happen to those youths. I don't want a single hair on their heads harmed. Yes, Guildhead. Augustus directly ignored the choice of those youth. In fact, he continued to monitor the situation, fully prepared to act personally should the situation warrant it. These youths were his key to reaching the next level. All of these petty squabbles and this internal conflict were nothing but pebbles in his way. He had been planning for too long to give up his piece of the pie. All these mysterious factions that were suddenly popping up within the guild he had built up with his own blood, sweat, and tears, he would destroy them all, one by one. Leonel wasn't aware that he had long since been discovered. But, as he had already decided previously, it hardly mattered to him. He had already come here prepared to be hunted. A disaster world provided a unique opportunity. Unlike a regular planet, even if they were aware that someone was invading, it wasn't necessarily a simple task to do anything. At the same time, though, Leonel was aware that the closer he got to the core of this planet, the smaller the search radius would become, especially if they were already monitoring him. So, he still had to have some urgency in his movements. Leonel, who had been speeding through the curtains of lava like a bullet, suddenly came to a grinding halt. Here's the first. In this world, Leonel didn't even need to rely on the dictionary to find ore deposits. His own affinities and sensitivities were enough, especially after entering the 5th dimension. He could sense things from hundreds of kilometers away as long as he focused, and that was only amplified in this world. This wasn't the first ore deposit Leonel had come across, but it was the first that was worth his time because it was the first with a large store of 5th-dimensional ores. In fact, this vein alone was almost 70% 5th-dimensional. If the Milky Way Guild found this deposit, it would most definitely be a hassle. Not only would they need to establish a safe route to get to it, but they would then need miners who were strong and sturdy enough to both deal with the pressure at this depth and the ridiculous heat. As though that wasn't bad enough, digging up such ores came with dangers in their own right. Who knew when you would run into a fuel-type ore that would implode in your face and take half your body with it? But for Leonel, 12 minutes. Chapter 952, Rich Chapter 952, Rich Little Tolly replied to Leonel's commands almost instantaneously. In one moment, Leonel was covered in a thin skin of silver. In the next, his hands had grown to over 3 meters in size from the base of his palm to the tip of his fingers. If one looked closely, it would even be possible to see Leonel's real hands moving about quickly, their fingers controlling little Tolly's every action. Leonel took a step to the side, stepping out of a rushing waterfall of lava and into a laveless cave. His hand swiped at a sidewall filled with what looked like sparkling rubies. However, instead of causing a loud explosion, the sound was akin to a hand running through sand. The large silver hand scooped out the hard rock as though it was nothing more than play putty. The marks of its fingers ran across the almost molten rock, revealing even brighter and more refined ores beneath. As Leonel got used to this unique method of using little Tolly, he grew bolder. Arms grew from his back, and eventually he had 10 hands going at it at once, each scooping out ores like they were no more tough than tofu. 10 is the limit right now. I can't stretch little Tolly any thinner. Leonel felt that his mind could handle controlling more of these large hands, but there was a limit to how large little Tolly could become. Leonel would have to help the little guy enter the 5th dimension first before he tried to increase the number of hands he was using. Knowing this, Leonel stored about 95% of the ores in the segmented cube and allowed little Tolly to absorb the rest slowly. He had to be careful with how he fed little Tolly, which was why the little guy couldn't progress on his own like little Blackstar could. But in this controlled atmosphere, Leonel was confident in monitoring things himself. Just as Leonel calculated, in just a dozen minutes, the cave was a completely hollow husk. Not a bad harvest, but the best ores here were only tier 3 of the 5th dimension. It would be great if I could find a few herby ore deposits and a devil's shavings deposit. Leonel shot away. He ended up coming across multiple herby ore deposits, but they were all of the 4th dimension, so he directly ignored them. As Leonel dove deeper toward the planet's core, he found that the density of force was growing with every passing moment. Soon, it became a bit suffocating to him. No, suffocating wasn't the appropriate word. It was more like intoxicating. Leonel felt that he was getting drunk. Leonel's brow furrowed. He knew that just because something was benign in small quantities didn't mean that it would always be so in great quantities or concentrations. People could even overdose on water and become high off of oxygen. It wasn't a large leap to say that this could happen with force as well. I've been passively practicing dimensional cleanse all this time, but it seems like that might be dangerous here. At least it might be dangerous if I continue like this. Let's adjust some things. Leonel was able to use his split minds to passively practice all the time. Thanks to this, he was already close to firmly stepping into Tier 1 after just a few weeks. But it seemed that the combination of his affinity for this place and the concentration of the force had left him with too much abundance, an abundance his mind couldn't quite keep up with. Interesting. Oh. Leonel had just finished fixing the problem and balancing himself out when he caught sight of exactly what he needed. He grinned from ear to ear. I'm rich. Leonel shot forward. Spiraling through the sea of lava, he made it to his target destination in just a few seconds. Bursting through another curtain of lava, dripping with red gold, his grin was almost visible beneath little Tolly's skin of silver. Soon, 10 massive hands appeared again, sweeping through the ore vein with impunity. Kilogram after kilogram of herbe ore found its way into Leonel's pockets, his heart fluttering with the emotions of a nouveau rich. He had finally found his first 5th-dimensional herbe ore deposit, and from his calculations, there was at least 1,000 kilograms of it here. It made his gains from his battle with Shield Cross Stars look like child's play. It hardly took Leonel 5 minutes to clear it all out. After that, the deeper he went, the more frequent the deposits became. It was clear that the more dangerous the environment got, the less likely the Milky Way Guild would have sent people so far. However, Leonel did find one thing curious. Even at the more manageable mines, he had yet to run across anyone. On planet Vincero, he had had to skirt around several miners to avoid trouble, but he hadn't sensed a single soul in this place. Leonel didn't believe that it was because this planet was so much more dangerous. There would still be at least someone regardless of the danger. There had to be a different reason. Is a dangerous event coming soon, or is there another reason they cleared everyone else out? Leonel planted a small seed of doubt within his mind, readying himself for any potential changes or danger. However, it was very difficult to dampen his mood entirely. In just an hour, he had accumulated over 8W0 kilograms of 5th-dimensional herbe ore. He could almost pay off his own bounty. This is it. Hours later, Leonel was finally beginning to feel some real pressure from this planet. At the very least, little Tolly could no longer remain as nonchalant as the little guy usually was. Unfortunately, it still had a small ways to go before entering the 5th dimension, so it still had to put a small bit of effort in. Leonel, though, wasn't thinking about this exactly. Rather, he realized that the concentration of force had grown to such a level, the first force crystal mine he had run across since Earth was now right before him. Leonel was certain that the Milky Way Guild had no idea about its existence, or else they would have stopped at nothing to mine it. But now, wouldn't it all benefit him? Not only was it wealth, but the concentration of force is great enough to form this mine. That should mean that the natural force arts aren't much further from here as well. Chapter 963 came to us. Chapter 963 came to us. If the concentration of force was already high before, it skyrocketed now. If Leonel had found this place while the segmented cube was still in its second phase, it probably wouldn't have been very long until it entered its third. Leonel stepped into the bright cave, his eyes practically glowing. Whether it was the walls, the ceiling, or even the floors beneath his feet, they were all covered by rubies with flickering silver flames dancing within them. The dichotomy of the two colors made for a fantastic sight and was quite beautiful to behold. This should be a special type of fire force. Oh this, Leonel's pupils constricted. As beautiful as these crystals appeared to be, an instinct of danger took hold of Leonel's heart just when he thought of plucking one out. It took several moments of observation, but Leonel came to understand. This fire force is dangerous. For Leonel, who had the Scarlet Star Force as a ticking time bomb within his body, to actually say something like, this wouldn't be just a small bit shocking. Of course, the character of this flame that was dangerous to Leonel wasn't the fire element itself, but rather a unique mutation that likely occurred due to this planet in question. And somehow, Leonel felt that this was just the tip of the iceberg. This tunnel formation is formed almost like it overflowed from someplace. Just looking around, Leonel felt it was standing at the mouth of something that had overflowed. By logic then, there was likely a deeper, more concentrated region. Leonel traveled down the cave, and sure enough, he found numerous perforations and holes leading to something far deeper. The unfortunate part was that his body couldn't personally fit in any of it. Maybe this is why they haven't discovered this place yet. It should be a relatively new formation, maybe a few months at most, but that's surprising in its own right. For just a spillover of force to cause this, just what's on the other side? Leonel's gaze suddenly sharpened. Swallow it all, little Tolly. Bloop. In just a few moments, the budding force crystal mine had vanished, swallowed by little Tolliver entirely. Danger was all relative. It hadn't reached the point where Leonel felt the need to take a step back. Plus, these force crystals were just third-dimensional. The only reason Leonel bothered to have little Tolly swallow them was because of their quality and to also get the little guy prepared for higher levels. Bang! Leonel's fist shattered the opposing wall of the cave, expanding the perforations until they were large enough for him to fit through. The sudden change caused a violent energy to surge upward. It was the sort of boiling heat one might expect from an eruption of heated oil or a geyser shooting up and into the skies. Absorb it. Leonel redirected this wild concentration of force toward the segmented cube. In truth, Leonel wanted to form pure force crystals out of this odd fire elemental force. He had a feeling that this unique fire force might be the root to a powerful change within himself. His thoughts toward improving his Snowstar Owl lineage factor had opened up another door for him. He had the greatest fire elemental affinity one could possibly have. Not only did he control the #1 source of fire in the universe, but he also had it in the form of an innate node, the purest form it could appear as. With such an affinity, why was he constantly constraining himself to using normal fire force? Even if he couldn't control his Scarlet Star Force just yet, weren't there powerful fire forces he could control? And this one happened to catch his attention. If he was correct, he just might be able to complete his 4 seasons realm in a single sweep. And, if things worked out how he imagined, there might not be anyone beneath the 6th dimension who would be able to match him, at least not anyone from this quadrant of the universe, that is. As Leonel dove down, the heat and pressure became greater and the warning signs for danger skyrocketed. But he pushed through, slicing through it all like a hot knife through butter. On one hand, little Tolly split apart the rocks and ores that blocked their way. On the other, the segmented cube sucked up the high concentrations of force in their surroundings. To Leonel's shock, even this amount of force wasn't enough to form even a single pure force crystal. To put matters into perspective, the amount of force Leonel had just passed by was enough to implode his body 1,000 times over. Yet, according to the segmented cube, he wasn't even a single % toward forming a pure force crystal. Leonel's gaze suddenly sharpened. He had been traveling for hours, his speed never letting up even as the heat became more and more scalding. In that moment, he broke through a barrier, only to find himself falling through a suffocatingly hot fog of air. Leonel felt as though he had entered a completely different world. All around, waterfalls of molten rock fell from on high. But what was baffling was that some of them seemed to be running in reverse, as though they couldn't tell which way was up and which was down. This led to the odd scene of 2 waterfalls clashing together and yet being completely unable to eliminate the other. Instead, thin pools of hovering lava hung in the air where these waterfalls met, drawing a thin line that divided this odd world between a flip of up and down. The core? In the center of it all, what could only be described as a miniature sun stood, rolling with reds, golds, and silvers hues. The thin pools of lava formed a disk around it, unwilling to approach too closely. Deep within this miniature sun's, complex runes of all kinds floated, pulsing with an undeniable power. This is it. Oh, it looks like the little rat came to us. The sudden voice caused Leonel to blink several times. Chapter 954, Fog, Chapter 954, Fog. Leonel, who was still falling through the air, sent his internal sight toward the one who had spoken. Though by extinct, he still turned his head toward the sound of the voice. Leonel's senses took in the sight of 6 youths. They stood together on the thin pool of lava, a distance away from the miniature sun. However, it was clear that compared to Leonel, they were all having trouble of their own. The one who spoke out to Leonel in particular was wearing a massive set of black armor that radiated out with a strong shield that blocked much of the pressure from the others. At the same time, those that followed him were not only wearing their own armor, but they seemed to also be holding a glowing orbs in their hands. Those are force vessels. Force vessels were essentially artificial force crystals. They started off empty and had to be filled, and even when they were filled, they didn't have the purity of true force crystals, let alone pure force crystals. That said, in some places they were used as a replacement currency for herbe ore. But these places were usually close-knit groups like families or organizations that specialized in particular forces that would benefit from a particular force vessel. It didn't seem that these youths were using their force vessels to accumulate wealth, though. Rather, it seemed that they were absorbing the pure force the miniature star was giving off. This force was so pure that it was just a single step from the sixth dimension. Leonel felt he didn't have enough information to guess what they were doing, but he believed it likely had to do with their training. He flipped through the air, eventually nimbly landing on his feet. Then he did something the youths could have never expected. He ignored them. The shark-toothed youth was at a loss for words when he saw Leonel look away from them, focusing his attention on the core of the world. Just as he was stunned, he finally put aside his sneer and truly observed Leonel. In that split moment of shock before his inevitable rage set in, he was stunned. This close, there was no way he wouldn't be able to tell what it was that coated Leonel's body. In that moment, any rage he should have been feeling was completely overwhelmed by greed. And yet, just because he wanted to, didn't mean he could directly attack Leonel. For one, he was still responsible for the lives of those behind him. If these were all individuals from his own Midas family, that might be fine. But there were two individuals from the Radix family, one of which was his fiancée, Leibli. He suddenly spoke out. Compared to him, his fiancée was practically a dwarf. He was 2 to 5 meters tall, but she was almost a full meter shorter than he was. Leibli was the only one who hadn't reacted much to Leonel's appearance. Her gaze focused on her force vessel as she continuously calculated something. Don't. Leibli spoke without looking up. Your chances of defeating him in this place are less than 1%. Your chances of taking his metal spirit in this place, even if you do so, is less than 1% of that probability. If you act, the likelihood the rest of us die will be over 60%. Leibli's fiancé, Dynamo, almost reached out and picked her up by her scrawny little neck when he heard these words. But all he received was a slight glance from Leibli before he felt his entire body go limp. Dynamo gnashed his shark teeth together, sulfur billowing out from his lips. Sometimes he really wanted to tear this fiancée of his from limb to limb. Of course, Leibli was an absolute gorgeous beauty despite her petite stature. She fell just a single step behind the likes of Anya and Ina, while also having her own unique air. But Dynamo didn't seem to care about this at all. As far as he was concerned, he was only marrying this annoying woman because his family said so. He didn't care for beauty as much as an other man might. He was only worried about growing as strong as possible, and now this woman was standing in the way of him doing exactly that. A metal spirit wasn't just a crafting familiar, it was far more than that. Of course, making it more than that would pervert the path of the metal spirit and turn it into that world-devouring monster Leonel's father warned so much about, but why should Dynamo care? This was exactly what he wanted. Unfortunately, as scholarly as this petite young woman was, she was just as dangerous as him, and she hated to put her life on the line for anything less than 100% certainty. Knowing that, he knew that the moment her words fell, his chances at fighting Leonel here had dropped to 0. Dynamo snarled, "Focus. The moment we leave this place, I'll be taking his head." From start to finish, Leonel didn't spare them another gaze, his internal sight having become enamored with the miniature sun before him. Sign, dream sculpt. A scalding heating began to come off Leonel's skull. As though his mind was overheating, his veins reddened as blood pumped furiously throughout his body. The world began to rumble. "The next wave is coming. Retreat," Leibli said calmly. She finally sent a glance over toward Leonel, her eyes narrowing when she saw that he had no intention of moving. Was he a fool? Or, I see. A metal spirit truly might be able to weather this if his skill is high enough. Is he that confident? It might not be so simple to snatch it away later if that's the case. Dynamo's jaw clenched, but he still followed instructions. They had already experienced one of these eruptions since being here. He would have listened to Leibli anyway, but after experiencing it himself, he had no objections. Leonel didn't move from his spot, his gaze growing a fiercer and fiercer light as universal force began to dance about him as though it had gained its own mind. A fog of death began to accumulate around him. Chapter 955, Found Out. Chapter 955, Found Out. The core spun just a single degree. It was such a small change that with its size, it was almost impossible to notice. To a passive observer, it would have felt as though nothing at all had happened, until, that is, the pulse appeared. In that moment, an invisible wave of energy spread out in all directions, almost like a subtle calm before the storm. It expanded almost like a calm spring breeze. Even as it foretold the death of everything in its surroundings, it was surprisingly gentle for just a moment. Then, bang. Bang, G, bang. The instant the invisible wave touched the thin pool of lava that hung like a ring around the core, it was like everything lost its form. What once was a solid, continuous stream of lava became unsettled droplets and volatile gases. Leonel was suddenly hit by a wall that sent ripples even through little Tolly. It felt as though he had been smashed by a sledgehammer, the bones in his body threatening to shatter beneath the pressure. "Valiant seal," Leonel roared, an illusory pillar appearing around his body, lacking in the earth elemental characteristics it needed to be complete. But in order to cast it so quickly, Leonel had no choice. It was one thing for little Tolly to take the brunt of the hypercharged particles the core was releasing at this moment. However, the pressure wave was something that Leonel would need to withstand himself. It was then that the prowess of a two-star disaster world manifested itself in its truest form. Even after draining his stamina and layering 10 valiant pillars atop of each other, Leonel violently coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. And yet, his gaze never left the core, the fervor in his eyes growing to the point it became nearly manic. This pressure alone could eradicate someone at the quasi-sixth dimension. This was something that Leonel was absolutely certain of. However, he was in a unique position to withstand its impact. Firstly, the most dangerous parts, the heat and radiation, were all blocked by little Tolly. That cut the lethality of the core's rotation by tenfold. That just left a small percentage of its destruction for Leonel to deal with himself, and yet he still felt his inner organs shake and quake. If Leonel wasn't so enamored by the natural force arts of the core, he would have realized just how large the gap between his current self and a quasi-sixth-dimensional existence was. Though this was something the back of his mind was taking note of. That said, how long such a thing would last was still up in the air. "I'll call you Radiant Fire Force, Summer, Radiant Core, Fall, a Slow Death, Winter, Withering Snowfall, Spring, Golden Drops." The radiance in Leonel's gaze only seemed to grow, the aura around him becoming thicker to the point even his auspicious aura began to leak outward. Bang! Leonel's hair whipped around, his body finally firmly stepping into Tier 1. His mind felt as though it had opened up to a new level, his split minds gaining a few 10,000 extra splits. Leonel exhaled a long breath, his gaze regaining its focus. He could feel a wild vitality coursing through his veins. In truth, he hadn't thought the results would be so exaggerated. Ultimately, the Four Seasons realm was designed for the fourth dimension. He hadn't thought that it would empower him so much, at least not until he progressed into the heavenly body realm. But the results spoke for themselves. Leonel felt that his current self could defeat his former self with one hand tied behind his back. Despite the fact violent eruptions were still continuing all around Leonel, he almost didn't seem to notice. He looked around, realizing that this core was an exceptional concentration of not only force, but also force crystals. He could also sense several more Hervé ore deposits from this location. Leonel grinned. Might as well take as much as I can until this eruption ends. Ah, there's huge devil shavings and dancing lantern ore deposits nearby as well. If all I have to do is gather star core in the future, that would make things far more convenient. Leonel shot out. By his calculations, he had exactly an hour. Across the universe, as Leonel was making dangerous maneuvers of his own, Ina moved like a prowling predator through the Luxnix family estate. Her body seemed to have lost its shape, snaking around trees and branches as though she was a formless mass of dark elemental energy. This odd phenomena made it so that the wind pressure she had to deal with was minimal, and despite having broken through the sound barrier, she hardly rustled even a single leaf around her. Her body control was immaculate, and her stealth was even more fascinating. The Luxnix guards didn't stand a chance at detecting her before they found themselves being knocked out one after another. This choice was one of the most foolish ones Ina could make. She would have had a better chance at remaining unseen if she slipped by without touching them, but in that case, how would she fulfill her mission of being noticed? In a flash of darkness, she appeared before an inconspicuous building that looked no different from a storehouse. But, according to her information, Ina knew well that this place was one of the hidden entrances into the Luxnix dungeons. There was a main entrance within the family's main home, but there were also many hidden locations like this one. As for why a prison would have such a foolish design, maybe only the higher-ups of the Luxnix family were aware. Ina broke through the door with ease, only to find 2 guards waiting for her on the other side, their eyes widening in shock. But, before they could react, a hidden blade had already shot forward, causing 2 heads to shoot up into the air. She rummaged through their bodies, finding the key she needed and opening the doorway that led down a path of darkness. It was right when she took her first step downward that the blaring sounds of warning shook the Luxnix family estate. Before even laying eyes on Osan, Ina had been found out. Chapter 956, Scheme. Chapter 956, Scheme. Ina hardly reacted, her steps remaining at the same speed, not accelerating or slowing. She dove down the stairs, her body still weaving in and out of the shadows. In just a few seconds, she had made it down to the tunnels of the dungeons, her internal sight spreading out through the winding corners. With her curse suppressed so heavily, it wasn't difficult in the slightest for her to release such powerful pressure from her mind. In an instant, she latched onto Osan's aura, slicing through the air as her powerful thighs bulged. In just another few seconds, she appeared before Osan, who was in a half-daze. He had been drooling in his sleep when he was suddenly awakened by the loud blaring of the alarms. Now that a looming shadow had suddenly appeared before him, he was so scared that he nearly pissed his pants. He sat in his own filth, cradling his body amidst a pile of thick chains. His body trembled as he tried to make out Ina's face, but he only shivered more severely when he realized that she was actually wearing a mask. There was something particularly sinister about the way her golden eyes floated like two orbs of light within her black mask. Let alone pissing himself, Osan almost lost control of his bowel movements at the same time. Things only got worse from there because this shadow actually took out a massive red-gold axe, only to swing down toward him with all the power it could muster. Osan screamed beside himself. Clang. The axe rebounded in Ina's hands. She felt her wrists almost snap beneath the pressure, her arms and legs trembling as her battle axe continued to vibrate. There were 3 small nicks that spanned 3 different bars resulting from Ina's strike, but outside of this there were no other great changes. A low shout left Ina's lips, violent universal force hanging around her. Osan watched on in horror as Ina's jet-black hair spread out around her looking like the snakeheads of Medusa. He couldn't see clearly between all the darkness and the simultaneous blinding lights of Ina's force. It left him feeling as though he was walking to the end of a tunnel that led toward his death. Images of a rising moon caused the dungeons to tremble, a flood of universal force rising. Ange. The air itself shattered the moment Ina began to swing, the pole arm of her battle axe bowing beneath her might. The blade of her battle axe glowed with a fierce crimson light, her gaze being painted by a slight red. Like a hot knife through butter, Ina's axe tore through the bars, drawing a diagonal line from top to bottom and shattering the locking mechanism of the door. Osan's heart shook, finally completely losing control of his bladder as Ina's blade force passed just over his head and shoulder. In that moment, he felt his life flash before his eyes. He swore that if he ever got out of this place that he would walk the straight and narrow. This was the most fear he had ever experienced in his life. In fact, it took him almost too much time to realize that he hadn't been harmed in the slightest. Before Osan could snap out of his shock and be thankful that he was still alive, Ina had thrown a ball of light toward him before he could react. The ball flashed a light and rebounded back toward Ina. When the light had faded, Osan had disappeared. This ball was a special vessel that could store life, but it would only last for half a day before it burst. In addition, it only worked on those with weak strength like Osan. Ina didn't linger, shooting off. However, she didn't travel far before she suddenly found her exit route being flooded by the Luxnix family guards. Her gaze turned a deeper shade of cold, her battle axe vanishing only to be replaced by 2 short swords. Her hair blazed to life around her, almost melding into the shadows just like the rest of her body. A fiendish, bloodied killing intent wafted from her body, the shadow of a looming panther forming over her head. In another corner of the Luxnix family estate, Greater woke with an ugly expression on his face. After negotiations failed, he had been invited to stay as a guest. But now, it was far too dangerous to stay here. Without a word of explanation, he woke his entourage up one by one. CUT down Anion who blocks our way. Charge out. Greydeer was too intelligent to not understand that he had been played. If he didn't cut a path to leave now, he might never see the light of day again. The worst part was that he knew his actions would only give those plotting against him an even greater chance of survival. But he had no choice. Even if the Luxnix family believed him and understood that he was being framed, it still wouldn't matter. For one, they might still detain him just to save face. Sometimes, the truth itself wasn't all that mattered. And second, Greydeer was certain that this person who was plotting against him had his younger brother in their hands right now. What choice did he have but to help them? Greydeer grit his teeth so hard blood leaked from his gums. His usual calm, stoic demeanor was nowhere to be seen. The worst kind of schemes were the kind that came, and yet one still had no choice but to play along. There was only one bastard clever and cunning enough to pull this off. Arwyshard, if a single hair on my brother's head is harmed, I'll tear you limb from limb. Blood and corpses littered Aina's surroundings. Her twin swords were like scythes of death as they flashed in and out of the shadows as though they had minds of their own. Dozens of fifth-dimensional existences fell before her. As for those foolish enough to take action at the fourth dimension, they were obliterated into a rain of gore and blood. Her speed didn't suffer. In fact, it only seemed to be increasing as she shot toward a pre-planned exit. Ina could feel that something had locked onto her. However, what was curious was that this person only seemed to be observing curiously, even up until the point just half a dozen minutes later when she burst out from the gates. Entering a dense forest, she almost completely vanished within. Yet, somehow, despite her concealment, Ina's steps came to a grinding halt barely half a kilometer from the gates of the Luxnix estate. Before her, a young man fluttering golden hair stood wearing robes of such pristine white that they glowed even in the darkness. For some reason, he had instinctually decided to chase after Ina as opposed to Greydeer. He could smell that some conspiracy was afoot, but it was hard to tell. And there was something else that felt off. He looked her up and down as though trying to understand something, the pressure he radiated making it feel as though there was no way out. Chapter 957, Single, Chapter 957, Single, Chapter 958, Deal, Chapter 958. Deal. Aina didn't seem to truly register what had happened. Her body had entered a state of all-out battle. Steam rose from her skin. Her heart began to pump 10 times faster. The radiant illusory flame around her only grew brighter and brighter with every passing moment. At the same time, the moon above her head began to revolve, the universal force projecting out from it growing with strength as its silver hue became a dripping blood red. Aina retrieved her battle axe, swinging down again with even more strength and power. Michael took a single step back, his aura as stable as a mountain. Every swing of Aina's axe was met by a parry from his finger. His movements were smooth and natural, but anyone who was paying attention could tell that he was being forced to pour out more and more of his power. If things continue like this, she is going to end up killing herself. Though Michael thought this, he made no moves to end this quickly. Something in his intuition was nagging at him, but he couldn't quite place a finger on it. He felt that he had some sort of connection with this woman, but he was unable to put it into words. However, this didn't mean he would go out of his way to save this woman either. As far as he was concerned, she deserved death. If anything, the only reason she wasn't a corpse right now was because of his curiosity. That said, he could also tell that this girl's lineage factor was a self-destructive one and could be classified as a berserk-type lineage factor. It was harder to classify lineage factors in comparison to abilities as the former were far more varied, but there were still some broad categories that existed. This lineage factor of this girl's clearly placed great strain on her heart. At the same time, it ate away at her reasoning to the point she seemed to become a demon. In truth, it had been a long time since Aina fell into such depravity. The last time was in the Joan zone when Leonel awakened his spear force to save her. Since then, it seemed that Aina's berserk tendencies had vanished, but the truth was that she simply stopped using her lineage factor entirely. One reason was because she didn't want to put Leonel in that situation again, and the second reason was because she didn't want Leonel to see that side of herself. But right now, there was only herself and this enemy. If she couldn't get past and survive, this would be the place she died. Unfortunately, Michael felt like an insurmountable mountain. Leonel floated up to the surface of a river of lava, his body still coated from head to toe in a skin of silver. Everything about his actions seemed carefree and casual. One would have never expected him to currently be in an incredibly dangerous situation. But maybe it was just that wealth could mask a lot of things. Leonel had never been rich in his life. Though he had never been wanting for anything, when most of his life was spent in the schools of the children of celebrities, billionaires, and politicians, it was quite clear that he would be inferior in this aspect. But right now, Leonel truly felt rich. He had just mined locations the Milky Way Guild couldn't even dream of mining and he had gotten away with. Leonel looked up, his lips suddenly beginning to twitch. Alright, maybe it was a bit premature to say that he had gotten away with it. In that moment, several auras had already locked onto Leonel. Up above, a massive force art that protected the entire planet was deployed, causing the skies to be filled with swirling runes that gave the world a unique character. Leonel coughed lightly. Maybe he had taken a bit too much time clearing those mines up. He wasn't sure if the segmented cube could burst through that force art. He would have to find some sort of weakness so he didn't end up exploding along with it. Leonel pulled himself out of the pool of lava, standing firmly on the land of obsidian. He could sense several auras converging toward him. They hadn't been certain of exactly where Leonel would appear, but now that he had come up, they could close the net around him. ALLNOVELLL. The smartest thing to do would probably be to wait for them to converge and then dive back down to appear somewhere else. But Leonel had a feeling that they were smart enough to be prepared for such a possibility, especially since there was already a group not even a half kilometer from him. Leonel's playful demeanor vanished when he saw that group, his gaze narrowing. It was none other than Libly and Daimo along with their group. Leonel didn't believe it was a coincidence that they just so happened to be here. He had heard the words of that girl earlier. Her calculations were more rounded and less precise than his own, but it was hard to tell if that was because her calculative abilities were weaker or if she had just been dumbing it down for Daimo. However, regardless of the answer, the fact that she could guess that he would appear here was impressive enough on its own. This location had just experienced the strongest surge of charged particles and volatile lava under the most recent explosion. This made the force in this region chaotic and simultaneously meant that the force art that hung above this area would be the weakest and most prone to weakness. This was the second reason Leonel didn't just turn tail and reappear elsewhere. The fact that this Libly could calculate this matter was impressive indeed, and it made Leonel take her with a few measures of extra seriousness. Bang! Daimo's fists knocked against one another. The sound alone made it feel as though one's ears might burst. However, just as he was about to take a step forward, Libly reached out a hand and stopped him. I can tell that you aren't a simple opponent, but as you can see, this situation is not very favorable toward you. In as little as a dozen or 2 minutes, you'll be surrounded by fifth-dimensional existences and weaponry. I guarantee that even if we cannot defeat you in that time, we can definitely stall you for that time. So, how about we make a deal? Hand over your metal spirit and we will let you go without a fight before you're surrounded. Chapter 959, Radix Cube. Chapter 959, Radix Cube. Leonel didn't answer Leibli. In fact, he was still scanning the surroundings, trying to come up with the best plan of approach. The fact that Leonel was spending several moments to do such a thing should have been something these 6 youths tried to stop at all costs. However, they were still naive to just who it was that they were facing. There, Leonel's gaze narrowed, his shoulders relaxing slightly. Leibli's brows furrowed when she felt the subtle shift in Leonel's aura. It had gone from a slight tension to a relaxed confidence in just a few seconds, but she couldn't quite grasp just what changes had occurred in just those few moments to cause such a shift in him. Leonel suddenly began to walk forward, making the unease in Leibli's heart grow. In one moment, Leonel was walking casually as though a man of silver. In the next, his back had suddenly exploded with 2 wings of blazing light elemental force. They spread outward for tens of meters, sparkling beneath the bright hues of planet Solara. Leonel's speed exploded, rippling air following in his wake as the obsidian ground beneath his feet shattered and cracked. Lava began to surge out from these cracks, pooling around and following the flow of Leonel's movements as though they had a mind of their own. By the time Leonel appeared before Dynamo, just a split second had passed, and a fist of lava following the arc of Leonel's punch was mere inches from the latter's chest. Dynamo's shark-like teeth glistened, his muscles bulging beneath his armor as he shot a punch out. Even before his fist collided with the punch of molten rock, a booming sound rocketed through the air. The power behind the strike of such a large man hardly needed to be described and could shake almost anyone to the core. Bang, idiot. Dynamo shattered the fist of lava, but completely neglected Leonel's real punch. In that moment, a spiraling universal force surged around Leone's knuckles and his forearm, the twist of his hips and torso accelerating as he seemed to flash an entire meter forward in the blink of an eye. Before Dynamo could react, a fist landed on his plate armor. First, it felt as though all the air in his lungs had suddenly been squeezed out. In the next, it felt like his ribs were collapsing in on themselves, turning his inner organs to mush. Then, he shot out like a bullet from a barrel. The air screeched and whined as his massive body tore through it. It almost sounded like steam whistling out of a thin hole, the nagging, high-pitched sound nearly enough to make one go deaf. Leibli took a single step to the side, dodging Dynamo's body as though she knew that exactly this would happen. But another Midas family member right behind her wasn't so lucky and ended up following their family heir and shooting off into the distance. It could be said that Leibli was visibly annoyed. Leonel's fist of lava had only followed the arc of his punch, not enveloped his fist, so why did that fool think he only needed to block the bigger one? He was so simple-minded Leibli wanted to puke. Was this fool really going to be her husband? She heaved just thinking about it. Unfortunately, their 2 families had been attached at the hip since their very first generation. Their 2 heirs had always been destined to marry from the very beginning. From the moment of her birth, her marriage had already been decided. The worst part was that Dynamo was most definitely not so weak. Of course, he was only Tier 4, an existence that Leonel had already defeated many of. But comparing Dynamo to the other Tier 4 of this quadrant would be foolish. Leonel stood amidst the 4 remaining youths without much tension on his face. As things stood now, there were just 2 Midas family members remaining and 2 Radix family members. Yet, other than being annoyed, there didn't seem to be any other emotion on Leibli's face. "Is this the choice you're making? I can give you one more chance," she said plainly. In response, Leonel simply extended his opposite hand. A second flaming lava fist formed and opened to reveal its palm. It expanded to 10 times its usual size in an instant and covered the group in a shadow before descending downward like a falling meteor. Leibli's gaze narrowed, annoyance even more clear between her brows now. However, this didn't stop her from reacting quickly. Her small hands came together at blazing speeds, revealing a cube-like structure of complex moving gears and parts. In this way, it was a lot like the segmented cube, except instead of puzzle pieces, it was made of gears, screws, and what looked like miniature hydraulic systems. To Leibli, a metal spirit was far too important. If it was paired with her lineage factor and her Radix family's legacy techniques, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Unfortunately, metal spirits were things she had only ever heard about in legend. Let alone getting her hands on one, she had never even heard of anyone partnering with one. She had wanted Leonel to give up because this would make things far easier. She could, on one hand, guarantee the metal spirit would fall into her hands while ensuring no other variables popped up. But since Leonel wanted to play this game, she would play. Leibli's Radix cube floated in the air of its own accord. The moment she stretched a finger toward it, it reacted as though it had a mind of its own, sending out one of its pieces. Clink, 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 clink. ALLNOVELLL. In that instant, something absolutely shocking happened. A small pieces of bronze metal jetted out from Liebly's radix cube. First, it just coated one of her fingers, but then it began to rapidly unfold, snaking all the way up her arm before expanding outward. In the blink of an eye, Liebly's right arm was covered in a bronze armor 2 times too long and 3 times too wide for her. With a look of indifference, she pointed this steampunk-like arm into the air, shattering Leonel's lava palm into a rain of golden fire droplets with a single punch. Chapter 960, Radix Cube. Chapter 960, Radix Cube. Though it was impossible to see with little Tolly covering his face, Leonel's gaze had lit up like a Christmas tree. Liebly's arm was the most complex piece of machinery he had ever laid his eyes on. Though Leonel could probably say the dictionary was more complex, he had never personally opened it up to see just what its inner workings looked like. However, this arm and especially the radix cube made Leonel feel as though he was a kid in a candy store, a reaction even he, himself, hadn't quite expected. Leonel didn't know when crafting for him had gone from something he just did to beat his father at to something he loved to this extent, but it had to be said that even he was surprised by this change. Though it might just be that his love for cool uniforms and things had spilled over, because no matter how much he disliked Liebly trying to take Tolliver away from him, he couldn't deny that her metallic arm was indeed pretty fucking cool. Liebly's arm twisted and moved in all sorts of unique ways, though it appeared to only had 3 main joints. The shoulder, the elbow, and the wrist, much like every other arm, its degrees of freedom were enormous. And, somehow, despite its size in comparison to Liebly's petite body, she seemed completely unaffected. What was most shocking about this, though, was the second Radix family member. Realizing that Liebly was getting serious, acted quickly as well, taking out a Radix cube of their own, and, rather than attaching a single arm to themselves, their Radix cube fused into their bodies to form an entire armor as though they had become a mech. Leonel could tell with a single glance that this person following behind Liebly didn't have a radix cube even a tenth as complex as hers, but it still filled Leonel with awe. Very soon, though, Leonel wasn't able to continue to casually spectate. Liebly stretched her free arm toward her radix cube, causing it to be coated in another arm as well. However, this one was far smaller and sleeker. It clung to Liebly's small arms like a second skin and almost seemed harmless, until Liebly pointed it toward Leonel, that is. All the hairs on the back of Leonel's neck stood tall. "Stay back," Liebly said plainly to the others. "This isn't a fight you can take part in. Go wake that fool up and tell him to stop being so useless." Even as Liebly's words fell, a beam of bronze light tore toward Leonel, leaving him at a loss. Not only could he not tell what kind of force was coming his way, but it was actually so fast that his internal sight almost failed to lock onto it. Leonel's body curled backward in an arch, the beam just barely missing his chin. But by the time he tried to recover, Liebly had already acted again. Her large steampunk arm whipped downward, almost in a mock gorilla's pounce. It was so large in comparison to her body that its palm easily smashed against the ground even without her bending down. It propelled her forward with such speed that she had already appeared above Leonel even before the ground she smashed against registered the impact and shattered into countless pieces. Leonel's pupils constricted. The shadow of Liebly's gorilla arm swinging downward toward him was ominous in and of itself. But the wind pressure was so great in addition to that he was nearly forced flat onto the ground, little Tolly distorting slightly beneath her might. Leonel quickly rolled to the side, but the impact was far greater than anything he could have expected. Bang, bang, bang. The forearm of Liebly's gorilla arm suddenly twisted and pulsed. The result was Liebly's single smash registering like 2, as though she had layered 2 strikes atop of one another. The pressure blasted against Leonel's back, catching him off guard. Little Tolly was blasted apart, revealing the skin of Leonel's back and sending him flying dozens of meters. Bloop bloop. Leonel's expression changed. The impact was only enough to redden his back a little and maybe bruise him a bit. But blasting apart Little Tolly was a different matter entirely. Little Tolly was most spirit as such. The little guy could separate into many pieces and even change form at will. However, this didn't mean that the little one couldn't be hurt, which was why Leonel panicked. Thank God, Leonel sighed, a breath of relief. Luckily, Liebly's strike was a normal physical attack. So, though it blasted through Little Tolly, it didn't harm the little guy. It was only then that Leonel felt like he could breathe easy. Leonel slowly stood to his feet. It seemed he had been a bit careless. It was well known in the dimensional verse that a battle with force crafters would be the most unpredictable, and though he had been aware of this, he had still been caught off guard. There was no telling what other hidden mechanisms Liebly could have within her arms. All right, fair play. ALLNO, VELLL. Leonel took a deep breath, putting Little Tolly away and gripping his fists. His aura blazed, bronze runes racing into existence across his body as his halo expanded and descended to his feet. As his halo rose up, a brilliant silver armor coated him from head to toe, his demeanor completely changing. He grasped at the air, a spear of black wood appearing in his hands as he faced Liebly. Her radix cube continued to hover before her, her eyes having narrowed into near slits. She didn't care about having seen Leonel's naked body, but what she did care about was the glimpse of his face. You You're Leonel Morales. I see. So you're from Earth. That makes things more interesting. For the first time, Lebley's face showed something other than indifference, even as Leonel's head was slowly covered by a silver helmet. News had been spreading rapidly about this fugitive, but Lebley still found it more interesting that he was from Earth. That said, Leonel didn't seem to care, his body flashing forward. He needed to end this quickly. Chapter 961, Cutting. Chapter 961. Cutting. Lebley found herself feeling as though she was moving through a swamp. At first, she had thought that Leonel's armor was just a simple change. After all, she could see at a single glance that it was constructed of just a few dozen parts. Compared to the complexity of her crafts and her radix cube, it was sorely lacking. It was almost like comparing night and day. Due to her innate biases, she had been lax even after it appeared. But the moment space seemed to solidify, her pupils couldn't help but constrict. What is this? Her movements slowed by at least half, and even though she didn't test it, she felt that even the range of her attacks had been cut by a long measure. If she had to describe it, it was like her sense of distance had been warped, as though 1 meter was now worth the equivalent of 2 before. And yet, while she was suffering through this, Leonel was completely unaffected. In fact, it almost seemed like the reverse to him. For him, 1 meter had just become half of that. The result was Lebley feeling as though she was swimming through water while Leonel was cutting through the air at an unconscious speed. In a single blink, Leonel was already before Lebley, his spear swinging downward with a violent momentum. Lebley still reacted as quickly as she could. Her left arm, the one coated with the more skin-like armor, flashed. Her fingers moved about as though she was forming special seals that her radix cube quickly reacted to. The cube sprung to life, its gears and pumps emitting a wild steam for an instant before it expanded, forming a shield of spinning parts. Bang! The shield held strong, giving Lebley enough time to stretch her arm out to the left. As though she had already predicted exactly what would happen, Leonel's body vanished and appeared right before her fingers, being met with a familiar beam of bronze light. However, what should have been an instant victory was met by nothing but a cold, heartless gaze. Lebley hadn't realized that even as Leonel appeared, the flat of his blade would find a position right below her extended forearm. With just a twist of his wrist, Leonel sent Lebley's laser shooting off into the distance, passing well over his shoulder. Lebley's pupils constricted, her right arm whipping toward Leonel and causing the air to shatter and collapse even as barbed bronze chains shot out from their hidden mechanisms, but Leonel had already taken the initiative. The strength of the spatial lock increased. Even though Lebley felt that she was spinning her arm as quickly as she could, it was moving at a snail's pace. The result was the activation of her chains being way off and missing Leonel entirely. Lebley still managed to react quickly, her left hand once again forming several quick seals that turned her shield of gears into a royal sword of bronze that pierced down toward Leonel's neck. At the same time, she didn't bother to retract her chains, instead continuing to swing her arm toward Leonel as she used them as barbed whips. The dexterity with which Lebley used her crafts couldn't be denied, and she seemed to have a quick answer to everything. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Leonel's spear had appeared before her forehead, piercing forward with an unquenchable thirst for blood. Lebley could feel her life flashing before her eyes. At that moment, she suddenly understood. Before the abilities of this armor before her, all her contingency plans and clever hidden traps were meaningless. What good was it all if she wasn't quick enough to use them? Bang! In the instant before Lebley's head was pierced through, a necklace hanging from her neck automatically activated with its own mechanism, shielding her with swirling lights filled with spinning gears. Still, Lebley shot into the distance, not much unlike her fiancé, her brain shaking within its skull. Even a fifth-dimensional existence wasn't immune from concussions. Leonel's gaze narrowed. That shield is at least sixth-dimensional. I can't pierce through that. He rolled his wrist. If not for his divine armor, he might have shattered his wrist during that pierce. Time to go, Leonel decided. In the instant before he killed Lebley, he had sensed several auras suddenly pounce toward him. It was clear that they had protectors in the shadow, but the spatial warping abilities of Leonel's divine armor had caught them completely off guard, stopping them from reacting in time. Leonel couldn't help but be impressed. Their concealment abilities were actually good enough to hide from his senses, but now that they had exposed themselves in a panic, worried about Lebley's safety, it no longer mattered. Now that he finally had room to breathe, Leonel quickly took out the segmented cube and entered its shuttle mode before shooting off into the skies. However, he had barely made it just 20 meters into the air before a rumbling took hold. Powerful auras converged toward him from all sides, the greatest of which was at Tier 9 of the 5th dimension. It seems they had finally caught up. Cutting it close, Leonel thought with a clenched jaw. LLNOVL, LLFU, LL, C0 Mies. Across the dimensional verse, another battle was still taking place. However, it was even more one-sided than what had just been experienced. On one side, there Michael with just a few beads of sweat falling down his handsome brows. They were so few and scarce that the wind quickly wiped them away, making it seem as though they were never there to begin with. On the other side, there was a beaten and bloodied Aina. Tears and rips littered her flexible armor, matched well by the bloody holes that ran through her body. Large patches of bloodstains littered the grass and trees, all signs of location she had once stood in. Every time she breathed, a crimson fog would escape her lips. It gave her quite a sinister appearance, but only the two of them knew that this crimson fog was none other than Ina's own vaporized blood. Her heart would have collapsed from beating too hard had she not continuously repaired it. However, even with all of this being the case, Michael's eyes were drawn to the chip in Ina's mask. It exposed just a bit of her lower cheek, jaw, and lip. But it was barely enough for Michael to get an understanding of just how beautiful the woman before him was. Michael brandished his thin sword, having been forced to take it out sometime within the last half hour. He could tell that as Ina grew more vicious, she was actually rapidly improving. In fact, bang! Ina's aura shifted once more, slamming through a barrier and spilling over into Tier 4 of the 5th dimension. Michael shook his head. What difference did that make? Tier 3? Tier 4? To him, even such a watershed step was no different from simply fighting a slightly larger ant. He swung his sword again, ripping a huge gash from Ina's shoulder to opposite hip. Blood sprayed like a fountain, blooming in the air like a flower. Chapter 962, Shattered. Chapter 962, Shattered. Ina coughed violently, blood flowing out from her lips. But she had hardly finished when she swung down her blade again. It was as though her cough was just instinctive, but battle was all she truly cared about. Even if her body was on its last legs, she would still swing, again and again. Michael's sword snaked forward, attempting to parry it. He added a small bit more strength to his strike, taking into account what he predicted would be her boost in power. However, his strike hadn't even landed before his pupils constricted further. The moon to Ina's back suddenly increased in size. It gained rivers of blood and land of bones. It held a gravity of its own, shattering the ground beneath their battlefield and causing it to cave in. Michael's steps faltered slightly, and the pressure Ina's swing placed on his wrist caught him off guard, causing it to fracture. A light frown finally marred his face. Though indifference was still the greatest emotion, this change in him was equivalent to tidal waves in almost anyone else. Still, what he was most off-put by wasn't Ina's power. That alone was still like nothing compared to him. He was still barely using 10% of his strength. What was shocking was Ina's progress. Every time he felt that she had run into a wall, she burst through it. It wasn't only this, but he felt that she always seemed to rapidly adjust to his battle style. If it wasn't for the fact he didn't need to bring out his true abilities to fight her, and was only casually and randomly countering, Miguel had the feeling that this woman might even be in a better situation than she was now. It was a baffling thought indeed, but this woman was definitely a genius of battle. Suddenly, Miguel's pupils constricted. A trickle of blood fell from his cheek. It was so subtle that he almost hadn't noticed. "I'm injured? Blood? Blood?" Ina spoke for the first time. In fact, they were the very first words spoken between them. She continued to huff out fobs of crimson, her veins having practically been lit on fire. However, on her third huff, her mouth suddenly opened wide, twin canines that glistened with a pearly light reflecting beneath the high moon. Michael felt a suction force he couldn't fight back against erupt from his very being. His pupils constricted as he finally unleashed his full strength, but despite his quick reaction, a globule of blood half the size of his head was still ripped out from him in that instant. His expression twisted into a deep frown. If he had taken Ina as a serious opponent from the beginning, this would have never happened. His foreskin would have definitely blocked her attempt. But now, he felt that he had been humiliated. Despite this feeling, though, Michael quickly calmed, unable to do anything as Ina swallowed his blood entirely. As far as he was concerned, doing this was nothing short of a death sentence. Only he knew what his true power was. Someone else trying to swallow it would only lead down a single road. Ina couldn't read Michael's mind, and even if she could, she was in a completely berserk state. There was hardly anything she could make sense of at this very moment. She swallowed the blood whole, instantly feeling as though her throat was being burned through. She shrieked into the skies, causing Michael to shake his head. He had taken his time in this battle, hoping to understand where that feeling was coming from, but it seemed she would die before he got his answer. The truth was that he felt that he might never get an answer to begin with. He had already been fighting this woman for almost half an hour, and yet he hadn't gotten any clues. He was already close to losing his patience and just killing her anyway. Miguel was about to stride forward and take what was Ina's corpse away when he suddenly froze again. Ina's shrieks had suddenly come to a stop, replaced by sobs. The crimson had retreated from her gaze, rationality coming back to her person. Tears she couldn't seem to control fell from her eyes, pooling both beneath and outside of her mask. Ina's injuries began to rapidly heal. In fact, in the blink of an eye, she had returned to peak condition, something that left Miguel completely stunned. Not only had she survived, just how high was her blood elemental affinity? Ina looked down from the skies, her tear-filled gaze locking onto Miguel. "You're not him. You deserve death." The irrational words caught Miguel off guard. She had already wanted to kill him before, so why did this feel so much different? It was as though she had been snapped back to reality and hated Miguel for reminding her of something she didn't want to be reminded of. However, Miguel never got a chance to understand just what was happening or just what his blood reminded Ina of because she directly lost consciousness, her body falling over as tears fell like a stream. Just when Miguel thought this might be an opportunity to take her away, a towering shadow appeared and slung Ina over his shoulder. His crimson eyes swept over Miguel before he walked by the air without a single care. Yet, from start to finish, Miguel didn't dare to do anything and could only watch them leave. His eyes narrowed. He had finally grasped where that feeling came from. The shadow soon made it back to Planet Viola, entering a familiar estate before laying Ina onto her bed. Adoptive father. Yuri entered the room, laying eyes on Ina. Miel didn't look back. Her defenses are the lowest they will ever be. You can do it now. Yes. Yuri nodded without resistance, placing a delicate palm on Ina's forehead. This was indeed the best time. A year of patience had finally brought them to this point. Maybe someone else would have thought that a year ago would have been the ideal time, but Yuri's experience told her that this was the moment Ina's mind was the most solid. Time had proved her right. In these recent months, Ina had shown not an ounce of emotion. But the things without any give were also the things most susceptible to shattering. And now, Ina had finally shattered. Chapter 963, Flaw. Chapter 963, Flaw. Miel watched in silence as beads of sweat began to fall down Yuri's brow. This matter shouldn't have taken so long, but after the curse was mostly lifted, Ina's mental strength had taken an impossibly massive leap forward to the point her previous and current power in this aspect could be compared to night and day. Due to this increase in strength, what Miel had prepared became impossible to use. Of course, Miel was surprised by the fact his daughter had found a method of dealing with this curse on her own when even he had no way to do so. But it seemed that even Yuri had no idea how this came about, and whenever he asked Ina about it, he would receive silence in return. The relationship between them as father and daughter couldn't be described so simply. They ate in silence with the exception of their clashing elbows. They hardly spoke to one another. And they would often meet the other with silence even if a question was asked. Clearly, whatever had helped Ina heal was something she didn't want to talk about. And, at the same time, Miel wasn't a person who would insist on prying into the business of his daughter. She could do as she pleased, so long as she also met his standards. As for what those standards were, they could all be described in terms of strength and power. As for anything else, he simply didn't care about them. It's ready, Yuri suddenly spoke. Miel nodded, his palm flipping over to reveal something that made the mansion quake for just a moment before settling back down. Yuri's gaze locked onto it almost immediately, but just as quickly she looked away. She felt as though needles were poking into her mind. Each one was several inches long, pressing through her cortex and reaching down toward her brainstem as though to obliterate all that was her. Don't try to use your abilities on this. It's beyond our understanding. Yuri blinked, trying to regain her bearings. Though Yuri had only displayed her telekinesis in the past, this was just the very tip of her ability. Rather, it could be said that telekinesis was just a branching power gained through her powerful mind. The core of the truth, though, was that Yuri was not human. When Yuri's vision cleared, she locked onto the object again, her heart trembling with reverence. The object looked simple, but she knew that anything that could throw her mind into disarray was far from that. It was a tablet. It resonated with a bronze color and had words scrawled onto its front that Yuri couldn't quite understand, yet somehow felt the power of. Even in the darkness, it radiated a slight light of its own, shining as though it had its own light source outside of the moon and the stars. Just its presence alone seemed to have been rooted in some ancient past, and yet, at the same time, it felt to have a future that extended into infinity. It left one not knowing whether this was the relic of a past or something that had tumbled through the bounds of time and space to return to this age. For Yuri, someone who was from a race that was especially sensitive to the subtleties of objects and was ironically quite terrible at doing the same with real people, this feeling left her baffled. This tablet, adoptive father, this is the tablet I used to send you to Earth all those years ago. It can help? Yuri was baffled. How could this tablet have such an ability yet also be able to help Ina with her problem? She couldn't quite understand it. There's very little I know about this tablet. But after having it by my side for decades, what I can say with absolute certainty is that it only really has one true ability. Yuri listened intently, hanging on Miel's every word. It was very rare for her adoptive father to speak so many words at once. This showed two things. He was definitely both nervous as to whether or not this would really help Ina or not, and at the same time, he had a healthy respect for this object in his hands. And that ability is that it breaks rules. It's that simple. Yuri was stunned. These words sounded exceptionally simple, but they made her tremble from head to toe. The headache she received almost made her collapse. In fact, she would have had her adoptive father not caught her. Miel's sturdy hand pressed onto Yuri's shoulder, stabilizing her. Miel had a lot of faith in this tablet, but he was also apprehensive. If this tablet was so good at breaking rules, why is it that Ina had still had her curse after so long? Clearly, this tablet had its limitations. And, even further, since they had to wait until Ina was so vulnerable, those limitations only became more obvious. As much reverence as he had for this tablet and it playing such a large role in how he had come so far so quickly, he knew that relying on it completely and solely would only lead to a dead end. But now, he should be able to help his daughter. Over the next few months to maybe years, you will need to stay by Ina's side no matter what, okay, Yuri? As her father, it is inconvenient for me to do the same. For all intents and purposes, Ina will become like a blank slate that needs to rebuild itself. If you want her to be the same Ina you know and love today, you need to let her grow and make mistakes on her own. This tablet will erase her memories? Yuri was shocked, instantly hesitating. No, but it will erase her personality. This is the only way to reverse what they did to my little girl all those years ago. As things are right now, her lineage factor is flawed and will always cause her to go berserk. At the same time, this flaw is stifling her other abilities from shining through as they should while simultaneously slowing her progress. This tablet will give her a reset and remove the flaw before allowing her to bloom forth once again. When her personality reawakens, she will be a force that can rule this dimensional verse with a fist. If Leonel had been there, he would have been stunned into silence. Removal of personality? Didn't this sound eerily similar to what his own silver tablet could do with shadows? Chapter 964, Meet Chapter 964, Meet Leonel, had no idea what was happening so far away, nor did he have any idea that Ina had such a flaw in her lineage factor, though it should have been obvious. Leonel had fought a small number of Brazinger family members in the past, including one who had his life on the line, but none of them had ever gone berserk like Ina had. That said, it wasn't quite Leonel's fault that he hadn't realized this problem. Ina had only gone berserk a single time around Leonel, and it had been so long ago that he completely forgot. Of course, what Leonel didn't know was that Ina had purposely not used her lineage factor after that moment for fear of putting him in danger again. Even while seeking out the limit of her power, she was willing to handicap herself in this way. It was impossible to tell how many of such decisions Ina had made for the sake of her love of Leonel since she had known him. It seemed that even as a man with such a sharp mind, he was ultimately still a man, and Ina was ultimately still a woman who expected him to read her mind. That said, maybe of all the women in the world, Ina had the most right to expect something like this of her man considering Leonel's abilities. But it seemed that Leonel himself was still not quite perfect enough. Still, Leone couldn't be worrying about this moment because he was suddenly being assaulted from all sides. His vessel shook and quaked as he rocketed into the skies, barely dodging beams of light and fire with subtle flicks of his finger. The more Leone controlled this ship, the more he realized just how important his finger designation was for it. If he hadn't reached his particular level, controlling it would just be a pipe dream. The good news was that there was no one with the ability to fly, and the ships they did bring were slower than Leonel's own while taking away the flexibility they would normally have. As a result, Leonel was able to make it to the flaw he picked out long ago. At that moment, though, Leonel suddenly felt as though a gaze had locked onto him, making a cold shiver crawl down the back of his neck. His gaze narrowed, but he kept rocketing forward, shooting through an almost imperceptible gap and vanishing into the depths of space. "You want to use me, Leonel's lip curled. He could tell that whoever had locked onto him definitely had at least one method to stop him, maybe multiple. But they had chosen not to. Clearly, the only explanation was that he was more useful if he escaped. Leonel didn't seem to mind in the slightest. They say that the best schemes were ones that the enemy knew of and yet had to walk into anyway. But whether it was Leonel walking into this trap or Augustus, it remained that time would tell. Liebly's eyes opened, the images before her gaze blurring. Her head swam and her thoughts felt incoherent. It was clear that she was still suffering the most terrible symptoms of her concussion right this very moment, and it took her a bit to regain her bearings. When she did, her hand shot up to her forehead, a light frown marring her features. Looking around, she found that her head was actually leaning on someone's lap. She didn't know what to say when she realized that it was actually the big oaf Dynamo. He didn't seem to react to her waking up, seemingly finding everything but her face to be interesting to look at. Liebly shook her head. It seemed this fool could be nice sometimes too, but he was still an idiot. She would have woken up long ago had he not insisted on leaving her on the surface of this terrible planet. Couldn't he have carried her away to somewhere cooler? Forget it, this was about the best she could expect from him anyway. The relationship between the Radix and Midas family had always been one of matching brains and brawn. Whenever it was that both clans had one female and one male heir in a given generation, they would always marry to strengthen relations between the families. It just so happened that Liebly and Dynamo were both the heirs of this generation. The Radix family and their calculative abilities. The Midas family and their fire control. Of course, things weren't so simple. Part of what made it so complex was that unique bronze force that even Leonel couldn't place or name. But maybe that was the sort of secret only the two families would know. All that mattered now were their two heirs had actually lost to a single young man from a fledgling world. It was more than just a little bit embarrassing. Of course, the two were greatly handicapped on this disaster world, while Leonel seemed to be even stronger here. But there were no such thing as excuses in the matters of life and death. Today, they had been lucky, but what about next time? Leebly rose and narrowed her eyes. This was what they had come to this galaxy for. They had already conquered their own galaxy, but there were no more growth opportunities left there. If they wanted to reach the next level and enter the stage of the true powerhouses of this universe, these were exactly the challenges they needed. As for Leonel, she hoped that they would meet him very soon. After all, much like everyone here, they were all eyeing the same world and the same fold of reality. Soon enough, so long as Leonel would fight on Earth's side, they would meet on the battlefield once again. Days later, Leonel's ship circled around a particular planet before descending. This time, he didn't have any great hassle to go through, as this was a world that emphasized the lack of exactly that. It was yet another merchant hub with fairly loose restrictions. For the first time in almost a year, Leonel would meet up with Elthor. Chapter 965, Addicted Chapter 965, Addicted Look at You, You're Still as Pale as Ever. Leonel let loose a laugh, sitting opposite Elthor, who was caught off guard by his sudden appearance. Toward such words, Elthor could only be speechless. He might have already taken out his saber for anyone else who had said these words to him, but for some reason he found it quite amusing when Leonel said so. It wasn't much of a surprise that Elthor's pretty face and seemingly sensitive skin was a sore spot. He wanted to be a general, not a male model and gigolo. Yet he looked like the slightest bit of sunlight might leave him red the next day. It was a sad plight indeed. You're one to talk. Have you seen your hair lately? If it wasn't so short, I'd mistake you for a woman. Elthor's mouth was just as sharp as his blade, though, so he hardly missed a beat. Leonel grinned. Oh, this? You don't think it makes me look quite kingly? Elthor snorted. A king of solely women, maybe. Even as he said the words, Elthor knew that his retort was quite weak. Unfortunately, he just felt that Leonel's hair quite suited him, so it was a bit difficult to lie with a straight face. Annoyed by his failure, he just looked away, calling for a waitress to order a large sum of food he had every intention of making Leonel pay for. Leonel laughed, seemingly seeing through Elthor's thoughts. Though the two hadn't known each other for long and could really only be considered to have had two real interactions, Leonel felt that he had quite a good read on Elthor. He was a man who wanted to be seen as a man, first and foremost. But he still had a lot of childish tendencies. That said, whether one could make him display these tendencies would both be dependent on how much stronger than him you were, and just how close to him that you were. If someone was stronger than him, and also not someone he recognized as family or friend, he'd be more likely to lash out than retort like he just had. At that moment, the two men shared a private room in a top-class restaurant. Leonel hadn't really cared where they met, but Elthor insisted that a king should have some standards. Of course, Elthor also complained about Leonel's choice in clothing, claiming him to be far too casual. But in the end, he was forced to give up and take it one step at a time. It was already enough of a miracle that he got Leonel to come here. The man wouldn't even touch a drink usually. Clearly, the irony was lost on Elthor. He wanted to be a general, but he was always so concerned with his clothing. So, how are things going? Leonel asked as he was halfway through a beast carcass half the size of his body. The movements of that woman I told you about are quite weird. She keeps attacks and claiming periphery territories of the guild, but has made any real moves toward the guild itself. It's almost like she's stringing us along. Oh? Leonel blinked. Show me on a map. Leonel used the projection ability of the dictionary. Usually he used it to navigate through the Milky Way, but this was an excellent use as well. Elthor reached his hand forward, pinching his fingers before spreading them out wide. The result was the 3D plane of stars zooming in toward a certain location. We've attacked here, here, and here. In these months, we've fought 3 major battles. The rest of the time has been spent consolidating territory and securing routes. Leonel's gaze narrowed when he saw these locations. He had already memorized the map of the guild's territory that Elthor had sent him previously, so he knew exactly where these were and what they represented. But that was also what made it all so fascinating. None of these territories were very valuable at all. The best asset here was a lower-level disaster world called planet Istea. However, it was quite old and had already reached the end of its potential. Other than being a decent place to gather lightning element ores and herbs, it wasn't very useful. The other 2 locations were just normal trade routes, asteroid and moon stations, along with planetary hubs. But the thing about these trade routes was that they led to fourth-dimensional world and folds of reality. Their use in the grand scheme was minuscule at best. The good news about this was the resistance the Oryx met was minimal, while also giving them a chance to learn how to work like a real army instead of a bunch of powerful individuals like they normally did. But the bad news was that Leonel couldn't see through to the purpose of this woman. This wasn't a feeling Leonel liked. He was normally able to read people quite well, but he had yet to meet this woman, nor did he understand her connection or beef with the Milky Way Guild. At the same time, he couldn't make heads or tails of her actions either. Interesting, Leonel continued to look at the map, thinking of several possibilities. But he realized that he was missing too much to see things on as large a scope as this mysterious woman. The more he thought about it, the more curious he became about just who she was, and the more aware he became of just how little information he had. Though he had a verbal deal with Hephaestus and Raelian, there was no telling if they would succeed, or, even if they did succeed, just how long would it take them to do so. Unfortunately, that left Leonel flying quite blind. I bet Shield Cross Stars has a lot of information. This singular thought began to brew some less than savory thoughts in Leonel's mind. It seems that he had become addicted to being a madman. Chapter 966, A Union. Chapter 966, A Union. Elthor quickly caught Leonel up on a lot of things. Eventually, the topic came back to Leonel's teammates and the matters related to Earth. Leonel had learned a while ago that Earth had successfully entered the fifth dimension and had recalled a lot of individuals as a result. Of course, this had happened while Leonel was within the dimensional cleanse trial world, so he hadn't gotten whatever this message was. The wristwatch that had followed Leonel for so long had long since been taken off his wrist ever since he was able to control little Tali without the use of force crafting gloves. However, Leonel hadn't destroyed it and just left it within the segmented cube. So, after he returned to the Milky Way, he too received the messages. Ultimately, Leonel had just left his brothers to train and grow as strong as possible in his absence, so returning to Earth wasn't a bad thing. After all, there was clearly ample opportunity to grow stronger as silver zones might begin appearing at any time. However, whether it was smart to enter those zones as of now was still up in the air. Regardless, bronze zones were an excellent chance. Not only could they hone their skills, but they could still receive rewards from higher-level worlds. Even Leonel, who was a bronze crafter himself, if his spears were ignored, only had a couple bronze crafts. So, this was a great opportunity for them. Now that Leonel didn't have to worry about Aina, at least not immediately, he didn't mind returning to Earth as well. After all, as far as he was concerned, there'd come a day where Earth was the center of his territory. He had to do his part to protect it too, even if it was under the control of his grandfather for now. Yes, there's a lot of good opportunities on Earth right now. In fact, they have been contacting me with methods on how to deal with it all. It all? Leonel was taken aback. Yes, the main problem Earth is facing right now isn't the zones. Those have slowed to a lull after the breakthrough. The main issue is the evolution of the oceanic creatures. Leonel's gaze narrowed. Earth never had to deal with much of an invalid problem, because Emperor Fox had cruelly chosen to kill over 99% of Earth's population before the metamorphosis even began. But there was nothing even he could do about the vast ocean. In fact, this made Leonel wonder. Long ago, Earth had gained great enough terraforming technology to fuse the continents into one. He wondered if that was a coincidence or by design. Maybe his grandfather always knew that the ocean would be their greatest obstacle. Still, something about the movements of the galaxy made Leonel feel that the ocean was still the least of their worries. At the same time, he also wasn't very confident in fighting in the water. At the very least, he had no experience in such a thing. That said, he had two solutions to this. He could use his water domain spears, and he could also create some crafts to counter the ill effects. Either way, he would need to assess the situation first when he returned to Earth. I think that's everything, Elthor said, exhaling a breath. Leonie nodded slowly. And how receptive do you think they would be to a human leader? From the way I see it, they follow the direction of that woman just fine as long as they see what they're getting out of it. But it's hard to tell. They aren't subservient. It's a subtle difference between being employed and being loyal subjects. Whether or not they would continue to follow you is impossible to say. Leonel nodded in understanding. This might be a bit of a delicate issue, and it might be better if he made himself known to them sooner rather than later. All right, here. Leonel tossed a spatial ring over to Elthor, but when he saw what was inside, his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. How did you gather so much herbior? Leonel grinned. You could say I procured them. Leonel didn't explain, his smile beaming as he rose to leave. Use this to fuel their advancements. Don't be stingy. I want all of that money gone within the next month. Month? This is a lifetime worth of money. Elthor was left speechless. He was the prince of a kingdom. It wasn't as though he had never seen such wealth before. But this amount was the equivalent of what his Oryx kingdom would spend in an entire population of millions in a single year. Yet, Leonel wanted him to use it on 10 Zerozoun Oryx in a single month. If he wasn't a madman, then what was he? I'll replace it soon enough. After all, I have a feeling that the beast crystals of Earth's oceanic creatures are quite rare and valuable, right? This, Elthor didn't know what to say. But he never had the chance to before Leonel suddenly vanished. He's growing more powerful. Elthor gripped his fists. He was lagging behind. He needed to raise his effort. In another corner of the galaxy, back on a familiar planet Luxnix, a young man strolled out from a forest, entering the estate once again. He looked around at the dead bodies littered around him and shook his head. It was unfortunate that this had happened in this way. Maybe he had been too careless. If he had known that she had come with such backing, he wouldn't have been so casual about it all. But he had thought that the Viola family would have been too scared of escalating the situation to this point. The action of sixth-dimensional existences means something completely different from just fifth-dimensional ones. Still, none of this was what took precedence in Michael's mind. He glided through the estate, making it to a particular place. Yes, Elder, I'm just here to meditate for a bit. The guarding elders nodded. Of the younger generation, there was only one allowed to casually enter this place. Michael descended down a network of tunnels only to find himself standing before an altar. And upon this altar, there was yet another bronze tablet. However, this one was different from the one Miel held. Sitting upon a marble platform, a translation was etched into the pedestals of this one. A union of light and darkness will reveal the 12-pointed star. The light character exuded an aura eerily similar to Michael's own. As for the darkness character, Michael had finally realized that it reminded him of Aina. Chapter 967, Familiar, Chapter 967, Familiar. Michael stared at these words for a very long time, his eyes eventually closing as he fell into a state of deep meditation. The 12-pointed star was the most important symbol of the Luxnix family. Despite the fact they called their lineage factor the snowy star owl, for some odd reason, within their ethereal glabellas, their light elemental embryos manifested exactly as a 12-pointed star would. Of course, this was a secret no one would know about unless a member of the Luxnix family went out of their way to speak of it. However, even aside from this alone, there were still their feather sword warriors who used this star as a symbol of their prestige. There was no doubting that the 12-pointed star was of immense importance to the Luxnix family and their strength. However, almost no one understood its significance and even less understood just what the origins of it was. Michael, though, understood that everything originated with this tablet. If it didn't exist, maybe there would be no Luxnix family today. And now, after all these years, he had finally come to grasp a clue about just what all of this could mean. Despite the calm look on Michael's face currently, he was doing his best to stop his seething blood. Since his youth, Michael had always been extraordinarily talented. However, he was limited by two major factors. The first was that he was born in a world capped at sixth-dimensional potential. Though planet Luxnix was at a peak among sixth-dimensional worlds, it was ultimately still that. Compared to seventh-dimensional worlds, it was still too lacking. And, compared to seventh-dimensional worlds nearing the eighth dimension, like the Morales family world, it might as well have been an ant by the roadside. Regardless of his talent, this would always be a limiter. The second factor that would always limit him was his sixth-dimensional lineage factor. If he truly wanted to progress, there would come a time where his snowy star owl lineage factor became not only useless to him, but even a hindrance. Luckily, he was born with another talent that could mitigate this somewhat, but these would always be two anchors on his talent, anchors he could never get rid of, unless he could learn these words. Prophecies often had so many potential interpretations that taking anything at face value could end in his death. For all he knew, union meant Ailsa devouring his blood whole like she had done during their battle. In such a case, this prophecy would have little to do with himself, as he would be dead. With how fast he had seen Aina's progress to be, though he felt that she too would be limited by her birth and upbringing like he was, it wasn't impossible to see this as a probable conclusion. When things are framed in this manner, there were all sorts of things that these words could mean. The worst part was that even if Michael placed these words in the most favorable light, he might still lose out. For example, what if union referred to a child between himself and this mysterious woman? Though he wouldn't be opposed to it considering the small part of her beauty he had seen, how would the talent of a child help him? He wasn't an old man. He had yet to reach a point where the only way to progress would be passing on his lineage to another. He had no interest in having a child who could surpass him. What he wanted was power he could grasp on his own. After cycling through these thoughts, Michael managed to calm himself. Now, the beating of his heart and the slow circulation of his blood matched the indifference on his face. With so many potential interpretations, Michael decided on patience. He would observe the situation for a while longer. If it was a prophecy, then that meant it was destined to happen. By definition, he shouldn't have to do anything overt to cause it to happen. Of course, there was always the chance that this wasn't a prophecy and was rather a helpful clue. After all, if this tablet was what bestowed the 12-pointed star upon them, then it was more of a guider than a prophesizer of the future, right? This was also a possibility that Michael had thought of. But he still decided on patience. He would calmly observe things for now. If he was right, then things should organically fall into place. On the other hand, if it was a clue, he would act accordingly to the circumstances. For now, he only had one real goal, to ensure that Aina did not die. It was that simple. This was why he hadn't alerted his family elders about the appearance of Miel, and gave no resistance. In addition to this, he chose not to tell anyone about his findings. If this was a prophecy, it was best that the maximum number of individuals acted as naturally as possible. Only if it turned out not to be one would he mobilize his family members should something beyond his control occur. After organizing his thoughts, Michael sank into a true meditation, motes of light slowly accumulating around him. In the presence of this tablet, it felt like all bottlenecks would be loosened and the speed of his practice would accelerate many times over. Since he was already here, he might as well take advantage and also grasp the chance to replenish his stamina. Michael could feel his lane toward the sixth dimension spreading open and wide. If he wanted to, he could step through it at any time, but for some reason he had always held back from doing so, continuously consolidating himself within the fifth. Maybe only a select few number of individuals would know exactly why. Michael gazed longingly at the path ahead before suppressing it and focusing on rejuvenating himself. As his senses swept through his body, checking for any weaknesses and focusing on improving, he swept over a particular location above his right hip, flickering with the lights of a familiar innate node. Chapter 968, Berserk God Lineage Factor. Chapter 968, Berserk God Lineage Factor. Beads of sweat fell down Miles' brow as he channeled the strength of the bronze tablet. His strength seeped outward, pouring into Ina's body and delicately erasing much of what was her. Yuri stood to the side, feeling very nervous. Before, she hadn't been aware of just how important this was for Ina, at least not until it was described for her by her adoptive father. The truth of the matter was that though the Brazinger family was quite disgusting in their toting of eugenics and the importance of bloodline purity, there was a method to their madness, keyword being madness. The Brazinger family's lineage factor was known as the Berserk God Lineage Factor. This was its true name. What had been displayed on Earth was nothing more than the tip of an iceberg that branch family members would be held to. However, just how berserk you were depended on the purity of your bloodline. For Ina, who was only half Brazinger on top of not receiving any of the family's special rituals or training, her lineage factor was far more berserk than it was God. This lineage factor was objectively powerful. In its purest form, it was a lineage factor that many would scratch and claw to have. Its abilities could be broken down into a few aspects. The first was overwhelming strength. Every single muscle fiber of a Brazinger family members was worth more than that of another individual, even most strength lineage factors. Its potential for explosion and power was simply beyond reason. The second aspect was battle sense. The instincts of a berserk god existed on a separate plane all to its own. Their ability to adapt and change their combat style to counter their enemies would make it feel as though they were all combat geniuses. What Leonel had to calculate, they did on instinct and at a much faster speed on top of that, depending on how pure their bloodlines were. The third aspect was rebirth. After experiencing terrible injury, a long-fought battle, or masochistic training, upon healing, a berserk god would have the strength of their bodies increase proportional to the weight of what they experienced. The fourth and final aspect was an affinity for all weapons. Whether it was a sword, a battle axe, a spear, even fists and kicks, a berserk god wasn't restricted to any weapon or martial art. They were geniuses of battle, existences created to wreak havoc on a battlefield. This was the true ability of the Brazinger family. The only person that Leonel had ever met who might have the true berserk god lineage factor was Simeon. However, he was always focused on his beast taming and genetic manipulation abilities, and Leonel had never seen him fight in hand-to-hand combat. Even now, it seemed that the Brazinger family and maybe even the other three families had hidden themselves very deeply. Knowing this, it was easy to see that what Ina experienced was an extremely perverted interpretation of the Berserk God. She only received some of these abilities in part, and without clear or purposeful direction to any of them. But this wasn't all her fault. How was it that despite being half Morales and only half Luxnix, Leonel received their lineage factors in full while Ina did not? The answer was simple. It was done on purpose. The curse Ina faced was just the tip of the iceberg and also acted as a cruel agitator on her mental state, warping her emotions and her reality. How could anyone be completely sane after experiencing years of torturous itching and peaks and valleys of horrid pain? It was all done on purpose to make Ina fall further and further into depravity. The fact she had even a semblance of humanity left in her was a testament to just how mentally strong she was to begin with. The Brazinger family lineage factor was altered so that when met with interference with other bloodlines, it would deviate from its predestined path. The result of this would be a deviation in the mind state that resulted in oversensitivity. In the beginning, this oversensitivity would only be minor. For example, it might be as benign as suddenly becoming greatly embarrassed when a boy you liked confessed to you, even to the point of running away with a blushing face despite the fact you were normally an assertive and confident woman. However, as time progressed, it would steamroll and increase to the point the smallest things became enormous and the tiniest insecurities became tall mountains. Eventually, just the most minor activation of their bloodline would result in this person going berserk, overdrafting their bodies, and, ultimately, dying. It could be said that if not for Ina's self-healing abilities, she would have long since fallen for the plot of this ancestor of the Brazinger family. It could even be said that due to meeting Leonel and allowing herself to fall for him, Ina had delayed the strongest onset of these side effects for as long as she could. However, this tablet provided a unique opportunity to reset the damage done and undo this second curse the Brazinger family had placed on Ina. When the tablet erased a personality from a shadow, there was no living entity to cause the rebirth of that personality. However, Aina was different. She was a person with a propensity toward a certain disposition. As long as she was given time, she would become the very same Aina once again. This was why Miel had emphasized that Yuri should follow Aina around, but that she should also allow Aina to grow and make mistakes on her own. Only in this way would Aina grow to be her most authentic self. The story that wasn't told, though, was that it had taken Miel decades to accumulate the amount of energy he was currently giving to Aina now. As stoic as he was, as unemotional and silent as he was, as harsh as he was, the one thing that would always be true is that he loved his daughter. That said, there was one matter that would be grating to most people. Just who had power enough to alter the course of a lineage factor in this way? Who could place a curse that followed a bloodline like a reaper, gatekeeping it for generations to come? If Leonel had been there, especially as he watched the pieces of a force art break and shatter, floating above Aina's head, his dreamscape would have sparked with several arcs of lightning. And, when his dreamscape settled down, he would suddenly think back to a man he had learned of in the Jones Zone, a man they called God, a man capable of copying the abilities of people into force arts. Aina's eyes suddenly shot open. Chapter 969, Sensitive, Chapter 969, Sensitive Earth was in a completely different state than the last time Leonel had been here. Where there had once been rubble and debris, there were nothing but large stretches of greenery and nature. Whatever wreckage the metamorphosis had left behind had long since been cleaned up, turning Earth from a concrete giant to a world that placed great emphasis on its natural beauty, something Earth, especially in comparison to other worlds, had a lot of. The Ascension Empire had taken advantage of the boon between the fourth and eventual fifth dimensions to cause this great change. In this span of time, Earth had experienced many force eruptions and natural phenomena of the like that greatly accelerated its growth. Thanks to this, with just a small bit of help from humans who moved all the useless metals and artificial bricks out of the way, Earth was able to flourish in the way it was always meant to. Like this, the only marks of old Earth and its technologies were the 9 major populous hubs of Earth, one to each of the 9 provinces. This included places like the Imperial Capital and the Royal Blue Fort. Outside of these cities and forts, there were only large expanses of greenery. There were trees that already rose up hundreds of meters into the air. There were precious herbs and grasses growing around every corner, and many beasts had been released from their experimental islands to populate and grow. Some of these beasts became food for humans, some became sparring partners, and others became a core part of maintaining the balance of Earth's ecosystem. Just from this alone, the talent of Earth and its world was on clear and full display. It looked as though these resources had been growing for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. But the truth was that these beautiful displays of nature had only been present for just a handful of years. Still, these changes were absolutely nothing compared to Earth's 2 moons. The original still retained the name Moon, while the second was dubbed Avalon by Emperor Fox. Leonel knew little of the Moon and its colonies, but they were every bit as part of Earth and had also faced Terrain's attack those years ago. Before, the Moon had to be terraformed to maintain a population, and even then, this population was forced to stay within a climate-controlled dome. However, after the 4th dimension descended, things began to change, allowing for the dome to be done away with and for the Moon to begin to gain characteristics of a world all to its own. This was in thanks to Earth's fold of reality expanding and beginning to encompass larger and larger regions. Now, the Moon had unique herbs that even Earth itself couldn't grow. And, though it didn't have large bodies of water or oceans, it had begun to have its own self-sustaining lakes in addition to its own true atmosphere. The people of the Moon also seemed to take a unique evolution path compared to the people of Earth. Though they still looked human, they tended to be taller, more fragile, and had stronger minds comparatively speaking. Likewise, Avalon also underwent great changes. The kingdom of Camelot was no more and was rather taken over by Secretary Marquis Pendragon. The more primitive side of Camelot had been washed away in favor of more modern comprehensions. In addition, the greatest benefit Camelot brought, its population, was spread out and divided amongst the 9 provinces of Earth. Ultimately, the people of Camelot weren't alien to the people of Earth and were easily accepted. After all, these were people created and based on themselves. How could they not assimilate well? It could be said that the only real growing pain were the somewhat outdated and backward ideas of the people of Camelot. They had yet to learn of the progressivism of modern times. But, ironically, it was the retreat of Earth from a technologically central ideal that helped this assimilation work all the more. In a lot of ways, the people of Earth felt like they were going backwards, while the people of Camelot felt that they were being accelerated forward. This allowed the 2 groups to meet in the middle and reach a happy medium. It was amidst all these changes that Leonel returned to Earth. Hovering high above the sky, how could he not be shocked? He hadn't expected such large, sweeping changes. In fact, he partly believed that he would come back to find the same dilapidated buildings. At this moment, he felt like he had grasped a difference between his grandfather and him. Leonel believed that he was quite forward-thinking and quick on his feet, even not hesitating to spend what an entire kingdom would in a year just for a single month of progress. However, it was clear that working harder didn't trump working smarter. In just a handful of years, not even quite year 3, Earth's entire face had changed. And Leonel was certain that his grandfather had planned it to be this way from the very beginning. There wasn't a single step that he had taken that was out of line of this goal. Now, despite being a fledgling world, Earth was already in the 5th dimension, had no human invalids to worry about, and had conquered all of their land without trouble. Leonel had naively thought that while his grandfather was struggling with getting Earth back on track that he'd be able to make some headway toward catching up, but he felt more wrong than he ever had before. Now that he was more sensitive to certain things, upon stepping onto his grandfather's territory, he felt a suffocating aura from all sides. He had to try twice as hard just to take in half the oxygen he normally would. He didn't need to look around to understand that his grandfather already knew that he was here and that he was back. No, it could be said that nothing that happened within Earth's territory or fold of reality would escape his notice. His eyes were everywhere. Leonel's lips suddenly curled beside himself, his gaze turning toward the Imperial capital before he shot in that direction. Chapter 970, El Hope. Chapter 970, El Hope, a Holt. Each one of the auras were blazing. Several guards sent piercing gazes toward the air. Though they too wore golden armor, it was nothing like the superfluous garbage the guard of the Force Crafting Guild wore. Each one had an undeniable momentum that almost threatened to peel Leonel's skin back. However, as though he hadn't heard a single word, Leonel descended from the skies, landing at the very top of the ancient tree structure that was the Imperial capital. Leonel strode forward, his pale violet hair fluttering and his hands in his pockets. A light smile hung from his face. "You're not going to attack me, are you, Prince Leonel? Flying in the Imperial capital is an offense even for you." A hard-nosed man stood forward, his demeanor unchanged in the face of Leonel's smile. "Oh, and why is that?" Leonel's steps paused. At the moment, he stood at the base of the Imperial palace. A large staircase of white marble and gold lay in his wake. Lining these stairs, warriors that even gave Leonel pressure stood. Despite being in the 4th dimension, Leonel felt that their combat experience was far beyond him. In addition, he could tell that as Earth continued to evolve, so too did their abilities. It likely wouldn't be long before the base strength of everyone on Earth was of the 5th dimension. This was the true, fearsome ability of a world with so much talent. Leonel hadn't experienced it before since he was away from Earth, but after returning, he felt that his ability was being nurtured as well. As Earth's fold of reality grew, there would eventually come a point where Leonel wouldn't have to return in order to take part in these benefits. He felt quite refreshed at this moment, completely unlike his demeanor the last time he had come here. "You will be seen as a threat to be immediately taken down. Since you have broken the rules, we will have to detain you." "Ah, and that's the case even if I'm not a real threat?" "Yes," the man answered seriously, not wavering in the slightest. He seemed unmoved by Leonel's status, his smile, his charisma, and even Leonel's strength. None of it mattered. "I see. Emperor Fox is very good at raising loyal warriors. I'm impressed. I would try to poach you, but I have a feeling that I would fail." The man's gaze narrowed. Poach him? What did that mean? Was this prince trying to rebel? The grip he had on his halberd multiplied in strength, his aura blazing. All of the guards reacted in unison, each of their halberds also raising. Even without them completing their actions, Leonel could feel a unique force art of sorts resonating between them. Interesting. So force arts can be used like this as well. How fascinating. Emperor Fox seems to know quite a lot for a man who should have been born on a mortal world. There was a lot about his grandfather that Leonel didn't quite understand. For example, for Leonel to have the Luxnix family lineage factor, his grandfather would have had to have somehow taken a woman of that family as a wife. But how had he, the emperor of a 3rd-dimensional world, taken the woman of a 6th-dimensional one as an empress? It was all quite curious. At that moment, the enormous doors of the Imperial Palace opened, separating out the snaking golden dragons delicately carved onto its surface, and, even more importantly, the immortal tree that it wrapped around. Soon, a spectacled man appeared that Leonel immediately recognized as his uncle. "You returned," he said plainly. "I have. For what purpose?" "To shamelessly steal resources, and to issue a challenge." Leonel replied without blinking. "The former makes sense. As for the latter, you aren't worthy of doing such a thing yet." Leonel's smile brightened. "My grandfather owes me almost 22 years' worth of birthday presents. I have to seek my reimbursement somehow. And as to whether I'm worthy or not, that doesn't matter much to me either. I will issue it either way. One day, Earth will be mine." Though Leonel said things like this, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes that made his uncle's gaze narrow. If there was anything Leonel didn't like, it was not being respected. His arrogance had been buried deep within his bones for a very long time because there was nowhere for it to flourish on Earth. There was nothing worth him rising to the occasion of. But now, things were different. He not only had a goal, there was actually someone who deemed to believe that he wouldn't accomplish it. Though that wasn't enough to tear into his reverse scale, it was definitely enough to leave an itch on it. The moment Leonel said these words, the halberds of the Imperial Guards all rose in unison, their blades carving out a sharp path toward Leonel. Yet, even as he faced a torrential rain of force that could obliterate a city with just its momentum alone, Leonel remained unmoved. At that moment, a roar that seemed to originate from the very depths of his heart manifested. Leonel didn't even open his mouth, and yet it swallowed the momentum of the Imperial Guards and the Imperial Palace whole, making the white gold hair of his uncle whip backward as though hit with a wall of wind. It felt like Leonel had suddenly become 10 times his original size, his body looming over the capital and his momentum causing the earth to quake. Mists of violet fog rose around his body, a sight alone that made his uncle's pupils constrict into pinholes. The roar drowned all things out, even their thoughts. It wouldn't be until a long while later that they came to understand that it wasn't a roar they had heard, but rather the will of Leonel's heart. Without another word, he turned and began to walk away before coming to a sudden pause. Oh, right. I used my Imperial pendant on claiming White City, if I recall correctly. I hope no one has stretched their hands toward my things. With that, Leonel flickered and vanished. Chapter 971, Headbutting, Chapter 971, Headbutting, Chapter 972, then, Chapter 972, then. Chapter 973, Governance, Chapter 973, Governance. Leonel slipped through the city gates completely invisible to the eyes of the guards. He didn't feel like going through an inspection process, nor did he have anything proving his status as a prince outside of his face, so he felt that it wasn't worth it. After he was a distance away, he found a location to reappear and blended into the crowd. With just a few minutes of observation, though, Leonel realized that things weren't so simple. Whether it was the residents of Earth that lived here, or the tourists from other worlds, each had their own identification cards. It only took Leonel a moment to realize that Earth had replaced its original monitoring system with another one. What was surprising, though, was that this monitoring system was both less intrusive, and most surprisingly, it revolved around the very same wristwatch the people of Earth had always had. Of course, outsiders weren't given their own wristwatches. Instead, they were given badges they had to use to verify their purchases. Essentially, without either a wristwatch or a tourist badge, one could only walk around the city aimlessly without benefiting from anything. As Leonel continued to walk around, he picked up on more details. For example, outsiders had a higher sales tax to pay, they were restricted from certain regions, and they were only allowed to rent property but couldn't own anything. Everything from top to bottom was meticulously organized, and despite searching for it, Leonel couldn't find signs of corruption and, more shockingly, poverty. It was as though the people of Earth had all simultaneously been risen in status. But Leonel knew that this was far from the case. The cruel underbelly of this was that the poor had already been killed by his grandfather. All that were left were individuals with great connections, wealth, and political affiliations. Of course, no country or world could possibly function without labor workers or those that did less than lucrative jobs, and yet it seemed that this had been handled as well. It seemed that Earth had either begun training force crafters of their own or had invited over crafters to automate much of the labor process. And, where it was impossible to do this, there were the people of terrain. Leonel had already noted that there was no poverty, and this was true. But this was only in the in-your-face, dirty slums and grimy streets sort of ways. The true underpinning of what allowed the people of Earth to continue living their lush lifestyles, while everything in the city seemed to work on its own, were the inconspicuous workers wearing gray tunics and pants, gliding through the city silently with their heads lowered and their gazes glued to the ground. The invasion of terrain didn't just end with the war. After all, the cities themselves resulted in an influx of tens of millions of people who had been essentially uprooted from their homes by their city lords. After their city lords died, they were left behind with nothing and no way to get back home, leaving them stranded on Earth without recourse or power to do anything. In truth, Leonel had at some point assumed that his grandfather would have them all massacred. The image he had of his grandfather was that he was a cruel man willing to do anything to hold on to his power and take a step ahead. Ultimately, tens of millions of terrain citizens, albeit far less talented than the people of Earth, were a threat to their forward progress. And yet, they had been seamlessly integrated to the point where even Leonel had almost not noticed them at all. With some more observation, Leonel came to understand this as well. I see, so he created a hierarchy system with the promise that those born 5 generations from now would become true citizens of Earth. With this promise in place, the current people of terrain are living silent and peaceful lives and are even helping Earth to fix its clear population problem. As long as they don't cause trouble, 4 generations from now they'll be able to say that they birthed children who were true people of Earth. Just from an hour of walking around the city, Leonel had seen several of what he would classify as sensual shops. Whether it was a small boutique that sold women's lingerie or even something more in your face like outright sex toy shops, they were here in quite large number. On top of that, Leonel had seen many parents walking about with toddlers and newborns. Such a thing would have been impossible to see right after the metamorphosis, and most children did not survive the calamity for obvious reasons. Leonel could feel a clear push for the people of Earth to have children. Despite there being so many sensual shops, there wasn't a single brothel in sight. In addition, despite the fact a woman of terrain could have a fifth-generational baby so long as she slept with a man of Earth, there seemed to be an invisible barrier between the two groups. Picking up on all of these subtleties, Leonel was astonished. This level of governance was far beyond his capabilities. He couldn't help but feel a small bit of respect for his grandfather. Leonel's emotional intelligence worked best on a micro scale. Of course, he could impact things at a macro level too, with how he almost destroyed the foundation of Valiant Heart Mountain with just a few actions, but he still felt like he lacked the nuance and grace his grandfather had. However, with every step through the city Leonel took, he seemed to soak in something different, shifting his ideals and rebuilding them with new thoughts. To those who walked by him, it would almost seem like he was in a trance-like state of enlightenment. Before Leonel realized it, he had reached the end of his journey and found himself at what must have once been the city lord's mansion, though now, the flag of the Dove family flew high and proud. Halt. The Grand Prime Minister's estate is closed off to outsiders. Leonel kept walking forward as though he hadn't heard anything. Just when the guards wanted to take action, they found their legs rooted to the ground. Chapter 974, Corner Office. Chapter 974, Corner Office. The Dove family guards looked down in shock, only to find that their legs had suddenly been encased in stone. In that moment, it wasn't just the Dove family guards that were shocked, but the tourists in the area who treated the estate like a landmark to visit were stunned silent as well. In all their time here, no one had dared to stir up trouble. This was the first time they were seeing such a thing. Of course, what the crowd didn't know was that this wasn't true at all. How could there possibly not be any bad apples? It was just that these individuals had been dealt with swiftly and with the utmost secrecy. Hardly anyone was even aware that such events had occurred. But Leonel was the prince of the empire. He couldn't exactly be stopped ahead of time, right? A blinding pair of white gold wings appeared to Leonel's back in a flash. In one moment, he was on the opposite side of the gate. In the next, he had leapt over, landing softly on the other side as a small gust of wind followed his movements. Leonel strolled forward with his hands in his pockets. Every guard that rushed forward found themselves cemented into the ground, not harmed, but completely unable to move. The difference was so striking that it shook the observers to their core. They had no way of knowing just who this young man was. Leonel swept a gaze forward. The Dove estate was Victorian in its construction. It had a somewhat castle-like, somewhat modern feel to it. It had great archways for each of its windows that melded seamlessly into the design. In addition to this, there were a few towers built right into it with a structure that finished the painting of a beautiful picture. The fences and gates that surrounded the property didn't obstruct the view at all. Leonel's actions were clear for all to see, from his gliding over the perfectly trimmed grass up to the point he began to walk up the stairs to the wide doors. To the surprise of the people watching, rather than alarms beginning to blare, the doors opened, revealing a man dressed in an archetypal butler uniform. Everything from his pristine white gloves to his golden pocket watch and the tails of his suit were perfect. "Welcome, Prince Leonel. The Dove family feels humbled by your visit." It was right then that the guards suddenly came to understand that they had been trying to stop the prince of an empire. Not only that, but a surge took hold of the crowd. Many of them were the people of Earth. The instant they heard Leonel's name, things clicked, and a look of reverence flooded their expressions. To the people outside of Earth, Leonel was a wanted criminal. To the people of Earth, Leonel was the man who dropped a city that ended a war. What was important for an imperial family? It was making sure they held on to the love and adoration of the people. The more they were revered, the more godlike they seemed, the more power they would manage to consolidate. Quite frankly, Leonel hadn't expected such a reaction to his name. After all, the people of Earth should know that he was a criminal as well. However, it seemed that his grandfather had grasped an opportunity. Leonel couldn't help but be astonished by his grandfather's audacity. He knew that Leonel stood opposed to him, but he actually still took action to raise Leonel's legend. What would he do if the people revered him as a prince more than they revered him as an emperor? Leonel let out a sort of speechless laugh. His grandfather, he was the most arrogant bastard Leonel had ever met. Leonel gave the butler a gentle smile. "Sorry about all this. I just came back and I don't have the credentials, so I could only choose this sort of crude method. Speaking of which, I have to thank the Dove family for taking care of my city so well. This is far beyond what I imagined I would come back to." The butler was taken off guard by Leonel's smile. It was an obvious sign of disrespect that a mere butler would come to greet a prince, so why was he smiling? But the main issue was that the butler suddenly found it difficult to continue with a hard-nosed approach. That said, his lip twitched fiercely when he heard the second half of Leonel's spiel. This prince, the butler snapped out of his shock when he suddenly felt Leonel pat his shoulder. Before he could react, Leonel had invited himself in, stepping by him and into the residence. Without even needing the butler to guide him, Leonel cut through the home as though he lived here. "Ah, The butler reached out to try and stop Leonel, but despite the fact Leonel seemed to be walking slowly, he was already 20 meters ahead of him by the time the butler reacted. The worst part was that the direction Leonel was headed in wasn't where the butler originally wanted to lead him. According to his orders, he was meant to bring Leonel to the young miss. But Leonel was actually going to exactly the place the young master and Grand Prime Minister Dove were. A cold sweat covered the back of the butler. This prince really didn't know how to follow the rules of etiquette. But why was it so hard to get mad at him? Leonel went through 3 floors and 5 hallways, finding his way to a corner office that overlooked the city. With just a small knock, he entered, a gentle smile on his face. At the moment Leonel entered, he found what he almost felt were a pair of twins looking back at him. Both Tyron and his father seemed to be cut from the same cloth. Despite being surprised by Leonel's appearance, they didn't seem to react much initially. It wasn't until Leonel took a seat next to Tyron and facing Grand Prime Minister Dove that the two of them finally smiled lightly. Like this, 3 fake smiles met one another in a single corner office. Chapter 975, Everything Right? Chapter 975, Everything Right? It was only after sitting down with the father and son that Leonel finally began to pick out some differences between them. They both had on glasses, both were dressed prim and proper, both had measured and controlled attitudes. It could be said that the only difference between them was that Tyron's father had a slight graying in his hair, but it was clear that even this was vanishing as he absorbed force day by day, just like how Leonel's grandfather was also continuously getting younger. I will be honest, I do not blame the two of you. The father-son pair were caught off guard. Usually, this would devolve into a game of pressure to see who it was would crack and be forced to speak first. In most cases, whoever spoke first would be seen as the more nervous of the two, and thus be on the losing side of the discussion from then on. But not only did Leonel not wait, he began to speak almost immediately. It was hard to tell if he was simply not used to such royal etiquette, or if this was a tactic to throw them off. At the same time, I also don't have the patience to play these games. I'm on a little bit of a time crunch. I won't be young forever, you know, so how about I lay things out how I see them? Leonel sat comfortably in his seat and continued to smile. You two are not my enemies. We just happen to see things differently. To you, this is necessary. While you might be a Grand Prime Minister family now, as Earth expands and its territory grows, it's impossible to say that your hold on power will remain the same. The best case is that it dilutes. The worst case is that you're forgotten to the annals of history and washed away along with the other noble families that failed to continue to meet high standards. This, however, is also an opportunity for you. You now suddenly have ample room to grow, whereas in the past you had already met a ceiling you couldn't break past. So, if a brat like me claims a city with a small bit of merit and then suddenly disappears for 3 years, it wouldn't be surprising that you would choose to swoop in. After all, there are many things you could say. For instance, you could claim that this isn't the White City I claimed. There are practically no parts of the city I once claimed remaining, and even a rational person might conclude that this was no longer my city to begin with. Tyron's eyes narrowed, but he quickly recovered, continuing to listen to Leonel's words without saying anything himself. Of course, none of those petty tricks really matter. Ultimately, I am a prince, and this city was claimed for me by virtue of an imperial pendant. If you look at things this way, in terms of places on Earth that represent the imperial family's prestige, the imperial capital is number 1, and this city may very well be number 2. However, I'm sure you father and son pair are smart enough to understand this as well, which means you have several other tricks up your sleeve. If I were in your shoes, I just might send my butler to receive myself and announce my name and title to those present. Maybe very quickly the reverence the people held for me would take hold and I would walk around the city, suddenly finding that I couldn't take a step without someone looking toward me with a worshipful gaze. If that were to happen, I just might get full of myself and believe that I was untouchable. Once I began to believe that, I just might also think that snatching White City away by force was something that the citizens of this city wouldn't fight against, and even something they might accept with open arms. But if I did that, I would be walking into a trap, now wouldn't I? This time, even Grand Prime Minister Dove couldn't help but narrow his gaze, staring toward Leonel intently. Unlike his son, though, he made no attempt to hide these changes. Because if I were you, after I did something so foolish, I would leave silently while allowing the underpinnings of the city I painstakingly built to crumble one by one. For example, I might use the contracts I've signed with merchants to manipulate the economy of the city. After all, those contracts were signed with White City, not the imperial capital or the Ascension Empire. These merchants might start withdrawing, decreasing the quality of life in this city and shifting it toward Black City instead. Once I was finished doing that, those merchants might start demanding lower tax rates as they would have less customers to sell to. How would they be able to protect their profit margins without some help from the me? When I thought that problem was finished, I would suddenly realize that the hunters who came to White City to gain certificates to hunt beasts in the surroundings would suddenly plummet. And why wouldn't they? The merchants would have been forced to lower prices on them and haggle for their goods. At the same time, I would probably have been forced to raise the price of certification just to keep the city afloat. Why would they continue to come here when they could go to Black City instead? Then, just when everything seemed as though it was coming crashing down, the nobles you have in your pockets would finally begin to complain. If I lost my temper and used force to suppress them when they had legitimate matters to complain about, I would look like a tyrant, wouldn't I? By this point, I would barely be able to sustain the upkeep of the city, and the final nail in the coffin would become the people of Terrain. How would I be able to feed and clothe them without money? Without proper care, their residences would deteriorate, resulting in a true slums forming in the city and ultimately causing many to want to move away. Just like that, White City would collapse under my rule in give or take 6 months to a year. That's everything, right? Leonel continued to smile lightly, observing the father-son pair. Chapter 976, A Smile. Chapter 976, A Smile. Leonel's smile didn't fade amidst the silence of the father-son pair. In fact, it only grew. It was clear that this silence meant something far different than it would have at the start of all of this. I see. Grand Prime Minister Dove suddenly spoke. His voice was deep and rumbling, a marked difference from his son's more light tone. It seemed that Leonel had finally found a second difference between them. Then, what exactly do you propose, Your Highness? Leonel waved his hand. You don't need to call me that, just call me Leonel. Not like it matters much anyway, not like you two went out of your way to kneel when I entered. Tehran's lip twitched. Members of the Grand Prime Minister family didn't have to kneel to princes. This was something that Leonel would have known had he not been raised outside the imperial family. But it didn't seem appropriate to correct him on this now, since he had already waved it away so casually. As for what I propose, it is quite simple. For the next year, all profit White City makes will go to me. Beyond this, all shops that I come to own will be tax-free and work without restrictions. While I am away, this city will continue to be yours. Quite frankly, I plan to take White City and move it to the coast, but it is clear that this is impossible. So, instead, I'll be building a city myself. Grand Prime Minister Dove's gaze flashed, but he remained silent as he continued to listen. In exchange for this, any force crafters you are nurturing can come under my wing for the time being if you aren't afraid of me poaching them away. In addition, any boom in White City's economy that are as a result of my actions can continue to be yours once I've gone and the year period I've marked out has passed. As for when I am in the city, I will take 30% of the revenue following this year period. Hearing Leonel conclude so simple, Grand Prime Minister Dove was quite shocked. He had expected to be completely fleeced by this prince, but Leonel had actually gone so easy on them? Though losing a year of revenue was a difficult pill to swallow, a year was ultimately just that. Before the metamorphosis, the human lifetime had more than doubled already, making a year worth far less than it had been in the past. Now, with the help of the metamorphosis, force, and the various rare force herbs Earth was continuously producing, they could live for even longer than that. In addition to this, Leonel said that after this year, he would only take 30% of the revenue for when he was actively in White City. He had already left for 3 years prior to today without a word, and though the Grand Prime Minister couldn't guarantee that Leonel wouldn't do this again, the fact that he wanted to build his own city was evidence enough. Without much thought, Grand Prime Minister Dove nodded. I find this deal to be agreeable. From this date until this time next year, all the revenue of the city will be yours. If you need crafter to help in your building a city, I will also provide them. If they are to your liking, there is no problem with Prince poaching a few. As for your shops being tax-free, this is of course not a problem as well. I'm sure that the added business your endeavors will bring will leave us at a net positive regardless. There are easily half a dozen prime storefronts Prince can choose from. If you would like, you can have them all. Leonel smiled. It seemed that this Grand Prime Minister was quite the smart man. Oh right, just one more thing, Leonel said. When I say revenue, I mean all of it. Don't bother sending taxes to that old man for this year either. Grand Prime Minister Dove was rendered speechless. Firstly, Leonel was calling Emperor Fox old man. And, secondly, evading imperial taxes was not just a small crime. Even shaving a bit off the top was impossible. But not doing so for a whole year was a completely different level of face-slapping. Don't worry about it. I've already spoken to him about it. Really? Grand Prime Minister Dove looked toward Leonel skeptically. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that White City represented at least 20% of Earth's current wealth. Losing it for a year was not a small ask at all. The only reason Grand Prime Minister Dove wasn't bleeding was because most of that money went to the imperial family anyway, so what he was left with wasn't something he was unwilling to part with. The only thing he really needed to worry about was making sure all the guards and especially the terrain servants were properly taken care of and paid. But he was still willing to pay out of pocket to cover this for a year. Leonel, however, was clearly a maniac. Grand Prime Minister Dove couldn't even fathom what Leonel would do with this money. Just to put things into perspective, the eye-popping number of Irby ores Leonel had given to Elthor was something White City would make within 3 days. As exaggerated as that might sound, this was the true value of a world like Earth. The Ascension Empire was raking in funds hand over fist. Without more explanation, Leonel smiled and stood. By the way, Tyron, I wanted to apologize. Tyron, who had still been trying to wrap his mind around all this, suddenly started. He was surprised to the point of being speechless. When we first met, I was a bit overly sensitive and ended up shattering your glasses. It was rash of me and something I shouldn't have done. I hope we can move past it. In exchange, how about I craft you a bronze treasure to your specifications? Tyron, who was almost always composed, didn't know what to do. He had never expected an apology for that, and he had most definitely never expected Leonel to be so nice to him. But, most shockingly of all, Leonel was a bronze crafter? Tyron, quickly thank his highness. Yes, right. Tyron shot up from his seat and accepted Leonel's handshake. He looked deeply into Leonel's eyes, trying to find some sort of contempt or sneer, but all he saw was warmth that made him feel almost too comfortable. The grievances he had held toward Leonel suddenly vanished into the wind, and he blushed beside himself. Leonel left the corner office with a smile on his face. He realized just how correct Anya had been. If he had had a warmer relationship with Tyron from the very beginning, instead of lashing out at him for just looking at Ina back then, maybe this matter would have gone even smoother. If he wanted to succeed, he had to lead with a smile. There would always be time for him to use his fists later if the situation suited it. Young miss, please don't. As Leonel was about to leave the estate, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. When he looked back, he saw the butler chasing after a young lady that seemed to be in her very late teens, likely 18 or 19 years old. Despite her age, Leonel's first impression of her was that she was quite cute in a cuddly sort of way. However, that fiery look in her eye as she stamped toward him was definitely anything but cuddly. Chapter 977, Coasts, Chapter 977, Coasts. Leonel smiled lightly. He had been monitoring the butler with his internal sight ever since he entered the estate. Initially, he had been rushing after Leonel, but after he realized he couldn't catch up, he had changed directions and shot off toward where this girl had been lying in wait. If Leonel had to make a guess at what happened, he had probably entered a wing of the estate that the butler didn't dare to enter. As such, the butler had no choice but to change tactics and go and seek help from this cute girl. It was very likely that this was the young woman the Dove family had prepared to field Leonel. And, clearly, she wasn't very happy that Leonel had ignored her while going straight off to her brother and father instead. It was rare that the young miss got a chance to do something important, so it felt like Leonel had snatched away her chance. The result was the poor butler chasing around someone he couldn't catch up to for the second time that day. You are Prince Leonel? Though it was a question, it almost came out like a demand. You could say so, Leonel chuckled. And you are? I am Avery Dove, the young miss of the Dove family. We were meant to have a meeting today, but why is it that you seem to be leaving already? Leonel looked this girl up and down, suddenly realizing something. He had mostly met all of the noble young men and women during the war with Terrain, but back then, Avery was just 14 or 15 years old, far too young to participate. It was no wonder this was the first time Leonel was meeting her. I see, so it's young Miss Dove. It's a pleasure to meet you. I wasn't aware that you were waiting for me. My apologies. How about this? Your father said that there are 6 prime storefronts for me to choose from. Would you mind being my guide? Avery, who was fully prepared to be a young lioness, was caught off guard by Leonel's suggestion. She had felt that she would need to be more hard-nosed because she was a young woman, but especially so because she had this face of hers to overcome. Yes, I can. Avery didn't know the details, but she knew everything about White City. The moment Leonel mentioned those storefronts, she already knew exactly which ones he was referring to, and even exactly how to get there from the estate. It could be said that she was well prepared. Though she hadn't spoken to her father or brother about this matter, she didn't think that the prince would lie about this, nor would he have to. She had already been briefed that there might be trouble. When Leonel returned so thinking quick on her feet, she assumed that this was a compromise. Around a corner not far away, Tyron, who had been prepared to step in to do something, chose to pause instead. Compared to the niceties that Leonel had given him before, this was worth far more. He suddenly found it very difficult to even think of tricking Leonel, let alone doing it. He shook his head. He felt ridiculous today. He had actually done something as embarrassing as blush. Now this. Not long later, Leonel was escorted out of the mansion under the lead of Avery. Along the way, Avery found herself relaxing even to the point she began to laugh and giggle at the things Leonel said from time to time. She almost forgot that she was meant to be on official business, representing her Dove family. You really have seen a lot of things. My father won't let me off of Earth. I've always wanted to see what the greater universe looks like. Avery had a slight longing in her gaze as she looked up toward the sky, but unfortunately, there was nothing but an expanse of blue to see. Leonel smiled. I never would have thought that the stoic Grand Prime Minister Dove would actually be so overprotective. It seems that all fathers have a soft spot for their little girls. Avery pouted. I don't want him to have a soft spot. He should treat me like he does Tyron, but he doesn't take me seriously. Who knows? Maybe Tyron wishes your father treated him more like he does you. Definitely not. Avery shook her head, her black hair sprinkling about. My big brother is a workaholic. He's been like that even since he was a kid. If it has nothing to do with self-improvement, he wants nothing to do with it. Leonel's brows raised, but he didn't refute Avery. Who was he to correct her views on her family members? She definitely knew them far better than he did. It's only a coincidence that Tyron is even here right now. If it wasn't for Father calling him back, he'd probably be on the coasts with everyone else. On the coasts? Leonel asked. Oh, right. You just came back so you might not know. Most of the young nobles aren't near the imperial capital anymore. They've gone off to the coasts to hunt the oceanic beasts. There've been a lot of them trying to come on land as of late. Not only is their meat really good for strengthening bodies, but their beast crystals sometimes go for exorbitant prices depending on their level. I see. Leonel's lip curled into a smile. Ah, we're here. This is the first prime store front. We were planning on holding auctions for these in the coming few months, but since Father said you can have your pick, feel free. The location was indeed perfect. The shop was on a prominent street corner and had a body that wrapped around its edges. No matter what direction you were coming or going from, it would be impossible not to spot this storefront. On top of that, the surrounding ambience was perfect. The smell in the air made one feel relaxed. There was a hint of nature with a park being nearby, but not too close that it would ruin the metropolitan atmosphere. And there was even a bank not too far away in case one ran out of money to spend. Leonel nodded when he saw all of this. No need to go check out the other ones. I don't need more than one storefront anyway. I'll take this. Chapter 978, Beach. Chapter 978, Beach. Avery blinked. Leonel really made decisions fast. The truth was that it didn't really matter to Leonel if there was another storefront that was a little bit better than this one. As long as it was close as he expected they would be, his store would become the most popular among them. In fact, even if he didn't get a prime storefront, it was only a matter of time before his store still reached the top. It would just take a little longer. Do you need me to assign some people of terrain to you? They can help with the upkeep of the store and can also manage it for you. There's a small fee to pay, but it's nothing too great. It made Leonel slightly uncomfortable to hear this, but he knew it was probably the best choice so long as his grandfather followed through on his promise to integrate their later generations as one of their own. No, that won't be necessary. Leonel could just automate everything like he had with his Valiant Mountain store. As long as he upgraded it from time to time and had his people maintain them force arts, there wouldn't be a problem. Avery nodded. All right. Leonel was about to say something when he suddenly sensed several responses from his talisman. He had sent out quite a few messages earlier and they had finally gathered up. It was about time for him to go. Seems that I have to go now. Tell your elder brother that he can come here in about a week with the specifications for the craft he wants. If you'd like, I can make something for you too. Leonel said with a light smile. Avery was stunned again, but before she could react, a black surfboard had appeared beneath Leonel's feet as he shot into the air. Toward such a thing, Avery could only be speechless. Flying was most definitely prohibited within city limits. This Leonel broke rules left and right without regard for anything. But, rather than feeling that he was a pampered prince, Avery couldn't help but smile. It was clear her impression of Leonel was quite good. Oh no, there's so much work to do. A bulb suddenly went off for Avery. She needed to sign over the property in Leonel's name, handle the paperwork for the property and service taxes, and on top of that she needed to get the permit to sell goods from the imperial capital itself. She suddenly felt as though Leonel had saddled her with a whole bunch of work he was oblivious to. It was a whole other can of worms if Leonel planned on opening a crafter's shop. Just think about it. Back on 21st century Earth, not just anyone could open up a gun shop or a gun range. It was definitely far more difficult than opening up a restaurant, but even a restaurant needed to meet certain health guidelines. Compared to a gun shop of the 21st century, a crafter's shop was thousands of times more dangerous, and such things had already been taken into account and heavily regulated by the Ascension Empire. Now Avery needed to wade through these waters and handle it all. She pouted her cherry lips, her appearance becoming even more adorable than it was previously. She didn't think Leonel had done it on purpose, but he was really too reckless. Forget it, maybe he knew something since he offered to make me a treasure too. Avery did an about face and began to stroll back to her family estate, thinking of all the stories of the outside world Leonel had told her about. The air is so salty, my skin is drying out. Alan frowned, his brows furrowing behind his glasses. Stop complaining, Four Eyes. You're already wearing so many layers of clothes to begin with. How much of your skin is being affected at all? Raj called out. As usual, Alan had buried his perfect physique beneath layers of baggy clothing. Considering they were currently standing on a beach, he looked especially out of place, though that could be said for all of them. Despite the surroundings, they didn't have the luxury of wearing swim trunks and exposing their torsos. Up ahead, rather than sand meeting water as it usually would, there was an enormous border of steel. Not just that, but the ocean's water was filled with tankers and warships. It was easier to spot a wall of metal than it was to see the blue of the waters. The 8 brothers stood a distance away. If not for this, they wouldn't even have the luxury to stand on sand. It was clear that Earth was taking the defense of its coasts extremely seriously, but if you had seen the kind of monstrosities that were trying to make their way to land, this wouldn't be a great surprise at all. After just a year, the auras of the 8 had grown exponentially. It felt like they could conquer anything. Hey, you 8, what are you standing around there for? A modified military jeep drove through the sand, rolling toward the boys. It only took a simple glance at their wrists to know that these 8 came from Earth. However, the soldier was casting them looks of disgust. There were no small number of youths that had come to the coast to show off and say they participated, when in reality they would just stand around and avoid danger just like these 8. At least, that was what the man sitting in the passenger seat of the jeep thought initially until he got closer. He didn't recognize them all, but when Arnold cast a glance over toward him, he froze. A memory of Arnold shooting into the air and smashing a 20-meter-tall squid to minced meat with a single palm replayed in his mind. In that moment, his next words couldn't help but get caught in his throat. However, by that point, the 8 young men had already ignored him, as they had all locked eyes with another young man who rode the back of the military jeep with a wide grin on his face. Who else could this man be, if not for Leonel? Cap. Chapter 979, Steroids, Chapter 979. Steroids. Leonel hopped out of the military jeep only to be tackled into a bear hug by Milan. Woof. Though Milan wasn't nearly strong enough to knock the wind out of Leonel, the latter still feigned weakness. Unfortunately, that didn't garner him any sympathy, as Milan just squeezed him harder. Before Leonel realized what was happening, he was suddenly dogpiled. In fact, the only 2 who didn't move were Alan and Arnold. The 2 looked toward one another and shook their heads. It seemed that they were in lockstep when it came to matters like this. The driver and passenger of the military jeep looked on incredulously. That was a prince of the empire. What was going on? Since when could you treat a prince like that? Thinking about Prince Noah and how stoic he was, not to mention the cold short-haired beauty that was always by his side, this Leonel was really too much of a drastic difference from the kind of royalty that they were used to. All right, Leonel muffled groans sounded beneath the 6-man pile. However, they seemed to have no intention of letting him go. Hee, consider this a little punishment for leaving us for so long, Cap. Franco's voice rang through the pile, his big mouth being the first to open. Maybe if he could see Leonel's sly grin from beneath the pile, he wouldn't have been so cheeky. Bang! Suddenly, 6 bodies went flying in all directions, flying up and outward completely out of their control and releasing squeals along the way. Leonel rose from the sand with a grin, patting it away from his body and winking toward Arnold and Alan, who seemed to have guessed that things would end this way. Captain, you're in the 5th dimension already? Alan shook his head. Last time they met Leonel, he was still in the 3rd, and he had already been stronger than them back then. Now, he had suddenly leapfrogged them all. Wasn't this a bit too ridiculous? Of course, they had also grown far more powerful in the last year, so they couldn't compare to their former selves as well. But this was still too much, wasn't it? Raj spat out a huge mouthful of sand, his rotund body rolling out of a massive dune. 5th dimension? That's bullshit, Cap. You can't just shoot up PEDs just because there's no athletic commission to check on you anymore. Author's note, PEDs are performance-enhancing drugs. Steroids, essentially, oh, I had some for you, but if you don't want it, forget it. Leonel shook his head and sighed as though he was lamenting something. Fuck that, give me the drugs. The 6 recovered quickly, surrounding Leonel with their eyes lit up. They didn't need to be a genius to know that Leonel had brought back good things. What happened to doling out punishment? Oh, Cap, you're a broad-minded person, right? You wouldn't fuss over such a little thing, right? Franco's eyes blinked innocently, but the movement of his big ears made it look like his head would fly away any moment now. Leonel laughed. To tell you the truth, I did bring back some good things that should help you get to the quasi-5th dimension very quickly, but I'll still need to see whether your bodies can handle it. While on planet Solera, most of what Leonel had found were precious ores. Most of the Urbe ore had already been handed to Elthor to feed the Oryx for the next month. As for the other ores, they had been kept by Leonel for the sake of crafting. However, aside from these ores, near the core of the world, Leonel had found a small patch of force herbs. For these herbs to grow in such harsh conditions, it wasn't a surprise that they were exceptionally valuable. Leonel had to rely on the dictionary to identify them since plants and such weren't part of his expertise. And he wasn't disappointed in the slightest. They were a 5th dimension herb known as the bone-burning rose. According to the dictionary, in the hands of a force pill crafter, such an herb could be used to cleanse and strengthen the body all the way through to the quasi-6th dimensional level. The bad news was that Leonel wasn't such an expert and Ina was no longer with him. The good news, however, was that there was a cruder method that required blending and diluting the herb with cleansing waters. Though it was a bit of a waste to use the force herb like this, it was for the best. Taking in a 5th dimensional herb of such potency was obviously too difficult for their current bodies. But, when diluted like this, it would take just enough edge off. In addition, thanks to the segmented cube's new abilities, as long as he saved a single stalk of this force herb, he'd be able to make more of this herb in the future so long as he absorbed enough 5th dimensional force to do so, something the segmented cube had ample of. That said, according to the dictionary, the best state to take this crude concoction was after being pushed to your very limits, so Leonel needed to run his brothers through the gauntlet first. Seeing the evil grin on Leonel's face, the 8 suddenly felt a cold wind nip at their necks. They fused the image of the current Leonel with Coach Owen, causing traumatic memories of suicide runs in 40°C weather to resurface in their minds. Just as Leonel was about to explain, his head tilted in a certain direction. In the distance, he could see rolling black clouds heading in their direction. They were still several hundred miles away, but Leonel estimated it wouldn't be more than 2 or 3 hours before they made it here. Still, this wasn't what Leonel was looking at. It seemed his cousin was on this coast as well. Chapter 980, 3 Natural Basins. Chapter 980, 3 Natural Basins. Leonel smiled as he saw Noah riding over with the daughter of the Grand Prime Minister's Scarlet family, Jessica. The two sat on the back of an enormous turtle with an obsidian black shell. It was definitely the case that this creature was being controlled by Jessica's ability, and it was actually well into the 5th dimension as well. Leonel couldn't help but sigh to himself. This was a difference in talent. From what Leonel had seen in the outside world, finding someone who could battle the 5th dimension while being in the 4th was impossible out there. But here was Jessica, who was clearly still within the 4th dimension, using her talent to control a 5th dimensional beast. In that case, couldn't it be said that she could fight across dimensions as well? The people of Earth might have been lacking in their foundation and their dimension level, but as the people of Terrain had learned firsthand, the talent granted to them by their abilities was so great that this gap could be closed. If it wasn't for the fact Leonel's ability was auxiliary and not strictly offensive, his own prowess would be even more exaggerated. Well, that might not necessarily be true, but Leonel was still a young man. He couldn't help but think that the grass was greener on the other side. As he aged and matured, he would definitely come to realize that his own ability was the most suited to him. If he had been born with an attack-type ability, let alone becoming stronger than he was now, he may very well become weaker. Noah, Jessica, it's good to see you. Leonel greeted with a smile, looking up toward them as they leaped down. The two were immediately caught off guard by Leonel's greeting. This was especially so for Noah. Leonel's attitude toward him had always been lukewarm. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that he was Leonel's cousin, he might have already died at Leonel's hands. Of course, there was a good reason for this. For one, they hadn't grown up together like many cousins would. At the same time, the first time they met was on a battlefield, after Noah tried to kill the woman he presumed Leonel loved, so it could be said that they had gotten off to a rocky start. The reason Noah had come over despite knowing this strain in their relationship was because he always put duty before his own comfort. He and Leonel were the princes of this generation. If they were on the same coast and yet didn't meet, it would make the people conjure up stories in their mind. If the imperial family wasn't a solid block, how would the empire be whole? However, he had never expected for Leonel to greet him so warmly. It almost caused him to falter. Ah, yes, right. Noah forced a smile of etiquette, his white gold hair fluttering in the salty winds. Is this your cousin Cap? Wow, I've seen him on live broadcast before. You really are a prince. Raj spoke foolish words as he tended to do, granting him a slap to the back of the head by Milan. What's that supposed to mean? You think Cap lied? Piss off, Raj snarled, rubbing the back of his head. I just meant it's kind of lame. If he was a prince, he should have told us a long time ago. Think about how many noble young women I've missed out on. Keep dreaming. Even if Cap was emperor, it wouldn't help you get pussy, you tub of lard. Are you trying to go, Milan? I won't let you off easy like your Papa Arnold would. The hell did you say to me? Milan reacted like a cat who had his tail stepped on. Claiming Arnold was his better was definitely a reverse scale of his. Leonel shook his head. It seemed he overthought things about these guys growing stiff in the face of nobility. Let's go over there. These guys have gotten riled up, it seems. Leonel chuckled. I don't know a lot about this coast and how things are set up. Maybe you could clarify some things for me? Noah nodded, having already regained his composure. Yes, I can do that. The pair of cousins began to exchange information, and Leonel quickly gained a picture of just how things worked. When Earth was terraformed, it was designed with this day in mind, Noah explained. Though we combined all 7 continents, the truth is that Earth's mainland only has the equivalent land of about a third of that. Leonel nodded. He knew this as he was taught in school, but it was always explained away as a necessary trade-off, not something that was done out of necessity like Noah was explaining it now. Leonel could immediately think of several possibilities now that it had been brought to his attention, one of which Noah began to describe soon after. The remaining 2/3 of land was left to form underwater defensive measures. As Earth evolved beyond the 3rd dimension, those mechanisms will only become stronger with time. The first line of defense are the 3 natural basins. Essentially, most of the main continent is surrounded by shallow water not surpassing about 20 meters in depth. Essentially, powerful marine creatures avoid these areas as they're not deep enough to live in. These shallow waters stretch out for hundreds of miles from the coast and can essentially be counted as purposely flooded lands. Leonel's gaze narrowed. This was indeed a great defensive option. Even in the rare instance a powerful creature did make a move there, it would be easily handled. The 3 natural basins are the only locations surrounding the continent where this rule is broken. Not only are the waters not shallow, they're even purposely deep. Even right up into the coast, the water is as much as half a kilometer deep. An oceanic beast might not even realize they were approaching the coast as a result of this. These basins are shaped like water droplets with a narrow coast and a wide base. This allows many creatures in, but they begin to crowd the nearer they get to the coast. This leaves us with only about 100 miles to defend. We are currently at one of the 3 natural basins, the Royal Blue Basin. Leonel shook his head. His grandfather was an extraordinary genius. This wasn't something he could deny any longer. Chapter 981, Storm, Chapter 981, Storm, is it fine for the both of us to be here? Leonel suddenly asked. His reasoning was fairly sound. It seemed that Emperor Fox was once again leaving these matters up to the younger generation mostly. However, Leonel and Noah were most definitely 2 of the most talented youths Earth had to offer. To send them to defend the same natural basin seemed like overkill. Leonel had picked to come here only because his brothers were here, but it wouldn't be much of an issue to move toward another natural basin before matters really began to get out of hand. Surprisingly, though, Noah shook his head. No, it's probably good that you're here. The northern and southern natural basins have an extra layer of defenses that come with the ice caps that surround them. The Royal Blue Natural Basin is the only one that has truly open waters, and due to the more favorable temperatures, there are a wider range of species in this region as well. He hadn't been certain of where the other basins were as everything was underwater and well hidden, but if things were like this, it was perfect. This was definitely the most dangerous of the basins. Plus, if something went wrong with the other basins, Leonel was certain that he could get there in a timely fashion. Sounds good. Leonel nodded before suddenly smiling toward Jessica. Jessica, right? If I had to guess, your Scarlet family probably controls Black City? Jessica blinked, shocked by the sudden change in the conversation. However, she didn't seem to grow as flustered as Noah, her emotions remaining even and calm. Yes, why do you ask? Just a guess. Leonel smiled, not explaining himself. He still hadn't decided whether it would be worth it to build another shop or not. It might just be an extra headache for no reason. Another storm is coming. Noah's gaze narrowed. By now, the black clouds Leonel had seen earlier were visible even to those who didn't have his senses. Considering Noah's serious expression, it seemed to be something that occurred every so often. Has this happened before? Leonel asked. It happens at least once a day now, sometimes twice. We think that there might be some high-level oceanic beast with a storm ability that's directing this. Directing? When Leonel thought of Little Black Star's intelligence, he didn't think that such a thing would be impossible. But the question was why? With enough intelligence to direct other beasts of its kind, shouldn't this creature also be smart enough to know that the Earth's surface wasn't a place it would live happily? It's actually quite intelligent. It could be said that among the oceanic beasts it directs, at least 80% are invalids. We think that it's using us to rid its kingdom of these scourges. Leonel's pupils constricted. It seemed that this answered his question perfectly. He had never seen an invalid from another species, but this was a good chance to saturate the silver tablet. Leonel still hadn't forgotten that the silver tablet needed such high and pure level force to function. What better target than a whole horde of invalids coming to deliver themselves to him? Even if he wouldn't get as many beast crystals as he was hoping for, this was a good opportunity nonetheless. Just 80%? Leonel suddenly realized an oddity. If this creature had perfect control, wouldn't it be 100%? That likely meant that this was something different from true control. Noah nodded, understanding Leonel. The storm is a bit special. It seems to accumulate a lot of the force from the death of the invalids before concentrating them into clouds. Then, it rains down what seems to be a rain infused with high concentrations of force. This is registered like a small force eruption. Invalids are the most sensitive to such changes, but normal oceanic creatures, so long as they're close enough to the coast, will sense it as well. Leonel inwardly chuckled, suddenly remembering a battle he had with a particular octopus years ago. That was back during the days just absorbing force could send a whole host of invalids to kill you. Leonel had been particularly unlucky back then as a real beast from the sea came after him while he was carrying Aina on his back. So this beast is quite stingy. Not only is it making us fight its battles, but it's not letting us benefit from the force of the invalids either. Leonel had to admit that it was the perfect plan. It seemed that the humans weren't the only ones who had schemers among them, but Leonel really wanted to see which was better at absorbing force, the ability of this mysterious oceanic beast or the silver tablet. It's coming. Noah looked toward Jessica and nodded, hopping back onto the back of the obsidian turtle. Leonel walked back toward his teammates, his mind spinning. He almost didn't notice when he stood amidst them. When he looked up and met their gazes, he suddenly grinned as a rip of thunder boomed across the skies. Let's go. Leonel shot into the distance, 8 of his brothers following closely behind him. A line of golden energy followed him. The instant he reached the edge of the beach, he jumped, the ground beneath his feet trembling as he shot up, landing on the first enormous cruiser and continuing to blaze a path forward. In just a few seconds, the group of 9 had made it to the very vanguard, standing at the helm of a cruiser ship and watching as the ocean waves slowly became more violent. the lush blue waters darkening to the point they became an inky black. At that moment, the howl of a beast shook the skies. A blue whale the size of 3 cruisers, stacked front to back, shot out of the waters. One of its white eyes locked onto them as it rolled in the skies, a blank sort of greed hidden within. Then, it smashed down onto the surface of the ocean, causing a wave that rose up 200 meters to blanket their sights. Chapter 982, Competition. Chapter 982, Competition, Hold. The roar of an admiral thundered in Leonel's ears. This region was under the control of Unit 7, which was under the command of Tier 7 Admiral Ellie. As one of the 3 central pillars of this natural basin, he was unfazed by this rolling wave and hardly reacted to the sudden appearance of Leonel and his brothers. As far as Admiral Ellie was concerned, the main backbone of this defense was and always would be the military. He would let these youths do as they pleased, but he would continue to command things as though they weren't there. The day he relied on these talents would be the day he died an early death. The 200-meter-tall wave seemed to cover all things, but this was hardly the most fearsome part of it. Hidden within, a whole host of carnivorous fish baring their teeth and beady little white eyes wiggled about, shooting forward outside of their control. However, while they might have struggled initially, when they caught the scent of fresh meat coming their way, they completely stopped. They rode the wave, a menacing killing intent bearing down on the souls of those on the backs of the cruisers. By now, many of the youths who had come here for fame and glory had long since taken a back seat. This wasn't the first storm they were experiencing, and they realized that they were in way over their heads. At least some of them anyway. With this shedding of the weak, all those who stepped forward now were the cream of the crop. Despite the looming death wave that hung over him, Leonel turned his head to the side and locked eyes with a young man standing at the helm of a cruiser to his left. Much like Leonel, he too ignored the wave, having glanced toward Leonel's direction. If Leonel had to describe this young man in one word, it would be vampire. If he had to describe him in 2, it would be handsome vampire. The young man was as thin as a pole, but had extraordinarily broad shoulders. His skin was an almost sickly pale color, as though he had just risen from a coffin, and he stood at nearly 7 feet tall. As though that wasn't damning enough, he had long, fluttering black hair that reached the small of his back, shimmering crimson eyes, and a nose and jawline so sharp that they could cut glass. The young man, seeing that Leonel was looking at him, smiled lightly. He crossed an arm across his chest and bowed slightly, a formal greeting of nobility. It was clear that he recognized Leonel as a prince, and was adequately respectful considering the circumstances. Leonel smiled as well, returning the gesture. This was his very first time meeting someone from the moon. It seemed that they lived up to their reputation. Let alone the young man. All the youths that followed him had exceptionally pale complexions and tall statures. Even the women were well over 6 feet tall. Despite being separated by almost 300 meters, Leonel and the young man interacted as though they weren't more than 3 meters apart. The young man took this especially seriously as he actually began to mouth words toward Leonel. For Leonel, it was child's play to read the lips of someone. He immediately understood what this young man was saying. A competition, huh? Leonel grinned, gazing toward the people with the young man. He just so happened to have 8 people following him as well. All right, Carolus. I accept. Carolus' smile brightened. All around him, the air began to crack like shattered glass, causing Leonel's gaze to narrow. What a powerful spatial ability. Carolus' excitement alone seemed to cause the world to tremble and crack at its seams. He didn't seem impacted by the fact this was among the most sturdy fifth-dimensional worlds there was. You heard him, boys. What do you say? Leonel's aura changed, his pale violet eyes blazing to life. Hold! Admiral Ellie roared again. In that same moment, Arnold slapped his palms together. The sound was so loud that even the claps of thunder above were drowned out. Universal force blazed to life around him. Leonel grinned. Carolus grinned. Without a word, their team shot out. The 2 young men still staring each other down as though they hadn't noticed the change behind themselves at all. Arnold took the helm, his strength soaring as his enormous body bolted through the air. His muscles rippled, his shirt shattering as though it was made out of glass and not pliable fabric. Whether it was his broad back or chest, it was filled with striations that shook one to their core. He rose his large palms into the air, universal force swirling about him. In one moment, everything seemed normal. In the next, a massive palm of energy suddenly manifested, swinging downward with a momentum that could crush all things toward the wave. Opposite Arnold, a young lady had also jumped into the air. Joyce's aura flourished, her tiny fists tucking against her body before shooting out like blazing meteors. At first, the energies that coated them were just the same size as the fists they came from, but in the blink of an eye, it multiplied to a size that matched Arnold's palm. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, a wave that rose up more than 200 meters was crushed. 2 holes, one shaped like a palm and another shaped like a fist, tore through, taking with it hundreds of carnivorous fish. At that very moment, both Leonel and Carolus stretched out a palm. The two never took their eyes off of one another, but it was as though they could already see the blue whale on the other side of the two holes. Space shattered around Carolus' palm while a massive shield of translucent gold crystal formed before Leonel's. The world fell into absolute silence for him a moment before a beam of grayish black and a laser of bright white gold tore through it all. The blue whale that had risen into the skies again intent on sending another wave forward froze in the air. For a moment, it seemed as though nothing had happened, the world entering a state of stillness. But then it happened. Two enormous, bloody holes were torn through the blue whale's body. In the blink of an eye, it had lost 99% of its head, leaving nothing but a thin film of flesh and gore that had been the distance separating Leonel and Carolus' attack. Bang. The blue whale fell back to the ocean, dyeing the surface crimson. Just 2 chapters for today, 6/20/22. Chapter 983, beginning Chapter 983, beginning. The blue whale's corpse caused another enormous wave to shoot upward. However, the 16 men and women had long since been prepared, shooting through the holes Arnold and Joyce created to face the next oncoming curtain of black water. Drake took out a twin pair of pistols as he landed on the surface of the water, a layer of force protecting the soles of his feet. A twinkle lit in his eye when he raised them up, exuding an air of confidence the rookie hadn't had before. Seshu, Siu, Seshoshu. His fingers began to move in rapid succession, causing another projectile to flash outward with every squeeze of the trigger. It felt as though he had the entire world within his domain. Every single one of his shots, without fail, pincered the brow of a carnivorous fish. It didn't seem to matter whether they were hiding deep within the black waters, nor did it matter that their images were distorted. None of it could escape Drake. The other 7 dropped down along with him. This time, Milan took the helm, a deep snort erupting from the depths of his chest. You think you can just blow a single hole through the wave and call it a day, Arnold? H.A. Milan's deep rumbling voice shook the waves beneath his feet, his force rising to an unprecedented degree. He and the group behind him began to sink down as more and more of the dark waters were pushed to the side. Bang! At that moment, an enormous energy shield of silver shot out with Milan's body at the center. At first, it was just barely 18 meters tall, but in the next instant, it ballooned to over 300 meters tall and wide, dwarfing the second oncoming wave. Bang, 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 bang! The wall of black water was completely stone-walled, crashing against Milan's energy shield and even reflecting back with such force that a tsunami formed in the retreating direction. With a wink, the energy shield vanished and the Moon Youth shot forward as well, smiling in Milan's direction as though to give him thanks. I'll take a date with any one of you beauties as repayment, Milan called out through the rumbling storm. Joyce snorted. You're too short for any one of us. An uproarious laughter came from Milan's back the moment these words fell. Raj and the rest were practically wheezing. Milan wasn't exactly short, but he was a tick beneath 6 feet tall. He was just more stocky than he was gifted height-wise. This made him the perfect size for anchoring an offensive line at the center. But to think he would be looked down upon like this. Another young lady who went by the name Aulina winked in Milan's direction, clearly siding with Joyce on this matter. Her light giggles penetrated Milan's heart, causing it to crack and shatter. The only thing he was missing was a single tear rolling down his face. Damn it, Milan roared. I'll show you all the prowess of a short king. Keep up first, Joyce called out, already having separated them by a distance of 50 meters. Every time her fist flashed, an abyssal hole would form on the water's surface, mincing the fish that were just below into minced meat. Soon after, a whirlpool of surging black waters would form. The result was the ocean's surface growing more and more volatile every passing moment. The tsunami Milan had just reflected back began to roll backward, but the group of 16 was completely unfazed, their synergy only seeming to increase with every exchange. Alina's delicate feet touched the surface of the water. In the blink of an eye, several spiraling water javelins formed around her. And yet they reflected with such clarity that it almost looked as though they were instead polished works of black glass. However, as beautiful as they were even more deadly. These javelins shot forward, skewering the carnivorous fish. In fact, everyone seemed to reap the lives of at least 2 or 3. Though not as devastating as Joyce's fists, they were much faster, and there was an endless supply all around. Just when it seemed that the tsunami would come back to wipe them out, Olina stretched a hand forward, causing the rolling waters to stop in its tracks. The fish within began to whine and struggle, suddenly finding it difficult to move within. Then, in a motion that could only be described as casual, Olina squeezed her palm shut. There was no eruption of blood, no shocking screech, there was just a sudden vacant noise. A chattering of teeth that they had gotten used to, knowing it was coming from the carnivorous fish, vanished. If it wasn't for the rumbling thunder above and the rain that was slowly beginning to fall on the battlefield, the silence would be pregnant. Milan's roar was cut short by this sight as he stared at Olina's back view. He looked as though he had been shocked out of his wits. He pressed his lips together, seemingly too scared to say anything more. At least, that was what it seemed like before his pursed lips began to whistle. "Hey, tall beauty, wait for me," Milan suddenly called out, shooting forward. "Forget him, I've got the height you want," Raj called out. "And you've got the flub she doesn't," Milan chided without looking back. The group shot ahead together, their momentum only growing as though they were just getting started. By this point, their display had already raised the morale of the Ascension Empire military by a great deal. It wasn't just them, but the youths who had come here to display their talents also felt emboldened. There were more than 100 kilometers worth of coast to defend, so it wasn't surprising in the least that there were many other groups displaying the same kind of valor. Leonel's brothers and these moon youths were as well. However, as the rain began slowly picking up from a drizzle to a storm and eventually becoming a torrential downpour that made it difficult even to see a meter ahead of yourself, it became very obvious very quickly that this was just the very beginning. Chapter 984, which? Chapter 984, which? Leonel and Carolus still stood facing one another, a light smile on their faces. It felt as though the torrential rain couldn't stop them, nor did it seem to touch even the hem of their clothing. A seemingly delicate barrier surrounded the both of them. Leonel's looked like a halo of golden light, while Carolus's looked like arcs of grayish-black lightning, which were, in truth, just the shattered glass of space. For now, all the fish that had come were barely B-grade within the fourth dimension, and that was only if the blue whale was part of the equation. As for the carnivorous fish, they were D-grade at best. To the current Leonel, and apparently to Carolus as well, even an SSS-grade existence within the fourth dimension would be child's play. So it was no wonder they had yet to move just yet. What Leonel found fascinating, though, was the fact the energy source of the blue whale really hadn't come to them. Though Leonel didn't seem to be paying attention to the battlefield, he truly was. He had easily seen that the stream of lights the blue whale had become had sunk down instead. This made it impossible to tell whether it was Leonel or Carolus who had landed the finishing blow on the oceanic beast. At that moment, when the rain seemed to reach its peak, several domes of water began to form in the water. It looked as though several looming waterfalls were forming, but none had a sheer cliff to fall from. These domes continued to rise, large swaths of water falling the top. Leonel's gaze shifted from Carolus to these domes of water. In the blink of an eye, several dozen had formed. Soon, there were hundreds. Someone with lesser senses would have thought that this was some sort of apocalyptic ability, but Leonel immediately saw through it all. Each one of those domes of water were enormous creatures of impossible sizes, and they had all come at once. As though affirmation was triggered by Leonel's thoughts, the first large discs of white formed. Amidst the darkening storm, the white irises of the invalid creatures shimmered like blinding lighthouses. Each one was 5 meters tall, all on their own. Nothing needed to be said for just how large the bodies of such creatures were if their eyes were so enormous. Now things are getting interesting. Leonel's lip curled. Plus, if I didn't go out now, how am I supposed to steal this energy from this greedy beast? The disc of gold crystal still hovered by Leonel's hand. It was no surprise that this was refractive gold. Now that Leonel was in the fifth dimension, manifesting the ores he had used to build the foundation of his body in the fourth dimension was as easy as breathing. With it, he could make a casual flicker of light into a beam that could eradicate an enormous creature with a thought, allowing him to use the same concept his sniper rifle used with much more flexibility. With a glance back toward Carolus, Leonel left him a smile before they both shot out. Leonel stepped into the air, plates of earth manifesting with his thoughts. As for Carolus, he too stepped into the air. However, what was shocking was that his steps caused cracks of space to form. It was like he was stepping on space itself to ascend into the skies, a sight that showed just the level of control he had over his spatial affinity. At the same time as these two moved, no small number of others who deemed themselves to be on the same level did so as well. Among these, there was of course Jessica and Noah. Leonel, though, wasn't thinking about these individuals at all. He truly wanted to see just what sort of creature he was up against. The heads of the creatures finally rose up completely, the last of the water falling from their skulls to reveal colossal squids with bulbous heads that shimmered with various shades of pink to violet. Leonel's gaze flashed, several plates of refractive gold appearing around him to total 9. Not a single one was more than foot wide. But they alone exuded a murderous aura so potent that it felt like everyone around Leonel should retreat as far as possible. Like this, Leonel stood in the skies having swapped in his plate of earth for his black surfboard. His hair danced about in the wind as the torrential rain seemed to wrap around him, not touching a single inch of his clothing. A hand rested in his pockets while the other stretched outward, causing the 9 shields of refractive gold to rotate about in a circle before him. SHUU. In that moment, a beam of golden light tore through the skies, piercing the head of a colossal squid. Compared to the enormous size of the creature, it looked no different from a needle poking at a human. And yet, the eyes of the colossal squid seemed to dim. What once was a gaze as bright as a lighthouse faded, and the creature began to collapse. However, before it could even hit the dark waters, it turned into motes of light. Leonel seemed to have almost not noticed the change at all. His 9 shields of refractive gold rotated once. The result was another beam of gold tearing its way forward. With every rotation, another colossal squid fell. They seemed to not even get the chance to attack before they were mowed down. As though a human machine gun, Leonel glided through the skies. His every action reaped another life. At this point, even Carolus' lip was twitching. It had only been a single minute, but Leonel had already taken out over 60 of the colossal squids. What kind of competition was this exactly? He could tell that Leonel was making it look so easy because he was pinpointing their crystals and shattering them with a single strike. But if it was so easy to find such a thing within such an enormous body, wouldn't everyone be doing it? The skies became so saturated with so much fourth-dimensional force that it almost forced the darkening clouds back into believing it was daytime once again. It was then that Leonel took out a shimmering silver tablet, a smirk creeping up on his face. Which one will win, the silver tablet or you? Chapter 985, Reawaken. Chapter 985, Reawaken. The result was beyond Leonel's expectations. Though he had expected the silver tablet to win out, he hadn't expected the result to be so exaggerated. Let alone the force of the Invalids, it felt as though all the force of the world had suddenly surged toward him. In fact, he felt that much the same way this mysterious creature had somehow gained the ability to break the rules of the universe, so too could this tablet snatch the force of Invalids others had killed. I see. With a bit of conscious thought, the tablet seemed to react to Leonel's wants, only snatching up the force provided by the squids he had defeated. With his speed, he didn't feel like he needed to snatch from others. The results spoke for themselves. Every step Leonel took through the air, another colossal squid would fall without even a chance to fight back for even a single moment. From below, his teammates shook their heads. What a show-off. Look at that. My tall beauties are looking at Cap with such sparkling eyes. This has to be classified as discrimination. Milan looked as though he had lost his soul. He continued to use his energy shields to rip large amounts of fish out of the water for Drake to snipe out in a single breath. As they tag-teamed a wing, Joel and Gil tag-teamed another. Gil sent out arcs of lightning, shocking the large swaths of fish until they were frozen. Following up, Joel sent out strikes of his halberd, skewering them dead with his lethal blade chi. Without large amounts of earth around him, Raj probably experienced the greatest drop-off in his strength upon stepping out into these open waters. But he had come prepared. Large amounts of metal shavings hung around him almost like metallic sand. With a thought, this black sand would solidify into drill bits, even hardening to the point they shimmered like diamond. Raj's skill in fluctuating the hardness of the earth his controlled had grown exponentially. He could go to and from the quality of earth he wielded depending on the situation, even up to the point he could now control these fine earth particles to act at his whim. Even though his fat jiggled with his every action, each one was still purposeful and powerful. A swing of his arm came with several tons of shimmering diamond, crushing the fish that stood in his way with impunity. Arnold's actions were just as if not even more overbearing. While Joyce was leaving whirlpools with her every punch, he left trenches that split the ocean in two. The oceanic beasts were being put through a grinder. But they were also steadily growing more powerful. Soon the concentration of S and SS-grade fourth-dimensional beast increased from 1 in 1,000 to 1 in 100. Eventually, it became 1 in 50. When things reached this point, the group of 16 could no longer push forward with naked abandon. Getting surrounded just once with such powerful creatures would be the equivalent to a death sentence. Though many of them were confident in taking on even fifth-dimensional creatures, the battle reaching this point meant that the true challenge was coming. Leonel had never taken his senses completely away from his teammates, but he didn't go to support them either. Though he was taking out these SS and SSS-grade colossal squids one after another, that was about all he was doing for them. If they didn't reach the very end of their limits, they wouldn't be able to absorb the bone-burning rose properly. Leonel looked down at the tablet again, sending his senses into it. By now, he had taken out over 200 of the colossal squid in barely a few minutes. There were no lack of eyes on him as a result of this, but he acted as though he didn't notice at all. On the Unit 7 cruiser, Admiral Ellie was especially speechless. His unit hadn't even gotten a chance to do anything yet. All he could yell out every so often was, "Hold." It had to be said that these cruisers didn't work on third-dimensional technology. Rather, they were designs created after studying the wreckage of the Shield Cross Star's airship and were fueled by force crystals. The innovation of Earth truly shouldn't be underestimated. The confidence that everyone had for dealing with the inevitable fifth-dimensional creatures that would be coming were on the basis of these cruisers. To Leonel, though, it was too great a waste of treasures. Earth, no matter how much they had prepared, lacked proper force crafters. In order to make up a gap of skill, they used brute force instead. With the amount of resources they had poured into a single cruiser, let alone a cruiser that could face fifth-dimensional existences, Leonel could make one that could damn near eradicate a sixth-dimensional existence. That said, Leonel felt that this matter wasn't so simple as it seemed. If his grandfather had truly planned out everything for this moment, and even managed to somehow take a woman from a sixth-dimensional family as a wife, could it really be he didn't know to train a unit of force crafters? Leonel felt like every time he understood Earth and his grandfather, he would only simply be peeling back another layer of mystery. Leonel shook his head before his expression brightened. Those over 200 colossal squid he had killed had accumulated enough force to awaken someone from the tablet. It seems to only be enough to awaken someone who didn't die, though. If I want to awaken someone who died in the zone, it'll need— Leonel's happy mood faded. From what he could see, he would need somewhere between 500 to 1,000 times the amount of force he had accumulated now to awaken a single dead comrade. But that person would be only the most normal of soldiers. If he wanted to awaken a talent like his good friend Roland, he would need as much as 10,000 times the amount he had now. As for a supreme talent like the pure speedster Normand, he would need nearly 100,000 times. Leonel exhaled a long breath when his head suddenly snapped in a particular direction. Chapter 986, Crimson Lightning, Chapter 986, Crimson Lightning. Leonel suddenly sensed a strong surge. He could immediately tell that this aura was doing its best to snatch up the force that he had taken away, but the sudden change suddenly made a line toward where this suction was coming from clear and obvious. Without hesitation, Leonel shot into the distance. Before anyone could react to what he was doing, he had already shot over the horizon and disappeared into the storm. CAP-18. Joel called out to try to get Leonel to come back, but it was already too late. A frown immediately marred his brows. Damn it. Carolus stopped in the air as well. Beneath his feet, space fractured and cracked, causing the colossal squid beneath him to shatter as though it was made of glass. His lethality wasn't to be questioned. Maybe if it wasn't for the fact he couldn't use long-ranged attacks as freely as Leonel could, he wouldn't have fallen so far behind in their competition. But even he couldn't help but frown about Leonel's actions. There wasn't a single soul here who didn't think that Leonel was being far too reckless. There was a reason the basin was formed the way it was, and why the cruisers and defenses were positioned as such. Leaving this place was akin to a death sentence. Without the basin to funnel creatures, those oceanic beasts no longer had to deal with crowding. However, that was just the tip of the iceberg. The most dangerous location was the choke point where the basin began. It was there that these creatures would realize that the ocean wasn't so wide and endless any longer, and they began to be funneled. The result of these was a large accumulation of powerful oceanic beasts stuck outside waiting for their turn to charge in. To those creatures, the appearance of Leonel would be like a flame to a moth. There was a reason the creatures started small and slowly got bigger and bigger as the battle went on. This was because it was easiest for these small creatures to squeeze through, leaving the true behemoths stuck on the outside. Leonel was playing with his life. To these creatures, even jumping several kilometers into the air wasn't a problem in the slightest. And many of them were talents that would have various abilities that would allow them to fly, not much unlike Leonel himself and Carolus. He was really dancing on Death's Blade. He must have sensed it. I sensed it too, but I wasn't able to lock on quickly enough. It seems his senses are more powerful than mine, Carolus frowned, not because Leonel had bettered him, but rather because even he wasn't confident in delving into a sea of creatures like that, at least not until he reached the fifth dimension and the restrictions on his ability loosened. He gripped his fists. I need to enter soon. His father had told him that Earth would likely face another war very soon. In fact, their enemies might very well be bearing down already. He couldn't afford to be slow. Leonel continued to shoot forward. He had, in fact, heard Joel's call. But everyone was still underestimating him, quite frankly. With his senses, he could blanket hundreds of kilometers with his internal sight. Let alone having to be warned, he could see the danger up ahead live and in person. There was no surprise waiting for him. But if he could kill this creature, he would effectively solve all of Earth's problems in one sweep. He too could tell that there was likely war looming over the horizon. They couldn't afford to split their attention like they were currently. On the one hand, this was a good way of training up warriors. But on the other, if this went on too long, especially without those fighting on the coast being able to absorb the force the Invalids released, it would be a detriment rather than a positive. Leonel's refractive gold shields continued to rotate as he flew. Large octopus arms and flying swordfish competed to swat him out of the skies and skewer him, but he dodged them with a deft ease, shooting out a single golden beam to kill them all. At first, these flashes of gold were all that told those he had left behind that he was still alive. But, very soon, he had grown too far away for even those blinding lights to reach them. The rain and the darkness was too much to see through. As Leonel tore a path through the skies, allowing the silver tablet to swallow up the force he earned, the creatures only seemed to grow more powerful. The first quasi-fifth-dimensional creature appeared, and its aura seemed to tower over the others. The shark sat menacingly in the waters, the surrounding 10 meters around it completely empty of other creatures. It had deep crimson eyes, and was actually the first non-invalid Leonel had run across. Sparks of what looked like blood-drenched lightning coursed around its fin. Every so often, a spark would light the black waters around it, resulting in a sizzling fog that quickly vanished into the air. Leonel had planned on just shooting over this creature, but when he saw this odd, corrosive lightning, his interest was piqued. He wondered if Gil could evolve his lightning if he used this shark's beast crystal. Though Gil was a speedster, due to the fact it was element-based, he gained lightning affinity along with it. Right now, Gil only used normal natural lightning force. But this blood-red lightning seemed to be at least top 100 among lightning elemental forces in Leonel's estimation. Plus, I need to gather up some high-quality meat for everyone to eat. I can't skip over these creatures. Making a decision, Leonel rose a hand. But he was shocked to find that the instant he did, the menacing glare of the shark vanished as it turned tail and ran. Chapter 987, Size. Chapter 987, Size. Leonel was shocked for a moment before he chuckled. It seemed that this beast had already realized it stood no chance. Unfortunately for it, it likewise stood no chance of running away either. Leonel shot downward, weaving through the several suction-cupped arms of the enormous octopuses and squids in the surroundings. The jet-black surfboard touched the surface of the water, shooting after the shark. However, seemingly realizing that it was being chased, the shark dove into the sea, diving downward as it continued to swim away. Leonel's gaze narrowed, but he also dove downward without hesitation. That said, he wasn't completely unprepared. He pressed his palms forward, causing 4 triangular sheets of fourth-dimensional star core to form. They pressed together, forming a prism without a base and allowing Leonel to drill into the ocean. It shot forward with such speed that an air pocket formed right behind it, leaving Leonel untouched. At the same time, the 9 shield of refractive gold shattered beneath the water pressure and speed. Unfortunately, the reason the Leonel had to rotate the gold crystal shield to begin with rather than just continuously using one was because he had to repair them after each use. After all, refractive gold was a 4th-dimensional ore, while Leonel's light elemental force was in the 5th dimension. The fact that it could even survive a single beam was a testament to Leonel's crafting skill in choosing the perfect crystal structure. But now that Leonel was rushing forward like this, their fragility was exposed. In addition, Leonel knew that the beams of light he produced with the shields wouldn't be enough to kill this shark. That was why he hadn't even tried. It was fine for dealing with cannon fodder of the 4th dimension, but a creature so close to the 5th dimension, especially one that was living like this, was a completely different story. Luckily, Starcore was known for its sturdiness, allowing Leonel to keep up the speed. Soon, he caught up to the shark at the point they were already 100 meters below surface level. A spear appeared in his hand, and a low roar left his lips. The moment it did, a surge of force shot out from Leonel's body, causing a sphere of air to appear around him as all the water in the surroundings was forced away. The shark suddenly found itself like a fish out of water, gasping for breath without recourse. It fell through the air pocket, flailing about. Unable to fight back, it could only watch as Leonel severed its head from the rest of its body. What a large shark! The shark was at least 50 meters long. Leonel wasn't exactly a marine biologist, but he knew enough to know that creatures of this size should be rare, even in the sea. And yet, it felt like they were suddenly everywhere now. It seemed like the best explanation was that this was just the result of the increasing dimensions on beasts. But why was it that Little Black Star hadn't increased in size? And why was it that humans didn't seem to grow larger either? At least not to such an exaggerated extent anyway. Leonel shook his head, quickly catching the shark and allowing it into the segmented cube before the walls of water closed in around him again. He quickly shot upward with his prism of star core leading the way once more. Leonel's gaze narrowed just as he was about to reach the surface. With a flick of his fingers, his star core prism split, a rush of water threatening to crush him the instant it did. But he was prepared for this long ago. With a clench of his fists, Leonel sent a punch surging with universal force flying forward. Bang, bang, bang! The column of water shattered. At the same time, 4 blade-like pieces of star core shot out, slicing apart tens of oceanic beasts into minced meat as Leonel rose back into the skies, a rain of blood that soon turned to motes of light hovering around him. Leonel flicked over his palm, causing a large beast crystal to appear. Its insides flickered with a wild red lightning that made Leonel narrow his eyes. Maybe I underestimated this force. Top 100 might just be a minimum. The force was weak to him because it was still 4th dimensional and it had come from a beast he easily killed. But this was mostly because Leonel himself was in the 5th dimension. This had little to do with the actual strength of the lightning. After all, not every force could be as powerful as his Scarlet Star Force, capable of injuring those even dimensions above it. The fact that this lightning could catch his eye at all was a testament to its strength. Leonel nodded and put the beast crystal away. Even if he didn't end up giving it to Gil, he still hadn't forgotten that he had mainly come here to earn money to begin with. That said, Leonel had a feeling that the beast crystal of the creature controlling all of this would be far more valuable. Leonel tore a path into the distance but very quickly came to a stop again. What he saw this time left him speechless. A beaver the size of a mountain. A crocodile that dwarfed a blue whale. A black swan twice his own height. Swordfish so numerous they formed several formations of their own. Ravenous carnivorous fish led by a rainbow-scaled piranha that looked like it could be its own island. This sort of lineup was enough to make anyone go numb, but Leonel was speechless because of something completely different. This creature is actually so cowardly. I'm still hundreds of miles from its locations, and yet it already sent this sort of vanguard after me. Leonel knew now that the creature couldn't move far from the location he sensed it from, or else the storm would disperse. That much made sense. But it actually didn't even wait for Leonel to get remotely close for it to send these freaks of nature after him. The only way for these creatures to have gotten here now was for them to have been sent the instant that creature felt Leonel lock onto it. For one, for this creature to actually sense Leonel's internal sight was one matter. Even when Leonel was in the third dimension, no one could do that. And yet, this creature had, even though Leonel was currently in the fifth dimension. Secondly, for the creature to react like this only had two explanations. Either it hated taking risks, or it was cowardly to an extreme. How could Leonel not be speechless? To make matters more shocking, Leonel had yet to run into a single fifth-dimensional beast in his time here, but there were suddenly hundreds of them before him now, including the school of endless swordfish. Quotes, at least they're all Tier 1? Leonel was about to learn very quickly that a Tier 1 talent from Earth meant something far different than a Tier talent from the worlds he had been running around on recently. And a Tier 1 talent from a world like this that also happened to be a beast, well, that was another sort of death sentence altogether. It could be said that everyone was perfectly correct that Leonel had gone out seeking to die. At that moment, the mountain-sized beaver suddenly raised its flat tail. In that instant, Leonel's pupils constricted into pinholes. Chapter 988, Mountainous Creatures. Chapter 988, Mountainous Creatures, Shid. Just the wind pressure of the beaver's tail alone almost sent Leonel flying into the distance. He realized at that moment alone that a Tier 1 expert that shared his size was completely different from a Tier 1 expert that was so large. That much power scaled to a body that large was obscene on several levels, and that didn't even consider just how much more talented they were than other beasts of their kind to begin with. Bang. It was like someone had suddenly slammed a frying pan with a 50-meter diameter onto the surface of the water. The waves immediately shot into the skies. Whatever darkness there had already been was instantly plunged into an even darker state of blackness. Whereas there was still a flash of color previously due to lightning streaking through the skies, at this moment it was as though Leonel had fallen into an abyss. Water seemed harmless to most people, but that was only because of the usual state it was run across in. However, it couldn't be forgotten that water had its own weight and could very easily become among the most dangerous materials in the world given the right circumstances. Leonel saw this wave as hardly any different from how a normal human would see a palm swipe from a grizzly bear. Without hesitation, Leonel immediately activated his bronze runes and donned his silver divine armor. Reflecting beneath the blacks, the silver gained a dark hue to it that gave it a sinister vibe. The instant his visor covered his gaze, the surfboard beneath Leonel's feet vanished as he truly stepped into the air. His body blinked and vanished, appearing past the tall wave and above the beaver. With a spin of his spear, his universal force and spear force surged, the golden mark of a spear appearing to hover before the forehead of his helmet. However, before Leonel could even attempt to end the beaver's life, he felt several dangerous auras lock onto him. Leonel could hardly react as dozens of swordfish shot out from the dark water. They pierced through the heavily falling rain and the fog of darkness like cutting blades. They were so fast that Leonel's internal sight almost failed to lock onto them, causing his pupils to constrict. There coordinating, Leonel's blackwood spear immediately shifted, his feet sweeping through the air as he changed his stance. He took a heavy step backward, causing a boom across the air and instantly sent over 10 piercing strikes forward. D-E-N-G, D-N-G, D-N-G, Dreeb oval. The odd sound of a cross between his flesh and blade resounded. Leonel quickly deflected many of these swordfish, sending them flying past his shoulder. However, these well-coordinated attacks didn't seem to have any intention on stopping anytime soon. Leonel had hardly finished his last pierce when a flutter of black appeared before him. He caught a fluttering black feather out of the corner of his eye. In most circumstances, it would seem like an ominous sign, and that it was. The black swan seemed to have only needed a single flap of its wings to appear before Leonel. Its wings were coated in a dark, scythe-like energy that split the air in its path. Leonel almost didn't notice its presence, and when he finally did, its wing was already before his throat. It was right at that moment that Leonel's demeanor changed. It only took him a few exchanges to understand that these weren't simple opponents. Not only did they seem to have intelligence matching that of humans, but they also had individual power that made him feel somewhat numb. Any singular mistake might truly cost him his life. In that case, it was time to be serious. Beneath his visor, his expression suddenly became a deathly cold. Seemingly sensing something, the black swan suddenly rolled itself into a ball, vanishing into the shadows and teleporting dozens of meters away. That's Little Black Star's ability. Does it also have a shadow world? Leonel made a mental note, but he had already stepped across the skies. A next volley of swordfish had already appeared before him. They tore through the skies even more menacingly than they had in the past, seemingly having used the beaver's tail as a springboard this time. Another wall of wind threatened to send Leonel flying into the distance, but he held his ground, the tip of his spear vibrating for just a moment. Meteoric impact. Every time Leonel's spear swept forward, another swordfish would be blasted into minced meat. The penetrating power of his spear force seemed to have increased to another level, almost making it seem as though they were being destroyed from the inside out. It was then that the enormous blue whale dwarfing crocodile seemed to have finished preparing something, its gaze seething as it locked onto Leonel. It was clear that the sudden murder of so many of its comrades had infuriated it. It opened its large mouth, revealing a row of shimmering, jagged teeth. Unlike what one might expect from a crocodile's mouth, it was eerily clean, almost as though it hadn't had a drop of meat in its lifetime, something Leonel felt should have been impossible. However, what happened next gave Leonel all the explanation he needed. Beneath the ocean's surface, the crocodile's stomach had bulged to 3 times its original size. The instant it opened its mouth, its neck followed the same pattern. Its scales stretched so thin that the translucent skin between them became obvious, reddening beneath the strain, and then it roared. A jet of water the likes of which put the previous wave to shame suddenly erupted. It was so violent that the sound barrier shattered instantly, concentric circles of air being torn and blasted apart as it ripped a path toward Leonel. In one blink, it had exited the crocodile's mouth, but in the next, it had already swallowed Leonel whole, far too quick for him to react. Chapter 989, No Way. Chapter 989, No Way. Leonel felt as though all the bones in his body were being shattered. Even his divine armor cracked in several places, finding it difficult to hold up. It was as though he was being crushed by a continuous wall that only seemed to grow more powerful as he was shot into the air. Blood flew from Leonel's mouth, marring the inside of his silver helmet. He knew well that if it wasn't for his divine armor's space domain being activated by him in the last moment, he would have already been crushed into minced meat. By the time the last of the water vanished, Leonel had been blown so high into the atmosphere that he could see the light of day again. His armor was filled with cracks from head to toe, and his body felt like it was on the verge of collapsing. It was only thanks to a combination of his spatial domain and his metal body that he was still able to hold on to his consciousness. Damn, Leonel coughed. If only he had the luxury of taking a breathing. Unfortunately, that was exactly what he didn't have. Seemingly sensing that Leonel was somehow still alive, the black swan appeared from thin air, delicate black feathers once again signaling its appearance. Its wings pierced toward Leonel's neck once again. Somehow, its feathers felt like an abyssal black hole. They had no weight or depth to them and seemed endless. A single touch from them could result in someone becoming just as empty. Before it could slice through Leonel, he vanished once again. His body might have been collapsing, but his dream force was just fine. There was nothing in this world stopping him from casting spells, nor did he have any intention of dying in this place. The black swan seemed to realize that something was wrong, but it was already too late. Valiant seal. To form 4 pillars took more than half of Leonel's stamina, but that was if he was on the ground. Because he had to accumulate his own earth force without relying on the earth, the difficulty suddenly skyrocketed, taking with it at least 70% of his stamina. However, this time, Leonel felt he only needed 3, so it took up just over 50%. At that moment, the skies trembled. 3 pillars etched with ancient carvings appeared around the black swan in an instant. It immediately tried to blink away as it had done before, but just when it rolled onto itself, vanishing into the shadows to blink away, there was a sudden spine-tingling sound of bones snapping and breaking. Bang! The neck of the black swan was twisted into an odd angle. Leonel hadn't even needed to do anything before its vitality began to fade away. As expected, the black swan wasn't teleporting. It was rather moving through space at an alarming speed. When it entered its shadow world, its speed had almost no limits on it as it was no longer corporeal, so it would feel as though it was teleporting. However, the barriers of Leonel's valiant seal were almost like the barriers to a world. Trying to charge through that even with a shadow world would be impossible. In fact, even if the black swan was truly teleporting, it would have been in for the same rude awakening. The black swan just so happened to lead with its neck, the most fragile part of its body, so it was unlucky in seeking its own death without understanding the situation it was in. But this saved Leonel the stamina he would need to use to truly finish this battle. He took deep breaths, stepping into the triangle of pillars and stretching out a palm, twinkling lily, carnivorous stem. At that moment, delicate flower petals formed of light elemental force began to form around Leonel. However, their beauty only lasted for a moment before they suddenly whipped out with vines. The vines themselves were quite beautiful, being coated with delicate white cotton filaments. But their actions were horrifying. They latched onto the body of the dying black swan, tearing into its flesh and pumping out its vitality. Leonel could feel his body quickly healing. In just a few breaths, not only was he back in top condition, but even his divine armor had been healed of all its cracks. The body of the black swan turned to ash, leaving behind a beast crystal swirling with black fog. Leonel could tell that it was of exceptional quality. It would most definitely sell for quite a number. Leonel took a deep breath. The dimensional verse was really too unpredictable. He knew that it was a bit reckless to rush out into the ocean all alone like this. However, if that creature wasn't handled, it would only cause more problems in the future. Leonel felt like he was the only one who could do it. Of course, a part of him also understood that his grandfather had such great control over Earth that he could have likely stopped this already if he wanted to. It was once again a case of Leonel and his grandfather's ideologies clashing. Emperor Fox likely believed that this was a good method of tempering his people, while Leonel didn't feel like lives needed to be risked needlessly. And yet, here he was, risking his life. Leonel shook his head. Putting his black wood spear away, he flipped his palm to reveal another. It radiated the aura of a quasi-silver spear, but it was very much different from the silver spear he usually used. It had a blade on just one end, and it almost looked like a trident. However, its second and third blade were so small in comparison to the middle blade that they almost looked like accessories. The body of the spear was coated in beautiful sapphire scales, and its blade was a translucent blue crystal that the waters below seemed to have already reacted to. Let's end this quickly, Leonel thought, shooting forward. Leonel had no way of knowing that he wasn't the only one gunning for this mysterious, storm-controlling creature. Chapter 990, Logic. Chapter 990, Logic across the dimensional verse. In a familiar villa, just days after undergoing what could be considered to be a life-altering change, Ina's eyelashes finally fluttered open. The first thing she felt was herself being hit by a wave of memories. As though she was reliving her own life piece by piece, she recalled everything with striking clarity. If it had to be described, it felt like she was a computer downloading files one by one. She stared blankly at the ceiling, all sort of weird emotions coming one after another, but she didn't quite know or understand how to process them. It was similar to how a child might not understand the complex inner workings of relationship dynamics. A child might comprehend surface emotions, but complex, multi-layered ones would be beyond their comprehension. At the same time, empathy would also be something difficult for them to grasp, at least not when it came to placing another above themselves. These matters became very complicated very quickly. A toddler might be able to understand emotions by reading someone's facial expressions, but they wouldn't necessarily understand that someone's outward showing of emotion might be different from what they felt on the inside. And even if an older child might understand this, they wouldn't understand more complex emotions like bittersweetness, nor would they grasp morality and beliefs and how it might connect to what a person was feeling. Ina didn't lose her memories, nor did she lose her ability to feel emotion. But what she had lost was the ability she had built over her more than 2 decades of life, how to interpret and maneuver around her own feelings and that of others. And, when it was all boiled down, wasn't this the core of what a person would call personality? Things like holding on to 2 frames of mind at the same time, how to control impulses and the emotions that came with them, or what sort of morality should govern her emotions had all been lost on Ina. The result of this was Ina becoming somewhat detached form, her emotions not because she didn't have them, but because she didn't quite understand what they meant. Even her sense of self hadn't quite redeveloped, so while logic told her that the person in her memories was indeed herself, she still couldn't quite connect to this version of Ina. It was like she was trying to fit together 2 puzzle pieces that were misaligned. No matter how hard she pushed, she couldn't quite fit them together. Ina? She turned her head toward the voice, but there was a lack of recognition in her eyes. It was clear that she had turned not because she heard her name, but rather because someone had spoken when she had thought the world was filled with silence. It was quite a unique feeling. It was almost like she was a baby hearing sound for the first time. While she had been going through her memories, she hadn't quite grasped that everything she remembered had sound attached to it. So, for those brief moments, she thought that the world was soundless and she was okay with that, only to come to find out that she was wrong about this. Yuri stood over Ina's bed with Savan by her side. By now, Savan had already been briefed on what was going on with Ina, so she'd agreed to stay by Ina's side until she could finally manage to fit those 2 pieces together again. Seeing the somewhat blank look Ina was giving them, Savan was shaken. There was a hint of recognition in Ina's eyes, but it didn't come with the same emotion it should have usually come with. It was almost like the 2 of them had been estranged. It was a truly odd feeling. Ina clearly remembered them, but it was like she might as well not have. Oh, Ina tried to speak, but it felt somewhat foreign. She paused and adjusted her voice to speak again. But it came with a sudden blast of mental coercion that made Yuri and Savan shiver. The wave of soul force whipped about the estate, causing many to freeze in their tracks. And yet, Ina had only spoken a single syllable. Yuri's pupils constricted. Adoptive father was correct. With her mental blocks gone, her talent has been fully unleashed. I never thought that the difference would be so exaggerated. Seemingly realizing that something was wrong, Ina closed her mouth again. She felt like a piece of her was going away whenever she spoke, and it made her feel weird, almost like she could project herself onto the outside world. An added layer of complexity that was difficult to manage suddenly manifested itself. Yuri had no idea how Ina's ability to project her will onto the world would affect the rebirth of her personality. At first, Ina was a bit cautious with speaking, finding the novel feeling somewhat odd. In her memories, she could tell that she always had this ability, but she consciously reined it in after she awakened it. However, she couldn't quite understand why. From what she could tell, there were two reasons. First was that it was wrong to coerce people, and the second was that it saved stamina for battle. No matter how hard Ina tried, she couldn't quite come up with a reason that justified the first. Why was it wrong to coerce people? However, when she traveled down the rabbit hole of the second reason, she found it made more and more sense. Battle was about survival, and every human wanted to survive. Apparently, she really liked to battle. It was exciting. She also liked to win. Winning was fun. In that case, it made sense to save power for those moments. They call it logic? Ina thought aloud, not quite realizing that she should be thinking in her head. After Yuri spoke, she thought that all her memories had sound to them, including her personal thoughts. So, she spoke them out loud, not quite knowing better. Logic? He likes logic, right? Yuri blinked. She could tell who this he was immediately. Chapter 991, Water Domain Spear. Chapter 991, Water Domain Spear. Ina didn't seem to need much convincing that survival and battle were important. Maybe she felt that these things were extremely fundamental and didn't need to be explained further. Or maybe she was just not aware of the hypocrisy of her own thoughts. She easily accepted one thing she liked, but couldn't easily accept something that could be deemed as her sacrificing for the sake of someone else. At the same time, she also found that she very much liked the concept of this logic. She sat up from her bed a bit too easily. Luckily, she didn't use excessive strength of, she may very well have hit the ceiling already. She blinked and looked around. If you use logic for everything, things become very easy, right? Ina didn't seem to be speaking to anyone in particular. It was only then that Yuri and Savan realized that she was thinking out loud, leaving them somewhat speechless. They looked toward one another but didn't say much. Just talking aloud had already shifted Ina's mentality so much, they were almost scared to say anything more. At the same time, though, wouldn't everyone be speaking around her? It wasn't exactly like they could just shelter her from everything or else that would defeat the entire purpose. So, rather than staying silent, Yuri tried to start a conversation. Logic? Why do you say that? Oh, because my memories say that I love him, but I don't understand why. I thought that if maybe I thought like him, then I could understand. I also like the way he thinks. It seems to make sense. Ina blinked. Yuri didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but Ina's golden eyes seemed to grow brighter whenever she said him. They practically radiated air own light at this point, making it difficult for Yuri to look at her directly. I see. Yuri nodded. So what do you want to do? Right, train. Ina's eyes lit up. She found in her memories that she really liked to do that, and she felt it was logical too. The more training she did, the more powerful she would become, and the more battles she would win. Also, the more fit that she was, and the stronger she became, the longer she would live and the higher her chance at survival would be. These things all made logical sense to her. Plus, she felt something in her blood calling out to her. She really wanted to swing a blade. The bigger, the better. Before Yuri and Savan could react, Ina had already dashed by them, her speed seemingly having increased by several levels. If it wasn't for Yuri's powerful mind, Ina would look no different from a blur to her. Yuri could sense that Ina's blood was flowing far more smoothly. If in the past it had been working against her, it was now working with her side by side to the point their sum was exponential of what it had been before. When Yuri and Savan finally caught up, they found Ina standing in the courtyard, but there was a slight panic on their faces. The current Ina truly looked like an untouchable fairy. She had a bright, childish smile on her face as she swung her axe. But this wasn't the main problem. The issue was that she was wearing a silk nightgown that Yuri had put on her after helping her clean herself thoroughly during the last few days. It came to her knees, but the string straps that hung from her shoulders revealed much of her alluring collarbone and graceful arms. Though she hadn't exposed anything too unseemly just yet, with every flutter of the wind the gown came closer and closer to doing so, riding up the elegant curve of her thighs and hips. Luckily, Ina was wearing proper undergarments, or the sight might have been even more scandalous than it was now. But everything from her long, fluttering hair to the delicate structure of her face made it feel as though the world was revolving around her. The servants of the estate all had come to a grinding halt. Most of them were women, but there were most definitely some men around. This was the very first time they had seen Ina without her mask on, and they felt shaken to their cores. The way the silk wrapped around her toned belly and nearly split down her two round, bouncing cheeks was enough to make almost anyone faint from desire. Ina? Yuri rushed forward with a blanket, covering Ina completely and almost getting her head cut off in the process. Ina blinked in confusion, not sure why Yuri was stopping her. Her first instinct was to fling Yuri away from her, but her memories told her that this was a bad thing to do even though she didn't quite understand why. However, what was obvious was that she was visibly annoyed. She glared at Yuri, causing the latter to shiver uncontrollably. She could sense a killing intent pervading Ina's gaze that made her blood run cold. Just when Yuri was at a loss for what to do, a figure entered the courtyard under the escort of a maid and Ina's father. This figure had a servant of his own by his side, carrying a box that held several precious ingredients to wish Ina a speedy recovery. However, when he laid eyes on Ina, he stood frozen. Even though she stood in such an odd position, holding a massive axe in one hand and with Yuri draping a large curtain over her body, he still felt as though all things had stopped. Richard had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Across the dimensional verse, deep within a storm, a young man swung a trident-like spear, violent whirlpools of volatile water surging around him. 3 pillars carved with ancient patterns swirled about him like an ultimate defense. He weaved in and out of large swaths of oceanic beasts like he too was a fish in water, his momentum only climbing and growing. Raising up his water domain spear, its dragon-like sapphire spear heeded his call. The roar of a flood dragon shook the skies as several water serpents surged out from the blackened ocean. Leonel stood amidst them all, several carcasses of colossal beasts floating about the surface around him. "Get out of my way." His voice reverberated like a low, rumbling growl. For reasons he wasn't quite certain of, he suddenly felt enraged. Chapter 992, Flexibility. Chapter 992, Flexibility. Horned water serpents wrapped around Leonel as though they were flood dragons. Every time he swept his spear forward, one would blast through the air with no less strength than the water beam of the crocodile. Carnivorous fish and swaths of swordfish were shattered on impact, erupting into blood mist that was instantly swallowed up by the dark waters. Leonel stepped onto the surface of the ocean, whirlpools surrounding his feet and making it almost impossible for anything to attack him from below. His spear spun in his hands, the roar of the flood dragons fusing the booming thunder above. Beneath the surface of the water, schools of carnivorous fish tore a path toward Leonel's feet. However, they were shredded to pieces the instant they entered the range of the whirlpools. Even in the darkness, the blood around where Leonel stood grew so concentrated that the blackness of the sea became a deep magenta. A violet fog hung around Leonel, fusing into his domain and making its strength and range increase by several-fold. At that moment, the blue whale dwarfing crocodile had prepared another projectile, sending it beaming across the ocean's surface and toward Leonel. Right then, it was like the waters had been split in two. The surface curved and bent away from the thick pillar of sonic booming water. Just the trench alone was as much as 100 meters deep, making one feel especially small beneath the vastness of the ocean. However, Leonel didn't even look in that direction. 3 ancient pillars that had been revolving around him suddenly sprung into action on their own, splitting 2 away from the group. Bang, 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 bang! A sheet of spatial force seemed to separate Leonel from the world of the crocodile. No matter how the beam bashed and banged against the 2 connected pillars, they did nothing more than tremble slightly. Just when it seemed that things were finished, the 3rd pillar suddenly acted, forming the triangular formation once again. But this time, the beam suddenly found itself passing through the initial barrier and becoming trapped. Under the shocked horror of the crocodile, the pillars rotated and space distorted. At that instant, the beam of water that had been as straight as an arrow warped, curving back toward the mountainous crocodile. A roar pierced the skies, but the crocodile couldn't react in time. It was pierced right through the eye, its scale erupting into a rain of hard carapace, flesh and blood. The crocodile was rocked out of the ocean and sent shooting backward, even crashing into the beaver. Leonel vanished, appearing above the 2 rolling beasts. His silver armor shimmered beneath the dark hues, the frequent streaks of lightning that rumbled the skies above, causing the lighting and shadows to dance across its peaks and crevices, making Leonel look quite menacing despite the fact his face was hidden from view. Seemingly sensing that something bad was about to happen, the island-sized piranha stopped commanding its carnivorous fish after Leonel and took action itself, quickly trying to close the distance. But, by then, Leonel had already raised his spear high into the skies. The countless flood dragons surrounding him began to revolve, quickly fusing into a singular snaking dragon whose roar tore a hole in the dense black clouds above, revealing a singular ray of sunlight that shone down upon Leonel. Leonel's blade descended, the water dragon fusing into one with his downward momentum. Cuu, bang, bang, bang. Leonel ripped a gaping wound right through the crocodile's injured eye, turning its brain into minced meat. But, as though that wasn't enough, the water dragon didn't pause for even a moment, shooting out of the crocodile's body and ripping right through the mountain-sized beaver it had collided with. Leonel shot back into the skies, a tornado of crimson blood following his wake. He roared beside himself, shaking the rainbow piranha to its core. However, it was already too late by the time the piranha realized it had fallen into a trap. Its head separated from its body, leaving a trail of fishy organs as it continued to swim forward several dozen meters before it realized what had happened. Only the moment before its gaze dimmed did it realize that it had swam between 2 of Leonel's pillars. Leonel took a deep breath, his heart still simmering. The power and flexibility of his Valiant Seal technique couldn't be underestimated. It was most definitely the core reason he won this battle, even beyond his quasi-silver water domain spear. And the best part was that after they had been summoned, the stamina it took to sustain them was far less. However, Leonel didn't have the mind to care right now. He shook his head, not quite understanding why his emotions were so agitated. He had been in quite good control of his own mind recently. This was definitely odd. Shaking his head again and forcing the crimson from his eyes to recede, Leonel didn't bother to unsummon his divine armor. He had a feeling that he would be needing it again quite soon. Instead, he began to allow the massive corpses littered around him into the segmented cube. Quite soon, he had 3 enormous beast crystals before him, one from the beaver, another from the crocodile, and the last from the rainbow piranha. This beaver has very powerful physical abilities. It'll be good for Franco to absorb this. I had thought that this crocodile had a water-based ability, but it seems that it's actually a swallow ability. It just has a clever way of using it. The piranha has a beast control ability. I guess these last 2 can be sold then. Leonel distracted himself with these thoughts, but he was very soon distracted once again by something less superficial. These swordfish, Leonel had long since realized that these swordfish all seemed to have the same blade-like ability. He had planned to see if there were any powerful ones among them that could help Joel strengthen his own, but what he actually found left him surprised. Chapter 993, Range. Chapter 993, Range. The swordfish all seemed to be identical. Even their beast crystals were all the same. It made Leonel feel somewhat speechless. How was this possible? Logically, abilities should be random. He had already found it weird that all the swordfish seemed to be using the same ability, but he had accepted it in the midst of battle for 2 reasons. The first was obvious. He simply didn't have the heart to mind such things while his life was on the line. But the second reason was more satisfying, or at least he thought so. Since humans could have lineage factors, why couldn't beasts? Leonel wasn't certain of this before, but he thought that the appearance of these swordfish proved that this was possible. After all, he couldn't think of any other reason why all of these creatures would have the same ability if not for this. The truth of the matter was that being born on or near the water had no bearing on what kind of ability an ocean beast was born with. Just the same way being born near the coast had nothing to do with what Leonel's ability became. Even the crocodile who Leonel thought had a water ability turned out to have something completely different. The black swan had a darkness-related ability. The beaver had a physical boost ability, so on and so forth. None of it was related to water, despite the fact many of them were fresh or saltwater beasts. The same should be true of the swordfish, and yet all their beast crystals were identical. Not only were they identical, but they had the same size, same roundness, and were even located in the same part of their body. With what Leonel knew about the dimensional verse, this was ridiculous. There was a reason his feat of killing those colossal squids was so impressive. The location of a beast's crystal varied, and this variation only grew as these beasts grew in size. Though their beast crystals did often grow in size along with them, it wasn't to scale, often resulting in one having to find a needle in a haystack. These fish were quite small compared to their counterparts, but each swordfish was still between 1 and 2 meters long. After Leonel realized the oddity, he paid closer attention only to find that the eerie similarities only seemed to continue. All of the swordfish were exactly 1-275 meters long. All of them had beast crystals that deviated 0.23 centimeters to the left of their skulls. They all had the same number of scales, the same length of sword blade, the same exact shade of color. Were they cloned? What the hell? Leonel found it all to be incredulous, and for good reason. If someone had the ability to clone this many fifth-dimensional beasts, just what kind of power could they wield? It might have looked easy for Leonel to deal with the swordfish he had, but it had to be remembered that he was Leonel. Not just anyone could do what he had done. Quite frankly, Leonel had gotten lucky. The larger the beast, the more powerful they seemed to be. Though Leonel didn't know what this meant for Little Blackstar, this was what he had experienced, at least on this battlefield. If, instead of cloning these small swordfish, it was instead something far more dangerous than this, no, this wasn't even necessary. Just these school of swordfish could probably blast a path through the coast. Leonel realized then that this creature had more power in its hands than it seemed. It just couldn't be bothered to use it against the Invalids and preferred to force the humans to deal with it. Leonel was truly at a loss for how he should be reacting to this. These beast crystals, us. In the end, Leonel had collected as many as 238 of them, all of them still identical. However, he had already accepted this. What he was more intrigued by was the force swirling about them. This blade force, it's so pure, so controlled, but it still feels fundamentally different from spear force, and it also feels fundamentally different from sword force as well. Leonel's heart shuddered, and he felt like he had suddenly been enlightened by something. He stared at the beast crystals so intently it felt like he might bore a hole into them, the golden spear on his forehead becoming brighter and brighter. Leonel had always been wondering what was so special about spear force. As far as he was aware, it just sharpened his blade. But why was there a distinction between it and other blade weapon forces then? Why not just call them all blade force? Leonel stretched out 2 fingers and pierced at empty air, causing a dull shing sound to resound. He did it again. This time, the sound was even sharper. It was as though 2 blades were running across each other. He repeated the action for a 3rd time. This time, the force seemed to vanish into the void. But in the next moment, the ocean was split into 2, forming a trench even deeper than the one caused by the crocodile's breath. When Leonel was observing the swordfish's beast crystal, he realized that they all seemed to act in a similar and predictable pattern. Blade Force wanted to hack at and sever everything. It was quite violent. And yet, within the beast crystal, it actually became something that Leonel could see a pattern in. The moment Leonel saw this, he reframed the way he viewed his spear force. Rather than focusing on what confused him about it, he focused on what he could put into a designated pattern. What was predictable about spear force? Leonel thought the answer was quite simple: range. If there was one defining characteristic that separated spear force from blade and sword force, it was that singular word. Leonel had only barely latched onto the idea when he suddenly felt that there was nowhere his spear force couldn't reach so long as he willed it. And yet, he wouldn't need to rely on spatial force. Leonel pierced his fingers out again. Over half a kilometer away, the head of an approaching colossal squid imploded from the inside out. Leonel had no idea just the realm he had stepped into. He almost forgot about the danger looming overhead as the quasi-silver spear in his hands began to tremble madly, as though to roar out its happiness. Chapter 994, Resources. Chapter 994, Resources. Leonel felt like he was in a daze, his spear force undergoing a qualitative change that even made his spear embryo evolve. The spear mark on his forehead became more prominent, and the spear domain around him seemed to increase in power by a measure. Leonel looked down at the spear in his hand. It vibrated wildly, dancing about in his hands as though praising something. Leonel continued to look down at it for a long while, consolidating something within his heart. He knew that this excitement wasn't from the spear, but rather from the consciousness that was buried within it. This consciousness didn't come from the spear itself, but rather its previous owner whose will had been imposed upon it. Why was it that Leonel found listening to your weapon to be so ridiculous? It was exactly because of this. To begin with, it wasn't a weapon that was speaking. If he picked up a normal spear, no matter how much he improved his spear force, it wouldn't react in the slightest. This was why, despite having felt the sentience of his spears before, Leonel was completely unmoved by it all. Leonel was in a position where he was lucky enough to learn from his predecessors, but he also didn't want to be controlled by their thoughts. His current spear force had suddenly increased in power by more than tenfold, but if it had been explained to him by someone else, the leap wouldn't be nearly as exaggerated. As far as Leonel was concerned, if there was a planned path for how a spear should progress and increase in strength, there had to be someone who had done it first. Then, that person had to have had the ability to explain and describe just what evolution they had undergone to reach that stage so that their knowledge could be passed down to others. By this point, Leonel's feelings on the matter should be clear. If someone else could do it, why couldn't he? Listening to a spear? What kind of ridiculous nonsense was that? He only needed his own self. In fact, if not for the thoughts of these spears distracting him, he felt like he could have figured this out long ago. If not for him having set aside these powerful spears to use his black wood spear for a while, his mind wouldn't have been so clear on what the next step would be. Even if he managed to see the oddity of the swordfish beast crystals, his mind would have been too fogged to take the next step so confidently. Why was it that these spears claimed peaks for themselves within the spear domain ring? Why was it that a quasi-bronze and quasi-silver spear could have a spear peak of their own while there was an endless graveyard of spears around them? When you thought about it this way, it was quite odd. If Leonel wanted to, he now had just the right combination of mental strength and spear force mastery to pick up any number of silver-grade spears. However, none of them would have a spear peak to their own. The reason was simple. Quasi-bronze and quasi-silver represented the peak of their levels. They were the kings among experts within their range, and they reigned supreme as a result. This was what separated them from the spears that could only loiter around the base of their peaks, and this was why domains represented kingship. Why was it that Leonel's king's might could strengthen his domain so much? Why was it that Leonel's domain led him to kingship over universal force? Why was it that this spear was now trembling in Leonel's hand? It all led back to same idea. They were all interlinked and interdependent. Leonel's palm flipped over, causing the water domain spear to vanish in place of his blackwood spear. He swept it out to the side, his spear force splitting the waters and causing waves that stretched out for several kilometers. Leonel shot forward, his 3 valiant seal pillars following closely behind him. He truly wanted to see if there was anything that could get in his way now. As far as he was concerned, wherever he stepped foot was his domain. Yuri was forced to weather the storm of Ina's killing intent. She hoped that it wouldn't cost her life, but now that Richard was here, she definitely couldn't afford to move now. Savan moved forward and happened to block Richard's view of Ina's face. It was only at that point that he finally managed to snap out of his daze and recover, remembering why it was that he was here. The truth was that Richard had never been interested in seeing Ina's face, nor had he ever gone out of his way to get Ina to remove her mask. As far as he was concerned, their relationship was strictly business. Even the thoughts he had of asking Ina to marry him had all been related to how useful she was and little to do with how attracted he was to her. Plus, there were only 2 reasons why a woman would wear a mask. Either she was far too beautiful or she was far too ugly. However, Yuri and Sivan wore masks alongside Ina, and Richard had received reports about them being spotted without them before. This made Richard think that Ina was likely the latter of the two possibilities, and that her friends were just wearing masks along with her as a form of solidarity. He realized now, though, that his conclusion couldn't have been further from the truth. Shaking his head, he gestured to his servant, who cleverly passed on his box to Sivan as opposed to Ina. Though Richard was a bit confused about exactly what was going on here, he knew that it was probably best not to ask, since Miel had almost not let him in at all. "This is just a token of my appreciation, Miss Brazinger. Much of the resources you asked for can be found within here, and much more." Ina blinked. "Aye, that's right. Resources are important to me too." "Very important." Richard's brow furrowed slightly. He wasn't quite sure of how to respond to this. "Ch9 995 sniping? Ch9 9995 sniping?" Miel frowned. If he had known that Ina was awake now, he would have never allowed Richard to enter. It was only because he thought that his daughter was still in a coma that he had allowed Richard to come under the latter's insistence. After all, as a vassal of the family, there was still a small bit of due respect that he owed to the potential heirs, especially since it seemed that Richard had taken the secure lead in this aspect. It could only be said that this timing was horrible. Miel didn't really care who did, and didn't find his daughter attractive. He wasn't one to care about such things. The main issue was that he didn't want any undue influence on Ina's recovery. Richard was a very intelligent young man. He most definitely already realized that there was something off about Ina's current demeanor. Though he likely wouldn't be able to guess exactly what had happened, he didn't need to do that in order to cause problems. Miel took a slight breath and shook his head. For now, pressing forward and rushing Richard out would only make things seem more peculiar than they already were. He could only ride this out and hope that Ina didn't think anything too ridiculous out loud. Though he had a weird expression on for a moment, Richard quickly recovered once again, giving Ina a light smile. "You've done a lot for me, and I can say with great certainty that you are a large part of the reason I've almost secured the official position of heir for myself. Since you've helped me so greatly, how could I not properly reward you? I've made sure to give you more than what you've asked for, and if you need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out." Richard's smile became more natural by the end of his words as he lightly nodded toward Yuri and Sivan before turning toward Miel. "I appreciate you allowing me into your home, Sir Brazinger. I won't continue to intrude and will take my leave now. If you need anything, you can feel free to contact me as well." Miel nodded lightly but didn't say much. He knew that the reason Richard insisted on entering his estate today was because he no longer had a reason to hide. Richard had been away from planet Viola for a long time before returning today, yet the first thing he had done was come here. He was clearly signaling to everyone that not only was he back, but that he had a powerful vassal under his banner. Since Ina had almost died fulfilling his mission, even if Miel wanted to wash his hand clean of Richard, he couldn't do so. By the time the details of what happened that night became clear, the Brazingers would be irrevocably tied to Richard. Sorry, adoptive father. Ina just woke up and we couldn't stop her before she came out here. Yuri spoke after Richard and his servant disappeared. Miel shook his head, telling Yuri not to mind. He took a few steps forward and looked into his daughter's eyes, but all he found was a hint of vacancy that made him sigh. Well, it wasn't like he wasn't used to Ina giving him a cold look back, but this was different. There was no frost here, it just bordered on indifference. In a lot of ways, this stung more than the former did, and for good reason at that. Miel wondered if he should take Ina away from planet Viola now, but in the end he decided against it. Though the climate here was volatile, with her being forced to make so many decisions every day, she would quickly come to reform her personality. If things took too long, she might never awaken to her former self ever again. "What is most important to you?" Miel suddenly spoke, his gruff voice being aimed toward Ina. This was the question he planned to ask Ina every day. It was the only push he could give her without influencing her too much. Logic, battle, resources. Ina listed out 3 things, her list having increased by 1. Miel nodded and didn't commentate. How this answer evolved would decide if his Ina would ever come back to him, or if she was forever lost. Ina didn't seem to understand the complex emotions of her father as she pushed Yuri to the side and let her axe fall to the ground. With a childish excitement and the blanket around her almost falling to the ground, she rushed toward Sivan, who was holding up the large spatial box. She was too excited to see what resources she would get. Leonel could feel himself getting closer. There was nothing capable of stopping him. Not only was his speed blinding, but his spear had increased its lethality by several folds. A road of starlight painted Leonel's path forward. His speed branch had long since evolved to this level, and though it was most useful in the vacuum of space, that didn't mean it couldn't be used on land or water as well. Just 20 kilometers away, Leonel thought with narrowed eyes. 10, 5, Charbon 7, Charbon 7. To be able to control the storm from so far away, just what kind of beast was he up against? Of course, Leonel had a feeling that starting and maintaining the storm were 2 vastly different concepts, similar to his valiant seal. But Leonel couldn't control his valiant seal from more than maybe a kilometer away before things became far too troublesome. And even then, he would need to rely on his divine armor to boost his spatial affinity. Suddenly, Leonel came to a grinding halt. His stop was so abrupt that an ocean wave shot up several dozen meters. In that moment, a deathly silent arrow pierced through the wave and shot through the water just half a foot before Leonel. Had he still been running at that angle, his forehead would have been pierced through cleanly. Several seconds later, a deep rumbling boom came from within the depths of the ocean, causing the dark waters to surge. Sniping me? Leonel's palm flipped over, his sniper rifle appearing in his hand and whirring to life. Almost 3 kilometers away, in the depths of the storm, a bowman with shimmering gold hair and eyes lowered his arm slightly, his expression of confidence being marred by a hint of confusion. Is it done? Around the young bowman were several other youths with various colored matching hair and eyes. Together, they almost looked like a cosplaying rainbow. However, they didn't get the answer they wanted immediately. The young bowman's pupil constricted before a beam. A golden light suddenly appeared right before his brows, causing his heart to freeze over. Chapter 996, 4 Young Men. Chapter 996, 4 Young Men. Just when the young golden hair and eyed young man thought that his life was forfeit, a hand with translucent scales suddenly appeared before his face. Bang! The hand was unable to stop the full momentum of the beam of gold, resulting in the golden-haired young man's face being bashed in with the back of it. Blood flew as the golden-haired young man's nose caved in. His body sent reeling backward to the point he nearly fell off of the flying disc the group of them stood upon. He was immediately concussed and felt as though the world was spinning without end-all before he fell to his butt, the grip he had on his bow loosening to the point he almost lost hold of it entirely. At that moment, the young man who had saved his life looked down at his palm. He could feel an ache in his wrist that told him that he had nearly broken it. It was clear that he had underestimated this beam of light almost too much. This young man had a head of blue hair and eyes, and judging by his stunned look, he was clearly very much confident in his defensive abilities. Though his translucent scales hadn't been broken, he still felt a hint of pain. Who? This time, it was a green hair and eyed young man who spoke, being the third of the group of 4. It seemed that his temper was the most fiery of the group, but it somewhat made sense. Being so far away from land made him itchy and trigger-happy. It was definitely safe to say that he was the most uncomfortable of the current group. By now, it was very much clear that these young men were members of Earth's hidden families, and also that their goal may very well be identical to Leonel's own. The gold hair and eyes of the Lavis family, the green hair and eyes of the Crutus family, the blue hair and eyes of the Aderna. And, finally, the 4th and final member of the group was the only one who didn't seem to react with shock or fury. He stood silently, a monocle with numerous floating lenses revolving around his left eye as though the moons to a planet. He was none other than Simeon Brosinger, the first main branch member of the hidden families Leonel had ever met, and, even until now, he was still the only one. Simeon's gaze narrowed. It's you. He still remembered 4 years ago now when he was forced to retreat from the Project Hunt Island. It was a humiliation he still wore on his chest to this very day. He hadn't seen Leonel in a very long time, but the pure dislike he had for him was just as palpable as it had always been. Back then, Simeon had chosen to come out ahead of time to try and lay a foundation and some groundwork for his future plans. However, at every turn, it seemed like Leonel was there to stop him. He had even tried to use the Royal Blue Fort to deal with him, but even that had ended in failure. The result was Simeon being forced to return to the family's lands where he hadn't even been allowed to come out for the terrain war. Only after Earth entered the 5th dimension was he finally given some degree of freedom back in return. Yet, in the irony of all ironies, the moment he tried to accomplish something, here was Leonel once again to stand in his way. How could he not want to tear Leonel limb from limb? Simeon? The blue-haired young man called out, seemingly realizing that something was up. Adrian, Elilar, Xanos, don't you dare move. He's mine. Simeon's words were baffling. He? Who was he? And plus, if there was anyone who should get first crack, shouldn't it be Xanos? Just look at him. The blue-haired youth, Adrian, looked toward Xanos to say as much. But when he saw that the latter had grown a mustache of blood from his bleeding nose and how he still seemed to be in a daze, he shook his head. Never mind. Elilar, who had snapped earlier, looked toward Simeon oddly. They all knew Simeon well. He practically never showed any emotion at all. It wasn't coldness, it was just indifference to all things. This had to be the first time they had ever seen him lose his cool. Simeon's face was quite expressionless, but a deep red force had begun to pour out from his body. Sometimes I forget that he's a Brasinger. Simeon's palm flipped over to reveal a rattling chain that must have been at least 10 meters long. It had a black body and was coursing with crimson veins and golden barbs. It looked as though there wasn't a single place on its bond that you could touch without ripping your flesh apart, and yet Simeon began to slowly wrap it around his palm, down his wrist, and up his arm as though he couldn't feel a thing. At that moment, Leonel, donning his silver divine armor, suddenly appeared in the air no more than 20 meters from them. As for how Simeon had recognized him with his helmet on, maybe only he would be aware of the answer to that. Seeing Leonel, the gazes of Elilar and Adrin narrowed while Xanos was still far too out of it to even register just what was going on. Simeon's red hair waved about gently, the harsh rain in the surroundings not even touching the hem of his clothing beneath the bubble of his flying disc. With a wave of his free hand, 2 balls of light hovered before him before bursting. What was left behind left Leonel's gaze narrowing beneath his visor. 2 enormous metallic birds appeared, or, rather, that was what they looked like on the surface. But their true nature most definitely caught Leonel's attention. One more chapter coming today. Chapter 997, anytime, Chapter 997, anytime. The 2 metallic birds weren't entirely metallic at all. With a sweep of his internal sight, Leonel could see that they had flesh and blood. The answer then seemed simple. Weren't these 2 birds just wearing armor then? But this wasn't the reality either. The metal wasn't being worn. It was them. It was as much their skin as flesh could be. In fact, it seemed that there were a few parts of their bodies that could be classified in much the same way. If Leonel didn't have such a dislike of Simeon, upon stumbling upon his first cyborg sighting, he probably would have felt that this was very cool too. However, unsurprisingly, Simeon wasn't a person he liked very much at all. Even setting aside what Simeon had tried to do to him, just the fact Simeon treated humans like experimental subjects was enough for Leonel to hate him. Leonel didn't even want to consider what sort of horrid torture these 2 birds had gone through to reach this state either. Leonel's gaze swept by Simeon, landing on Xanos. It didn't take much deduction at all for Leonel to realize that he was likely the one who had shot the arrow. If not for his bloody nose, the bow he was barely holding on to was a dead giveaway. However, after looking around some more, Leonel realized that this storm definitely wasn't being caused by these 4. This meant that there was a more than 90% probability that they were looking for the creature at the core of all of this just like he was. There was no coincidence that they were in the exact direction Leonel had been heading in considering the sheer vastness of the ocean. Leonel's eyes narrowed when he remembered what Simeon's ability was. If he was allowed to get his hands on such a creature, and he controlled its genes to come under his command, just what kind of devastation would that bring? Remembering back to how Leonel met Little Blackstar, his grip on his spear rotated slightly. Back then, he had almost killed Little Blackstar just to ensure that he never ended in Simeon's hands. Now, it seemed that history was replaying itself. The difference here, though, was that while Little Blackstar had only been playful, this beast was costing people their lives. Leonel had no idea what it was that these hidden families wanted, nor did he understand what their purpose on Earth was. But what he did know was that when Earth was pushed into a corner facing the people of Terrain, he hadn't seen a single member of their ilk. All they had done was show up on Avalon and try to poach away King Arthur and his people. After they failed, they vanished and didn't appear again until now, when there were once again benefits to be gained, while others were falling and dying in the background. These sorts of people, they were the kind Leonel abhorred the most. "I'm going to give you 2 options," Leonel said coldly. "Either get the hell out of my sight, or you fall beneath my blade." The fluttering red force around Simeon suddenly surged, his pupils constricting into pinholes. This was most definitely not the Leonel he knew. The Leonel he knew didn't have this edge to him. He didn't have this bloodthirsty air. In fact, he didn't have a willingness to kill at all. That Leonel was like a lion without its claws, or a shark without its teeth. But now, Leonel raised his spear, pointing it between Simeon's brows. It was a blatant, undisguised provocation. At that moment, Leonel's aura was palpable. It hung in the air like a violet mist, raising above Simeon's own and suffocating it. However, what he hadn't expected was for Adrin to suddenly stand out. "Huh? What did you say, Simeon?" Simeon frowned, turning his gaze toward Adrin. The coldness in his eyes made Adrin's own gaze narrow, but the latter didn't back down. All 4 of these young men were on the same level. On top of that, all of them had entered the 5th dimension. Adrin felt no fear for Simeon, although the latter's power was great. Adrin looked away from Simeon and toward Leonel, suddenly understanding something. "I can't let you kill him, Simeon," Adrin finally said. "What?" Simeon's voice simmered like hot coals, his red eyes flashing with added menace. "Leonel Morales is the name of the man who saved my little sister. I owe him a favor. So, I'll only repeat myself once more. I can't let you kill him, Simeon." Adrin's own aura began to leak out, a dense blue force wafting about his body. Though he and Simeon were about the same height, Adrin was far broader, making it seem as though he was towering over Simeon completely. "Ha!" Simeon released a cold laugh. "Did you forget why it was that we came here?" "All of that is meaningless in the face of my little sister's life," Adrin replied coldly. "So you're going to stand in my way no matter what. Do you really want to war against my Brazinger family? Since when has my Aderna family been afraid of you all? I'm sure you know best that we're the ones who best counter your lineage factor. Do you want to have a try to see how that'll work out for you? I'll give you a sneak peek." Adrin wasn't wrong. If the Brazinger family was the absolute pinnacle of offense, then the Aderna family was the absolute pinnacle of defense. It almost felt like nature knew they were meant to clash, coloring them both blue and red. Adrin turned to Leonel without another glance toward Simeon. Little Nana has told me a lot about you, so consider this my thanks. I won't allow them to interfere, and you can take this as repayment. Next time we meet on the battlefield, though, we will most likely be enemies. Adrin was confident in saying this even if Xanos and Elilar chose to side with Simeon in this matter. When it came to stalling and buying time, no one was his better. Leonel gave Adrin a deep look before nodding and shooting off into the distance, his 3 pillars following closely behind him. I'll make you regret this, Adrin. Simeon's voice had once again returned to neutrality, his force vanishing and even his twin pair of metallic birds having disappeared. He regained his composure so quickly that it almost felt too ridiculous. Adrin's eyes narrowed. Any time. Chapter 998, beautiful Chapter 998, beautiful Simeon soon vanished, teleporting back to what must have been the Brazinger family's estate. This left the 3 young men behind with Xanos slowly regaining his bearings. When the golden-haired Xanos finally realized just where he was, his head snapped around and he blinked. It was clear that his healing abilities were also far beyond that of a normal individual's. Rather than still being concussed, he seemed to be back to 100% in just a few minutes, just enough to catch a bit of the conversation between Adrin and Elilar. Now he's pissed. You know Simeon is unpredictable, Adrin. I wouldn't want him as an enemy. Adrin shook his head. This has little to do with how uncomfortable it makes me. It's a matter of principle. If not for Leonel, not to mention my little sister, a few of my cousins and other members of the younger ones would have been finished. Puffed. Elilar laughed beside himself. Your family went around snatching zones and ended up almost dying, isn't that too funny? Adrin glared at Elilar but let it slide only because no one had truly ended up losing their lives. It was a mythological zone, so the risk was different. If I hadn't already been in the 4th dimension back then, I might have gone as well. It was just unfortunate that it mutated into a unique zone. Elilar's pupils constricted. Hurston, he survived a unique zone? A unique zone was something that Leonel had already come across twice. Well, once that very nearly became twice if he counted the Jones zone. As such, to Leonel, it was no big deal and not even as rare as most made it seem to be. But the reality was that to most people, a unique zone was a death sentence. Pure and simple. To put this matter into perspective, one only need to think of the Valiant Pillar heirlooms of the Valiant Heart Mountain organization. That was the level of the technology one needed just to keep reusing an open zone. If one wanted to enter and interfere with a zone, the necessary threshold to meet was even higher. What did that mean? It meant the use of a treasure that was equivalent to the gold-grade Valiant Pillars or even their superior. When things were put into this kind of perspective, just how shocking it was for Leonel to survive was painted out clearly. It also made it more obvious just what kind of enemy he had made by now handing over his findings from the Camelot zone as well. It was no wonder that they were infuriated. If not for the difficulty of traveling to lower dimensions as a higher dimensional existence, maybe they would have already sent someone Leonel couldn't possibly match up against. Quote, I see. So it seems that Earth really does have some young heroes of its own. Xanos spoke, wiping the blood from his lips. He didn't seem enraged by what had happened at all. In fact, his eyes had lit up to the point it seemed he might chase after Leonel right this moment. If they didn't know better, they'd think this battle freak was a member of the Brazinger family, while it was Simeon who was a member of Xanos' Levis family. They don't just have one of them, Adrin said, looking off into the distance. Well, my fingers are itching, Xanos said with a grin. Elilar rolled his eyes. Can you be a little less shameless? You almost died just now. Leonel very quickly closed in on his destination, the rain above still pelting down and the thick, rumbling black clouds growing as solid as the earth itself. He hadn't hesitated to take Adrin up on his offer. After all, there was no need to fight a battle he didn't have to. Plus, the value of whatever was up ahead was no small matter. This Leonel knew for certain. It was likely that Adrin was also aware, which was why Leonel had birthed a healthy respect for the young man as well. Leonel's forward momentum came to a grinding halt once again. But, this time, there was no bowman, nor was there any arrow. Up ahead, as though a halo of heavenly light, there was a small hole in the dense black clouds. Compared to the kilometers of distance these storm clouds covered, this 10-meter-wide hole was like a pin drop. A ray of golden light descended from it, gently touching the surface of the water to create a scene that left Leonel completely speechless. All around, the raging tides of black water rose and fell, even crashing about the pillar of slightly slanted light. And yet, the waters that were graced by this light's touch were not only completely and perfectly still, but they had a beautiful sky-blue color to them that made one think of clear tropical oceans one could see to the very bottom of. Within this beautiful, still, and clear water was a single koi fish with gorgeous golden scales and fins so delicate and flexible that they looked like transparent silk fabrics soaking in the water. The koi fish was just 2 feet in length and was practically an ant in comparison to the colossal creatures Leonel had come across today, and yet it pulled him in while simultaneously giving him a sense of danger he had never experienced before. Beautiful, it was the most gorgeous creature that Leonel had ever seen. Let alone killing it, he couldn't even muster up the fortitude he would need just to harm it. It was like a delicate flower, the absolute last of its kind, radiating the beauty of its ancestors and carrying the weight of an entire species on its shoulders. For a long while, Leonel just stared, his heart gripped by something inexplicable that he couldn't even begin to express in words. He was so enraptured that he didn't notice the grotesque, vile, and foul-smelling creature that raised its tentacle to his back. Chapter 999, Risk. Chapter 999, Risk. Leonel's pupils constricted. He felt his heart pump vigorously and his veins suddenly double in size. Outside his control, his dream counter activated, pumping his body into a state of fight or flight. Without hesitation, Leonel blinked away. Bang! Leonel's eyes widened as he watched one of his valiant seals shatter into pieces beneath the might of a tentacle of blackish purple. Just like that, he was left with only 2 that he quickly brought to his side. His expression warped as he laid eyes on the monstrosity before him. Had it not been for his dream counter, considering the strength behind that strike, Leonel felt that he would have most definitely died. However, the most shocking thing was that for his dream counter to activate, something must have made his mind go murky. Leonel had many dream counters. One was to activate his instantaneous heal ability when he was on the border of life and death. A second one was the one that had activated just now. It was attached to a strand of internal sight that always monitored his surroundings and was detached from his conscious mind. This strand of internal sight's only job was to calculate the strength of an oncoming blow. If the blow was beyond what Leonel could handle, Dream Counter would activate and drive his body into an optimal state for escape. However, under normal circumstances, Leonel was aware of this process from start to finish, but this time he wasn't woken up until the moment his blood vessel dilated and his heart began to pump wildly. Thanks to this, he was snapped awake. It made him realize that he had entered an odd trance just now, and it was all related to that golden-scaled koi fish. That said, Leonel didn't have the time to mind that koi fish now, as this tentacle monstrosity before him was bearing down with a foul smell that he only just now registered. Without hesitation, Leonel used Dream Sense, splitting his sense of smell to the point it was dulled considerably. Brandishing his spear, he swept it forward, his wrist flicking several times as he retreated. In an instant, dozens of the monster's tentacles were severed, flying about in a rain of purple blood that dripped down the sea below and revealing bowels that left Leonel stunned. Its defenses are terrible. What Leonel didn't realize just yet, that it wasn't that the monster's tentacles lacked defense, but rather that his spear force had become too powerful for it to defend against. If it wasn't for Leonel's improvement, it would have taken at least 3 hacks to sever a single tentacle, but now a single sweep took out several. Leonel's eyes narrowed. After taking out so many tentacles, the monster retreated, but it wasn't before Leonel could catch a glimpse of what was behind the curtain of all those tentacles. A womb? Leonel's conclusion even made his own face go weird. This was because the conclusion wasn't based on his own normal deductions, but rather the result of a spark within his dreamscape. This was to say that what he had just seen ticked off enough boxes under the categorization of what a womb would be to cause a reaction in his dream world. Eggs, warmth, nutrition, placenta. Leonel's eyes widened, his gaze suddenly snapped back toward the gold-scaled koi fish before going back to the monster. He felt like he was on the verge of understanding something when the koi fish suddenly acted. Its mouth opened, causing a small sphere of golden light to form. It looked completely harmless and was just as beautiful as the fish it came from. But in that instant, Leonel was shaken. That small bead had a concentration of force that dwarfed anything that had come from the storm previously. This little bee, Leonel, didn't get a chance to finish his thoughts. The wild churning of the sea suddenly became like a pot of boiling water. The siren call of what sounded like a dying whale sounded from all directions. It was so loud that Leonel was forced to use his dream sense on his ears as well, dulling his senses once again. At that moment, on the coast several kilometers away, the onslaught of invalids suddenly did an about-face and charged toward Leonel's location. Leonel understood immediately that this was the last resort of the koi fish. From what he could see, the koi fish and the tentacle womb were 2 separate existences. The tentacle womb needed the koi fish for the energy it could provide it, while the koi fish, without combat abilities of its own, needed the tentacle for protection. The earlier onslaught of colossal beasts Leonel had fought were already all the guards the koi fish had outside the tentacle womb. It had sent them all in hopes that Leonel would never get close to it, but that had failed miserably. The tentacle womb could be considered the last line of defense and was indeed far stronger than any of the beasts Leonel had fought on his way here. However, what the two had never expected was for Leonel's breakthrough to make the tentacle womb fare even worse than their vanguard of beasts had. Without a choice, the koi fish could only use its final resort, calling an onslaught of invalids over to deal with Leonel in its stead in hopes that it could find a path to escape. Can't you just take your loss with grace? Leonel chided in his mind. Fuck it. Vice. Leonel's senses reached into the segmented cube and pulled Vice out. The young man blinked in confusion, unsure of what was going on. Vice was none other than one of the two savants that Leonel was raising. Leonel was always hesitant to use them for fear that they'd grow more powerful than he could control, but he had still been slowly releasing their reins. Now it was time to see whether his risk was worth it or not. Chapter 1000. Vice and Candle. Chapter 1000. Vice and Candle. Vice was confused about what was happening, but sensing a threat to his life, he immediately reacted with all the strength he could muster, freezing everything for several kilometers in space as he took a step behind Leonel, fearfully looking around. Leonel's gaze glowed when he felt this. For one, Vice's ability no longer seemed to have any impact on him. This wasn't because Vice wasn't as good a savant as he seemed to be originally, but rather that his ability had barely reached a fifth-dimensional level. Thanks to Leonel's divine armor being constructed with evolution ore as its core, what should have been his fourth-dimensional armor actually had the strength and abilities of a fifth-dimensional armor. Thanks to this, he was able to concentrate his spatial domain down to becoming the equivalent of a foreskin, thus allowing him strong control over the space force around himself. This was all to say that Leonel was likely the only one not impacted by Vice's ability. However, even this was just the tip of the iceberg. Vice's ability wasn't as simple as a spatial lock. Its boundaries worked similarly to Leonel's Valiant Seal and were like the borders separating two worlds. This meant that not only were all the invalids surging toward the two of them frozen, but this also meant that the invalids that had been rushing toward them could no longer sense the wild fluctuations force being released by the golden koi fish. Leonel whistled, feeling that savants were really the universal cheat code. If he wasn't restraining Vice's progress, just how powerful would he be by now? Leonel couldn't even wrap his head around it. How long can you maintain this? Leonel asked Vice. Vice, who had been hiding behind Leonel, looked toward him with a blank expression. Every time Leonel looked into his eyes, all he could see was vacancy. With Candle, she at least had a normal range of human emotion, it was just that she tended to the extreme. However, after a long while of observation, Leonel felt that Candle might have grown up to be a perfectly normal girl had she never been locked away. Now, though, her trauma was a weight on her heart that was difficult for her to release. Vice, however, didn't have these emotions. And any emotion that he did show was just a reflection of what he saw around him, as though he was projecting what he thought others wanted to see, rather than being his true self. If someone like Vice had grown up in normal society, he would probably be very charismatic and have a knack for manipulating the people around him. It was just too bad for him that his skill in this facet was stunted by his upbringing, thus allowing Leonel to see through him easily. Even now, while Vice was acting scared and hiding behind Leonel, he was only doing so because this was exactly what Candle would do if she was suddenly brought out like this. The more time those two spent together, the more of her personality that Vice imprinted onto himself. At this moment, though, Vice was looking at Leonel as though he couldn't understand the question. It was then that Leonel chuckled and understood. I use alzargeo stamina. That was something only non-savants had to worry about. Vice's look was as good as telling him that he had no time limit and could hold this indefinitely. He didn't have a concept of how long. Got it. Then keep it up. Leonel brought out the surfboard and allowed Vice to stand on it so he could release his grip on the latter's shoulder. Then he also brought Candle out. As expected, seeing the dark clouds above, the frozen rain in the surroundings, and the giant tentacle monster to the side, Candle immediately shrieked and hid behind Leonel as well. Leonel's approach to dealing with Candle was much different than how he dealt with Vice. He gave her comfort and a few caring words almost immediately. He realized that this was his own bias shining through. After all, he felt that Candle was genuine while Vice was not. But for now, he let things play out this way. He wanted to see just how Vice evolved from here. Maybe I shouldn't do this myself. I wonder if the Dimensional Verse has therapists and psychologists specialized in dealing with savants. But if they do, which of them can I trust? There was a hidden reason why Leonel had chosen to take the risk of raising two savants on his own, and that was his grandfather. Leonel simply didn't believe that his grandfather could be so cruel as to kill 99% of Earth's population for the sake of clearing out as many invalids as possible ahead of time, and yet leave such a hidden danger like these savants behind without cause or reason. There was definitely something about this choice that Leonel didn't have enough information to understand just yet. Leonel patted Candle on the head until her tears were soothed and her breathing became even once more. I just wanted to let you out to experience the world. If you want to go back in, it isn't a problem. Just let me know. Candle sniffled and looked around, her shoulders shuddering when she saw the tentacle womb. She stretched a hand out and caused a massive mirror without borders to appear in the sky, blocking the view of the monster. Only then did she relax. When she swept her gaze around and saw the koi fish, her eyes lit up. One, so pretty, Leonel smiled. You two stay here. I'll be back. Okay, the two replied at once. The surfboard hovered just a foot over the dark waters, allowing Candle to sit and glide her feet about it. Leonel appeared on the other side of Candle's mirror and observed the tentacle womb. He could tell that it was struggling to move away, but it couldn't, no matter how hard it tried. The abilities of savants were truly too sick. Such a powerful creature couldn't even lift a finger to stop it. Can this tentacle womb clone creatures? Chapter 101. Units. Leonel asked the question that had been on the tip of his tongue for the longest time instantly, not holding back at all. Ping replying to seed, yes. How does it clone creatures? Ping replying to seed, the creature clones by... Stop. Leonel shook his head. The dictionary had begun going on a long rant about the biological process that the tentacle womb underwent. Clearly, Leonel's question wasn't specific enough. Let's try, what do I need to give this tentacle womb in order to clone Little Black Star? Leonel didn't really have intentions of cloning Little Black Star because he felt it would be a bit weird. But after hearing the response, he realized that it was naive of him to an extreme to even believe he could. Ping, 128349985 units. At first Leonel was confused. But after several probing questions, he came to understand the A units in this context was the equivalent of one complete beast crystal. That meant that for this tentacle womb to clone Little Black Star as it was presently constructed, it would need over 1 billion units of Little Black Star. Leonel soon came to understand that this was because of the void beast blood that Little Black Star had ingested. But even if this blood was ignored, according to the dictionary, it would still take 1983 units to clone Little Black Star. Leonel could only be left speechless by this. For one, the value of void beast blood had suddenly become very obvious to him. There was actually such a large gap between the value of Little Black Star alone, even as a Shadow Sovereign, and just a vial of its blood, not even its beast crystal. And secondly, he realized that just a beast as talented as Little Black Star required almost 2,000 units alone. Hold on, Leonel suddenly realized that he had forgot something important. What's the amount of energy the tentacle womb would need to produce one Little Black Star? Leonel almost didn't want to hear the answer, but when he did, he felt his body go numb. He had thought that the needs of the silver tablet were already ridiculous, but this tentacle womb made it look like child's play. Even if Leonel killed all the oceanic creatures Earth had to offer, the amount wouldn't be enough. Leonel shook his head. He hadn't considered one other thing as well. This was all theoretical. Just because the dictionary calculated that the tentacle womb would need this amount, that didn't mean that the tentacle womb would survive swallowing such an amount. In fact, Leonel's next question confirmed this perfectly. So that's how it is. As of right now, the womb's limit is producing fifth-dimensional creatures it needs to consume 13 units to reproduce. If I tried to make it clone a creature worth 14 units, it wouldn't be able to ingest it properly and would even end up hurting itself. It's no wonder the creatures it cloned were so small and weak, comparatively speaking. That's its limit. The swordfish was worth about 3 or 4 units at most. The question becomes then, how do you find creatures close enough in identity to count as units of one another? This was the next problem Leonel ran into. These so-called units implied that you needed to swallow creatures that were nearly identical in species and ability. But how was such a thing possible to find? Even among those sharing the same species, their abilities could vary wildly. Even if this tentacle womb could handle cloning Black Star and Leonel was willing to do it, the current Leonel only had 1 units of Little Black Star and didn't even know where else he would find another Shadow Sovereign mink. How the hell would he even start this journey? It made no sense. But clearly there was something he was missing, or else how had the tentacle womb created so many swordfish? Was there really a school of identical swordfish out there? What was he missing exactly? At that moment, Leonel's gaze suddenly sharpened as he thought of something. After a series of pointed questions and inquiries, he landed on the response he wanted, and his eyes glowed with understanding. The conclusion? Though this tentacle womb had a limit of 13 units, the truth was that it could mostly only produce creatures worth between 3 to 5 units. The reason for this was simple. Rather than absorbing multiple units of the same creature, something that would be impossible, the tentacle womb instead swallowed up powerful creatures and then segmented their abilities into smaller units to create these weaker level creatures. So, say for example the tentacle womb swallowed up a creature worth 10 units. It was impossible that it would find 9 more exact types of this creature with the same genetic code and ability. So, instead of doing this, it would parse this creature into smaller parts. Because the original creature was innately worth more to begin with, its smaller parts were able to cover all the units these weaker creatures would need to be produced to begin with. To put this in the simplest terms possible, the swordfish that Leonel had fought earlier likely came from a more powerful king swordfish. Unable to reproduce this king swordfish, the tentacle womb instead divided the king swordfish up so that it would be worth multiple units of the weaker creature it eventually came to represent. I understand. So, if this tentacle womb were to, hypothetically, absorb Little Black Star, the creatures it would produce would be several weaker versions of Little Black Star instead. Leonel's gaze glowed brighter and brighter as he thought of this, his thoughts spinning as one idea after another popped into his head. He thought of everything from using the blue whale dwarfing crocodile's corpse to create an army of living water guns all the way up to just what kind of monster this tentacle womb would be if he one day strengthened it enough that even giving birth to void beasts was no longer impossible. Leonel understood now just how important this tentacle womb would have been to Simeon. If it was paired with the latter's genetic modification ability, it would be like giving wings to a tiger. I guess that favor can really be considered to be repaid. Leonel took a deep breath and didn't get ahead of himself. Just the birth of a single creature took a ridiculous amount of energy. Why else would the tentacle womb pair up with this golden-scaled koi fish? That said, wasn't that fish still right here? Leonel's gaze shifted toward the frozen koi fish, still looking as beautiful as ever. He even almost fell into another trance. Dictionary, how many units would cloning this guy take? Leonel was curious. Was little Blackstar or this little guy better? Chapter 102, Energy Purification. Chapter 102, Energy Purification ping, 3923 units. Leonel's eyes opened wide in shock. This little fish was 30 times more valuable than little Blackstar. At least the little Blackstar before he ingested the void beast blood. Leonel appeared around the halo of the golden-scaled koi fish, his mind running in overdrive. This fish was very unique. Even now, Leonel could feel the wild surges of force that was coming from the ball of light that hung out from its mouth. However, to him, this was just the tip of the iceberg. This koi fish had actually been able to disrupt Leonel's mind for a moment. There was no doubt about that. For Leonel, who was very much used to being nearly infallible when it came to matters of his mind, this was both a scary and intriguing truth. The reality of the matter was that the boundaries of Leonel's mind had had fifth-dimensional protection ever since he was in the third dimension. In fact, back when Leonel was in the third dimension, he had even been able to ignore the mental coercion of a fourth-dimensional variant invalid. But now that he himself was in the fifth dimension and was also beginning to meet opponents at that level, those protections would slowly become less and less impressive. Unless Leonel took steps to create mental protections for himself, he would only become more vulnerable as time went on. So, in a lot of ways, he had to thank this koi fish for revealing this weakness to him. On the other hand, he was curious. This koi fish seemed to have the ability to gather up force. Its affinity for force was so great that it could even overrule a force's natural tendency to bend it to its will. The question, though, was what did this have to do with the mental coercion Leonel had experienced? It's not that large of a logical leap. With all the types of forces that this koi fish can control, who's to say that there isn't one particularly good at mental coercion? I can't use my dream force to force people into illusions, but there are those with different abilities to my own that do rely on dream force to do exactly that. It's possible, then, that this koi fish made use of this branch of dream force to place me in a trance, but that only makes it more embarrassing that I actually almost fell for it. Leonel shook his head. Every time he felt he had a grasp on the dimensional verse, he would get blindsided with something new. For a person like him who liked to be prepared for every possible variable, it was a bit frustrating. In the past, he used to blame his recklessness for this, but he had weeded much of that out of his system long ago. After all, he had so many dream counters in place to deal with things, that was evidence of his caution. The main issue, though, was that it felt almost inevitable that there'd come a day where his dream counters wouldn't have an appropriate countermeasure. By then, it would be too late to regret. Leonel sighed. He knew that worrying about this was useless, just like his fear of missing out was also useless. Simply put, he didn't know what he didn't know. But for Leonel, who liked to be in control of things and build a logical structure to his life, he found this particularly hard to accept. Leonel reached a hand forward and scooped at the water the golden-scaled koi fish lay in. Thanks to Vice basically freezing everything, he just had to manipulate his own spatial force to form barriers. The result was a sphere of hovering water holding a frozen fish. The golden-scaled koi fish regained the ability to move thanks to Leonel's barrier blocking it from Vice's ability, but there was nowhere it could go. It continuously rammed against the barriers, but it quickly became obvious that it was just harming itself. Calm down, I'm not going to eat you. Leonel chuckled before immediately frowning. This koi fish had really caused too many problems. Who knew how many had died because of its actions? Under normal circumstances, Leonel would be pissed off about it. And yet, he had actually chuckled and laughed. The charisma of this koi fish was really too much. Leonel felt like he almost forgave it entirely. This must be some sort of evolutionary protective mechanism. Its pseudo-symbiotic relationship with the tentacle womb isn't natural, so it had to survive in other ways before it formed this codependency. Its ability to be likable is probably what protected it. 30 times, Leonel really couldn't wrap his head around it. The only explanation was that this koi fish's ability was beyond what little Blackstar could match. But the reality was that Leonel felt this koi fish was no better than his segmented cube. Couldn't his segmented cube also gather up energy? In fact, not only could it gather it up, but it could even form crystals and pure crystals out of this force, making it far more valuable than this koi fish. Unable to figure it out, Leonel chose to cover all of his bases. What is the ability of this koi fish? Ping energy purification. Wait, Leonel's dreamscape sparked, something within his mind churning. A flood of questions came from his mouth, each more pointed than the last as he zeroed in on the answers he wanted. As he spoke, a plan of action continuously formed in his mind, and his gaze grew brighter. By the end of it all, he looked toward the koi fish as though it was a priceless treasure, his heart thumping madly. Leonel carefully placed the golden-scaled koi fish into the large lake of cleansing waters and sent the tentacle womb to be slowly healed back to its peak condition. Then, he picked up vice and candle before shooting off into the distance, his intent blazing. Chapter 103, Connecting the Ocean and the Sky. Chapter 103, Connecting the Ocean and the Sky. The Royal Blue Basin was a complete mess. Many of the cruisers were nothing more than scraps of metal. The lives and deaths of several were either unknown or never had a chance at the former, while those who survived were beaten and bloodied, finding it difficult even to breathe properly. This wave was far worse than the previous ones and even now was still raging on. There had been a slight moment of reprieve when the koi fish released its dense ball of energy. But after Vice appeared and that world was cut off from the Invalids, they had once again charged back toward the coast and the raining waters. The only good news was that the heavy and dense clouds above were beginning to slowly disperse and the rain was weakening. Like this, they could be certain that this was the last wave. They just had to survive this. Just this? Das this? I'd rather be running suicides. Gil felt like his legs might fall off at any moment. He was supposed to be a speedster proud of his speed, but quite frankly, he wanted nothing to do with anything related to running any longer. All he could do was squeeze out currents of lightning in hopes of stopping these colossal creatures from assaulting the coast anymore. By now, the military units had finally taken action. Large ballistae were firing, and several cruisers had been sacrificed for the sake of battering ram maneuvers. However, it somehow felt that the road ahead was endless. That said, there was good news too. They could finally claim the force from the invalids they were killing. The only unfortunate part was that while this helped with morale, it didn't do much for their stamina. Invalids released a unique energy that strengthened a person, but this strengthening happened toward one's bottlenecks and progression, not necessarily toward one's immediate state. Even a breakthrough wouldn't bring their bodies back to tip-top shape as though nothing had happened. Unless, of course, they were breaking through a major dimensional barrier. There was another reason this rose morale, though. The 8 brothers were certain that this change had something to do with Leonel. Not just the rain dispersing, but this control they regained over invalids was definitely a sign that he had succeeded. Cap needs to hurry back. I'm dying over here. Raj groaned, sending another powerful fist forward. The heavy metallic sand his controlled was only getting heavier by the minute. But at this point, he couldn't even kill these creatures with a single blow any longer. He could only tear into their bodies and hope to rip them from the inside out. Some left tackle you are, Franco chided. You're supposed to be protecting Cap's blind side, not the other way around. I protected him for 10 years already, damn it. It's my turn to get protected. You think that just because I'm so big and muscular that I don't deserve love? Several gazes fell onto Raj at that moment, scanning him up and down. It could be said that that only redeeming quality about Raj was his smooth brown skin. It was clear that it was soft and well taken care of. They all knew that Raj had an obsession with lotion. However, that was where it all stopped. Raj was almost 2 meters tall, but he seemed just as wide. His torso was so big that his long legs seemed small by comparison. And his fat was so layered that it caused his clothing to fold in several layers along with it. Muscular? Why was it that they couldn't tell this? You all need to stop ogling my immaculate physique. I'm a person, not an object for you to drool over. Have some common decency. At that moment, the fluttering laughter of several beauties drifted over. Joyce, Olena, and the others couldn't stand Raj's jokes anymore. But it was about the only thing that kept their heads straight amidst all the fatigue that was weighing down on their shoulders. Shit, it's another one. Joel's voice cut through the noise in roaring waves. In the distance, a billowing pillar of water seemed to connect the ocean's surface and the skies above. The pressure was so fierce and the sound so loud that Joel's voice was quickly drowned out by it all before heavy, pelting drops of water began to rain down. It was yet another enormous whale. They had been appearing one after another and were easily the most dangerous of the creatures yet. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. The water rained down like bullets, growing harder and harder with each passing moment. In the distance, a soldier who didn't get out of the way in time was hit head-on, his skull being driven into the deck of his cruiser. By the time the water dispersed and his face was revealed, a large dent was left in his head as his eyes stared vacantly into space. Dead. Milan, Joel roared. Already on it. Milan clapped his hands together, the last dregs of his force being dragged up as he roared with everything he had. His energy shield exploded in size, growing from 2 meters to hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Veins popped up across Milan's forehead, blood seeping between his teeth as he tried to force his energy shield to grow in size. However, as it grew, it also became thinner, causing the heavy droplets of water to crash through, shattering some sections into pieces. Milan continued to hold on, his blood silently falling into the ocean beneath him. His own energy shield began to fuse with that of others with similar abilities, large sections of defensive formations glowing blinding lights as they lifted into the sky. Right then, though, the worst-case scenario occurred. A second pillar of water connected the ocean to the skies. But this one came from a completely different location than the first. A second whale had appeared, and just behind it there came a third, just 2 today. Back with 4 tomorrow, unless something happens. Chapter 10,004, Boiling Point. Chapter 10,004, Boiling Point A. Heaviness took over the atmosphere, even more dark and pregnant than it had already been before. Just a single volley of this heavy rain had already taken so many lives, it was impossible to imagine a scenario where they could truly survive such an onslaught. These whales came from the truest depths of the ocean. Their skin was so pale and sickly that it was impossible to conclude that they had ever seen even a drop of sunlight in their lives. But this was also what gave them impossibly strong bodies. Not only were their walls of tough, rubbery skin and thick blubber nearly impossible to penetrate, but their bones were used to the high pressure of the ocean's deep waters. On top of this, their bodies were also suited to dealing with rapid changes in this pressure and had adapted such that they could use this to their advantage. The scariest truth that came from this was the fact that their abilities had nothing to do with the water pillars that came from their blowholes, and was rather just a release of this obscene pressure their bodies were prepared to adapt to. This was the true fearsome nature of the dimensional verse. These whales had yet to even display their true lethality and were only taking a breath. And yet, this singular breath had already cost the lives of hundreds. Right that very moment, a third water pillar shot into the air as the third whale also took its breath. An apocalyptic disaster fell from the skies. Water droplets as large as half a human's body fell, keeping their shape and form beneath the globules of snot that came from the whale's blowhole. Despite the grotesque image, each held the lethal capability of a small grenade, pelting holes even into the tough exterior of the remaining cruise ships. "We can't continue to be passive." Joel immediately took command. It was one thing when they believed there had only been a single whale, but now that there were 3, they couldn't continue to sit back and drain Milan of whatever small amount of stamina he had left. If they didn't charge forward and end this quickly, there was no telling if these whales would take action again. From experience, Joel knew that invalids lacked intelligence, but living oceanic beasts were no less crafty than humans were. Most of the invalids had already been dealt with, and it was clear at a glance that these 3 whales were normal beasts. If not for this, they wouldn't have been patient enough to both evade Leonel's detection and only attack at this crucial time. They had even staggered their appearances so they would be truly caught off guard. Without Leonel here, it was a given that Joel would take the helm. Not a single one of them raised a word of protest. "Arnold, how much do you have left in the tank?" "However much is needed." Arnold replied plainly, neither his voice nor his expression having shifted a single iota since the very beginning. "Milan, Drake. You 2 will be tasked with Raj and Alan's safety. Raj, you and Alan will need to synergize for this. Just follow everything Alan says and it'll be fine." Clearly, Joel and Alan had a tacit understanding about something which didn't need to be said aloud. Without even communicating, Alan had already sprung into action, his ability kicking into high gear as he gave Raj command after command. Even though Raj was a jokester, he knew how to follow instructions, and he most definitely knew when he needed to be serious. "Gil and Franco, you 2 will support the moon people." When Joel said this, his gaze turned over to meet Carolus' eyes. "Can you do it?" Seeing the confidence in Joel's gaze, Carolus was taken aback a bit. As far as he was concerned, he felt that Leonel was the leader of this group. What he hadn't expected was for them to suddenly pull it together in the face of danger, as though Leonel wasn't needed at all. But this was exactly what the truth was. Leonel wasn't needed. These 8 had been surviving in the dimensional verse without Leonel by their side for years already. They weren't the same as these moon youths waiting for Carolus' action. "I can take one." Carolus nodded. Joel's gaze flashed. "Good, then we'll take the other 2. Joel didn't wait for a response as he dashed forward, cutting a path across the water. To his side, Arnold followed, sticking to him like glue. To the 2 of them, nothing had changed. Joel was the captain of the defense, the headhunter at the linebacker position. As for Arnold, he was the anchor of the defensive line, the defensive tackle. It was his stability that allowed Joel to run wild. When they came together, the world would feel their power. The scene of 2 youth men streaking through the no-man's land between the 3 whales and what remained of their coastal defenses was imprinted onto the minds of all that were there. Whether consciously or unconsciously, they came to accept that there was still a chance to survive. At that moment, the center whale opened its mouth, rows of brownish-yellow bristles appearing. They looked absolutely harmless at first before they all turned rigid at once, lighting on fire in unison. In a sight that was one for the ages, the bristles separated from the whale's mouth, shooting out like arrows that rose the temperature of the surrounding oceans by dozens of degrees. Under the astonished gazes of those watching on, and much to their horror, Joel and Arnold were swallowed by this follow of flaming bristles, a huge billow fog of steam rising from the air as the waters reached a boiling point. At that moment, as the steam rose into the skies above, the slowly dispersing clouds suddenly regained their life, growing more and more powerful. The light drizzle of rain seemed to recover, a heavy precipitation weighing on all their souls once more. Chapter 105, ready? Chapter 105, ready? Not good. Carolus' pupils constricted. He had thought that they would charge together, but Joel and Arnold had actually gone ahead on their own. But that wasn't even the main problem. Even if the two managed to come out unscathed, the battlefield had completely changed with the billowing steam, let alone the fact they would need to protect themselves from the boiling steam, but their vision would also be obstructed, making it more difficult to coordinate their movements. Within the third dimension, hot steam from freshly boiled water could already cause severe burns. Fire hot enough to boil fifth-dimensional waters were even more exaggerated. It was like Joel and Arnold were under a perpetual deadly assault from all sides. Damn it, stay here. Carolus made a decision, about to dash forward. Don't go. Franco and Gil stopped Carolus. The two were practically mortal enemies. Usually, however, at the moment, they had a tacit understanding. Joel had told them to help Carolus and the other moon people, but there was a clear hidden meaning behind his words, which was quite simple. Don't let them mess anything up. At that moment, two shadows suddenly surged out from the fog. No, it wasn't that they had surged out of it. The steam had grown far too tall and covered a space far too wide for that. Instead, they had dispersed the steam around them, their force billowing like a raging torrent. Arnold took the helm, universal force, the likes of which made the very ocean surface itself tremble for several kilometers, rising out from him. Images of a trembling asteroid belt rotating about a golden moon hung high above his head, illuminating the endless fog in his image. His large palms shook, the energy around them growing in size to the point it dwarfed the head of the whale beneath his. His expression went from indifferent to ferocious. It was the kind of look that had always been hidden beneath his football helmet on the field, but was now displayed prominently for all to see. It struck fear in their hearts. It made blood run cold. It made the wind itself turn still, hanging in the air as though purposely waiting for Arnold's next action just so that it could escape. Bang! Right then the palm descended, deforming the head of the blue whale into the form of a hand and 5 fingers. The sound alone was loud that it drowned out the thunderous booms of the clouds above, and the devastation was so potent that the left and right whales were sent sprawling just by the ocean waves alone. However, Arnold himself wasn't satisfied with his strike. He could tell that the whale's skull hadn't given way beneath his power. In fact, though its head had deformed, much of that was just its thick skin and fat being displaced irregularly. That said, Arnold's strike wasn't useless. It stopped the fire bristle whale from being able to send out another strike immediately. Not only had it been sent several hundred meters into the water below, but whales had brains as well. It most definitely wasn't immune to being disoriented and concussed. That left just enough time for Joel to prepare his own strike. Like clockwork, Joel appeared by Arnold's side, both of them riding atop the massive wave the latter's attack had caused. Joel's dark skin danced with light as he concentrated strength within his halberd. Space trembled and cracked as his forearm flexed, keeping a tight control. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and smiled in Arnold's direction. Just like old times, huh, buddy? Arnold's expression, having returned to an eerie calm. But his words came out smoothly. I pinned them down. Joel's smile turned to a grin. And I'll take their heads. It was at exactly that moment that the fire bristle whale rebounded out of the ocean, the water surging forward to quickly fill in the empty space. Halberd descended in a devastating arc, aiming for the thinnest and most vulnerable location within the injury Arnold had caused it. As far as Joel was concerned, this whale was nothing more than tenderized meat. A blinding light of blade chi drew and lined through the sky, piercing through the whale's skin and through its skull. An ear-tearing roar shook the skies filled with a mournful plea, but it was already too late. Gasping for breath, Joel fell back to the ocean's surface as the wave they stood upon faltered. He was completely spent. Even before this attack, he had already been running on nearly empty, but now it was far worse. His lungs felt like he was breathing in the very steam fog that had threatened to char him to ash just moments earlier. Arnold caught Joel by the arm, helping him to stabilize himself as they retreated. As the coarse and foul blood of the fire bristle whale began to pool in the dark waters, the two young men suddenly found themselves having their auras locked onto by two extraordinarily enraged whales. What they hadn't been aware originally was that these 3 whales were actually brothers. And, unlike many beasts of the third dimension, these fifth-dimension beasts actually had concepts of kinship and camaraderie. Arnold's own force reserves had long since run on empty. He could only use what universal force had left to fuel himself. But he was quickly running out the focus he needed to sustain it. As for Joel, he was only able to remain upright with Arnold's support. It was clear that taking out a single whale had already been their upper limit. The two could only run with everything they had left, rushing to get away from the 2 enormous whales that were out to seek revenge. However, neither had an ounce of panic on their faces. As for why, that much was obvious. They had 6 other brothers. In the distance, Alan gave Raj a final command as his magnetic ability began to take action, his force surging in large, rolling waves. Even as he worked, his gaze was locked onto the two in the distance. Around Alan and Raj, Drake continuously fired at the large droplets of water falling the skies, bursting the mucous membranes and rendering their lethality useless. Ready? Ready. Under Alan and Raj's prowess, a crude railgun rose up from ocean's surface, its menacing tip aiming for the whale closest to the running pair. Chapter 106, Soundwave. Chapter 106, Soundwave. Beads of sweat fell down Raj's brows. He had to put in his everything just to get this thing finished in time, and he still wasn't even sure of what it did. However, if it could be said that Joel was the best leader they had after Leonel, then it could also be said that Alan had the greatest mind after him as well. In fact, before Leonel awakened to his ability, it was Alan who was ranked first over both him and Ina in Class A. The railgun was pieced together with Raj's metallic sand and squeezed until it formed a crystalline structure stronger than anything Diamond could match up against. Its barrel had a top half and a bottom half separated by a gap just perfect to fit in a ballista Alan had long since slotted in. From a certain angle, it almost looked like the maw of a dragon, force pulsing about the tip of its barrel as Alan poured everything he had into it. Drake didn't need to be told twice. As the pure marksman of the group, he had already known exactly who would be tasked with shooting this shot. "This is everything I've got," Alan said solemnly. "Leave it to me." Drake's gaze glowed, a confidence that exuded from his bones pervading his surroundings. The metamorphosis had descended long before Drake got the chance to do so, but it had to be remembered that Drake was the heir apparent chosen to replace Leonel after he graduated by Coach Owen himself. He might have been a rookie 4 years ago, but now he had grown into his own man and had the broad back to prove it. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. He grabbed onto the railgun's 2 anchor points, his gaze locking onto the distance. He could see Joel and Arnold running for their life, the fatigue painted on their faces being as clear as day. It looked as though they just might collapse at any time, their stamina running out before they could do anything. However, Drake's gaze could also see the look in their eyes. Over the several kilometers that separated them, their gazes met. That look of confidence was one that he would never forget. "Such a big, slow-moving target," Drake grinned. "As if I could miss." The sound of the railgun firing resounded like a cacophonic boom, but it was quickly drowned out by a whistle so loud it felt as though it could be heard around the world. The recoil was devastating, the ocean waves around them being no less violent than when Arnold palmed the fire bristle whale into the ocean. Drake could feel his arms fracturing even beneath Raj's control. The latter had done everything he could do to mitigate the recoil, but even then, both of Drake's arms became useless in the end. However, Drake didn't even seem to notice. His gaze focused on the projectile that was currently splitting the ocean in two. It was so fast that it seemed to teleport. A single blink would cause it to vanish across hundreds of meters. In fact, it had already appeared by the second whale by the time the first wave of pain was registered by Drake's mind. The whale's tough exterior was like a wet piece of paper. It didn't even seem to register what had happened to it until it swam forward half a kilometer more, bearing down on the Joel-Arnold pair with every intention of swallowing them whole. As expected, for the intelligent whales to try to obstruct their vision with steam, one of them had to have an auxiliary ability capable of helping them to maneuver such an environment. Joel and Arnold just happened to be lucky enough that the whale that recovered the quickest to rush after them was exactly this whale, leaving it with no other option of attack. It was then that a second mournful cry in just as many minutes resounded. This one, though, was particularly somber, as though it was well aware it was leaving its last brother alone, and maybe that was why it was instantly followed by a roar the likes of which shook the battlefield. The sound wave of the roar alone sent wave after wave of dark waters spreading outward. Cruisers that got caught in the mess were upended and flipped. Even Joel and Arnold, who were in the process of running away, was hit by a wall of this sound, their bones threatening to fracture beneath the pressure as they were sent flying. Joel, Arnold... Gil's gaze flashed. He took a deep breath, his chest expanding as he dug deep. With a bang, he shot forward. Arcs of lightning followed his steps as he sliced through the sound wave. It felt almost like he was trying to run in water, his limbs pushing as hard as they could for less than half the usual result. But he knew that he was the only one who could get to those two in time. Joel and Arnold had already expended what force they had left. Being so close to that sound wave, they had definitely taken the brunt of the pressure. With force to protect them and under such a fatigued state, they had already lost consciousness. If no one went after them, they'd be finished. Carolus' gaze flashed. Space fractured around him as he anchored himself. The moment he did this, it was as though he was standing in a world different from everyone else, and the sound wall vanished. He rushed after Gil. At this point, it was a free-for-all. If he didn't take action now, when would he? The devastation that shook the coast only seemed to be getting worse with every passing moment. However, it was then that the final whale stopped roaring, its blood-red gaze rising from the ocean and bearing down on everyone before it as though the world itself was its enemy. At that moment, a pressure crushed down from above, compressing the water and forcing many to pour more force toward their feet so that they could stay afloat. The whale raised its tail, bloody murder mooring its gaze. Chapter 107, Halt. Chapter 107, Halt. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. The sudden shift in the gravity caught many completely off guard. Those that were unable to react in time found themselves forced beneath the ocean's surface, struggling to swim back up to no avail. Panic took hold of the coastal defenses once again. This kind of cruel use of a gravitational ability was far more devastating on the open waters than it ever could be on land. The horrible sight of numerous valiant soldiers being drowned one after another was a sight that shook those that managed to stay above water to their cores. Fourth-dimensional existences could hold their breaths for far longer than most third-dimensional existences could, but this didn't mean they could do so indefinitely. The gravity whale had suddenly placed a timer on all their lives, a cruel light pervading its gaze. "Damn it," Gil roared, his steps having slowed considerably. He poured everything he had into his forward momentum, but he was still a step too late. Joel and Arnold crashed into the waters. They already hadn't had any force remaining. How could they possibly scrounge up enough to resist the pull of the waters? Joel, Arnold. Gil's gaze turned bloodshot. He hadn't made it in time. The worst part was that he knew if he dove into the waters after them now, there was no way that whale would allow him to resurface. Fighting against such gravity in the water felt almost impossible. Fuck! Franco's gaze was just as red as Gil's. In fact, the same went for all of them. Those two were their brothers. How could they not react this way? Franco swept his gaze through the moon people before he landed on Alina. He knew that of them all, Alina most definitely had the best chance at saving them, only she could manipulate these waters even if it would be more difficult beneath the gravity field. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Franco didn't waste any time and grabbed Alina's waist, hoisting her over his shoulder and shooting forward. Hey! Franco knew what he was doing was wrong. He had no right to force someone else to risk their life for his own brother, but he couldn't just sit by and do nothing. He was the only one who felt like he hadn't contributed anything. Of all of Leonel's brothers, Franco's ability was the least flashy. All he had was the strength of his body, but he had worked it to the bone. If he couldn't blast through this curtain of gravity, then what good was his strength to begin with? "I'm sorry," Franco said as he shot ahead, "but I can promise you that if one of us is going to die, it will be me. If the both of us are going to die, it will be me first." Olina, who had been caught off guard by Franco's actions and couldn't muster up the strength to fight back against his power, obviously not expecting one of their own to suddenly scoop her up like this, CMM'd words resisting when she heard this. CMM'd words resonated with her heart. "Don't worry about me," Olina called out to her teammates, letting Franco carry her instead the distance. If anything happens to her, Joyce couldn't push through the curtain of gravity as easily as Franco could. Without anyone to turn her rage on, she turned a red gaze toward Milan and the others. But what she found there was shocking to an extreme. All of them who remained, Milan, Drake, Alan, Raj, each and every one of them lowered their heads in the direction of the moon people. Even without saying a word, their sincerest apologies were as crystal clear as a blue sky. Despite not seeing their gazes, Joyce, who had been stunned into silence, could imagine them. She could sense a resolve that came even without them saying a single thing. Though Franco's words hadn't managed to reach her ears as they had been for Olina and Olina alone, Joyce could tell that these four who remained had the resolve to take their own lives should anything happen to her. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Whatever rage Olina had had deflated like a leaking balloon. She couldn't find it within herself to be pissed off any longer. Franco's muscles pumped and pulsed. His somewhat fair skin was filled with blotches of bruised fibers as he pushed his body to its limits, but he didn't seem to notice in the slightest. From over 2 kilometers away, he crossed the distance, cutting it in half, then cutting it by another half. Gil, who had already noticed Franco's approach, rushed back as fast as he could. But, despite the fact that the gravity curtain became weaker the further he went, that didn't change the fact it was there. In the time it took Franco to cross almost 2 kilometers, Gil had crossed just 100 meters. But it was still enough for them to meet. Franco's face was covered in sweat, his cheeks even becoming somewhat hollow. All the nutrients in his body seemed to have gone to his limbs, pushing him forward one stride at a time. Without a single word, Gil clasped a hand to Franco's shoulder, pouring speedster lightning force into him. Franco tossed Gil over his other shoulder and shot forward again, his speed more than doubling what it had been before. However, the strain on his muscles only grew worse. His muscle fibers tore, his bones threatened to fracture, and his knees grinded against one another, thinning his cartilage one layer at a time. "Alina," Franco gasped out. He entered the general area of where Joel and Arnold had been forced beneath the water. "I've sensed them already. I got it," Alina replied, not trying to move from Franco's shoulder. She was under no illusions that she could survive beneath this gravity curtain without Franco's support. "I got them. I got them." In the distance, the looming gaze of the gravity whale hung like 2 crimson orbs. After it had activated its ability, it seemed to have lost the ability to move, its rising tail having long since come to a halt. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com, chapter 108, fuck you bonus. Chapter 10 fuck you bonus chapter. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Veins pulsed through Alina's delicate brow, her face reddening beneath the strain as she released a low shout. Joel and Arnold were ripped out of the waters, their consciousnesses still not having been regained. Panic took hold of Franco's heart as he wondered just how much water they had swallowed, but he didn't have the luxury of finding out now. He needed to bring everyone back. Franco dug deep, pulling out everything he had. He stacked 2 people to each one of his shoulders, taking heavy steps back toward the coast. Every time his leg rose and fell, violent ripples of water would surge through, forming tall waves that drenched him through from head to toe. Blood leaked between his teeth as he stomped back. He knew that the gravity whale was behind him, but he also knew that it had a choice to make. If it moved, the curtain of gravity would vanish as Franco had enough distance to shoot away. However, if it didn't move, then Franco would just continue adding to the distance between them. Even if he had to turn his bones into dust, he would bring them out of here. Unfortunately, what actually happened was far out of their expectations. The curtain of gravity suddenly shifted as the whale's tail twitched. As though it was playing a cruel game with them all, the range of the curtain shrunk and began to concentrate on Franco. Bang! Unable to control what was happening, Franco fell to a single knee, feeling as though his bones had splintered. The pain was so excruciating that the blood vessels in his eyes popped, filling his whites with a crimson hue. Franco roared, pushing himself back up inch by inch. But, bang, the gravity curtain multiplied again, slamming Franco's knee back onto the waters. It was a cruel fate. Franco had no choice but to coat his knee with force to stop himself from sinking. But it was also exactly this rigidity that was harming him, yet he had no choice but to accept it. At that moment, Carolus, who had been trying to force his way over as well but had been stalled by the gravity curtain, watched on with bloodshot eyes. Gravity was a perfect counter to his spatial affinity as they were inextricably linked to one another. This gravity curtain made it almost impossible for him to crack space like he usually did, especially since this whale was in the 5th dimension while he was not. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Bang! Franco couldn't stop his second knee from hitting the water. He tried to keep his back as straight as possible, but even that was beginning to bend. Alina gasped for breath, his stamina having been drained to its limits. Every time she tried to control the waters, it would gurgle and ignore her. This was the first time she had ever experienced such a thing in her life, but it was also because she knew she had pushed herself too far to pull Joel and Arnold out. Fuck! Franco's teeth cracked beneath the power of his clenched jaw. He pushed himself as far as he could, but no matter what he tried, he couldn't seem to rise back up. He could feel his vision swimming, but his will was raging like an endless torrent. His mind was repeating just a single thought. He wouldn't stop until he died, until his nerves gave out, until his brain shut down, until his heart burst from pumping too hard. He wouldn't stop pushing. Franco roared to the point his throat was torn to shreds. However, this pain seemed to be like an escape from everything else he was feeling. Under astonished gazes, he rose back up to a knee, his toes bending and his ankles arching as he pushed his body forward. Even if he couldn't stand to his feet anymore, so what? He could still push himself forward like this. Franco could feel an endless torrent of force coming to him from Gil. He knew that Gil was also at the end of his rope, scrounging up whatever small bit of will he had left to try and support his supposed enemy. It was only Franco that was well aware that he would have run out of force long ago, if not for Gil sacrificing as well. The whale's gaze flashed, a furious light entering its eyes as though it couldn't believe the audacity of these ants to still continue struggling. But if they could barely survive against this, what would they do against its true strength? Bang, bang, bang. Franco could no longer lift his knee, nor could he keep his back straight. His face crashed into the waters, feeling like a resounding slap to the face. I can't. Franco held the floor up on his back, coating his forehead with force and using it to push himself forward. It was the kind of scene that made one's blood boil with rage and indignance. The rage of the whale was no less, though. It felt as though its ploy to play these humans to death continuously slapped his face, making it absolutely furious. It wanted nothing more than to crush these humans beneath its enormous weight. It opened its mouth and roared again. But, beneath the suppression of its gravity curtain, the waves couldn't even rise up. A sonic boom of sound shattered their eardrums one after another, threatening to rip Franco to pieces. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Without being able to be sent flying, the strength of the sound wave couldn't be dissipated, and Franco was forced to take on the brunt of it, his mouth coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. He felt his vision swimming as something within him snapped. The last dregs of energy Gil had was already sapped clean. What Franco hadn't noticed was that it was also Gil's lightning that kept his mind awake. But the moment it ran out, Franco collapsed, the weight on his back pushing him into the waters below. However, just when it seemed that their heroic tale would truly end here, a hand reached down and touched his shoulder, shrouding him in an energy shield that seemed to render the gravity curtain completely useless. Carolus's pupils constricted. Who is that? The young man lifted Franco and the others up and out of the water, his gaze filled with a furious light as he gazed toward the gravity whale. From top to bottom, the young man was coated in a beautiful blue light. It surrounded him like a halo, making him seem like a deity descended from some world above. "Fuck you," the young man said coldly. He reached out a hand, causing the whale to suddenly become enveloped by an energy shield of blue that was eerily similar to the halo that surrounded him. Caught off guard, the whale couldn't react in time. It found that its gravity curtain was suddenly concentrated in its immediate surroundings, its own power being turned against it. Its flesh collapsed and a pained howl left it. Unfortunately, even the sound wave rebounded against the barrier, causing its own voice to tear at its skin. The young man's hand rose up high, lifting the whale that must have been almost a kilometer long as though it was nothing more than feather. Then he squeezed. The energy shield of blue morphed, forming spikes that pierced the whale's body through. Its harsh cry turned to gurgles that eventually died out completely. All that was left was an energy shield hovering in the air like a sack of flesh and blood. At that moment, a blazing light appeared from the distance like a streak of gold cutting across the skies. When that light came to a grinding halt, another young man appeared, this one far more recognizable to the masses. Leonel looked around the battlefield, his pupils constricting. But when he saw the young man with his hand raised in the air, his expression evened out to the point it neared placid. James. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com, chapter 109, Vale, chapter 1009, Vale. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com, James Bennett. Much like the rest of the talents of Earth, he too had taken advantage of Earth connecting with the wider dimensional verse to explore what lay beyond their world as well. He hadn't ended up going to the same location as the rest of his former teammates, and instead ended up elsewhere. The result was him only recently returning. He had, of course, chosen to come to the coast much like all of Earth's talent had, and he happened to run into this situation the moment he had. Regardless of how he had fallen out with Leonel, the fact remained that these were his brothers as well. They had all grown up together from the time they put their first football pads on to the day they won their last championship. How could James sit idly by and watch them die? Let alone sitting idly, James was actually infuriated, and he took it all out on the whale instantly. What he hadn't expected, though, was for his appearance to coincide with Leonel's own so perfectly. Leonel was just a half-minute later than him, or else maybe their roles would have been completely reversed. James was quite used to seeing those eyes of Leonel by now. As Leonel's best friend for over a decade, he had long since come to know Leonel's personality as well as his own. In fact, he wasn't even sure if Leonel understood himself as well as he understood him. Everyone thought that Leonel was a nice guy who had a bright smile for everyone, but James knew better. He knew that Leonel was a man who was measured in the way he acted and would only make a move when it benefited him the greatest while costing him the least. This was how he moved through life, constantly weighing and balancing things to optimize everything for himself. That gaze Leonel was giving him now was the very same one he knew nothing about. It wasn't coldness, it wasn't rage or anger, it wasn't even indifference. It was just a placid, vast, and endless abyss with a depth impossible to see and a steadiness impossible to match. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. He would use those eyes to mark down every little detail he could about a target. Only when he was confident in his assessment would he make a move. But the trouble was that Leonel should already understand James well, giving this sort of look to a young man who should have been the greatest friend you had ever had hit differently. It was worse than experiencing a cold glare, one filled with rage or even indifference. It was as though Leonel was pretending like he had never known the person before him. Flashes of what happened the last time the two met took hold of James's mind. His father had asked him to stall Leonel so that he would end up caught. In truth, James knew that he had lied to himself, convincing himself that Leonel wouldn't be harmed and that he would just be captured. With Leonel's talent, he would be too useful to the fort to maim or kill, so he would eventually be released on his own merits. But deep inside, James knew that was a lie. With how much the junior Governor Duke hated Leonel and how even Simeon had come for him, how could anyone ever conclude that Leonel would be just fine? The plain and simple truth was that he almost drove Leonel to his death, but those words he said in those moments reverberated the loudest. "I'm disappointed, I really took you to be my closest friend," James remembered absolutely snapping when he heard those words. His mind spun, and his eyes saw red to the point he released something he had held deep within him for the longest time. Before he could even properly suppress and think about what he had been going to say, it all spilled out. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Bullshit. You pretend to care about so many things. You pretend to be kind-hearted, but all you really care about are things ending up exactly like you want them. You don't like killing only because you don't want to deal with the guilt. You don't like playing football only because you didn't get to choose it. You only want to do things your way and nothing else matters. You're a fucking sociopathic hypocrite. No one knew Leonel better than James did, aside from maybe Leonel's own father. Maybe his words had a tinge of jealousy to them. Maybe they were spoken in the heat of the moment, but in all such things there was always a kernel of truth to be found. James's feelings most definitely didn't come from thin air. However, whether or not he had the right to feel this way was a different matter entirely. It was hard to tell just how much had changed in the last few years, if anything at all. James was still tied to his Bennett family, working hard so that they might once more regain their former glory. At least when it came to James, nothing much had changes aside from his maturing face having gained a bit of stubble to it. As for Leonel, he had probably changed the most between the two. He didn't have such obvious signs of maturity on his face, but unlike his previously aimless self, he now had a goal that he was chasing after just as fervently as James was. It could be said that the greatest difference between them now was that Leonel was fighting for himself while James was fighting for his father and his ancestors before him, in what could only be considered a twist of ironic. Fate, then, Leonel hadn't really changed at all in James's estimation, still doing things that benefited himself the most. The veil that separated two men that had once been as inseparable as brothers only seemed even more impossible to penetrate now. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com, Chapter 1010, Loroni and Exchange, Chapter 1010, Elroni and Exchange. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Leonel descended from the skies, landing before James. He checked the condition of Franco, Gil, Joel, and Arnold with a frown. When his gaze finally landed on Olena, he realized that she must have been a person of the moon, and he felt a tinge of gratefulness in his heart. Finally, he looked up and met James's gaze. He could still remember that Coach Owen had told him that he should forgive and reconcile with him, but as easy as it was for Leonel to turn his emotions off when it came to a person, turning them back on was a tall mountain to climb. It was almost like his natural resting state was unbothered and unmoved while rising up from this level took effort. As for this effort, those he had deemed unworthy of it would never get it again. "Thank you for saving them," Leonel finally said. "You don't have to thank me for saving my own brothers," James replied, a bit surprised that Leonel's eye level was now even with his own. James had always been taller than Leonel, but it seemed that this would no longer be the case. "Fair enough," Leonel replied. Someone else might have accused James at this point. If he really cared so much for brothers, why would he have taken the actions he had during the past several years? However, Leonel couldn't be bothered with such emotion. He could already simulate what would happen if he said such a thing, and it would ultimately just be a waste of his time. Leonel waved a hand as Earth Force surged, forming a platform he laid them on one by one. James's gaze narrowed. The water force in the surroundings was so potent that it was hard to imagine anyone managing to gather up so much Earth Force, let alone in such a short time. "Shouldn't you heal them?" James asked. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. No, this is the perfect state for them. Take something I prepared for them. If I heal them now, all their hard work will be meaningless. James frowned when he heard this, but he didn't say anything as Leonel placed a hand over Alina's forehead, twinkling Lily, Belle's blessing. Whether by coincidence or maybe due to the strength of Leonel's spell, the dense clouds above instantly began to disperse as strong surges of light elemental force descended. From an injured state, Alina's cheeks suddenly became rosy and her breathing became even. In the blink of an eye, it was as though she hadn't fought a single battle all day. There was no doubt that, let alone James, this was the most powerful healing spell anyone present had ever seen in their lives. "Bring the injured to me. I'll heal them." Leonel didn't seem to be trying very hard, but his voice boomed across the battlefield. After he finished speaking, he reached out a hand toward the energy shield of flesh and blood. Pure white vines coated in a cotton-like fabric shot out, sucking out the vitality of the blood one pint after another. "Please hold it up." Leonel spoke to James, who only gave him a nod in the end. Admiral Ellie watched with numbness as Leonel flipped the devastation on its head. He had used a few hours to heal tens of thousands, and he simply walked away with his brothers in tow as though it was nothing special at all. Of course, Leonel had relied on the large amounts of vitality the whale's flesh and blood had to accomplish this, but who else could do such a thing? The healers they had were quite talented, as one might expect from citizens of Earth, but even they couldn't hold Leonel's shoes in this regard. The difference was too shocking. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. "Admiral, we need to make a report." "Oh, right." Admiral Ellie shook his head, looking at the wreckage of his cruiser and shaking his head. "The two princes are really something." Admiral? I heard that Prince Noah was the sole reason Unit 3 was able to survive." "Yes," Admiral Ellie said slowly, sighing as he looked up into the skies. "Were the days of his militaristic pride numbered? What happened to strength in numbers and the power of order and duty? What happened to following rank and dutifully fulfilling your orders? These days, all the battles seemed to whittle down to who had the largest fist, while those of them that were less talented found themselves in the role of cannon fodder." Shaking his head, Admiral Ellie went off to make his report. He had a feeling that things would only become more exaggerated in this way as time went on. He also felt that it probably wouldn't be long before they were on a battlefield even grander than this quite soon. James took a deep breath as he watched his former walk away. Well, walk was a strong word. The only 8 people Leonel hadn't healed were them. So, aside from Drake, Milan, Alan, and Raj, who could just barely shuffle their feet, Joel, Arnold, Gil, and Franco were all being carried along by Leonel's island of Earth Force. It was all quite sobering. Of the 9 of them, the only one who had spoken to him was the one of them that should have hated him the most, Leonel. As for the other 8, they had met his gaze but hadn't said a word. James knew how important Leonel was to them, and that a slight toward Leonel was just as great of a slight toward them. So, even though James knew that he had done his best to protect them during the metamorphosis, he also knew it wasn't enough. This is quite a lonely path, James thought to himself. He had already chosen family over friends. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have betrayed Leonel like he had. But it was easy to put his head down and ignore the loneliness when no one was around him. He had ironically become the hard worker he never had been in school, giving him strength that dwarfed many of his acquaintances, and in exchange, he lost his brothers. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com, chapter 1011, Stone, chapter 1011, Stone. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. The groans resounded throughout the segmented cube to Leonel's laughter. He was quite used to his teammates groaning like this, but usually it was thanks to the expert hands of a beautiful masseuse. However, this time, it was for something much less satisfying, and rather than groaning, it could be said that they were screaming. The bone-burning rose was truly working its magic, and because Leonel hadn't allowed them to heal even the smallest bit, the results they were gaining were excellent. As though that wasn't bad enough, Leonel had thrown them all into the 6th-dimensional cleansing waters at the same time. And, in a feat of true sadism, the bone-burning rose concoction that Leonel had given them had cleansing waters as part of the ingredients, making it feel as though their throats, stomachs, and intestines were being burned from the inside out. Not only were the impurities of their bodies being weeded out one after another, but their foundations were being strengthened inch by inch. If Leonel wanted to help his brothers blaze through the 4th dimension, he didn't need to go through all these problems. After all, with the silver tablet, he could loosen any bottlenecks they faced. However, Leonel knew that the silver tablet wouldn't be able to help them to the very end. After all, even now, it had its limitations. For example, the amount of energy it took for Leonel to undo a bottleneck versus someone far less talented were vastly different. The less talented a person was, the more energy it would take. After a certain point, the effort put in wouldn't match up to the rewards gained if things continued like this. Thus, the best course to take wasn't relying solely on the silver tablet, but rather instead combining its use with natural treasures that could keep their foundations firm and steady. Leonel had learned firsthand the benefit of patience and consolidation. After staying in the 3rd dimension for so long, his foundation had greatly benefited and his strength displayed that in spades. He wanted the same for his brothers, so they would have to experience a bit of pain first. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. After checking that their situations were stabilized, Leonel nodded to himself. Under lesser circumstances, the harsh reality was that his teammates would be in danger of dying. But, with all the equipment of the segmented cube, Leonel didn't feel the need to worry about this at all. There were too many fail-safes in place. It seems like Franco will gain the greatest benefits from this, but that makes sense. His ability is physical, and he really pushed himself to the limits. He'll probably be the first to break into the 5th dimension. Leonel swept one more gaze before walking away and entering a different lab. The segmented cube had so much space now that Leonel hardly knew what to do with it all. The lab setting was more like several lab settings with technology from civilizations Leonel had never even heard of, let alone would understand how to use. He decided to keep things simple and stick with what he knew. Not long later, he found himself standing before the tentacle womb whose wounds were still slowly healing. Leonel had plans, but a lot of it would revolve around this tentacle beast, the koi fish, and the segment cube working in tandem. However, currently, the tentacle womb was the weakest link. While it seemed like its abilities were astounding, when Leonel really thought about it, it wasn't all that impressive. Considering the resources he would need to pour into it, he might be better off just pouring it all into his crafts. It was easier to make, say, an automated machine gun. The worst part about the tentacle womb was that its energy consumption didn't stop at just its creations. After all, what it produced were living, breathing creatures. They would need to be fed and taken care for. Even though the segmented cube had more than enough room to accommodate such things, whether it was worth it was an entirely different question. Simply put, using the tentacle womb to spam out weak creatures was a waste of time and resources. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Just take the swordfish as an example. Leonel could create a gun and hundreds of bullets in less than an hour that could take out an entire school of them. The best part about this gun with his current skill is that it could be wielded by a human not even in the 5th dimension yet. When things were put into this frame, it could be said that the tentacle womb wasn't as groundbreaking as it seemed, nor was its ability particularly unique either. Just from a cursory thought, Leonel could already think of 2 people with semi-similar abilities to the tentacle womb. One was Hephaestus and his swallow ability. He was able to ingest creatures and make their abilities his own if he ate enough of them. A second was Simeon, who could genetically modify the ability of both people and creatures. If Leonel wanted to make this tentacle womb a trump card, it would have to be far stronger than it was now, and such a thing would take time and patience. However, he had a trump card in this regard, the silver tablet. If there was anything that could help this tentacle womb evolve, it was the silver tablet. The key to unlocking this path, though, would most definitely be the golden-scaled koi fish. A far distance away from the pressure cooker Earth was becoming, a murderous aura hung, sinking deep into the walls of the office space. Richard sat at his desk, his hands clasped before him and his face expressionless. But the bulging veins on his forearms painted a completely different picture. It was clear that he was pissed off, and how couldn't he be? It had been 2 weeks since he met Ina in that odd state, and he had immediately guessed a few things. He had tested his conjectures on multiple occasions and concluded that he was about 90% correct, while the remaining 10% were miscellaneous details he would never grasp unless Ina herself told him. He took advantage of this opportunity to try and court Ina, but despite receiving no resistance from her father or her friends, he was stonewalled time and time again. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com, Chapter 10W2, Competition, Chapter 10W2, Competition. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Richard was a man who was very good at controlling his emotions. In fact, his patience had been displayed for a long while now. He'd practically taken over what remained of the race to airship without lifting a single finger. In fact, now that he had Gradier's brother in his possession, it could be said that it was all over now. Gradier had been his only real competition, and he no longer dared to fight against him. However, those that saw him as a weak man now simply didn't understand just how infuriating the last 2 weeks had been. He had never experienced such a continuous and relentless assault on his ego. It was mind-numbing. At first, he had tried to be cautious and beat around the bush with Ina, but then she had caught him completely off guard. "Are you trying to court me?" Ina stood in her courtyard, a faint sheen of sweat on her face. She had learned modesties during the past few days and now dressed in a new flexible armor. According to her, modesty was important for a woman, but not to the point where she should hide her beauty completely. Surprisingly, this was a conclusion she had come to without either Savan or Yuri saying so explicitly. However, Yuri still felt that she took some responsibility in catalyzing this due to how she had covered Ina's body previously. This experience made her realize that even the smallest push could lead Ina in a particular direction. It made her hesitant as to whether she should take action or not. Now she could only watch as Richard visited daily as though trying to imprint himself onto her mind. Without a choice, Yuri could only drag Ina out of the estate to experience the world. If all she knew was this small corner, her awakened personality would be far too negatively affected, or it might never reawaken at all. Still, even Yuri almost choked on her drink when she heard Ina's words, let alone Richard. However, Richard, who felt he had an understanding of Ina, regained his composure quickly. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Previously, he had put Ina into one of 2 categories. She was either a block of ice that could be easily convinced to marry him, or she was a block of ice that would never marry anyone. Such cold beauties were the kind that were either logical to a fault or stubborn to a fault. In the time he had known Ina, it had seemed like she was the latter and couldn't be budged from her position. But now that this change had occurred, and even the fact she was being so straightforward, made it seem like she had now somehow transitioned to becoming the former. "Indeed," Richard said confidently. "I am the heir apparent of the Viola family, and all of this will soon be mine. I would, of course, need a wife of your caliber by my side." "The Viola family? Isn't that just a 6th-dimensional family?" If Richard was a lesser man, his facial expression would have already warped at these words alone. What the hell did just 6th-dimensional mean? Did she understand what such a family represented? What Richard didn't know was that Ina did, and she felt like Richard had a cap on his potential. Richard would be shackled by his 6th-dimensional lineage factors, but Leonel had been born with a 7th-dimensional lineage factor. The difference was large. Luckily, Ina had learned in her lesson on modesties that thinking out loud wasn't a good thing either, so she hadn't said this. But she also wasn't quite good at filtering what she should and shouldn't say either, something that would become very apparent to Richard very soon. "Yes, my Viola family sits at the very top of 6th-dimensional families and can be considered to be a hair's breadth away from the 7th. What we're lacking is a generation of talent that can lead us to leap over this final hurdle. This is a task we can take on together." "I see. That is a decent argument." Ina nodded. "After all, building something on your own will be more reliable than relying on others, especially with how important lineage is. I can be considered single right now, I think, so I can allow you to court me." Richard's internal frown disappeared when he heard this, and a light smile spread across his face. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. But though I'm single right now and he might be very angry with me, according to my calculations, because I held on to this, there is still a chance between us. Ina spoke, looking down at a broken bracelet she couldn't stand to take off of her wrist for some reason. "So it could be said that you are in competition with my ex-boyfriend." Richard almost choked on air. This cold woman had an ex-boyfriend? What the hell kind of nonsense was this? That was when he remembered a conclusion he had made himself long ago. The only way to break into the heart of such a cold woman was by knowing her from a young age. Thinking of this, he relaxed. A childhood friend might have an advantage, but women usually became more realistic as they grew older. With Ina acting like this, it was clear that he wasn't so difficult to erase. Richard looked at the bracelet Ina had pointed out. A broken fourth-dimensional treasure? How pathetic. If this is my competition, this will be easy. Famous last words like these had never been spoken before. If it's a competition, I believe it's proper to let you know what the parameters are, correct? I can only tell you that you are far behind. Even setting aside talent for a moment, there is value in being attracted to your husband, as this would represent strong genes for rearing children. But you are shorter than my ex-boyfriend by half a foot, and are even an inch or two shorter than myself. Your shoulders aren't as broad, your skin isn't as healthy, and your eyes aren't as pretty. Your hands are smaller, your smile isn't as appealing, and judging by the silhouette of your robes pressing against your lower body, Ina looked down toward Richard's crotch and shook her head. I believe commenting on that would be inappropriate, so I will refrain. Ina's oh-so-kind words had nearly turned Richard blue. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com, chapter 1013, coming chapter 1013, coming this chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. When Richard had left that day, for the first time in a long time, he almost wanted to destroy everything around him. It had taken all of his self-control to leave that place with a calm smile and a nod, maintaining his image as a noble young man. But being told that he was inadequate in the face of the woman he was courting was enough to make several of his blood vessels pop and snap. Richard regretted wearing the latest fashion trends now. Much like Earth, there was a certain appeal women across the dimensional verse got from looking at the silhouette of a man's lower body. For Leonel, who liked to wear sweatpants so much, Ina had seen it many times before and had quite liked it even though she never voiced it aloud. Richard's robes worked much the same way and were even designed to accentuate that portion of his body both subtly and aesthetically. And yet, without so much as a filter, Ina had pointed it out without reserve or holding back. No, she had been polite enough not to say it so clearly. He was so grateful for her grace. Had almost wanted to say that he was a grower and not a shower, but he knew whatever last bit of face he had left would have been completely destroyed the moment he said anything to that effect. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. As though that much wasn't bad enough after displaying her grace, Ina had gone on to point out several other things, saying that his jaw wasn't as sharp, that his voice wasn't as deep, she had even said that his butt wasn't as round. Yet he had had to stand there and take it from start to finish. It took Richard several days to calm himself, but he had returned every day to hear Ina's scrutiny, only to come back to his estate more and more dejected. He should have been entering the happiest phase of his life, but instead he was having his ego stamp down one polite insult after another. He was so caught off guard by these things that he hadn't even registered that Ina said that her ex-boyfriend was more talented than he was, too wrapped up in the other more deliberate blows to his ego. Richard forgot all the ridiculous tricks he had used to try to get Ina to change her mind, but the ending of each was more painful than the last. There's something to be said about just feeling good and doing what's right in the moment, right? I believe that everyone should be free. Richard spoke with a light smile. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Feeling good is an easy way to get swept up in indulgence, Ina replied. Plus, such talk of freedom would only work if I was a man. My reproductive burden is higher than yours, and it will also make it more difficult for me to find an appropriate husband should I indulge due to the widely accepted societal norms. In addition to this, a woman feeling good isn't necessary for copulation and birthing the next generation. It is only an added bonus and is not as important as other things. It will be the last thing I consider. This is a good thing for you, though. It would be impossible for you to make me feel better than him. Richard left that day almost coughing up blood. What do you like in a man? Richard asked. I like a man who can take charge and protect me. Unfortunately, you lost points in this aspect by sending me on a dangerous mission you didn't want to do yourself. You are too cunning and too scholarly. You have no edge to you, and you lack a kingly air. You would rather be on the back line of a battlefield than on the front line, and that's not very attractive. However, that doesn't mean you don't have redeeming qualities. After all, I love to battle, so if I have your child, you can stay home to rear and guide them while I fight. I can give you half a mark for that. He tried everything but nothing seemed to move her in the slightest. In fact, it only buried him into a deeper and deeper hole. By now, it had been half a month of this, and it only seemed to get worse every day. By this point, whatever attraction he had for Ina had whittled down to a pure and condensed rage, as though he would sooner stab her through the heart than walk down an aisle with her. Richard's hands clasped together hard over his desk as he slowly attempted to regain his bearings. He took deep breaths, causing the vibrations of the room to cool down bit by bit. Right then, there was a knock at the door. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. He looked up and unclenched his fingers, patting down whatever wrinkles might have appeared on his robes. Come in. Richard was expecting a normal servant, but what he actually saw left his pupils constricted into pinholes. A skinny middle-aged man no thicker than a broom's pole entered with light steps. He had a thick mustache on his upper lip and aftershave covering the rest of his face in a thin shadow. His head, though, was completely bald. Richard recognized this man immediately and shot up to his feet. He was none other than the current head of the oldest vassal family their Viola family had, and was probably the most trusted aide, of the current family, head Vassal O'Brien. Vassal O'Brien, please forgive this junior for his rudeness. Vassal O'Brien looked Richard up and down before chuckling. No need to be so stiff, young one. I've come with good news. Richard's heart sped up. Was it that time already? Would he be officially appointed? They're coming. These words weren't what Richard wanted to hear the most, but it could be said they were most definitely the second thing he wanted to hear the most. They had known for a long time that Miguel had purposely held back from entering the sixth dimension, and that he had a purpose for doing so. It seemed like it was time. This is an opportunity, one that no one would want to give up. I'll see how she escapes from my palm now. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com, Chapter 1014, Pure Neutral Force, Chapter 1014, Pure Neutral Force. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com, Leonel's palm flipped over, revealing a snow globe. Within the half-dead body of Monkey, the third savant, lay. A sort of internal struggle took hold of him, but he eventually shook his head. Little Black Star still hasn't woken up yet. This is a decision I'll be forced to make later. Shaking his head, Leonel pushed this thought away. He knew that there would be a lot of tough decisions he had to make on his road into the future, and he had to be mentally prepared to make them. For now, though, he still had time to think about this one. Instead, he focused on the less morally existential issues. Energy purification will make things much easier on me. Energy purification was exactly what it sounded like. It was the process of cleansing force into a higher form. This pure force was not only easier to absorb, it was marginally more powerful than force of normal kind. To understand how this worked, one needed to understand how force worked normally. After a metamorphosis descended, physics would gain a new law not present within the third dimension, and those new laws would revolve around force. This new law was why Leonel had gotten so lost in the weeds when he was comprehending his first offensive technique back in the Joan Zone. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. When Leonel learned more about the dimensional verse, he eventually allowed these overly complicated and verbose explanations fall into the background. He used his understanding of these intricacies to understand the nuances of techniques, but it was no longer at the forefront of his mind. What was key to understand was only that in addition to atoms, force also made up the existence of everything. Everything in existence beyond the third dimension had force attached to it, and the characteristics of this force was what changed the fundamental laws that governed the world. This truth was why the concentration of water force was so great on the ocean, and why James was so shocked that Leonel was able to gather up earth force so quickly in a region it shouldn't have been so easy. However, it was exactly this that made most force impure. The fact Leonel could gather up so much earth force in an environment that wasn't conducive to it at all spoke volumes. Often, in nature, it was impossible to find a single pure force of a singular kind without influence of other force. Just taking the ocean as a continued example, were there not countless particulates that made up its being? Setting aside the most obvious and salt, there was oxygen content within water, countless other gases, and that didn't even mention the numerous microscopic organisms. This was all to say that there was never any true pure force, and this was exactly why neutral force was the most abundant of any kind. This was because neutral force represented the amalgamation and balance of countless different forces into one. The natural inclination of force was to amalgamate and enter this balanced form, and it took effort, affinity, and power to separate this neutral force into its individual parts. And this was where the abilities of the golden scale koi fish truly began to shine. Not only could it separate out neutral force into its individual parts, but it was also capable of producing pure neutral force, the pinnacle force that all force tended toward. The individual parts of neutral force were easy enough to understand, but pure neutral force was a somewhat novel concept, but it didn't take much explanation to grasp either. While all force tended toward fusion, there would, of course, be less stable and less perfect fusions. These forms of neutral force were everywhere. They had reached a good enough balance, but there would definitely be clashes within its structure that would lower its power. This imperfect neutral force could be akin to regular gas at a gas station, while pure neutral force could be akin to premium gas. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. The gold koi fish was able to gather up this force and help it to enter a perfectly balanced state. This was the shocking ability of its energy purification. But why was this useful? What good was this pure neutral force? The answer to that was simple. Pure neutral force went further in the energy it could produce. A single unit of impure neutral force was worth maybe 1/100th of pure neutral force, and that was at the lowest third dimension. The higher the dimension, the wider the gap became because the formation of pure neutral force also became more difficult. In addition to this, the energy that invalids released upon their deaths was actually a form of neutral force, a step above impure neutral force, but a step below pure neutral force. It had already been seen by Leonel long ago that this force was able to loosen and undo bottlenecks one might experience in the future. So just how much better would pure neutral force be at this? In truth, Leonel knew the answer to this because pure neutral force was exactly what the Puppet Master variant Invalid had released upon its death. Thanks to that single variant Invalid and single absorption of pure neutral force, Leonel's bottlenecks in his metal body had loosened by 3 or 4 stages. By now, the prowess of the little koi fish should be obvious. If pure neutral force was worth so much more, and this little one was actually able to produce 5th-dimensional pure neutral force, then wouldn't that cut down the amount of force Leonel needed to awaken his former army? Rather than allowing the silver tablet to absorb the force directly, why not allow the koi fish to do so instead? Upon creating the pure neutral force, Leonel would allow the silver tablet to absorb it, and the benefits would be even greater. On top of this was the high-level force that the silver tablet needed to awaken Norman's former fiancée, the very young woman whose blood had fed and awakened the silver tablet to begin with. Objectively, when it came to undoing bottlenecks, the silver tablet was better than even pure neutral force was. But if the abilities of the koi fish and the silver tablet were synergized, just what kind of impact would that have? The best part was that this was just the tip of the iceberg. To now, Leonel had only been following a single train of thought, one that followed the benefits of pure neutral force. However, what he hadn't yet touched upon was the opposite path. Just what were the benefits of the dissection of neutral force to form other pure forces? This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com, Chapter 1015, Pure Force, Chapter 1015, Pure Force. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. The path of pure force was what Leonel might have been the most excited about, and it was also the path he believed just might be the way to making this tentacle womb more useful to him. As one might expect, pure force was most definitely linked to pure force crystals. Only with pure force could pure force crystals be formed. This was why Leonel had originally thought that the koi fish would be useless to him. Why keep around a creature he would have to feed and raise, not mention worry about its betrayal, if he had a perfectly fine and loyal machine that could do the same exact thing? It didn't make sense. The koi fish had already exposed itself to have intelligence no less than that of a human. Though it couldn't communicate with Leonel, Leonel didn't believe it didn't have the ability to. If it could put him in an illusion, then it could most definitely convey its thoughts through said illusion. Without appropriate benefits, Leonel wouldn't keep such a dangerous thing around. But Leonel had been wrong. The segmented cube was much like the silver tablet. Its ultimate function was better than the koi fish alone, but what it put out was dependent on what went in. The silver tablet could produce an energy that seemed to be even above pure neutral force, while the segmented cube could produce force in pure force crystals. However, it was still all dependent on what they took in. The silver tablet needed to absorb the relative purer neutral force of invalids, while the segmented cube needed force-dense environments of a certain level or caliber. Due to this, the koi fish essentially became a branching point that allowed both objects to display their true abilities with far less drawbacks. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. This was where the first ability of this path came into play. The koi fish would allow Leonel to form pure force crystals much faster and with much greater ease. It had already been over a month since he learned of the segmented cube's ability and had even gone to the energy-dense region of planet Solara, yet he had yet to form even a single one. Clearly, this wasn't as easy as it seemed to be. With the koi fish, though, so long as Leonel gave it some time, this would be a matter of ease. Very soon, he would gain the force crystals he needed, and, once he found the perfect light elemental force to replace his snow force, he would then be able to upgrade his snowy star owl lineage factor, relying on the force arts displayed by the pure force crystals. However, this was just the beginning. Why were pure force crystals so valuable? It was because they could do the same thing pure neutral force could do in loosening bottlenecks, but it was far more targeted. When pure neutral force is taken into the body, it cleared away impurities and cleanses one's foundation. This lays stronger groundwork to take the next step forward, and it works this way for everyone regardless of their affinities. However, pure force in general is usually tied to a particular ability or a particular lineage factor. The root of these powers comes from pure force. So, when one absorbs pure force, rather than increasing one's overall foundation in a general sense, pure force targets what it is familiar with and bolsters this instead. Take Supreme Monet, for example. She has an elemental ability and it falls under the unique elemental category. It had to be remembered that the 3 forms of elemental ability were either unique in that it gave a special ability, neutral in that it gave general control over elements, or evolutionary in that it allowed Onto to improve the element into higher and higher forms. Supreme Monet could use her flames to heal herself, not much unlike a phoenix, so she falls under the unique category. Under normal circumstances, There are only a few ways for Supreme Monet to increase the strength of her ability. She could swallow a beast crystal, she could be patient and wait for it to mature through her training, she could increase her dimension, and finally, she could wait for her homeworld to increase dimensions as well. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. These latter three options all took time and patience, while the very first option was a crapshoot. There was a very low probability of a beast crystal taking effect, and it might cause a varied mutation that wouldn't be exactly what you were looking for. However, pure force crystals were different. Not only did they take near immediate effect, but there was no unpredictability factor. It would work 100% of the time, and it wouldn't mutate your ability. It would only allow it to progress along its designed path. By now, what Leonel wanted to do was obvious then. All he needed to do was understand the underlying pure force that governed this tentacle womb's ability. Then, he would use the koi fish to create and feed the tentacle womb these pure force crystals. Over time, the tentacle womb would eventually strengthen to the point investing in its reproduction was worth it for Leonel. It only took a few questions from the dictionary for Leonel to understand exactly what the tentacle womb needed to evolve. Life force and blood force had already been guessed by me, so this much was obvious. I can probably gather up the two forces just from killing beasts, since I'll have to do that anyway. But this third force, what is breaking force? Leonel was intrigued. This simple matter had seemingly become complicated once again. This so-called breaking force was something Leonel had never come across before, nor had he expected it to be so fundamental to how the tentacle womb functioned. Interesting, Leonel suddenly felt he had stepped into a new world. This breaking force, the tentacle womb, only needed a small portion of it, only a single crystal for every 1,000 life and blood pure crystal it consumed, and yet it was the core part of its ability. Is it really above life force? Just as Leonel was thinking about this, a wailing siren reached his ears. This was definitely something new, as he had no idea what it meant, but he had a good guess. Was Earth being attacked again? This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com, chapter 1016, cold chapter 1016 cold. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Leonie frowned lightly and turned. With quick steps, he made it to the pool he kept the koi fish in. Almost immediately, the fish jetted away, trying to get as far from Leonel as possible. However, its efforts were meaningless. It didn't have a strong body to begin with, and the only thing it could do with the energy it purified was inhale and exhale it. It didn't seem possible for it to use it personally. With a wave of his hand, Leonel brought the koi fish out in a globule of cleansing waters and faced it. You like these waters, right? They're the best waters you've ever swam in? Leonel felt a bit ridiculous talking to a fish, but he didn't patronize it, nor did he dumb down his tone of voice. Instead, he laced his dream force in with his words, conveying in intent with their subtleties. With this koi fish's force affinity, it should be able to understand Leonel very clearly. The koi fish released an air bubble that looked a bit adorable in Leonel's direction. But when the soul force waves reached Leonel, his lips twitched. This little bastard just spit at me? Leonel wasn't sure whether he should be angry if he should be laughing. It was so abnormal that he really wanted to do both. Clearly, this not-so-little fish didn't want to admit how much it enjoyed swimming in cleansing waters. Just from a couple weeks, it felt like it had been reborn. Its abilities even worked much faster and better than it ever had in the past. On top of that, cleansing waters was the best medium for force transfer it had ever come across. Normally, when it was stuck in water, it had to divert a bit of its energy toward creating a cleansing halo around it. This was why when Leonel first met it, it looked like it had a spotlight on it. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. However, this took a lot of preparation and slowed down its efficiency in gathering up and converting energy by more than half. The cleansing waters fixed all of this with ease. Plus, it wasn't salty like the ocean it hated so much. It could be said that the koi fish was a clean freak. It had been worried about where Leonel would put it earlier, but it felt at ease now. That said, it would never admit that to Leonel. The koi fish obviously disliked humans, or else it wouldn't have done what it had done. Though, it could be said that it also disliked invalids as well for clogging up its waters and always coming after it. So, you don't want to admit that you like this water, huh? Leonel smiled lightly. Okay, I'll put you back in the ocean then. The golden-scaled koi fish suddenly panicked, wiggling about the waters. It looked quite beautiful, its fins floating about like silk fabrics. Oh, so you want to stay then? Another bubble. Leonel grinned, but it was quite cold to the point the koi fish trembled beside itself. Do you know how many people your actions killed? Do you know how many mothers will go without sons now? How many fathers will go without daughters? On my battlefield alone, there were almost 50 dozen individuals defending a stretch of a couple dozen kilometers. Now, there's barely 40,000 remaining, and all their deaths are on your head. The koi fish stood frozen in the globe of water, suddenly feeling suffocated. Fish needed to move to be able to breathe, but no matter how hard the koi fish tried, it couldn't loosen itself from Leonel's death stare. Did you think that just because you look beautiful, that just because you seem innocent enough, that I would be fooled? To me, you're a mass murderer that deserves death no less than if it was a human standing before me now. The only reason I haven't killed you is because my partner is in a coma and I can't extract your ability. However, I promise you, if you don't cooperate, if you don't make yourself seem useful, if you can't give me a reason not to kill you and put your ability within something else more beneficial to me in a year from now, I'll give you the most horrible death you can imagine. This chapter upload first at allnovelful.com. Do you understand me? Leonel was inwardly furious at the audacity of this koi fish. If it was before he had made his resolve to become a king, he would have long since slaughtered this koi fish and its companion. However, now, he felt like he had to make choices that were a bit beyond the scope of his own moral compass. Objectively speaking, the koi fish would save more lives under Leonel's control than it had ever taken. This was the cold logic of it all, so it was the choice Leonel had chosen to make this time. However, Leonel didn't have a beast control ability, nor did he have anyone he trusted enough to hand over these responsibilities to. So, if this koi fish didn't cooperate, he wouldn't hesitate to toss it into a snow globe and kill it once little Black Star awoke. The fear of the koi fish was palpable, but it still forced itself to nod. Though it couldn't understand the intricacies of Leonel's words, it understood the gist of it enough to understand what would happen to it if it didn't cooperate. Ultimately, it was still willing to do what it had to do to survive. Good, Leonel said coldly. With emotion, Leonel took out a familiar vial. This was none other than the ocean drop vial that Kira had given him. But it had been modified by Leonel a bit. Of course, if others knew that Leonel was modifying a silver-grade treasure as a bronze crafter, there would likely be an uproar. But Leonel himself didn't find it to be that big of a deal. Leonel hung the ocean drop vial around his neck after siphoning large amounts of cleansing waters into it. Then he transferred the golden-scaled koi fish into the necklace vial. After he did this, he also transferred the silver tablet before dropping in the ores he would use to refine his metal body. Purify the essence of these ores and transfer them to me after you are done. After issuing this command, Leonel shot off toward where his brothers were resting. This chapter upload first at allnovelful.com, Chapter 1017, Chapter 1017. This chapter upload first at allnovelful.com. When it came to refining his metal body, the koi fish was also a godsend. The essence of ores could also be considered a type of force, a variation on Earth force, so it could of course be multiplied as well. This came with many benefits. Leonel would be able to use less ores to temper his body to the same level. His bottlenecks would also become thinner now that he had less impurities to worry about. It would even be possible to create stronger ores or start ore veins with the koi fish's abilities. The possible applications for the koi fish seemed endless. It was no surprise it took so many units to duplicate it. Not long afterward, Leonel made it to the residential units. He had planned to let everyone choose whatever rooms they wanted. But since they had been dealing with the pain of the bone-burning rose until recently, they had mostly chosen to stay together. By the end of it, they ended up sprawled all over a patch of greenery and had been asleep for 3 days already. Leonel jogged into the garden to find them still lying there. Seeing their ridiculous states, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Suddenly, Leonel released a loud clap. "Wake up, hey, what the hell, Cap? Fuck, I was in the middle of at least 3 beauties, in your dreams." "It was my dreams," Leonel grinned. One after another, strong auras standing firmly within the 5th dimension began to blossom forth. It was a fantastic enough sight for Leonel to ignore the terrible smell that was coming from them for just a moment. Truthfully, Leonel was pleasantly surprised. Though they weren't exactly far from the 5th dimension to begin with, Leonel still thought it would have taken at least a month or two. It's probably the influence of Earth. Coming from a talented world really has such a large benefit. It's unfortunate, though. I also wanted to get them to practice dimensional cleanse too, but there's no time right now. This chapter upload first at allnovelful.com. Alright. Leonel finally put an end to the commotion. "There's a war about to start soon. You guys need to get ready." "War?" Raj looked up from his comfortable spot in the grass with confusion. He seemed to have lost at least 50 pounds, but he was still a large mound of fat. It could only be said that he was still enormous. Why haven't I heard anything? Of course they hadn't heard anything. The segmented cube was perfect at isolating sound. The only reason why Leonel knew is because his internal sight was paying attention to the outside world. Plus, in the last 2 weeks he had been doing a lot of stuff on the outside world, whether that be preparing his shop or fulfilling his promise to the Dove siblings. So, he had no choice but to pay attention to the outside world anyway. One might argue that Leonel should be depressed that his store wouldn't be making as much money anymore, but was that even true? Now that there was a war, he could shake his grandfather down for some real funds. There was no better force crafter on Earth right now than himself. If the Ascension Army wanted his help, they would, of course, have to pay. After a brief explanation, Leonel kicked them all toward getting cleaned up. Barely 10 minutes later, they all stood spirited, their gazes glowing with battle intent. It seemed like they all wanted to take down the world together. "I don't really know what's going on in the outside world right now, but we'll stick together as an elite squadron." This time I won't go ahead on my own, probably. Leonel touched his nose. At least tell us you brought back some goodies, Cap. Franco rubbed his hands together. I did, Leonel smiled. For some of you, anyway. Franco's expression sank before he suddenly caught an enormous beast crystal Leonel threw at him. I happened to find one perfect for you. This one came from a beaver, but its physical strength was ridiculous. It should help to strengthen your muscle fibers to a next level. And for Gil, Leonel tossed over a beast crystal swirling with crimson lightning. I haven't really found anything good enough for the rest of you. But what I do have are treasures. A halberd for Joel, a pair of gloves for Arnold, one after another. Leonel handed them perfectly tailored treasures, all of which were Tier 7 bronze crafts. They had no idea that Leonel's skill had already reached such a level. Raj sniffled. I always knew that Cap was the best. Give me a hug. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Leonel dodged out of the way of Raj's fat rolls, a clear sign of laughter on his face. The borders of Earth's fold of reality suddenly found themselves surrounded as it slowly stretched to its limits. Having swallowed up several solar systems, what was once Earth had gone from a single planet to countless light-years of territory. After thorough investigation, there was no one who wasn't aware of Earth's greatest weakness, population. Having suddenly gained so much territory, it was simply impossible for Earth to defend it all. This was the best chance they would have to claim the talent of a future eighth-dimensional world for themselves. Among these individuals, there were many that were more than just a little familiar, many that Leonel had fought not too long ago, including the Midas and Radix family. However, if one thought that was the end of it, they would be sorely mistaken. The greed that such soon-to-be fertile lands represented was simply too much for anyone to give up. It was amidst this chaos that Elthor sent Leonel a message. Imperial Father, the expansion of our fold of reality has reached a critical point. If they take advantage of this to send six-dimensional existences in, Galeron finished giving his report to Emperor Fox. However, what he hadn't expected was for his father to uncaringly continue meditating after speaking a few careless words. They won't. Emperor Fox said casually, not opening his eyes. Caller, why? Galeron asked. Because they're cowards. Emperor Fox said lightly. Galeron blinked but didn't quite understand how to respond to this. Should we move out the elite troops? No. Emperor Fox replied. But, Imperial Father, they'll be overmatched. So what, just sick my grandsons at them? What the hell did I birth them for, if not this? Galeron, just 2 chapters today. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com, chapter 1018. Forget chapter 1018. Forget this chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Leo. A beauty jumped into Leonel's arms under the astonished gazes of his teammates. She was gorgeous to an extreme and had a mature charm that women their age hadn't quite refined yet. On top of that, she had a sort of queenly air most women would never birth. And yet, the moment she saw Leonel, she sprung into his arms as though she had always meant to be there. What the fuck? And to think I actually felt bad for this bastard. Cap's been holding out on us. Gil felt like he had been betrayed. Leonel laughed and hugged Mordred back. It had been a long time since he had seen her, and it seemed that she was living life well. At least her relationship with her father and mother seemed far better now than it had been in the past. After Mordred practically squeezed Leonel to death, she pulled back and pinched his cheeks with both hands. You brat, you just left us for years and disappeared. Where's little Ina? I need to see if you've bullied her while she didn't have me to protect her. Seeing the shift from love affair to brother-sister doting Leonel's brothers practically got whiplash. However, Gil's perverted mind worked very differently. So Cap has this kind of submissive little brother fetish, huh? What a scandal. Leonel touched his nose when he heard Mordred's question before coughing lightly. About that, she isn't here right now. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Mordred raised an eyebrow and looked toward Leonel deeply. She had a unique perspective on the relationship between Ina and Leonel because she had been there at its infancy. If she had to be honest, she felt that this sort of crossroads between them was inevitable because their foundation was far too shaky. Leonel had never been able to address all of Ina's insecurities, not because he wasn't good enough, but because there were some forms of confidence that one could only give themselves. On the other hand, Leonel himself was too good at detaching himself. Though he was good at reading people, he had blinders on when it came to himself and those close to him. In some ways, Mordred felt that Leonel put these blinders up as a self-protective mechanism. He subconsciously knew that it wasn't right to treat his friends and woman like they were numbers on a screen to be dissected. As such, he purposely ignored a lot of things. In much the same way someone who could read minds wouldn't want those around them aware of such a thing for fear of making them uncomfortable, in a lot of ways Leonel was like this. It was yet another layer to the facade that was him. However, Mordred wasn't quite certain of who the real Leonel was, or if it was even a good idea for this version of Leonel to be the one who presented himself to the world. That hidden Leonel felt more dangerous than she had ever been, and Mordred felt that Ina was the balance to him. It was such a fragile and immature balance that could collapse at any time. At least for now, it seemed that Leonel still felt that the relationship was mendable, as he hadn't had a fierce reaction to Mordred's words. However, she could also feel that this tipping point wasn't very far away. If something went wrong, all right, in that case I can let you off the hook a bit. But only a bit, Mordred replied. Leonel suddenly grinned. Really? But I come bearing gifts. Leonel took out the beast crystal he got from the Black Swan. The moment it appeared, it radiated a powerful aura of darkness that attracted Mordred instantly. Mordred's eyes twinkled, grasping the beast crystal with both hands. Not bad, not bad. I guess Big Sis can forgive you. Mordred giggled beside herself. This chapter upload first at allnovellefull.com. Where's my gift? The sudden voice came from deep within the throne room. Leonel had come to Avalon for the sake of taking hold of the vanguard. Since King Arthur was still only a Secretary Marquis, he wasn't able to take command of an army on his own, as only Governor Dukes could do so. Originally, Leonel had thought it would just be him and his brothers, but now it seemed he would have King Arthur at his back. This would work excellently for them both. Mordred and Arthur both were very competent generals, and wouldn't need Leonel's constant support. This would allow Leonel and his brothers freedom while being able to rely on a backbone. It would definitely be a lethal combination. At this moment, the group stood within a hallway of Camelot's castle, though it couldn't really be considered a castle any longer, and was much more like a modern estate. The whole of Avalon had been modernized, and the remnants of royalty had been expunged. The so-called throne room was just no longer this, and was just a meeting place they should have been headed to. But Leonel had gotten distracted reuniting with Mordred and forgotten this. Unsurprisingly, the voice was from Arthur, who accompanied by Guinevere and Lancelot both. In fact, there were other knights of the Round Table present, but many of them weren't the original members that Leonel had become used to. Obviously, new talents had risen up in the time Leonel had been away. With the new system of the Ascension Empire, the talents that Camelot had mostly neglected in the past due to their poor backgrounds were rising up one after another, and, as citizens of Earth, they were all extremely talented as well. Leonel laughed. I didn't manage to find anything you. But if you still need help with your streaking problem, I might be able to do something to help. Arthur, who had come with kind intentions, suddenly faltered. He had gone through great pains to ignore the fact his bare ass had been bared for all his citizens to see during the war just 4 years ago, all for Leonel to pick at this scab the moment he appeared. Forget I asked for anything, Arthur grumbled. An eruption of laughter followed his words. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com, Chapter 1019, A Order, Chapter 1019, A Order. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. After pleasantries, the group got to business quickly. They were all aware that they were under the command of Leonel, but it was ironically Leonel who knew the least about what was going on right this moment. So he listened patiently as things were explained to him by Arthur. A star map was laid out on a large wooden table. It had a faint holographic character to it. Every time Leonel's eyes refocused, he would find a new layer to observe. It was definitely a clever piece of technology that left him a bit intrigued. The situation is getting more complicated with each passing moment, but we believe that we have a good grasp on where the borders of our fold of reality will stop. It will be defined as such. Arthur pressed a finger down and the star map changed. The instant the borders became defined, Leonel's dreamscape went haywire, his pupils constricting. A bit of his aura leaked, causing the atmosphere to shift. Arthur looked up from the map toward Leonel, his pupils also constricted. He couldn't fathom just how powerful Leonel had become in just a few years. He felt like a completely different monster. Is something wrong, Leonel? Arthur asked. Leonel narrowed his eyes and didn't respond immediately, but he soon calmed and exhaled a breath. It's not important for now. You can continue. Sorry about that. Arthur paused for a moment before nodding. Since Leonel had said so, there was no point in pressing him. Since he would be taking charge of this anyway, Arthur had confidence that Ryu would definitely put them in the best position to win. After all, it was thanks to his contribution that they had dealt with White City alone, something that gave them more than enough leverage to negotiate with the Ascension Empire. Thanks to that, they were able to maintain a semblance of autonomy today. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. With the borders defined how they are now, as it's been explained to me, it isn't quite necessary to panic despite the large area we now have to cover, mostly because of two matters of importance: habitable worlds and suppression. Starting with the latter, it has to be remembered that these are people coming into our world, a fifth-dimensional fold of reality. This makes it near impossible for sixth-dimensional existences to appear. At the same time, our world has matured. Previously, we were attacked the moment we stepped into the fourth dimension and had yet to form our teeth. But now that Earth is in the fifth dimension and has matured greatly, those who invade our lands will experience proper suppression. It will be more difficult for them to use force, and also more difficult for them to replenish their force. This aside, there is the matter of habitable worlds. Even though Earth's fold of reality was expanding and the planets within it were gaining massive benefits as a result, that didn't mean those benefits would be immediate, nor did it mean that all of these planets would become habitable. In just Earth's main solar system alone, only Earth, the Moon, and Avalon were habitable. The remainder of the planets either could not sustain proper life and were useless, or could not sustain proper life and were slowly becoming disaster worlds. Of these planets, Venus and Neptune both were becoming disaster worlds, while the remainder showed no signs of becoming useful. Only Mars seemed to show a small bit of potential in maybe becoming another habitable planet, but that would take several years to come to fruition. This was all to say that what these invaders needed was a foothold. Without a foothold, what good was it to claim a piece of Earth's fold of reality for themselves? They were all just waiting for the perfect moment, just before Earth's fold of reality boundaries solidified to pierce through. Luckily, these habitable planets were rare, and not only were they rare, but there were levels of desirability among them. For example, take Earth and the Moon. As evolved as the Moon had become, no one would choose the Moon over Earth as a desirable location. We have reason to believe that the first wave will be those with true ambitions toward what is rightfully ours. As such, we've divided the planets into 3 orders of desirability, order A, B, and C, with C being the least. This chapter upload first at allnovelfold.com. Our fold of reality will cover about 1/100th the size of the Milky Way when it is finished. There are about 43 habitable planets in this range. 29 are C order, 12 are B order, and 2 are A order. We've been tasked with defending one of the A order habitable planets and also setting up a small-scale civilization there. This A-order planet has been designated the name Earth X1. For reference, the B-order planets will be designated starting with the Moon X1, while the C-order planets will follow after Avalon X1. Leonel nodded. He remembered Ina explaining to him how this naming nomenclature worked. X's designated that this planet was in the same dimension as Earth, while 1 designated that it was the first world outside of Earth to earn this title. The second A-order planet was probably named Earth X2. Leonel didn't have a problem with this, but the others were shocked. There were 9 governor dukes, 2 grand prime ministers, and yet it was them tasked with guarding Earth X1. Why did this seem too ridiculous? Shouldn't they be guarding a B-order planet instead? That seemed to make more sense. Leonel, however, understood that this was just his grandfather being his grandfather again. In Earth's first defense against the wider dimensional verse, how could Two Fox not take the helm? Finally, we have the reports on the potential threats. Leonel rose from his seat after Arthur was finished. He stretched slightly, a confident air hanging around him. I assume that the teleportation platforms have already been prepared? How many people can move out at once? A single trip can take about 100, Arthur said with a sigh. This really wasn't enough. If they were too slow, by the time they got there, instead of being the defending party, they'd be forced into the attacking position. I'll stabilize this side, then head over first. I should be able to improve on that number. Leonel grinned. Leonel suddenly felt his hands itching. This war was an opportunity calling out to him. He had a feeling that what he gained from these battles would make or break the next 10 years for him. This chapter upload first at allnovelfold.com, Chapter 20, Earth X1, Chapter 2020, Earth X1. This chapter upload first at allnovelfold.com. If Earth X1 were to be described in a single word, it would be wet. It felt like a light drizzle was perpetually falling from the skies, and the thick canopy of rainforests were so wide-ranging that it felt that every piece of land was covered in lush greenery. During the rare times of the day where this rain would stop, the sky would be filled with a beautiful bluish light violet color that radiated life and vitality. Earth X1 didn't have any oceans, but what it did have were large networks of rivers that crisscrossed about its surface in raging torrents. It had 3 main river channels that were easily 50 kilometers wide and had lengths in the thousands of kilometers. All of the river networks found life from these 3, filling the planet with a rich vitality. Due to this ecosystem of rivers, Earth X1 only had freshwater systems. In addition, all of its soil was perfectly irrigated, leading to the richness of its vegetation and greenery. Earth X1 didn't have any polar ice caps because all of its water was quickly flowing from one place to another. As such, even its snowy caps had lush vegetation, albeit covered in thick layers of snow they had adapted to living in. The planet itself was about 5% larger than Earth, and despite lacking oceans due to the large number of rivers, it was still covered by waters to a mark of about 70%. These things made Earth X1 a very hotly sought-after commodity. Such an environment practically made the entire planet a perfect garden. And, with it entering Earth's fold of reality so quickly, it would have many centuries and millennia to take advantage of Earth's talent and birth force herbs, maybe never before seen in the dimensional verse. This chapter upload first at allnovelfold.com. It was this world that Leonel found himself and his brothers teleporting to. However, he didn't like what he saw almost immediately. Earth X1 was such a beautiful world, but the instant they stepped foot onto it, they were already destroying it. The teleportation formation alone had cleared out a large 10-square-meter space, and it clearly looked like it was done in a rush, or else there would be more destruction. In fact, the moment Leonel appeared, he caught sight of numerous individuals preparing to clear the forests around them. Stop. Leonel's voice thundered, catching the workers off guard. Let alone the workers themselves, even Leonel's teammates were confused. This was basically a necessity. If they didn't clear the forests, how would they build their base? If they weren't quick about building their base, they would go from having some advantage to having no advantage at all in the face of these invaders. Leonel, however, couldn't bear to see this happen. He wasn't some save the forest activists, but he felt like if it wasn't absolutely necessary, why would they destroy something so beautiful? Plus, just from a cursory sweep of his internal sight, he had vastly better ideas than whatever these people were doing. Bring whoever is directing you all here for me quickly. It didn't take long for the workers to recognize Leonel as a prince and immediately follow his orders. They had all seen Leonel's face in the skies that day, and they had all heard Emperor Fox act to protect his grandson. If anything, it was almost impossible to find someone who didn't know Leonel on Earth. After giving these orders, Leonel immediately began to work on improving the teleportation formation. Rather than destroying the ecosystem like the others had, Leonel decided to work upward. Since they had already destroyed this patch of land, there was already no going back. So Leonel used the materials he had been given to improve the formation and began to communicate with Little Tolly to build upward. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. By now, Little Tolly had firmly stepped in the fifth dimension, which had been the root cause of Leonel's skyrocketing skill. Without Little Tolly holding him back, the crafts he could make were simply on another level. In just a few minutes, Leonel had already completed 3 floors of a simple tower structure. His engineering principles were so sound that his speed didn't seem to impact the structural integrity of the tower in the slightest. If I build things this way, it'll be slightly inconvenient for large amounts of soldiers to trek outward. Okay, I'll modify it. Every new batch of soldiers will immediately be teleported to the top of the tower, then subsequently teleported down 1 floor at a time. They might get a bit dizzy, but this is the best I can do for now before a real base is built. By the time the temporary leader of the operation made it to Leonel had already completed a tower with 10 floors, increasing the number of individuals who could be teleported over by tenfold. The temp leader, a middle-aged man sent from the imperial capital, stood in shock. He was a quite high-ranking government official and was just sent to maintain order here and ensure that Leonel didn't do anything crazy. But he suddenly realized that he would be nothing more than a figurehead here. He smiled bitterly. I'm in, over my head. Haman was a man who had held his position before the metamorphosis, but he didn't hold any exceptional talent all to his own. He was basically as normal as they came. Any pride he had in his position immediately deflated when he saw Leonel build a 10-story tower in not even that many minutes. Minister Haman, right? Leonel hopped down, formed the top of the tower, softly landing in the soil as he used his earth force to disperse the impact. Minister Haman bowed deeply. Your Highness, that is indeed my name and title. Leonel nodded with a smile. No need to be so overly polite. I only called you here so that we could get on the same page. I think it's a bit of a shame to destroy the makeup of this world. I have a few options I think would be better and could help us in the long run. Minister Haman looked up with a slightly relieved and partially curious light in his eyes. What did Leonel want to do exactly? This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com, Chapter 1021, River Network, Chapter 1021, River Network. The truth was that Leonel wasn't the only one who felt that keeping the ecosystem of this world intact was important. Even on Earth, much of the concrete jungle had been replaced with large swaths of forest and natural ecosystems. If they destroyed the natural environment of Earth, much of what it meant for them to come from talented worlds would be destroyed. After all, only by allowing Earth to grow in its natural state would the resources they were so looking forward to grow into maturity. The same could be said for Earth X1. It was just that they had barely gotten Earth to its current balanced state. They hadn't had time to worry about other worlds, not to mention the fact that Earth X1 had only recently entered Earth's fold of reality, so there wasn't anything they could have done earlier. On such a time crunch, they could only take the most forceful approach. This is a unique environment. If we want to take advantage of it, whatever we build must first take it into consideration so we can maximize this effect. Do you know what the advantage of this planet is, Minister Haman? Minister Haman blinked before shaking his head. Please enlighten me, Prince. It's its rivers. The river networks of Earth X1 connect to every location on this planet. At its slowest, these river networks still move at hundreds of kilometers an hour. Its fastest rivers move within the thousands of kilometers an hour range. Leonel did a rough estimate of speed based on the discharge rate of the rivers. The speed he provided wasn't actually the speed of the river, but was rather what he estimated the speed of a boat on said river would be. This is what our advantage is. If this network of rivers is used efficiently, even in an infancy state, it would only take at most 2 or 3 hours to send reinforcements to a particular location. Once the network is mature, half an hour to an hour would be all that's necessary for reinforcements to reach any location. Leonel wasn't a fool. Earth simply didn't have the force crafters necessary to make a wide network of teleportation stations. In fact, Leonel didn't believe that the enemy would either. Space affinities were extremely rare, and force crafters that understood how to apply such principles to force arts were even rarer. This particular teleportation station was likely bought from a force crafter guild and was definitely the best the Milky Way had to offer, and yet it could only move 100 people at a time. This wasn't nearly enough for a large-scale war. In addition, the fact that Earth could only buy one even for an important A-order planet like this one, despite the wealth it had currently, spoke volumes. On top of this, even though Leonel could build this network, he simply didn't have the time. And, even if he forced himself to find the time anyway, what would happen while he was away? What would happen when the enemy wisely targeted and destroyed these teleportation stations? Even if they managed to protect the teleportation stations, who would upkeep their maintenance? Leonel knew that he couldn't stretch himself too far. So, he decided to kill multiple birds with a single stone. He would create a network that could be easily maintained without him, while also protecting the ecosystem of Earth X1. Minister Heyman's gaze glowed, understanding much of Leonel's thought process without Leonel speaking aloud. Leonel was essentially pushing for simple crafts that could be forged by even weaker black-grade crafters. It was technology that even 21st century Earth would have had, let alone 25th century Earth. If the rivers were used as the propulsion system, all they needed to worry about was aerodynamics and ensuring that material of the boats were strong enough to withstand the high speeds. That was it. Minister Heyman could imagine that if this was executed properly, Earth would claim a decisive advantage on this world, and it was one the enemy wouldn't easily be able to claw back. However, Minister Heyman had one scruple. I only have a single concern, if Prince doesn't mind hearing out this old man. Please speak. Leonel responded without hesitation. You don't have to hold back your opinions around me. I'll take them all into consideration. Minister Heyman sighed another breath of relief before nodding. Right. Though Earth X1's ecosystem is thriving, there's a lot of danger as well. The animal kingdom tends to be quite poisonous, and many of them have evolved to have excellent camouflage abilities. This was why we thought it safer to clear away the land for the sake of building a base. Beyond this, any creature that can survive the harsh, rapid waters of the river is most definitely powerful to an extreme. I don't believe that these rivers won't have any dangers at all. In fact, they might have the greatest dangers. Does Prince have a solution? Leonel nodded. He had considered this problem as well. Protecting nature always sounded like a beautiful idea, but the issue was that nature didn't always appreciate your kindness. The river creatures would, especially, be an obstacle, especially as they continued to birth more and more talented creatures under Earth's influence. Luckily, Leonel had a solution. Beasts can become very intelligent as they rise through the dimensions, but there are two problems they will face. For one, this world isn't as talented as Earth just yet, so most of the creatures will still be at a fourth-dimensional level. In fact, they're likely struggling to adapt to suddenly being thrust into a fifth-dimensional fold of reality as we speak, which is probably why you have yet to suffer any attacks. The second thing to consider is that though they might grow more intelligence, they will still lack the plasticity and flexibility of thought that humans have. The best counter to these beasts is right in front of us. Leonel suddenly took out a rainbow-colored beast crystal he had gotten from the Rainbow Island-sized piranha. He had planned to sell it to Jessica, but hadn't gotten around to it just yet. What beasts fear most is other beasts, especially beasts more powerful and more talented than they are. I have plans to create a shroud for the network of boats and floating forts we'll create. The first layer of defense will be these beast crystals. Normal creatures won't dare to get close to them as they can't yet match up to Earth's beasts. The second layer of defense will be concealment. Invalids aren't as intelligent as normal beasts, and rather than being off-put by powerful creatures, they'll surge toward them in hopes of evolving. This will be our second defense. As for the details, just leave it up to me. Leonel took a few steps out and entered the forest. Not far away, a small-sized river, at least by the metrics of this planet, lay at a width of a few hundred meters. With a light toss, the segmented cube left Leonel's hand. Just before it landed in the waters, its jigsaw pieces moved and morphed, connected by a large array of motes of light. With a splash, it landed, having become a large yacht. Chapter 22-2, Layered Hand. Chapter 22, Layered Hand. Earth's fold of reality slowly solidified. In this state of flux, it became comparatively easy to cross over. This was especially the case since the Milky Way was a predominantly fifth-dimensional galaxy. Since Earth was also currently entering the fifth dimension, it was more a process of assimilation than evolution, helping to facilitate the crossing over all the more. There were quite a number of powers waiting for an opportune time to cross over, and many that had already done so. Having lost the protection that came with being a lower-dimensional world, Earth had begun vulnerable, and thus had no choice but to gain the strength to defend itself. This moment was one that many had been preparing for a long while. Those that came from higher-order worlds had many special techniques for predicting and marking the borders of evolving folds of reality, and had thus scouted out the region long in advance. With the information in their hands, they retreated, knowing the danger of being present in an area a fold of reality was moving over. However, now, they were prepared to make a move forward once again. Those with confidence in themselves eyed pieces of the A-order worlds. But there were many that chose to not overestimate themselves, aiming for B and C order worlds, feeling that they wouldn't be as protected. However, these people had no way of knowing that Emperor Fox was a madman. Not only had he focused his most elite troops on the lower order worlds, he had left Earth X1 and Earth X2 to his still maturing grandsons. Are you sure about this? Within a ship streaking through the vast stars, a meeting was taking place. Though their destination had already been picked, many still weren't sure about their leader's choice. Since it wasn't too late to change their destination, some were still doing their best. However, it seemed that this group was just a minority. At first glance, these individuals looked like normal humans. However, upon second inspection, it was possible to see that these people weren't entirely so. Many of them had odd birthmarks randomly growing upon their skin that upon a closer look actually seemed to be no different from the bark of a tree. Some didn't have these marks at all, but considering their nonchalance toward their fellow comrades' imperfections, it was likely that they had similar imperfections just placed in less than obvious locations. At the helm of the room, the man who this question had been aimed toward had a similar birthmark. However, his own was prominently placed on his forehead and had a rich brown color to it. Rather than seeming out of place, it actually gave him a lofty character the others didn't have. "I've already explained myself once. What need do I have to do it again?" he replied coldly. The man who had questioned him immediately became flustered. The discussions were still amicable to this point, but it seemed that they had pushed it too far. They had clearly almost forgotten just who this man was. "If you fear death, what right do you have to follow Her Holiness?" No, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that though Her Holiness is all-knowing and all-powerful, we are not. We never ask the other branches for help like we should have." "For help?" The man rose, the brownish-gold bark on his forehead radiating an oppressive aura. "Do you know what happened just a couple months ago?" The others shivered, unable to say a word. Though joining a religion gave you untold power, it was also a shackle like no other. So long as you were in the face of someone more favored by your god or goddess than yourself, it was impossible to raise even a finger of resistance. Compared to them all, this man was a tier higher and as such held the ultimate strength. They didn't have the option to resist, even if they wanted to, and leaving the religion wasn't an option either, or else all of their strength would be stripped from them in the best case, and in most cases they would die horrible deaths. A month ago, a blasphemer of Her Holiness slaughtered one of our brothers, a pious follower of Her Holiness, the goddess of the Evergreen. Our faith lost a 3-layered hand, but this is only the beginning. This blasphemer not only killed a child of Her Holiness, but he also destroyed Her Holiness's mark. A shocked silence reigned over the ship. At that moment, whatever hesitancy they had turned into a righteous indignation. For the mark of the goddess to be destroyed was a slap in the face of their holiness. This wasn't something they could allow. This blasphemer is a citizen of Earth. This isn't just about spreading the word of Her Holiness. It is a crusade to wipe this blemish from her name and make those of the secular world understand the nature of Her Holiness Evergreen. The atmosphere boiled over. However, though the man who had initially questioned 4-layered hand I am seemed to be dutifully praying right now, his heart was shaken. He wasn't fearful of Earth and its people. That wasn't why he had brought up such concern to begin with. The issue was that they had gotten word that 2 colossuses of the religious world had chosen to move in on Earth as well. However, their 4-layered hand was blinded by his own greed and refused to call over reinforcements. It was clear that Eames wanted to promote to 5-layered and likely even the legendary 6-layered hand. Only by claiming land in such a fertile world would he have a chance at doing so. So, against all their advice, he had chosen to target an all-order world. But at what cost? Adderlard clenched his fists within his robes tightly. "We need to sweep through this planet as quickly as possible and lay our roots deeply. Within the nature of this planet, our evergreen force will have a great advantage. In addition, due to the blessings of Her Holiness and our location advantage, we should be ahead of everyone else by at least half a day. I can only hope that this will be enough. Without proper reinforcements, it might be possible that their evergreen religion would be wiped from the face of this galaxy. From start to finish, though, Adderlard never worried about what resistance the people of Earth would put up." Chapter 1023, Soundless. Chapter 1023, Soundless. The ship of the Evergreen Goddess Believers streaked through the vastness of space. In just a few hours, they entered the range of Earth X1's solar system, a bright yellow sun hanging a long distance away. The trip had been exceptionally smooth. They had long since calculated the least turbulent route, and due to EMA's ambition, he had used up a large amount of accumulated Evergreen force to ensure that they would be ahead of everyone else. Though Adderlard was right to be worried about the other religions that had come to the Milky Way, especially after they had monopolized much of the galaxy for so long, that didn't mean that they didn't have any advantages. Due to the fact their temple was located here, they could make use of years of accumulation to accomplish things these other 2 religions could not. As such, they had a head start on everyone else, even though this head start cost them centuries of accumulation. In Ime's estimation, though, it was all worth it. In a religion, one was able to rely on your god for certain things. These things could be asked for in prayer, and the return you received would be a function of your piousness and your offerings. Piousness was often measured by what level you had reached in a religion, each one having their own ranking system. As for offerings, for the evergreen religion, it was a measurement of evergreen force. Evergreen force could be accumulated through meritorious feats, sacrifices, and offerings of treasures. These could then be converted into units of evergreen force which could be put toward prayer. Having been rooted in the Milky Way Guild for so long, the evergreen religion had most definitely accumulated large amounts of evergreen force, and they had a home field advantage the others would not have, as there were certain complicated penalties associated with prayers involving events that were too far away. Without overcomplicating matters, the fact was that EMA had sacrificed much of their evergreen branch's previous efforts, all for the sake of Earth X1, because the world was simply too perfect for them. What better world could there possibly be for their evergreen religion to thrive than one with such lush greenery? And this was a sentiment that even those who had disagreed with IMA's methods immediately agreed with the moment they laid eyes on the beautiful planet hanging upon nothing. Earth X1 was filled with crisscrossing rivers and 2 soft ice caps delicately covered with soft snow. The rest was nothing but endless greenery with trees so tall they threatened to pierce through the atmosphere and puncture a hole through it all. Ime stood with a dignified expression on his face as he faced the wide glass windows, but his heart jumped and leapt with joy. Even from here he could feel the rich wood force even as it slowly grew more and more powerful. Calming himself, he took a deep breath. Follow the plan. Land at point A and take root. Our first priority is to build our shrine to Her Holiness. In that way, this will become the new main base of our evergreen religion in this galaxy. Yes. The ship shot around the planet before descending at a pre-selected location. Back when Earth X1 had yet to enter Earth's fold of reality, Aime had long since scouted out the region. Then, through prayer, he located the best location to build their shrine. The ship came to a grinding halt after descending through the atmosphere. Its pressure caused the waves of water beneath it to separate and spread, almost flooding the opposite banks. Unsurprisingly, the evergreen religion was also very much invested in protecting nature. This wasn't only a fundamental root of their teachings, but it also had selfish foundations as well. After all, if they destroyed the greenery, the wood force would weaken, and so would they. Accumulating evergreen force in this place will be at least 3 times faster than normal. Aime stood on the helm of the ship, his underlings having already gotten to work. While the ship hovered above the water of the large river, on the coast dozens of brown-robed individuals sat beneath the trees in silent mediation. At first, it seemed like nothing would happen, but very quickly, wood force began to accumulate, and the already large trees actually began to grow. The branches began to reach over and intertwine with one another. Even the thinnest grew thicker than a man's waist. At the same time, even branches from 2 separate trees began to fuse as though they had always been one. It was an astonishing sight to see. Very quickly, these intertwining branches became elaborate tree homes that carried an elegance even beyond normally built estates. And, at the same time, they didn't disrupt the natural ecosystem even one bit. If one looked closely, it even seemed that the trees had been strengthened. How could they not be? The brown-robed men and women had all been using 5th-dimensional wood force to help these trees grow, while many of the trees themselves were still within the 4th dimension. Help the shrine take root. Once this is finished, we can be said to have taken a strong foothold, Ime directed traffic. Once he was satisfied, he fell to his knees in deep prayer, the bark on his forehead beginning to shimmer as the blessings of the evergreen goddess began to strengthen their fort to an extreme. If it had already been powerful before, now it had a certain enigmatic character to it that was difficult to deal with. Just as Aime was about to put the finishing touches, investing even more evergreen force into their new home, a shout caught him completely off guard. 4-layered hand, sir. The distance. Before Aime could lose his temper, his pupils constricted. Without a sound, 6 boats moving at hundreds of kilometers an hour appeared over the horizon. They were already within a kilometer before anyone had noticed anything. At the helm, a young man with pale violet hair stood at the edge of the ship, his gaze narrowed. Chapter 1024, Speed. Chapter 1024, Speed. Aime's heart jumped. None of the normal signs of an approaching enemy had been there. There wasn't an influx of force. There wasn't an odd sound. There were no fluctuations in space. There was absolutely nothing. It took him a moment to understood, but he soon grasped it. There were none of those signs to grab a hold of because they weren't there to begin with. Those boats weren't being propelled by force. They were being propelled by nothing more than wind in the rapid waters. On top of that, because they were using the water, their movements were masked by the rivers itself. It was no wonder none of them had realized that something was wrong until they were already so close. After understanding this, Ime calmed. He had been through a lot in his life, and as a man who had been willing to uproot everything on this singular bet, he was decisive and intelligent as well. He immediately came up with several weaknesses to this clever plot of Earth. One of the main ones being that if Earth was intent on using river flow for movement, that meant that they could only ever attack from one direction. Aime stored these conclusions away and immediately stood. His gaze narrowed when he got a better look at Leonel's face. To think he would meet the man who killed his three-layered hand-brother so quickly. It seemed that the goddess worked in mysterious ways and had laid this opportunity at his feet. The others weren't aware of this, but the truth was that after Leonel shattered the seal that would have been placed on him, he had gained the fury of the evergreen goddess. As such, his head was worth a large amount of evergreen force so long as he was sacrificed to their altar. The real reason Ime had been willing to take this enormous risk was that Leonel's head was worth more than 10 times the evergreen force he had used to gain this speed advantage over everyone else eyeing Earth. So, seeing Leonel now, it felt to Ime as though everything was snapping into place, as though the world itself wanted him to succeed and like the goddess was smiling down upon him. "Prepare for battle," he roared. They had already set up their shrine in the 2 hours it had taken for Leonel and the others to get here. Though not everything was complete, it was enough to give them a small area of effect advantage and dampen many of the oppression they would normally face after entering another's fold of reality. This was the advantage that religion provided. At that moment, the layered hands began to get into formation. Though they were men of goddess, they were very much used to battle. In fact, even compared to other organizations, they were even a cut above. Despite the speed of the raging waters, none of them was phased, and they easily stepped onto the rapid waves, forming up a strong formation before the quickly speeding boats. Now that the formation of 6 was closer, they got a good look at the design. Those who had some crafter experience couldn't help but nod their heads in appreciation toward the perfect design of the boats. They were truly built for speed. At that moment, the 6 sleek boats suddenly simultaneously released their parachute systems, cutting their speeds in half as heavy anchors fell. In as little as 100 meters, they had come to a grinding halt. But things didn't stop there. The so-called parachute system were actually wings of silver the boat suddenly deployed. Despite their thin and frail appearances, they hardly rocked as they brought the boats to a stop and also formed up a line of sturdy barricades at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the formation of 6 sleek boats had become a miniature fort on the ocean, turning the advantage the Evergreen brothers and sisters had had in mounting a defense to almost nil. "Fire!" Leonel's voice boomed over the battlefield. At that moment, Ime became almost too keenly aware that Leonel was the only individual present. At least, Leonel was the only one visible right this moment. And yet, he had just barked out orders. Before Ime could understand what was happening, a rain of hundreds of arrows suddenly shot out from above. This speed, Ime and the others were completely caught off guard. From the boats appearing to them coming to a grinding halt and suddenly firing, not even half a minute had passed. The sudden shifts in the battlefield were far faster than anything they had ever been a part of. Again, before the first wave even landed, Leonel roared again. In a panic, the religious men and women put up their defenses, trying to work together to create a large shield of wood. Their speed was exceptionally fast, especially under the influence of their nearby shrine. And yet, it was right then that Leonel pointed out 2 fingers. Range. Despite still being 200 meters away from their front line, and despite the fact that 2 volleys of arrows had already been loosed, Leonel's spear force still made it first. Suryu. The barely constructed wooden shield was sliced in 2 and continued unhindered, piercing into the hull of the spaceship still hovering above the waters and bisecting it as well. Under the horrified gazes of the Evergreen brothers and sisters, their ship collapsed into the water and the shield was sliced apart, interrupting their rhythm. With their collaborative efforts destroyed, their attempt to build a large shield failed, and they could only quickly attempt to put up their own individual defenses. But it was exactly then that the first and second volley fell, causing a chorus of pained cries to call out. Right then, Leonel shot forward. From behind the silver wings of the sleek boats, 8 individuals quickly followed suit. With a flip of his palm, a wooden spear of deep black appeared in Leonel's hand, his speed so fast that the waters seemed to separate below him as a streak of gold followed his wake. Chapter 1025. Swing. Chapter 1025. Swing. Ime was almost shocked into complete inaction. Slicing apart the wooden shield was one matter. However, bisecting a ship designed to weather the dangers of space was a completely different matter entirely. This ship was designed to handle the extreme temperatures of stars, withstand the barrage of an asteroid belt with a 1-star disaster rating, and even capable of surviving a sudden change in fold of reality. It could be said that spaceships were designed to be among the sturdiest builds in the whole of the dimensional verse, which was why it was especially insane that Leonel escaped planet Vincero with one he personally designed. And yet, with a single stroke of 2 fingers, this ship was cut in 2. How could Ime not be shocked? How could he possibly be so powerful? Aime's mind spun, realizing that the situation was most definitely not good. Facing an enemy with such a strong offensive output, even without relying on a weapon, was among the most dangerous things you could do in the dimensional verse. Understanding the danger they were in, Aime immediately made a decision. Bang! Aime's palms slammed together, his aura blazing. At just a single glance, it became clear and obvious that he was actually at Tier 7 of the 5th dimension. But, as a servant of the Evergreen Goddess, this meant much less than his ranking. 4-layered hand. Ima was confident that he could battle it out and even had a good chance of defeating Leonel. However, even if he did so, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Aside from his, there were only a dozen 3-layered hands that had come, and the rest were 2-layered or 1-layered. The strength they could display was much less, and for most of them, their strength of faith was much weaker than their own strength. As such, they relied on the latter. By the time he defeated Leonel, it was likely that their current number would fall. There weren't many clergymen of the Evergreen Goddess in general. The more people there were, the less evergreen force there would be to pass around, so religions tended to have small numbers of true believers. As a result, each was precious, and the loss of too many would result in an overall weakening of the faith. If Ime failed to protect his people, let alone being promoted, he would likely be demoted. In that case, he would have to take a chance. Ime released a low roar, the wood force in the surroundings surging toward him. The illusory image of a lotus formed of several wooden hands began to shimmer into existence. However, it was clear at a single glance that this lotus was far more elaborate than the last Leonel had seen. Seeing Ime's actions, the 3-layered hands of the clergymen also took action, feeling large amounts of evergreen force surging out from their shrine and toward them. With the support of their base, their strength became at least a half better than it was normally. Leonel's speed never slowed. However, he wasn't the first one to reach them. Gil shot by him, arc of crimson lightning following his steps. Taking advantage of the break in their organized formation caused by the rain of arrows, 2 daggers flipped about his fingers and palms as he appeared within their midst like a flash. Leonel was the second to arrive, his spear immediately beginning to dance about. The smoothness of his cuts were so immaculate that the spray of blood was heavily delayed. Sometimes, even long after falling to the surface of the water, the corpses were pushed into the distance by the raging tide without leaking a drop of blood. Interesting, Leonel didn't stop the preparation of the 3- and 4-layered hands because he somewhat felt that it was impossible to do so. Instead, then, it was better to whittle down whatever resistance there was as much as possible before he continued onward. A single sweep of his spear seemed to take a half-dozen head at a minimum. It was as though whatever location he wanted his spear to reach, it would do so. His current abilities made Vanishing Spear seem more like a joke than anything else. When the added range of Leonel's spear force was combined with his marksmanship and calculative abilities, the result was absolutely devastating. Even Leonel himself had underestimated just how powerful this breakthrough in his spear force was. At that moment, Leonel's expression turned serious. Bronze runes raced across his skin, and a silver armor appeared not long after. With a step, he appeared before a 3-layered hand just as the remaining 7 of his brothers crashed into the clergyman army. Before the latter could react, his head had flown into the air, his last expression being one of unwillingness and shock. Leonel's sudden attack was completely outside of their expectations, and so was his sudden and abrupt uptick in power. Several wooden lotuses spun, their hands assaulting Leonel from all sides. However, he pretended as though he hadn't seen them at all. Leonel's gaze flashed, the tip of his spear suddenly erupting with a silver-red flame as he pierced into seemingly empty space. Bang! Hearing the satisfying crunch, Leonel grinned. That was one seal down. It seemed it wasn't so difficult to blaspheme a god after all. If before he had to rely on his Scarlet Star Force, now he had Radiant Fire Force. He didn't have to choose between either destroying his own body or relying on a much inferior Fire Force. As expected, though Radiant Fire Force was nowhere near Scarlet Star Force in destructive capabilities compared to normal Fire Force, it was countless levels above. This seal only seems to appear when the clergyman is of a certain rank. That makes sense. The higher their rank, the more their goddess values them. So, this seal will likely only appear for those at the 3-layered hand level and higher. Leonel immediately came to this conclusion as his body flashed, dodging out of the way of several wooden palms and appearing to the back of another 3-layered hand. One movement, one swing, and there came yet another head. Chapter 1026 quickly. Chapter 1026 quickly. The rage of the clergymen was practically palpable. As much as they were infuriated that someone had killed their fellow brothers and sisters, they were even more infuriated that this individual had actually destroyed the seal of their goddess. Ime was especially furious. The more 3-layered hands that died, the more likely it was that he would be punished, and the less likelihood he would have at defending a position on this world. This Leonel had to die. Ime roared, his lotus finally completely forming. However, compared to the others, there was a clear and striking difference, his own pumped with veins of gold, giving the wood a more ancient and dignified character. Just the pressure it exuded alone was enough to dwarf the other lotuses entirely. Whether it was 1 or 3-layered hands, all of them fell into the category of junior clergymen. However, upon stepping into the 4-layered hand ranking, Ime officially became a senior clergyman. His power was on a completely different level compared to the others. However, just as his confidence was hitting a peak, he was immediately shocked to find that Leonel had appeared before him. It was as though Leonel was waiting for the perfect time to come. Knowing that it was impossible to stop Ime, he instead chose to come right this moment before he could even think of targeting the others. Leave it to us, Cap. By the time Leonel appeared before Ime, there were exactly 8 of the 12 three-layered hands left. It was clear that this was by no measure a coincidence. Charge! The one who roared this out was Leonel. The moment he did, the silver wings of the half-dozen boats in the distance split, revealing a flood of warriors. Though they weren't the most elite troop of Avalon, they weren't bad either, most of them having a firm hold within the 4th dimension. The timing was once again perfect. The clergymen had their hands full with dealing with the 9 of them, causing the formation to scatter and weaken. Just when they thought they would finally have some relief as they became occupied by their 3-layered hands, a group of twice their number suddenly charged for them, leaving them all at a complete loss. The worst part of it was that Leonel and the others had already killed all of the 5th-dimensional existences beneath the 3-layered hand rank, leaving them not only outnumbered, but without even a strength advantage to take advantage of. They were finished. Ime's forehead pulsed with rage as several wooden palms attempted to smash Leonel to death. This feels different, Leonel thought as he calmly dodged. It isn't just that this is more powerful, there's a certain character to it as well. It feels a lot like the artistic conceptions that I've been basing my mage arts on recently. I see, it's a style. Leonel came to an understanding. If things are like this, then Leonel's body swayed and shuffled. Rather than slicing apart the arms as he did normally, he allowed them to swarm him. Very soon, it felt as though he was being smothered and caged. Aime's gaze sharpened, sensing an opportunity. He didn't understand what Leonel was trying to do, but in battle, second-guessing yourself when there was a chance of victory right before you was a massive taboo. If you didn't have the confidence to fight, you had likely already died long ago. Many of Ime's wooden palms shot into the water below, beginning to wind and intertwine about each other, forming a cage below and above Leonel that he had no chance of escaping. Evergreen style, creaking wood. A strong surge of evergreen force blossomed forth from the center of the lotus. It rotated about, its sudden action causing the trap EMA had set to snap into place and block out all of Leonel's potential escape paths. A palm much larger and far more elaborate than the others descended with an unprecedented momentum. The waters beneath Leonel's feet had already split apart long before it reached even 10 meters above him, displaying its power outright. However, its target was completely unmoved. While it was true that there was no escape to the right or left or down and up, who said that he had wanted to escape in the first place? The waters beneath Leonel's feet began to sizzle, his gaze flashing with a slight silver-crimson color for just the briefest of moments. It was one thing if Leonel didn't have a time crunch, but this was hardly the only enemy he had to deal with. There were more yet still coming, and there would be even more after even them. He didn't just need to win, he needed to win quickly. Holding back and bringing out trump cards one after another wasn't conducive to this at all, so he didn't do that. 4 Seasons Realm, Summer, Radiant Core. Bang! The palm suddenly came to a grinding halt. In the beginning, it looked as though it was stopped by nothing more than air. It was only after a second inspection that it was possible to see a small sphere of silver crimson hanging upon Leonel's palm. The core trembled lightly, radiating out with a heat that caused billowing steam to rise up from Leonel's feet. At the same time, it seemed to release a barrier around it that the palm above couldn't cross no matter how hard it tried. It was firmly stopped 5 meters above the core, unable to move a single inch. At the same time, the palm of wood began to sizzle along with the water, its surface being burnt away piece by piece until, to Ime's horror, it began to crumble. Leonel's spear hand twisted, his wooden spear dancing in his hand before piercing forward. The radiant core balanced upon its tip, using the momentum of Leonel's spear swing to shoot upward and shatter the palm entirely. At that moment, as though the lotus had lost its supporting core, the cage around Leonel began to crumble along with the arm. In the blink of an eye, a lotus that had dwarfed all the others was burnt to ash, leaving nothing but a small radiant core the size of a palm hanging in the skies above. Chapter 1027, A Step. Chapter 1027, A Step. Aime's heart shook when he looked at the small ball of reddish-silver flames. He could feel the danger stored within it to the point it made his heart skip several beats. It was such that he almost completely forgot to react to the fact that his lotus had actually crumbled. He knew what happened. Leonel had targeted the core of the lotus and ruined its structural integrity. But though Ime understood this, it didn't mean that he was willing to accept it. Doing such a thing required understanding the style to an in-depth degree. It was something Ime had only seen when higher-ranking clergymen faced lower-ranking ones. It simply didn't make sense to him that Leonel could do this. Let's call this ability Dream Rupture. Dream Rupture. It was Leonel's ability to grasp the artistic conception of an enemy, find the root of it, and destroy it from the inside out. It was an ability that Leonel felt rose a level above finding the weakness of a normal technique. This Dream Rupture instantly became one of his stronger powers. Leonel found that when he stepped into the 5th dimension firmly, his sensitivity toward the nature of things and the artistic conceptions that they represented was heightened. Of course, this made perfect sense as Leonel had always been meditating on the natural force art that was the core formation of Dimensional Cleanse's third layer. As Leonel tried to master his natural force art, his comprehensions grew deeper and the way he saw the world began to subtly change. If the improvement in his spear force was half due to the fact he had switched to using a wooden spear as his main weapon, then it could be said that the other half was related to his meditation on Dimensional Cleanse. His summer comprehension, Radiant Core, was another example of his grasp of artistic conception shining through. Despite it only being a quarter of the 4 seasons realm, and couldn't display its full power without the other 3 seasons being present, it was actually still so powerful. The Radiant Core shot down from the skies, once again finding itself hovering above the tip of Leonel's spear. Yet, despite its heat, it didn't seem to affect the wooden spear in the slightest. Aime's expression flashed and suddenly became ferocious. With a single glance, he could tell that this battle was lost. It wasn't just him who had lost, but his 3-layered hands were just a few exchanges from no longer being able to hold on. However, just as he wanted to use his countermeasures to escape, Leonel's hand suddenly stretched out, Valiant Seal. A strong surge of space and earth elemental force soared. As heavy as the wood force in the air was, the earth force and water force were just as heavily present. The ease with which Leonel completed this spell, even at the expense of more than half his stamina, was far beyond any speed Aime could match. Right then, Aime finished chanting and the pendant on his neck began to glow. A moment later, his body vanished. But Bama crashed into the spatial walls of the Valiant Seal, a cry of pain and horror leaving his throat. Leonel shook his head. Yema ended up even more miserable than the Black Swan had. At least the latter's death was swift. But Yema had tried to forcefully teleport himself away, only to be restrained. That sort of forced end to a teleportation could end horribly in several ways, and, despite Yema's current sorry state, he could actually be considered to be lucky in how things turned out for him. Leonel's Valiant Seal was constructed based on the artistic conception of a treasure capable of forcefully keeping a sub-dimensional zone open. As long as something was within the parameters of the 5th dimension, it was simply far too difficult to deal with. In fact, Leonel felt that if he could properly improve his Valiant Seal, it would be a spell that followed him for a long time. It could be used flexibly for both attack and defense, and was a mage art that Leonel was especially proud of. It was just unfortunate that passing it on to others would be difficult since you would have to have an extremely high space and earth affinity to cast it. Leonel couldn't think of a single person that met that requirement. This should be the end of things for now. I really didn't expect enemies to get here so quickly. It seems that things could quickly get complicated. Leonel reached out a palm and squeezed. He wasn't confident in whether or not the seal that protected Emi was stronger than the others or not. If it wasn't, everything would be fine. But if it was and he was forced to use his Scarlet Star Force again, it wasn't worth it. So, rather than doing this, Leonel chose to toss him into a snow globe and worry about it later. Of course, though, Leonel used the Valiant Seal to pin him down and take his storage treasures first, then he threw him away. Leonel's head whipped around. Reacting quickly, he sent his Valiant Seals hurtling through the air in a particular direction. His gaze happened to lock onto the battle between Arnold and a 3-layered hand. However, he was still a step too late. Before his Valiant Seals reached their destination, the 3-layered hand vanished from sight, just barely dodging Arnold's palm before he was crushed into minced meat. Leonel's brow furrowed lightly. The pendant that Ime had tried to use was a high-level bronze-grade treasure, and the same was the case for this man who had just disappeared. But it was clear that none of the others had this treasure, so it was obviously not something the Evergreen Goddess gave to all her high-level subjects. The reason Leonel wanted to stop this man was precisely because it was odd that he had this treasure, and Leonel's instincts told him that he should try to stop him. Unfortunately, Leonel was still a step too late. Chapter 1 WA. One group. Chapter 1028. One group across the Milky Way. In a religious building that had turned quite silent to this point, Adelard appeared, gasping for breath. This location was none other than the abandoned shrine of the Evergreen religion and had once been their main base of operations. Iime, in all his ambitions, had chosen to uproot them completely and move everything to Earth X1. If the bet worked out, there was no doubt that there would be a great boon to take advantage of. However, even Adelard couldn't have imagined that the Earthlings would be so powerful. At first, he thought that the only anomaly was Leonel, but he realized that without showing his hidden trump cards, he had no chance to defeat Arnold either. He realized then that he had made a grave mistake. He had been so worried about the other religions come to encroach of the Evergreen Goddess's territory that he hadn't even considered the idea that Earth would fight back. It was beyond just the idea of them having the strength to do so or not, though. Usually, lower-level worlds were hesitant to fight back against religions because of the power their gods and goddesses represented. There was a reason why Adelard was scared of the clergymen of other religions, but not of the other families and organizations aiming for Earth. But it was either that Earth was ignorant to what it meant to offend a god, or they simply didn't care, and Adelard was afraid that it was the latter. The perfect counter to religious force was world force. When Leonel fought his first clergyman at Valiant Heart Mountain, he had analyzed evergreen force to feel like a cross between universal force and world force. In truth, he wasn't entirely incorrect, as it had aspects of both. Without getting lost in the details of it all, a powerful world spirit was able to counter the advantages religions could usually create for themselves. This was why many religions targeted weaker galaxies to spread their religion. With Earth's talent, Aderlard was sure that Earth's world spirit was also powerful. He had originally thought that it would still take time to mature, but if they were actually so bold in killing clergymen without thought for the consequences, Aderlard took a deep breath and shook his head. Leonel had no idea that his decisiveness had actually bought Earth valuable time to grow, while Aderlard had no idea that the wielder of the world spirit, Leonel's mother, was nowhere near Earth's fold of reality right this moment. This is still an opportunity. I can make a trip to another branch and slowly replenish my evergreen force. Then I can, just as Aderlard was thinking of what his next steps could be, he froze. Up ahead there was what could only be described as a goddess descended from on high. She wore a white and fluttering dress, and the small bits of skin she revealed were enticing to an extreme. It was just a shame that she actually wore a veil, and no one could see what peak her beauty reached fully. Aderlard was immediately on guard. He had always been a cautious person, but this woman had appeared without even alerting him. He even had a feeling that had she not allowed it, he would have never found her. "Your shrine has been uprooted," she said lightly. The voice was as delicate as a spring breeze and was easily 10 times as refreshing. She seemed to sing with her words despite the fact she was only speaking normally. "Why, yes, our 4-layered hand made a gamble and lost. I see, so you chose to try to plant a seed on Earth as well, but you were destroyed." Aderlard clenched his fists but didn't say anything. He couldn't understand why, but his entire back was drenched with cold sweat. This young woman didn't seem to be exuding any killing intent, and she seemed as harmless as a fly, but right now he wanted to do nothing more than turn tail and run. The veil of the young woman shifted. It looked as though she might have smiled, or maybe she had frowned. Aderlard's palms were too drenched for him to focus on the difference. "You're scared." She spoke so lightly that it was difficult to tell whether she was asking a question or stating something. She might have even been trying to comfort him, but he wasn't in the state of mind to know. "This tends to happen when people can sense my religious force, and it mostly only does when I'm in the presence of other clergymen. I think that's why he was so fascinating to me. He could definitely feel my religious force, and yet he wasn't scared at all. In fact, he treated me like a little girl. But I guess when you're so dangerous yourself, why should you feel fear?" Aderlard had no idea what she was talking about at this point. It took everything he had to keep his knees from buckling and collapsing beneath him. Even his eyes were forced to rapidly blink as he tried to keep the sweat streaking down his brow from stinging them. He is very dangerous, too dangerous, but he hasn't done anything bad yet. It's a very hard moral dilemma. Should you kill someone knowing that they will do something horrible, or should you wait until after they've done it? The young lady sighed, seemingly talking to herself at this point. Shaking her head, her gaze fell onto Aderlard again. "You had it with you, correct?" Aderlard froze. "According to customs, in case of a head clergyman going rogue, a second-in-command has the right to request aid. Isn't that correct? And I have a feeling that a smart man like you used that aid to give yourself a way out. If I was as smart as you were, I would request a secondary shrine. There was only one group of people that would care for the shrine of a religion that wasn't their own." Chapter 10299, Woodworking. Chapter 1029, Woodworking. Leonel's brow furrowed. He didn't like the fact this person was able to escape. Something told him that it would bring him more trouble in the future. Forget it. What's done is done. Very quickly, what remained of the battle came to a close. Most of the clergymen were directly killed. As for those that surrendered, Leonel chose to throw them all into the snow globes. Leonie didn't have the heart to slaughter people that had given up, but he also knew that it would be impossible to try to integrate these people into Earth's population like they were currently doing for the people of Terrain. The people of Terrain had no choice but to rely on Earth. Their original world was practically empty now. They had no methods to return easily, and Earth provided them a better future due to the implemented policies of Leonel's grandfather. Most people of Terrain were a lot like the people of Earth before the metamorphosis, not knowing much about the wider dimensional verse. But these clergymen didn't share the same ignorance of the world, and they wouldn't have the same gratefulness the people of Terrain would foster. If anything, they'd be a ticking time bomb ready to erupt at any time. Without a choice, Leonel could only throw them all into snow globes. At least this form of imprisonment didn't allow them a chance to escape, and everything would remain under his control. This operation didn't go poorly. Our casualties are few, and the speedboats work as designed. "How do you guys feel?" Leonel asked. Franco swung his arm as though he was already ready for another fight in response. "Lightweight." He grinned wildly. Leonel laughed. He had been paying attention to their battles, and their prowess was beyond his expectations. He realized that he had looked down on his teammates far too much. Maybe if he had chosen to grow with them from the very beginning rather than just chasing after Ina alone, they would be far more powerful. He felt a bit of guilt toward this. After all, he was always so worried about morality and the lives and deaths of strangers, but he always left his own brothers behind to fend for themselves. He truly was all over the place. A few with water affinity, come over, Leonel called out. After giving a few directions, a small squadron of those with water-related abilities came forward and began to pull the sunken spaceship out of the waters. This space has enough material to make at least a dozen more speedboats. As for the useless material, I'm sure I can find another purpose for it, Leonel cast a glance into Ime's spatial treasure and his pupils constricted. After a moment of thought, he came to an understanding. How lucky. They must have tried to uproot their whole religion and take root here. It's no wonder he'd have so much wealth on him. They wanted Earth X1 to be their new base of operation. The wealth within Ime's spatial treasure was not small. In fact, it was greater than the wealth that Leonel had dug up from planet Solara if only Urbi ore was considered. There were 20 W0 crams of fifth-dimensional Urbi ore present, enough to pay Leonel's bounty twice over, if his bounty was still the same, that is. Aside from the Urbi ore, there were many precious ornaments, all of which were shaped of wood and sized into various statues. From a cursory glance, Leonel guessed that these either depicted their goddess Evergreen or important figures of the Evergreen religion. The force they radiated was a dense Evergreen force, and they were likely designed to be displayed within the church. Leonel wasn't exactly certain if these were valuable or not, so he set them aside for the moment. What did intrigue him, though, were the pile of old texts that were neatly arranged in their own corner of the spatial treasure. Many of them were religious texts that retold tales with valuable lessons or accounts of their goddesses' feats. But there were a pile of technique-oriented texts that caught Leonel's attention. Of course, Leonel didn't have wood elemental force, so he wasn't very interested in this for himself. Rather, he was more interested in what these techniques could do for their war efforts. With a flip of his palm, Leonel took out one of these texts, his gaze glowing. Principles of Wood Elemental Architecture. This text began with reminders of the importance of nature and harmony before it introduced methods of creating homes for humans without interfering with the fundamental state of an ecosystem. However, this was just the simplest section of the text. It went on to describe what was known as an architecture style that reminded Leonel a lot of concepts of feng shui back from Earth. Essentially, depending on the complexity and delicate balance of the arrangement, a certain architectural creation could either be more powerful or less powerful. Within the crafting lessons Leonel's father left behind for him, there was a section on working with living things and another section on woodworking. The living things section encompassed everything from beast crystals down to rare crafts that required certain force herbs to complete. As for woodworking, it was an intriguing lesson that Leonel had yet to gain the opportunity to apply. Currently, Leonel used woodworking purely to solidify and improve the designation of his fingers. That required doing things like carving out small statues or other small woodworks. He also knew that this would be important in the future because, except in the case of some rare metal and gem trees, Little Tolly's abilities didn't work on normal wood. However, it seemed that his lessons on woodworking might finally come in handy on a broader scale. This text was definitely a heaven sent. Leonel's solution to not disrupt the ecosystem had been to build on the water. It was a fine solution and allowed for quick deployment of the speedboats, but the defenses weren't as great as he would like, nor were there any terrain advantages to take hold of. This text would be a great help to ending this war and solidifying Earth's defenses quickly. Just one more chapter coming today. Love you all. A3 Chapter 1030. Lake Crossing, Chapter 1030. Lake Crossing, the main base of Earth X1, underwent enormous changes in just a few days. The chosen location was one of the only 2 points on the whole of the planet where the 3 largest rivers intersected. Due to an odd case of flow dynamics in physics, the water at these intersections was quite calm comparatively speaking. Though the borders to this intersection were likewise extraordinarily dangerous due to the clashing waves. This was as close to a terrain advantage as Leonel could find on the waters aside from a few waterfall formations that could be found around the planet. But he knew that he needed something better than this, which was why he was happy to have found Principles of Wood Elemental Architecture. Though the boundaries of this intersection were especially violent, the range of the calm water had a several-kilometer-wide diameter. It looked so much like a lake, as opposed to the clash of 3 rivers, that this was exactly what Leonel called it, Lake Crossing. The 3 main rivers, named West River, Southeast River, and Northeast River by Leonel, met at their curbs. Rather than actually crossing each other, the intersection was like a joining of 3 U shapes at their base to form a sort of triangle with curved edges. The locations where just 2 rivers met were exceptionally volatile, giving the region some cover. But the main issue was that Lake Crossing had bodies of land as well. These bodies of land were exactly the weakness of this location and exactly the reason why Leonel wasn't confident in this terrain advantage. However, now with principles of wood elemental architecture, Leonel was confident in fortifying these entry points to the water, and that was exactly what he did. The result was a grand fort formation that became the result of less than a week's work. Sitting right at the center of Lake Crossing, an enormous fort lay. Taking inspiration from the Slayer Legion, it was like a large metal cube sitting on the calm waters. It was impossible to tell how deep into the waters it went, but the top of this cube reached up more than 20 meters. This cube, or at least what appeared to be a cube, was connected with chains so large that its links dwarfed the size of a human body. These chains anchored to the land around it, keeping the cubes in place. Upon the surface of these lands, grand wooden constructions stood. At first glance, it looked no different from a normal, wide-ranging and thick forest of brown and green. However, the longer you looked, the more exaggerated it all seemed to become. Enormous tree homes, interconnected pathways, and most importantly, defensive structures that took the earth itself as their foundation. The most shocking part of it all was that wood force continued to accumulate and grow in the surroundings. The trees absorbed this force greedily, speeding along their evolution far faster than the rest of Earth X1 one after another. These trees grew thicker and wider, breaking into the fifth dimension one after another and showing not a single sign of slowing down. The first day this tree fort was created, its defenses could only be considered to be all right. But, come the third, fourth, fifth day and beyond, the sturdiness of it all dwarfed what Leonel could have created with his current crafting prowess, at least not on the time crunch he was on. It could be said that the evergreen goddess had truly left Leonel a great boon. Leonel stood in the midst of the forest. On his lap lay a spear that seemed to be made of green vines and had a blade that looked like the closed petals of a pink rose. It radiated the aura of a quasi-silver spear and sat docilely before Leonel, seemingly not minding at all that he didn't even have the slightest wood elemental affinity to speak of. When controlling spears he didn't have an affinity for, Leonel often had to spend 2, 3, maybe even 10 times the stamina he would normally. But he had no other choice in this matter. Only he could comprehend the evergreen goddess's text and execute the completion of this fort fast enough. Luckily, he had the golden-scaled koi fish to help him quickly replenish his stamina, or else things would have been even more troublesome. The good news, though, was that manipulating fourth-dimensional trees was much easier. If these trees had already become fifth-dimensional, Leonel might not be able to accomplish this even with several months. Comprehending the artistic conception was easy for him, though. He just had to manipulate the fourth-dimensional trees into fifth-dimensional levels of complexity and watch the force do the work for him. I need to be fast. I need to finish all the forts before Earth X1 and undergo a qualitative change under Earth's influence. I'm still too slow. Leonel suddenly looked up. They're here, right? Arthur appeared in a streak of light. Whether it was Gil or Leonel himself, there was no doubt that Arthur had the fastest speed. It couldn't be helped. He could quite literally deconstruct himself into the light element at will. Seems you know already, Arthur responded. Leonel sighed. I wanted to take over both lake crossings. That way we'd always have the decisive advantage. But my wood affinity is just too weak. I couldn't finish here fast enough. Arthur's lip twitched. Leonel had created such an elaborate fort in less than a week. It was practically impenetrable. Only a fool would attack it without several months of preparation. The fact he accomplished this was enough. But Leonel didn't feel this to be true. He felt an anxiousness in his heart that he couldn't seem to get rid of. He needed to be faster, to be better. They had known from the very beginning that there were 2 points that all 3 rivers met at. Unfortunately, Leonel could only choose to build one base at a time. There's no need to worry. They should have just arrived. It would be impossible for them to set up any sort of powerful defenses. In fact, they might very well be fighting amongst themselves for such a prime spot. Leonel's gaze narrowed. Arthur looked into the distance, his gaze also turning somewhat gloomy. It seems they want to test how good this fort is, too, Arthur said lightly. Leave this to you? Leonel asked. No problem. Arthur laughed. His blade had been dry for too long. Make sure to give those other bastards hell. Leonel's lip curled into a smile. It seems that they really thought that Earth was ripe for the picking. It was about time they entered the grand stage and showed them all just what made Earth so talented to begin with. Chapter 1031, 6. Chapter 1031, 6. Beneath Lake Crossing, an opening of the cube suddenly widened, causing a rush of water to flood in. As calm as the surface seemed, the underwater current charged around like hidden flood dragons hiding in the dark. The moment this opening was breached, several speedboats jetted out like submarines, following these underwater currents until they blasted through the surface, appearing on the opposing side of the water barriers in a single blink. Leonel appeared at the helm of one of these speedboats, his expression serious as the sleek watercraft accelerated along with the currents. He was under no illusions that this matter would be simple to handle. On the other side of Earth X1, as Leonel had already guessed, the sparks of battle were already being slowly lit. Much like the first lake crossing, this intersection of the west, northeast, and southeast rivers was likewise a connection of U-shapes. It had to be understood that the reason Leonel had given the rivers these names were because of their locations on Earth X1. The three main rivers were like irregularly shaped circles, claiming a section of the planet for themselves. The West River circled around basically the whole left side of the planet, and the remaining two followed the same pattern. Ultimately, these three rivers met as a unit twice, and these were easily chosen to be the best locations. As a result, a portion of the individuals who targeted Earth X1 shot for one of these points, while another portion shot for the other. The competition was fierce, and the battlefield became no different from a powder keg ready to explode at any time, no single individual willing to take a step backward. Such a defensible position on a planet without large mountain ranges or valleys was about the best they could hope for. How could they allow others to have it? This is troublesome. A familiar petite young lady of Radix family, Libli, stood in the depths of the forest, eyeing the second lake crossing through the foliage. Though the appearance of the others weren't yet obvious, she hadn't let down her guard, nor did she make any big movements just yet. Much like the others, they had chosen a separate location on planet Earth X1 to build a temporary fort before sending a vanguard to scout out this region. There was no doubt that at least half of their most powerful warriors were here. Everyone hid in the shadows, watching for the movements of everyone else, and none seeming to want to take the first step. Young miss. A middle-aged man of the Radix family stepped forward. Is the scouting complete? Libli asked without looking back. The middle-aged man reached out toward the air and allowed a dark gold moth to land on his hand. At first, it seemed no different from a member of the small creature race. However, upon second inspection, one would be shocked to find that the dark gold moth was actually not living at all. Rather, it was a delicately constructed mechanism of parts. We've deployed 9283 scouting units successfully, and the planet has been mapped out to about 38%. 38%? Good. Continue your report. Libli nodded, satisfied with this result. It might sound like a small number, but 100% would entail mapping everything, even down to the core of the planet. This would include the river's floors and potential hidden pathways as well. 38% was already far more than they needed. There are a total of 6 powers that have targeted this world. This includes all those that are potential threats. If non-factors are accounted for, there are as many as 31. However, much of this number either includes those who are acting on an individual or small-scale basis, or they encompass families and organizations that have overestimated themselves. Detail the 7. Libli spoke coolly, clearly not caring for the full 31 number. It would be a waste of time to do so. The first are the evergreen goddess religion. They have set up a shrine at these coordinates. However, they don't seem to have made a move just yet, and the scouts don't dare to get too close. Libli's gaze narrowed. Religions were making their move as well. It seemed that they had to be cautious. There was no need to offend a god without reason, and there was also no real conflict of interest, at least for now. So long as the church didn't go too far, they could coexist. The second is ourselves. The third through fifth are all individuals that come from outside the Milky Way, just like we do. There's the Rain family, the Umbra family, and the Flora family. The Rain family has set up their base at the North Pole. The Umbra family has taken the south. The Flora family has taken the largest stretch of land, the center island, as theirs. The Rain, Umbra, and Flora families, though the Libli hadn't had run-ins with them all, she knew them well as they knew her. They had all been vying for position in the Milky Way for a long while already. And, on top of that, they were as close to mortal enemies with the Flora family as one could get. When it came to matters between the Flora and Midas Radix families, their philosophies were too antithetical to one another to coexist. And the final? They are the powerhouse of this quadrant. Well, not just this quadrant, but of this galaxy as a whole, the Krars family. They have the most flexibility when it comes to this war. They have many worlds that they control near Earth's borders and are also under the most threat from Earth's current advancements. Earth's fold of reality missed them this time, but when Earth enters the 6th dimension, they will be finished. They have no choice but to go all out now, and their position is probably the most powerful on this world. Lahabli took these words in and fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 1032, Krars. Chapter 1032, Krars. If Leonel had been there to hear the name Krars, he would have immediately realized that everything the middle-aged man said was true. During the war with Terrain, a few citizens of Krars had ended up getting caught in the conflict. These individuals had all been arrogant and lofty despite the fact they came from worlds like Krars X10 and even wise in some cases. It was no surprise they were so arrogant though, considering the strength of their world. Now, it seemed that Krars had no choice but to target Earth. When one fold of reality swallowed another, or more accurately, when a higher dimensional fold of reality swallowed a lower dimensional one, the original would be erased and its world spirit would be swallowed. This meant Krars' world would no longer be Krars at all, but would rather become a world of Earth. This would effectively cripple an entire generation of Krars citizens. The only way to escape this fate was by claiming territory within Earth's domain and rooting the world spirit to it. In this way, Krars people would have a route to survive and maintain their sovereignty without being swallowed up by another. It could even be said that there were many worlds that had exactly this same thought process. As much as this was about greed for Earth's resources, it was also a matter of survival. Does it seem like their entire focus is on this world? Lebley asked. Well, before the middle-aged man could answer, an enormous anchor fell onto the second lake crossing. A pillar of water shot up into the skies, covering up what it was that had landed. At first, Lebley immediately went on high alert, as did the individuals hidden in the surroundings. If this was some sort of bomb, they had to be prepared to protect themselves. But what actually happened next left them stunned. The pillar of water crashed down, sending a rain into the surroundings. Considering Earth X1 was almost always precipitating anyway, even if there seemed to be no clouds up above, it hardly changed anything. What was a point of caution, though, was what the descending waters allowed to be revealed. A spider beast sat at the center of the second lake crossing. Even without using force, its 8 limbs held it above the waters, its beady crimson eyes looking like a set of shimmering rubies. It was at least 20 meters long, wore blinding silver armor, and it released a nauseating clicking sound every so often that made one's stomach turn over. It was almost like one could hear its inner organs digesting whatever it was that it had just eaten. Atop this spider beast stood a group of a dozen. Compared to the youths sent by the Radix, Rain, Umbra, and Flora families, it was clear that these individuals were a tick older. But this could only be expected. All 4 of those families were of the 6th dimension but could send such experts in currently. As such, they could only send the younger generation.com. The Krars family, though, was just a 5th dimensional family, held back by the weak talent of the Milky Way galaxy overall. As such, most talents they did have were already older, having been stuck at the pinnacle of the 5th dimension for decades already, except for 2. And these 2 happened to be a pair of twins that stood at the helm of the spider beast, both radiating the aura of a Tier 9 5th dimensional existence. Yet, they were both exceptionally young. If not for knowing better, most would think that they were still in their late teens. I think this hiding isn't doing us any good, right? One of the twins spoke. If none of you will come out, we will simply take this base for ourselves. Veronica. The moment the twins spoke these words, the spider beneath them opened up its jaw and raised its large abdomen into the air. Before anyone could react, a spiraling pillar of webs that sparkled like a cross between silk and diamonds shot upward. In just a few seconds, the entirety of Lake Crossing had been covered in a thick platform of web. Just a slight moment of hesitation had allowed the Krars twins to take the initiative. There were truly very few who dared to take a step onto that web. Just at a glance, it wasn't difficult to tell that this web was incredibly sticky. From Lebley's calculations, she felt that just walking along it would take about 3 to 4 times the amount of force they would use on water normally just to keep themselves from getting stuck. On top of this, there was a high likelihood that the web was also poisonous and may very well already be spreading a silent killer into the air. Usin, poison detection. Yes. The middle-aged man released the moth for just a moment before his expression changed. Nerve-numbing. Airborne. I see. Lebley took out her Radix cube and fused force into it. With a click, what looked like a spider jumped out with its legs and clamped onto her face. Very soon, the lower half of her face, including her nose, were covered by a bronze mask. Who has come? Young miss, it seems that the Rain and Flora family have attacked Earth's base. As for the rest, the evergreen clergymen don't seem to have made a move, while the Umbra family is very, very difficult to find. That said, there is an uptick of about 0.1% of atmospheric dark elemental force in the general surroundings. According to our information, there's a 97% chance that the Umbra family is already here. As Usin spoke, he too used his Radix cube to cover his face. Gather the vanguard. It's time to move. We can't let them do as they please. Lebley's words had hardly fallen when several scythes of darkness cut at the large platform of spiders' webs from all sides. The speed was so fast that the twins could only narrow their gazes as a large chunk of their foundation was ripped apart. When it came to a stop, the whispering fog of several shadows drifted into the air, disappearing one after another. However, just one stayed behind, a cheeky grin on his face. This young man was exceptionally pale and was lanky to almost an extreme. And if Leonel had been there to see him, he would have been shocked, because this young man was none other than Radlis, the first friend Leonel had ever made on Valiant Heart Mountain. He twirled twin short swords in his hands as his body seemed to drift into the wind. His legs disappeared into fog, and his torso quickly followed suit. Eventually, there was just his head and his cheeky grin remaining. I've been suppressing myself for too long. Since you'd like to play, let's play. That's what my Umbra family does best. The instant Radlis vanished, the clinking of armor resounded as the Radix family charged forth. A 3-way battle erupted with hardly any warning, sending the calm water of the lake into a frenzy. Bronze force, dark elemental force, and a spider's web all spiraled out of control. Chaos descended upon the second lake crossing. Chapter 1033L told you the battlefield had less than 50 people taking part. It was clear they all had a tacit understanding that this was a place reserved for elites and elites alone. Anyone else would only be like fodder to a flame. Lebley and Radlis clashed with the twins. The latter seemed to flicker in and out of existence as he pleased, while the former had already put on an entire mech suit. From a delicate and petite young lady, she had become a bronze behemoth. Back on planet Solera, there were certain delicate mechanisms that she didn't dare to deploy for fear the planet's environment would destroy them, but now she had no qualms at all. Her one enormous bronze arm billowed with the odd bronze force and endless steam. Her slender arm was quick and flexible, sending out blades of energy that pressed one of the twins down. Radless's twin short swords were like arcs of black lightning. They appeared without warning, struck with unconscious speed, and moved like deathly shadows. Not bad. Radless laughed as he vanished and appeared on a whim. I thought that only those two would be good in this galaxy, but it turned out that there were other talents here too. It's a shame you aren't a woman, or else I'd want to take you as a concubine. The Krar's twin remained indifferent to Radless's taunting. All around him, shields of spiderweb silk hung around him. In total, there were at least a dozen, each of which was just a foot in diameter. The twins' fingers moved about with a deft swiftness, controlling both these shields and several hiltless blades. In his battle with Libli, the other twin also seemed to use the same silk-based ability, their flexibility in battle coming as no joke. Just earlier, Veronica, the spider beast, had vanished and became a tattoo on the latter twin's back. However, this was impossible to see, as this twin wore flexible armor throughout his body. All that was possible for the others to tell was that these two brothers seemed to have abilities related to the very spider they had just ridden. Radless suddenly found a silk thread attached to his blade, catching him somewhat off guard. With a quick deployment of his dark elemental force, it began to corrode. But the process was far too slow, showing just the kind of strength these silk strings had. You could never defeat us. The twins spoke plainly. This world is ours. The twins' finger flexed, causing a surge of energy to threaten to snap Radless's wrist if he didn't release his weapon. At the same time, a hiltless blade shot toward his compromised arm, aiming to pierce through the left of Radless's chest completely. Radless suddenly chuckled. I managed to survive that lovesick woman while hiding my strength for 2 years. What makes you think this is enough to deal with me? Radless's back suddenly erupted with tendrils of dark energy. Soon, though, it became clear that they were actually several tails, of which there were 3 in total. With a bang, one shattered the ceiling of the speed of sound. Like a streaking shadow, it whipped through the air, slamming against the incoming hiltless blade and sending it spiraling into the air. Before the twin could regain control of it, Radless's tail shot up, wrapping around it tightly and sending it flying. The air felt as though it was being cut apart. The strength of Radless's tail was completely beyond the expectations of the twin. Freehebnitvel.ccm. Several of his spiderweb shields shot out, lining up in a line to block the incoming blow. CU. Ping, 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 ping. It took 3 shields before the blade finally got stuck in the 4th. However, before he could even have a chance at catching his breath, Radless, who had vanished into thin air, appeared with his short sword at his throat. At that moment, on the other side of the battlefield, Libli's battle with the other twin was raging on just as fiercely. Without having to hold back, Libli's actions flowed far more smoothly from one action to another. It was as though she had an endless supply of mechanisms, each more lethal than the last. Chains, needles, hidden blades, and spikes, extending arms and legs. The array of options she had felt infinite, and it was quickly becoming more and more difficult for the second twin to read and react. No matter how many shields he had, none of it seemed to be enough. Libli's massive steampunk bronze arm rotated a quarter, causing several small holes to appear at a joint. An eruption of 9 missiles shot out in a rotating and spiraling circle as though they were coordinating themselves in the air. The twin shot backward explosively, sending out several shields. Trying to use the massive fog as a cover, he sent out several hiltless blades. Beneath the cloud of explosions and their noise, it should have been impossible for Libli to react. The aftershock sent the twin flying, his feet losing their balance as he was blown backward. But, completely out of his expectations, he found that he suddenly couldn't fly any further. To the twin's horror, a chain had wrapped around his ankle. Without even a chance to fight back, he was reeled back into the range of the explosion just in time for the final chain of missiles to implode. Just like that, at seemingly the exact same time, one twin lost their head and another was blown to bits, falling within split moments of each other. The fog around Libli slowly dispersed while the surge of dark elemental force around Radless calmed. The darkness that had taken over Radless's gaze began to pale as he looked toward Libli with a fiendish grin. You're quite a beauty. It's a shame that you're not my type. I like more voluptuous women. Radless's gaze went blank as he thought back to the large breasts of Balthorn. He almost began to drool. Libli didn't react much to Radless's words, simply brandishing her weapons and pulling back her chains. But, before the two could battle, the sound of 2 voices caused their pupils to constrict. See, I told you, D. We're at too much of a disadvantage. The Milky Way is too untalented. We can't beat them one-on-one like this. Fuck off, Dre. I'm unresigned. This is bullshit. Wouldn't everything be alright once we take Earth's talent for our own? Then nothing would hold us back any longer. For now, just listen to me. Libli and Radless turned their gazes to find an enormous bird hovering in the skies. On its back, two individuals that they should have just killed stood, perfectly fine as though nothing had happened. Since our talent isn't good enough, we'll just drown them in numbers. At that moment, the sky that was fairly clear aside from the light drizzle of a few clouds suddenly warped. From just a single bird, there were suddenly hundreds, each of them with squadrons of 10 on their backs. Instantly, a battlefield that barely had 50 people suddenly ballooned into one where a side had thousands in a single blink. Leebly and Radless's pupils constricted into pinholes. Chapter 1034, Retreat. Chapter 1034, Retreat. Leebly, who liked to calculate everything before she even took a single step, realized that she had been played. She couldn't quite grasp what ability had been used to string her along like this, but it didn't particularly matter right now. All she knew was that there was trouble. Scanning the current state of the battlefield, all of her elite troops had been spread apart, as were Radless's. On top of this, they were being pinned down by the elite troops that the twins had led forward earlier, making it difficult for them to regroup. Leebly had thought they all had the tacit understanding that this would be a battle of elites, and had gotten complacent. After all, as much of a powerhouse as Krars was in this galaxy, their main ability came in their foundation and their numbers. But, if they were willingly tossing such an advantage away, she had been willing to gladly take such a benefit for herself. However, Leebly had forgotten one important piece of information. Usin had informed her of where the Rain, Umbra, and Flora families had set up their bases. But he had never said anything about where the Krars family had set up theirs. It was only now she understood that they had never set one up to begin with, from the very beginning. Their only target had always been this second lake crossing. Regroup. Leebly raised her enormous mechanical arm, pointing its massive fingers forward. Mechanisms on their tips opened up and shot out a rapid hail of bullets as she tried to cover for her people's retreat. But how could Dee and Dre allow such a thing? They had revealed their true cards at the perfect time, and they would most definitely take advantage. Right at that moment, the birds dove down from the skies. One would have thought that they would slow as they approached the water, but it was the exact opposite. They accelerated like speeding bullets, their feathers ripping from their bodies one after another. However, if one looked closely, those very feathers turned into an odd inky energy as they fluttered away, sinking back into Dre's body. Bang, 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 bang. The birds, without a care for their lives, crashed full speed into the waters below. At that moment, an inky blackness was cast over all of their visions, making it impossible to see what was happening. Before Leebly could even regain her bearings as the water beneath her rose and fell like tides, her bronze armor jumped into action on its own, blocking a strike to her left. Leebly's gaze narrowed. Her armor only acted without her expressed command under very few situations. She realized then that her life was truly in danger. The inky blackness dispersed, revealing the state of the battlefield once more. But now, Leebly found herself surrounded from all sides. With the Krars having claimed the very center of the battlefield, it had suddenly become impossible for any regrouping to take place. Under normal circumstances, this would have been a terrible move to make, as it essentially forced the Krars to be pincered from all sides. However, with so few people being on the battlefield to begin with, and many birds still hanging in the skies with hundreds more attackers, it felt like the perfect action for this given situation. Leebly immediately found herself embroiled in battle. For the first time in her life, she actually regretted not bringing that massive meathead somewhere. However, she had had no choice but to leave her husband to be back at their base so that there would be someone there to defend should Earth send a preemptive attack. We need to retreat. It seems we'll really have to give up this location. If they build an entire base of that spider silk, it'll be difficult to take this back without at least a few thousand troops. But even then, Leebly's mind spun as she thought. The bare minimum requirement for attacking this second lake crossing once the Krars had established themselves would be an antidote for this nerve-numbing poison that was slowly accumulating in the air. Not everyone of the Radix family had good enough crafting skill to block this poison like she did. And the Umbra family was known for their immunity to such things, and Leebly truly didn't want to let them have the upper hand. Damn it. Retreat. No sequence. Leebly's mask projected her voice over the battlefield. Her words told her men to use whatever means to escape they had. Without a sequence allowed them to scatter. Dra and Dee, who were still in the skies, smirked when they saw the attempted retreat. They acted in unison, fitting themselves into all sort of twinning stereotypes. Fire at will, Dra said lightly. Those who remained on the backs of the birds weren't just anyone. They were the best marksmen the Krars Empire had to offer. They weren't fearful of being pincered because they simply had the best cover imaginable. They had essentially started an air fight on a group of people who were clearly not ready for one. Radless's gaze narrowed. When it came to escape, his people were probably the best. But it was difficult when they were forced to engage in battle like this. They needed both time and space to vanish like they usually did. And, unfortunately, the sun was still too high in the sky to lower the requirements. The marksmen above began to target the escaping Radix family members together. If one wasn't enough, 3 or 4 volleys were often sent. The casualties began to slowly increase. It was right then that the situation on the battlefield changed once again. Dry. Dry subconsciously looked in a certain direction, his gaze narrowing when he saw an array of speedboats racing down the river. In fact, much like the clergyman, he almost hadn't noticed them at all. Shoot them do. Dry hadn't even finished his commands when a beam of golden light tore through the skies, ripping through the throat of his bird. In the distance, still just over 2 kilometers away, Leonel frowned, holding his sniper rifle in his hand. The birds aren't real? In that case, let's do this. Dre and D fell from the skies, in inky blackness hanging around them. Unfortunately for them, Leonel had already locked on. Chapter 1035, Bow Force. Chapter 1035, Bow Force. Leonel's palm flipped over, revealing a sleek and simple bow. It was the very same bow he had gotten from the Camelot Zone. Though it was just a quasi-bronze treasure, when it came to this battlefield, it was already among the best weapons in appearance. And, when it came to matters of marksmanship, Leonel truly didn't need anything more than just this. In the blink of an eye, 6 arrows appeared on Leonel's bowstring at once. As though he hardly needed to calculate anything, they shot outward, piercing through the throats of just as many birds in what felt like an instant. No amount of maneuvering seemed to matter. With every light breath Leonel took, another bird fell from the sky. His single arrow seemed to be capable of covering the whole battlefield. No matter how many barricades you stood behind, no matter how much effort you put into running, it was all meaningless. Leonel's body and the bow seemed to vanish. No, it wasn't that it had vanished, but rather that they seemed to have become one. The twang of the bowstring was no different from a flex of Leonel's arm or a whipping of his leg. The curve of the bow's body was no different from a tensing of Leonel's spine and a priming of his heart. It had been so long since Leonel used a bow, rather choosing to rely on his crafting skill to create powerful sniper rifles. The only reason he was using it now was because he realized that it was a more efficient use of his stamina. Even though the sniper rifle didn't drain him like it once did in the past, it still packed a punch. However, Leonel never expected to suddenly become immersed in this feeling he hadn't touched upon in such a long time. There was something about the bow that existed on a plane separate from the gun. No matter how hard Leonel tried, he always felt that there was a barrier between him and his guns truly breathing as one. And yet, that barrier seemed to be as thin as a sheet of wet paper when he picked up his bow. Leonel asked himself the same question he had asked of his spear. What was so special about bow force? It was a funny question because Leonel wasn't even certain that he had ever used bow force before. Had he ever grasped it? In truth, he wasn't really sure. He thought he had, maybe, possibly. But had he really? Likely not. For a long while, he hadn't felt that there was any difference between the weapon forces. They just made things sharper, right? In that case, why grasp bow force when he could just attach spear force to his arrows? Wasn't it the same thing regardless? Unknowingly, Leonel had restricted his bow force in this way, making what he had comprehended from Merlin's trial quite benign and useless. So, he asked himself again, what separated bow force from other forces? It felt like the answer was range again. In fact, it felt like the answer was range times 10. But Leonel felt unsatisfied with this answer. It wasn't because this answer was wrong. In fact, it was correct. The reason he was unsatisfied was because he felt that it was too simple. Leonel fell into a trance-like state. His fingers moved faster and faster, and the arrows he released seemed to blot out the skies all on their own. Before the boat had even crossed from 2 kilometers away to just a single kilometer, more than half of the birds in the sky had been slaughtered. At that moment, Leonel entered the range of the Krar's marksmen, and they began to try to snipe him out of the skies before Leonel could get to them. But that was when something Radless, Lively, and the twins would never forget in their lifetimes happened. Leonel's speed hit a new gear. He ran out of arrows and simply began to form them with his earth force. His arm became like a blur, and the bowstring often didn't even have a chance to settle before he slotted another arrow in and pulled. At that moment, they all witnessed a single bowman facing off against dozens. Leonel sent out several volleys, his arrows perfectly clashing with the ones the Krar's marksmen released. At first, it was even, and they seemed to have reached a stalemate. The clashing in the skies grew resounding, flashing lights of all colors coming from one side only to be blocked by a curtain of bronze from another. It was as though the arrows had become no different from droplets of rain rebounding against one another in the sky. But then, the situation changed. Leonel's arrows began to skim against the sides of the oncoming arrows. It seemed that he had missed at first, but then it became clear that a single one of Leonel's arrows began to disrupt the path of 2 others. Then 3 others. Then 4 others. Bang! A surging aura burst from Leonel's body. A golden spear light flickered into and out of existence on Leonel's forehead as though it was fighting back against something, but it was to no avail. Leonel's arrows suddenly gained life of their own. Rather than speeding up, his pace suddenly slowed. And yet, under the astonished gazes of those watching on, it wasn't Leonel who began to lose, but rather the marksman of Krar's. Leonel took a light breath, an arrow releasing along with his exhale. It curved through the skies, skimming against the side of one arrow after another. It used the arrows of the Krar's marksman almost like a racetrack, its trajectory curving along as though it had a mind of its own. Then, SUU. The neck of a bird was pierced right through, the very first one to be felled in the last several exchanges. It felt as though the battlefield had fallen into an eerie silence, a single young man with a blazing aura becoming the center of attention. Range was indeed too simple to describe Leonel's feelings for the bow. When he held it in his hands, he had an indelible confidence. What separated Leonel's bow force from his other forces? It was the fact it was his bow force. With a single arrow, I can do anything. A mighty violet fog billowed to life around him. Chapter 1036 with a single arrow. Chapter 1036 with a single arrow. What Leonel had needed to understand was why range felt like too simple of an answer to him, and it had only taken a moment to do so. The truth was that it was too simple because Leonel's state of mind when it came to the bow was far beyond his state of mind when it came to the spear. The reality was that despite having a lineage factor related to the spear, and even having the spear domain heirloom, his thought process revolved much more around the bow than it ever did the spear. Much like how switching to wooden spears for a long while helped Leonel grasp something he had been missing, so too did using his sniper rifle for so long. It made seeing the fundamental difference so much clearer. The reality was that Leonel's explanation was much more complex for the bow because, if his spear force could be considered to have stepped into level 2, then Leonel's bow force had just entered level 3, skipping over level 2 entirely. Leonel was sure that there were probably names and categories for this stuff already documented, but he had purposely not used the dictionary to learn about them. He didn't want his progress in this fashion to be influenced by anything else. It was quite interesting. Leonel was always worried about missing out, and had always wanted to learn as much as he could about everything. But for some reason, when it came to his spear and his bow, he wanted the exact opposite. Something about them felt deeply personal in a way he found difficult to describe. In the end, he chose to follow his gut. And as things stood now, it was doing wonders for him. Leonel released another arrow, but the result of this one caused the expressions of everyone around to change wildly. The air around the arrow vibrated out of control, and the force in the surroundings seemed to distort. It hadn't even reached its destination yet, and yet not a single soul failed to see through its danger. Dee and Dre, who were among the very first to fall victim to Leonel's arrows and lose their bird, had their pupils constrict. Dre had been waiting for the archers to deal with Leonel first before he deployed his bird once again to command to the battlefield. But to his shock and horror, Leonel alone had actually rendered his men completely useless. And now this arrow, shoo you! Leonel blinked. I missed. Leonel was baffled. Even back to the days when he was a normal boy playing quarterback on a football field, he had never missed. It sounded ridiculous, but it was the truth. Leonel couldn't ever remember being inaccurate in his life. And yet, for the first time, he actually missed. Bang! The sight was devastating. Leonel's arrow passed over the head of a bird, missing its neck. However, just as it did so, it was as though everything ruptured. The head and part of the bird's torso was shredded to pieces. The marksmen on its back screamed in horror as they too were torn and ripped apart. It was as though a spinning vortex of space element force whipped by, forming a black hole that pulled everything apart and left nothing but droplets of blood, flesh, and an inky blackness. The space in the surroundings continued to tremble as the arrow shot into the distance. As though it was a nuke, everyone on the battlefield scattered, rushing out of the range of the arrow before it could get anywhere near them. Bang! The arrow collided with the calm waters of the second lake crossing. A devastating whirlpool formed, and water as sharp as knives and needles jetted out in all directions, CCMM. Screams of agony and pain erupted. Those that hadn't managed to get far enough away found themselves sucked in, the devastation of the arrow shocking them to their cores and reaping their lives. At least a dozen fell into the silence of death in that one instant. Leonel frowned, raising his hand to his bow again. But, right as he was about to fire again, he felt his forearm spasm and a large chunk of his mental stability vanish. What the hell? Leonel's mind spun, his near-perfect recall activating as he replayed what had just happened. When he came to an understanding, his expression became somewhat solemn. His bow force had actually surpassed a level he could casually sustain. There wasn't much of an impact on his body as bow force came from the external, but his mental focus took a huge hit. It felt as though he was a normal human again and had just spent all day studying. It was exaggerated to the point he couldn't lift a single finger any longer. But Leonel felt like his current self only had about 2 more of these arrows in him before he really wouldn't be able to think straight anymore. Unless I use auspicious air. But even then, I think I would only be able to increase the number by 1. I never thought that would become a problem. What Leonel didn't know was that this was only natural. His so-called level 3 bow force was actually a concept usually only grasped by those at the 6th dimension, something he would know had he done his research. In fact, it couldn't even show its full strength due to Leonel's current limitations. Leonel could sulk about this and be unhappy, but was it even necessary? 3 more of these arrows to end this battle? Leonel grinned. Isn't that too easy? Leonel had had many plans brewing in his mind for how to deal with this battle. But he hadn't expected to have such a breakthrough before it even started. In fact, as long as he wanted, he could lower his bow force to level 2 and not have to worry about this drawback at all. However, where would the fun in that be? It was about time these people understood that what they should fear wasn't those vying for a piece of Earth along with them. What they should fear was Earth itself. Leonel raised his bow again, his free hand drawing 2 fingers together from the curve of the bow down the string. Everywhere his 2 fingers passed, a shimmering bronze arrow of Earth force formed, wrapped in spiraling level 3 bow force. Retreat. The roars came from all over the battlefield as the same thought resounded in Leonel's mind once again. With a single arrow, I can do anything. Chapter 1037, right? Chapter 1037, right? Leonel had barely drawn his bow into a partial crescent when panic took hold of the battlefield. Libli froze and suddenly couldn't move a single inch. No matter how she calculated, no matter how she racked her brain, she couldn't manage to figure out a method to live. So long as Leonel targeted her, she would die. For the first time in her life, she was 100% certain of a conclusion. The only people capable of resisting that strike were powerful quasi and true 6th-dimensional existences. In addition, they couldn't be normal quasi-6th-dimensional existences either. Considering how weak the Tier 9 pair of twins had been, losing to Libli who wasn't even Tier 7 yet, it was doubtful that there was anyone born in the Milky Way capable of such a feat. The only chance they had was if Leonel didn't fire at all, but what chance was there of that? Leonel's fingers released from the string, his actions smooth and unhurried. From barely being able to pull this bow to 20% of its potential, Leonel could now pull it to 100% with ease. However, he had chosen not to because it was simply unnecessary. Rippling waves of distorted air pulsed around the flying arrow. At first glance, it almost looked like the warped images one would see around an extraordinarily hot object. The air wasn't steaming, but its surroundings twisted and bent almost like a rippling puddle of water. Protect the princes. The roar came from the back line, but the Krar's warriors all fell into rank. As though this order was an injection shot of bravery, their eyes went red. A commander-type ability? Leonel's gaze narrowed. But this works out well, too. Sure you. Several roars shot into the skies, rows upon rows of warriors blocking the path of Leonel's arrow toward Dee and Dre. As far as Leonel was concerned, the large number of Krar's warriors was the main roadblock to him capturing this space. So he hadn't hesitated to target their leaders as he had done from the very beginning. As for the results, they were just as shocking. Leonel's arrows became no different from a screeching projectile shot from a powerful ballista. It tore through the first line of warriors, reaping 3 lives at a time. Even the waters it traveled over split beneath its momentum, creating a violent churning effect that made the situation all the more disastrous. This time, the arrow was on target. Leonel wouldn't be taken off guard by the same thing twice, and he had already adjusted his calculations. The result was an arrow far more devastating than the last. The first casual arrow reaped just over a dozen lives despite hitting nothing but air the whole time. This arrow, however, reaped that many on just first contact. It tore through the army, shredding armors to pieces and twisting flesh and bone into grinding meat paste. Dee and Dre watched on in horror, their hearts trembling. Even the elite warriors they had originally come with found it difficult to even move an inch. The only one who had managed to do anything was the old man who shouted out earlier, but even then he had only done so to protect himself. This is a suppression between dimension. Who is this monster? At that moment, Draw finally understood. They were truly finished. Bang! The arrow finally landed on the waters, a violent churning of water jetting outward. Shards of space followed suit, shredding anyone in its way to pieces. By the time the waters calmed, a quarter of the thousands the Krars had brought had been wiped out. The speedboats finally entered the range of the battlefield, their parachute systems deploying like the wings of a silver bird and their anchors falling. Bow in hand, a dense violet fog hung around Leonel. Fused with his level 3 bow force, it felt like a curtain of gravity had fallen over the second lake crossing, making the knees of those who laid eyes on him weak. Right then, Milan, Raj, Drake, and Alan stepped out of the boats ready to fight. However, what they saw when they came out left them speechless. The retreating warriors had come to a grinding halt, not daring to move a single step any longer. A cone shape had opened up toward the center of the battlefield, followed by a path of blood and gore. And every one of the warriors, despite some clearly being on opposing sides, had locked gazes with Leonel, the fear in them clear. "Hey Cap, what'd you do?" Raj cleared his throat and squeezed these words out. Alan, however, noticed that Leonel's back wasn't as straight as it normally was. In fact, his skin was paler than usual as well. Whatever it was that Leonel had done clearly took a lot out of him. While it was true that Leonel could fire 2 more of these arrows if he dug deep, that was only if he dug deep. He would only be able to fire 1 more without using his natural force art and relying on auspicious air. So really, he only had 1 more in him currently. A theoretical number was far different from the true number. The reason Leonel hadn't pulled his bowstring all the way back was because he was well aware of this. Very rarely could humans reach their true limits. It often took trying circumstances and lack of choice to push someone to that limit. The fact that Leonel only had one more in him already put him in a state of sheer exhaustion. However, he still stood there, glaring at the battlefield menacingly as if he could release 100 more so long as they dared him to. Leonel's gaze swept through the battlefield before it landed on seemingly empty space. The moment it did, it narrowed somewhat, causing that empty space to shudder, releasing a hint of dark elemental energy that had most definitely not been there before. Radlis was forced to appear before the coercion, coughing somewhat awkwardly. Hey buddy, long time no see. How's Aina? I bet she's just as beautiful as ever, right? Chapter 1038. Stone, Chapter 1038. Stone Radlis coughed awkwardly. In truth, it could be said that he and Leonel had a decent relationship. They could have been friends had it not been for Radlis maintaining some distance between them by always disappearing to places unknown. However, it was also the case that Radlis had been a help to Leonel at least once before as well. Though it wasn't really a big deal now, back then, it had been about as far out as a person could stick their neck for someone they hardly knew. Back when Leonel had been faced with those three seniors, it was Radlis who had run off to get an authority figure who could help out. Even though Leonel hadn't ended up needing the help, had he actually needed it, it could have put Radlis in an awkward situation for the rest of the time he was there. Leonel, of course, recognized Radlis. But he wasn't as surprised as the latter might have thought he would be. Radlis had always been odd to Leonel. He always seemed to be aimless at Valiant Heart Mountain, chasing girls, and even joining a Forcecrafter guild even though he was clearly not a Forcecrafter. And yet, despite being so aimless, he had managed to gain a quota to enter the Valiant Heart Zone. Not only had he entered it, but he had actually managed to be among the few who survived all the way to the end. From that moment, Leonel knew that there was something off about Radlis, but he never pressed to find out because he could tell that the latter was trying to keep some distance between the two of them. In addition, given Leonel's state of mind back then, he didn't really care about the feelings of anyone else outside of Aina, so he hadn't been in the business of making friends. Seeing Radlis here, rather than making things more confusing, actually made things make more sense. At the very least, it made the questions Leonel have about him far more pointed. Had Radlis gone to Valiant Heart Mountain for the Valiant Heart Zone? That was very likely. But why? Was the Valiant Heart Zone enticing even to someone with a background like Radlis? To the point where he would actually choose to infiltrate it? Leonel had to believe that for Radlis's family to be scheming on Earth, they must have gathered a lot of information on the Milky Way. With that information, they should have known that Valiant Heart Mountain was being eyed by 3 other forces all at once. That meant that there was nothing to be gained from establishing yourself in such a place unless your only goal was their treasure. Due to this line of reasoning, Radlis must have entered the Valiant Heart Mountain for the sake of its zone. This would also explain why he didn't show his talent until the crucial moment. But Leonel still felt like he was missing an important part of the puzzle. Rather than replying to Radlis, Leonel spoke to the army as a whole. You all have 2 options. Since there are 3 groups among you, I'll let you make the decision for your respective people. The first option is to continue this one-sided massacre. The second option is to surrender and become prisoners of war. Which will you choose? When Leonel's words fell, he had already raised up his bow and began to draw his 2 fingers through the air. Another bronze arrow began to take form, shimmering with bow force that bent and twisted the space around it. Of course, Leonel was only using level 2 bow force currently while masking it with space elemental force to mimic the same effect. But they didn't need to know that. Right? Leonel knew that if he really pushed himself to draw a 3rd arrow, he'd fall into a coma for a long while. If he wasn't here to command the war, then who would? He had too many responsibilities to fall here. I surrender. Leonel raised a brow. The voice was female and came immediately after his words fell. It was clear that this person had made a decision long ago and chose to surrender. Leonel was a bit surprised to find that it was Libli. From what he knew about this young woman, she was quite headstrong, but it seemed that she also knew how to be flexible as well. From the look in her eyes, it didn't seem like she was afraid of death. But she also didn't seem like she was faking it either. Leonel nodded her way. As long as Libli surrendered, it meant the rest of the Radix family would follow suit as well. Raj, gotcha. Raj's chubby fingers moved and a swarm of metallic sand shot forward, wrapping around Libli, who had long since stepped out of her battlesuit. I surrender as well. Radlis chuckled. You won't treat me badly, right, Leonel? Toward Radley's casualness, Leonel could only be speechless. Did he not realize how serious these matters were? Or maybe this guy was just always like this? Dee and Dre took this matter the most harshly. The Krars family had the most to lose in this endeavor, and they had gone all out to fulfill that goal. And yet, their plan had been thwarted like this? Even though Dee and Dre only represented one prong of their attack, they were among the most powerful. What did this say for the rest? However, as much as they wanted to fight back, fear gripped their hearts. The river was still dyed with blood that had yet to be washed away. If they answered wrongly, that could be them. Brother. Dee's jawline clenched. The twins looked toward one another, their expressions grave. Dr. sighed. I'm with you if you're with me. Dee grinned. Might as well go down swinging. This wasn't a casual matter for them. Leebly and Radless might be able to surrender, but that was because their people would be just fine. Their families would likely negotiate a large ransom for their return. However, the Krars could not afford this. All of their chips had been pushed to the center of the table. Even if they couldn't win this battle, they had to weaken Earth as much as they could. Leonel could already tell what their answer would be the moment he saw these looks. Men of Krars, Dee's voice boomed. Protect your homes. Dee and Dre dashed forward through the cone of blood formed amidst the battlefield, taking on the vanguard. If they died, then they died. As princes of their empire, they had to be the last to give up hope. Leonel's gaze narrowed and he waved his hand. Thousands of soldiers swarmed out of the speedboats, the final battle for the second lake crossing beginning. Unfortunately, it seemed that the finale was already set in stone. Chapter 1039, Radix Cube. Chapter 1039, Radix Cube. The battle lasted less than an hour. Even without releasing his arrow, just the oppressive might of Leonel's level 3 bow force was like a domain all to its own. Its presence alone had a suppressive effect on the Krars that lasted until the very end. By the time they realized that this was all because Leonel couldn't casually release such attacks, it was already too late. Dee and Dre found themselves caught much like Leebly and Rodless had been. They had wanted to fight to the death, but why would Leonel allow that if he didn't have to? These two represented a treasure trove of information. As for whether they gave it up willingly or via the use of different means, Leonel didn't particularly care. He was sure that there was someone with an ability useful in this respect somewhere. You tricked us. Leebly spoke plainly. At this moment, the second lake crossing was no longer empty. It had gained a large metallic cube chained to its surrounding islands as well. Within this metallic cube, Leebly, Radless, and the twins lay in chains while the remainder of their armies had been placed within segmented cubes. Leonel stood before their jail cells, made of the very same material the Dark Cloud prison of Earth was formed of. Though it didn't work as well against fifth-dimensional existences, as Earth had yet to produce such ores at the fifth-dimensional level, it was still good enough to severely weaken them. Leonel shook his head. He hadn't tricked them. If Leebly and the others insisted on battling, he would have definitely drawn his arrow once again. Leebly was well aware of this as well, which was why, despite what she said now, she didn't regret her decision. She was logical almost to a fault, and, unless it was strictly necessary, she would never sacrifice herself meaninglessly like the twins tried to. As long as she survived, there would be a chance at another day, but, if she died, any hope there might have been would be lost. It was wholly irrational to fight a losing a battle, so she refused to do so. Leonel ignored Leebly for a moment and looked toward Rodless. The latter was still as pale and lanky as ever, but his breath was stronger than it had been in the past. It was clear that he had hid himself deeply and may very well still be hiding himself. For someone who had been captured as a prisoner of war, the smile on his face was too bright. Why did you join Valiant Heart Mountain? Leonel asked. Radless blinked. Can a man chase skirts? I'm still in the prime of my youth. Gil, who wasn't too far away, burst into laughter. Hey, Cap, I like him. Maybe we should let him go. Two perverts in a pod. Alan shook his head. A sign of a healthy man is his perversion. Only we can allow the true nature of the repressed female to shine forth in its true glory. It's you prudes that are responsible for the double standards those repressed flowers must suffer through. Oh yeah? Milan laughed. There are plenty of brothels on Earth right now and our population's lacking. Why don't you go take a few of those repressed flowers as your wives and have some babies? Gil coughed. Everything in moderation, friend. Everything in moderation. The exchange made the boys laugh, especially Radless, but Leebly's expression twisted with a hardly concealed disgust. Was this how men talked when they were alone? She wanted no part of it. Seeing that he wasn't going to get any answers from Radless in this state, Leonel shrugged his shoulders. The most basic interrogation tactic was to separate your targets and question them individually. Even though Leonel didn't want the same answers out of them as they were from different powers, it would still help to apply some mental pressure on them. After all, they were far too relaxed right now. The only ones who had dark expressions and didn't say a word were the twins, but this made sense since they were in the worst situation. Still, Leonel hadn't bothered to do any of this because he didn't expect deep answers from any of them. Rather, he just wanted to know some surface things. As for what was hidden underneath, he would leave it to those with special abilities to find out. His only purpose was to find out some useful surface information. Your cube, I'm very interested in it. What is it? Leebly frowned. But it wasn't exactly a secret either, so she felt that if this information could allow her to continue remaining here comfortably until someone saved her, that would be fine too. The Radix Cube is a tradition of our Radix family. From the moment we begin to learn crafting and awaken our bronze force, we begin to build our own. During our lifetimes, we'll modify, change, and improve our Radix Cube until it can become more and more powerful. Leonel felt intrigued by this, his eyes glowing until he thought of something. None of you restart? No. Leebly's reaction was fiercer than Leonel had expected. She seemed to realize this as well, so she calmed down considerably after a moment. It seemed that Leonel's question had touched on a taboo he wasn't aware of. However, Leebly clearly didn't want to say more after this and directly fell into silence. Unfortunately, her outburst had revealed enough. Clearly, this radix cube was a core part of their power and couldn't be easily abandoned. At the same time, though, taking it was also difficult. After all, even after searching Liebly, it was nowhere to be found. The only explanation was that it had been absorbed into her body, something that made sense considering how Leonel had originally seen it be taken out. Leonel didn't bother to press any further. If he wanted to know more about the radix cube, he would likely have to take some risks. As for how far he was willing to go, maybe only Leonel was aware. And your bronze force, what is it and what does it do? Our bronze force is capable of invading the structure of metals. On the surface, it seems to just change its color. But when the bronze force of a metal reaches a certain point, it can then be controlled by our radix family to act and react in ways it wouldn't normally. It's especially useful for crafting small and intricate parts when you don't have a metal spirit. That is, Liebly gazed toward Leonel, clearly remembering why they had clashed the first time to begin with. As for Leonel, he could tell that Liebly probably hadn't told him the full explanation, but his alone was enough for now. Finally, Leonel turned his attention toward the twins. However, the result of this was far more complicated than he had expected. Seeing their downtrodden appearances, even setting aside their injuries for a moment, Leonel felt as though something within himself had shifted. "Just kill us," Dee said without raising his head. "We won't tell you anything." Chapter 1040, Sin of Pride. Chapter 1040, Sin of Pride. Leonel gazed toward Dee, then his brother for a long while, his expression not shifting very much. Pride in one's world wasn't something Leonel was familiar with. Things like nationalism and cultural pride had already been weeded out by the Ascension Empire long ago. It was easier to bring people together when they didn't believe that there were things that separated them. But what Leonel realized just now was that this pride hadn't vanished. It had just been buried. There was nowhere to flaunt this pride if everyone around you shared the same identity. Much of Earth's pride turned into one of status and wealth. But it was also something that anyone could get so long as they performed well enough on the gene assessment. As long as you were talented, building up a noble family in just a single generation wasn't impossible. Leonel himself was a prime example of this. Even though he had no interest in being a quarterback, there was no doubting that it would have made him a very rich and very popular man. The fact he was born on a paradise island didn't hinder his future in the slightest. Due to all of these things, Leonel never truly felt this sinful sort of a pride. In fact, he had always subconsciously rejected it, even to the point he built his future aspirations on hoping this sort of pride never restricted the life of anyone else. But what happened the moment Earth was opened up to the rest of the dimensional verse? Suddenly, what once was a closed system became an open one. The cohesive unit of Earth became a minority, and the enemies that surrounded them forced Earthlings to look upon them like the others. What had Leonel thought the moment he stepped onto the battlefield? He had wanted to show these people that the citizens of Earth weren't pushovers and that they were to be feared. But wasn't that the antithesis of everything he wanted to accomplish? In just a few steps, even he who was consciously aware of it all, or at least assumed himself to be, had fallen victim to the same sort of indoctrination. In fact, the more enemies he defeated in Earth's stead, the further the citizens of Earth would fall into this line of thought. If Leonel made Earth the center of his empire and tried to enact his vision, there would come a day where those who aimed their blades toward him weren't people from the outside, but rather the very men, women, and children he currently protected to his back. Leonel felt a heaviness on his heart at this moment. What was the best sort of trap? The greatest sort of scheme? It was one you knew was there, and yet you had to walk into it anyway, and this was very sort of cage Leonel's grandfather had him trapped in. Leonel sighed and looked up toward the metallic ceilings above him. He wasn't ready. He was nowhere near prepared enough to face his grandfather or challenge his ideologies. Who was right and who was wrong didn't matter, because regardless of it all, if things continued in this way, Leonel simply had no chance of winning. "I want to be a king, but I have not the faintest inkling of how to do that. I don't even really understand myself. How can I grasp the hearts of people I want to follow me? My uncle is probably right to say I have no right to challenge that old man." Leonel closed his eyes, his aura going from turbulent to calm. The emotions that Dee and Dre had showed on the battlefield replayed in his mind again and again. They had put everything on the line just for a chance at weakening the people of Earth just the smallest bit. Without a word, Leonel turned and left. His teammates looked at one another, but they too remained silent. They didn't feel like there was anything to add to the conversation. Ultimately, they didn't have the same ambitions as Leonel. And while Leonel hated the game of football, they actually quite loved it. It could even be said that Leonel was a rare exception when it came to hating the results of the gene assessment. They followed Leonel because that was what they had always done. This sort of team bonding, relying on each other and having each other's backs is exactly what they lived life for. If they could have a few laughs with their brothers along the way, that was also what they would do. If Leonel wanted to figure this out, he would have to rely on himself. But once he did, they would be the first to follow. Leonel spent several days building the wooden fort of the second lake crossing. His speed and skill this time was much greater. As for the matter from the first lake crossing, Leonel didn't worry. If things had gone horribly wrong, Arthur would have already contacted him. By the end of the week, everything was prepared. In that time, several scouts had come from other regions to see what had happened, but how could they hide from Leonel's internal sight? They were all dealt with swiftly and easily. On the 8th day, there was finally movement. Cap, we just got word from Big Sis M. Leonel looked up, a familiar spear made of vines and a blade of roses lying on his lap. What happened? Do they finally need help? No, Alan spoke as he came into view, a slight sheen of sweat from his daily workout still on his forehead. Something weird is going on. It seems like the other families found out that we caught their geniuses. We captured that Libley and Radless guy over here, and Arthur M. and the others captured a few of their own. According to the message, they're issuing a challenge. Apparently, it's a custom of the Dimensional Verse to claim their prisoners of war back with one-on-one challenges. Leonel raised an eyebrow. That sounded absolutely ridiculous. They also said that if there was anyone who could defeat their warriors on neutral ground, without the suppression of Earth's fold of reality, they would directly retreat and leave Earth alone. Leonel's expression warped. How shameless were these people exactly? Why did it sound like they were being done a favor? And as if Leonel would believe their nonsense about retreating. They probably realized that Earth wasn't as simple to take a hold of as they originally thought so. They would take this opportunity to retreat to their bases in the Milky Way and wait for a better chance to assault their fold of reality. They might even wait until Earth broke into the 6th dimension so they could send their true powerhouses forward. There was also a good chance that it was a combination of all of these things on top of being a trap. Leonel wouldn't be surprised if they used this so-called neutral ground to make a move. This was war, and history was written by the victors. Leonel wasn't naive enough to trust them. Standing up, Leonel took a step and vanished. Let's go, his voice rang through the air. This is a money-making opportunity. Chapter 1041, Coddling. Chapter 1041, Coddling. The location was the deck of a spaceship. However, to call it as such would be doing a great disservice to the true magnitude of the behemoth that hung among the celestial bodies of this particular solar system. It almost felt far more appropriate to call it a starship. Of course, this would be an exaggeration. True starships were at a minimum capable of rivaling a moon in size, while the largest of them could live up to their namesake and could stand side by side with suns. This one, however, was just 10 kilometers in length, hovering outside the Milky Way's fold of reality. A distance away from this junior starship was a planet that hovered on neutral ground. It wasn't currently claimed by any major powers of the Milky Way Guild and was actually meant to act as a relay station to the starship. Leonel, who had appeared on this planet with his brothers to his back, couldn't help but chuckle. Before Leonel, a middle-aged man with a cold expression stood. His left eye had been replaced by a rolling bronze eyeball, and his right was covered in a monocle. Currently, he was the one responsible for manning the teleportation station to the starship hovering overhead. This planet was an edge planet. It existed at the very border of a fold of reality and was valuable for its use as a jumping point. But outside of that, it was quite barren and lacked in resources. So, not much unlike the asteroid gas station Era had gone to for the sake of reporting Leonel, there was hardly anyone here. It wasn't just Leonel who had come. Noah and Jessica were present, along with Tyron and the Moon People. However, they were all infuriated as well. The issue challenged by the 6th-dimensional galaxies was clearly a blatant provocation. Not only was it a ridiculous excuse piggybacking off of a rule that didn't exist, but they had even insulted the intelligence of the people of Earth a step further by actually placing so many hoops before them for them to jump through. Leonel held an amiable smile on his face even while realizing the situation they were in. Since he had chosen to approach every situation like this until he was forced not to, then he would follow through with that choice, even if it seemed blatantly obvious that the purpose of these people was not pure. I don't think that this would be in our best interest. How about we meet in the middle? Leonel spoke to the middle-aged man. Since we are already here, why not come down? We are more than willing to have this battle. However, stepping on your ship doesn't seem to be necessary, nor does it fulfill your original promise of a neutral site. The reality was that the fact that they could pick the location of this planet inherently made it not neutral to begin with. If they could set up teleportation stations here, who was to say that they hadn't set up anything else? Still, Leonel chose to attempt to compromise first. His thoughts from just a few days ago were still weighing on his mind. He didn't want to think of his enemies as others. He wanted to think of them as future subjects that he would one day subdue, people no different from himself. He was consciously trying to fight back against his own human nature to form in-groups and out-groups. As such, he couldn't just come in guns blazing just because someone was trying to play hardball in negotiations. But what Leonel was going to find out very soon was the fact that sometimes it simply didn't matter how charismatic or nice you were. Oftentimes, logic was irrelevant as well. At a certain point, only those that were strong got a say in what could be deemed as reality and what couldn't be. And, as though to prove this, the middle-aged man's lip curled into a crooked sneer as though only a single half of his face worked properly. We have already laid out the requirements to end this war with as little bloodshed as possible, he said. However, if you don't want this olive branch, we'll directly use this planet as a springboard to send out six-dimensional powerhouses into your galaxy. Then we'll end things our own way. At that moment, Leonel came to an understanding. They hadn't called them here to battle or even have these peace talks. They had been called here as a display of their strength and also as another slap to Earth's face. It was as though they were coddling Earth, showing them their trump cards like they didn't have the ability to find these things out on their own or understand them. And the most disgusting part of it was that they were correct. So, let me get this straight. You made up a bogus rule you thought we would be stupid enough to believe actually existed. You then made us teleport to this so-called neutral ground. And yet, instead of this neutral ground being the location of battle you asked for, you want us to teleport again so that we can go to your spaceship. Milan spoke without a care for courtesy. Usually, with Leonel and Noah taking the helm as princes of Earth, it wasn't the turn of others to speak. But, having been following Leonel for so long, a man who didn't really care about such strict hierarchy, Milan never hesitated to speak his mind, even in the face of these people. He was already infuriated at this point. These people, did they really think that they were stupid? The reason they had come here, despite knowing that this prisoner competition was bogus, was to prove that they had nothing to fear. Even if it was one-on-one battles, who cared? Since when were the people of Earth afraid of anything of the sort? But now they were very clearly taking it too far. The middle-aged man's bronze eyeball spun, landing on Milan. Without a word, a formless pressure shot outward, forcing Milan to retreat explosively. Even one of his energy shields imploded on contact, not being able to withstand even a single surge of aura. Before anyone could react, Milan had already been forced backward dozens of meters. Tell your barking dog to watch his mouth. It's already beneath me to waste my time here. This isn't a negotiation. You either do it, or you face the consequences. Leonel's smile slowly faded. Chapter 1042, Reapers. Chapter 1042, Reapers. On the back of the junior starship, several groups of individuals stood. It became clear after some observations that they mainly fell into four categories. There were the unit of the Radix Midas families, then there came the Umbra, Rain, and even the Florer family. Despite their status as lifelong enemies, the Florer family had still come together with the Radix Midas families. It was clear that benefits were placed above all things when it came to these large families. Though there was some tension in the air, it wasn't anything these noblemen and women hadn't experienced countless times before. What was a gathering of noble families without millennia of pent-up grudges and never-ending revenge stories? At this moment, though, they all stood with cocktails and drinks in their hands, laughing and amused expressions on their faces as they gazed down toward the planet below. It was definitely a good choice to send Rotson to go and make our stance clear. Look at how much fun he's having down there. The one who spoke was a gorgeous middle-aged woman. She had sparkling blue eyes and cascading black hair. There was something about her that seemed particularly illusory, even though she stood on the back of the junior starship just like the rest of them. This woman was the current head of the Rain family, Dolores Rain. My little brother has been a pain in my neck all his life. It's about time he put that talent of his to some use. The head of the Radix family, Averoni Radix, laughed. He currently stood right by the head of the Midas family, a man of enormous stature with teeth shimmering like sharpened rubies, Cirrus Midas. The fools of Earth actually dared to capture one of my sons, and yet were stupid enough to come here, as though there could be negotiations after that. This is the first time I've met a fifth-dimensional world that actually dared to be so arrogant. My Florer family has been sorely lacking in elite spores recently. I'll be certain to teach them what fear and respect is. The head of the Florer family was a woman with breasts twice the size of her head, but this was also because she could be considered to be overweight. Her belly bulged beneath her green gown, and her chest threatened to pop it at the seams. It was clear that even as she lost the extra weight, she would still be elite in that department. The trouble was that this was hardly enough to make up for other odd features. Head Belize Florer had a head of hair constructed of dark green vines. They appeared to be somewhat slimy on first glance, as they were constantly exuded an odd viscous liquid that released a smell even more pungent than Head Cirrus's sulfur breath. This smell was akin to concentrated cut grass, making it difficult to breathe. If that was it, it might still be acceptable. But Head Belize also had a spider lily growing out of her forehead, and its roots were visible beneath her skin. It made one's spine tingle watching the roots pulse every so often, sucking in her blood from nourishment. For a family of supposed tree lovers and huggers, the Florer family was seen to be the scariest of them all. If they were aware of exactly what elite spores were, this conclusion would be even more set in stone. The final head was, of course, of the Umbra family, Salam Umbra. However, neither he nor the youths to his back spoke a single word. It seemed like, unlike Radlis, the remaining members of the Umbra family matched their pale skin with stoicism and quiet. "Isn't it because they're fools that we have to lay it out so plainly for them?" Dolores chortled. We clearly only sent the younger generation after them as a sign of good faith and a form of taking a step back as the strong bullying the weak, but they actually took this as being our own weakness. Since they don't appreciate kindness, we'll show them something else entirely then. Averoni, it'll be best if your brother lets a few of them escape, but as punishment I think about half of them should die. What do you think? I agree. Belize supported Dolores. I would say to kill them all, but we still need to get the young ones back. Averoni chuckled. There's no need to worry. Rotson knows what to do. I think Earth actually sent 2 of its princes here as well. We might as well capture them both, too. Fools, Belize sneered. They really think we haven't sent anyone in the 6th dimension because we can't, when in reality it's because who would pay such a heavy price to crush an ant? The youths behind the 5 heads all held an undisguised contempt in their eyes. So what if Earth had potential? It was ultimately just that, potential. When in the face of a higher dimensional world, what chance did they stand? On the barren planet, Leonel looked back toward Milan, who had been forced to retreat. At that moment, the young man who had been protecting Leonel all his life had a trickle of blood running down his lips and dripping from his chin. There was something especially sharp about that red color in Leonel's eyes currently. It was as though he could only see the whole world through shades of it and nothing else. Barking dog? Leonel said lightly. That's right. Did I not speak clearly enough for you? Rotson's sneer deepened. Do you need me to repeat it a bit louder for you? Keep your barking dog on a leash, or else I'll leash him for you. The youths of Earth suddenly flared up. Many of them knew Milan well, as they had been fighting together for years before Leonel returned. This sort of humiliation wasn't something they would stand for. However, the strength of Rotson was completely out of their expectations. They found it difficult even to stand near him. However, even as their tempers flared, the 2 princes, Noah and Leonel, only seemed to get calmer. I see. I don't think I care anymore, Leonel said lightly. Don't care? That's the right idea. Dogs should be dogs. What need is there to care for them? Rotson's next words couldn't help but pause when Leonel turned back to meet his gaze. At that moment, the twin oppression of the princes bore down, causing the wind in the surroundings to turn heavy. Sometimes being nice is just a waste of time. I wonder if your head would make your galaxies understand? Leonel's voice had become akin to a reaper's. Chapter 1043. Withering Snowfall. Chapter 1043. Withering Snowfall. Rotson's smiling expression became even, a murderous aura coming off of him before the smile returned. This time, however, it seemed particularly bloody despite not having the slightest tinge of red associated with it. What did you just say to me? The aura of a quasi-6th-dimensional existence rose into the skies, rippling waves of earth spreading outward, threatening to send the youths before him flying into the distance. He had decided he would thoroughly humiliate them all. Only then would he kill half and send the other half crawling back to Earth. Who did they think they were to challenge the dignity of a 6th-dimensional world? Those within higher dimensions were the gods of those below. This wasn't a simple barrier separating people. It might as well have been a chasm separating species. If you were from a lower dimension, you were nothing more than an ant. This was the way of the dimensional verse. The idea of a 5th-dimensional world challenging the authority of a 6th-dimensional one was unheard of, and Rotzan would make sure that it remained that way. After this day, Earth wouldn't dare to raise its head up again. Noah. Leonel spoke just as lightly, his hair and clothing billowing beneath Rotzan's strength. Yes, I'm going to kill him. Okay, Leonel's foot raised. Just when it began to descend, he vanished, crossing the already short distance between him and Rotzan. Up above, the heads were speechless before Belize erupted into laughter. They really overestimate themselves. This makes things easier. Now no one can say we bullied the weak. It's clear these fools who attacked first. The others' heads remained silent, but the look in their eyes painted a picture that couldn't have been more clear. However, their expressions changed when Leonel reappeared. A man donning silver armor appeared before Rotzan, his twin-bladed spear sweeping through the air with an eerily silent momentum. It was as though everywhere it passed by, it would be spliced into 2. There was nothing that could obstruct its path and even less that could force it to halt. Rotzan's pupils constricted. He could feel the strength behind Leonel's strike, and it somewhat surprised him, but it was nowhere near enough to force him into a corner. He raised a hand, his radix cube actually appearing, something that made his brother's gaze narrow. For Rotzan to take out his radix cube to face a junior, this was definitely out of their expectations. It was clear that they might have miscalculated a small measure. However, even then, they felt that this was good. If Rotzan wasn't underestimating his opponent, this would only end swifter. Rotzan's radix cube shimmered, adhering to his palm and coding to fit it. He struck out toward Leonel's strike, but what happened next was only further out of his expectations. 4 seasons. Bang! An eruption of universal force rocked the skies. Rotating artistic conceptions fused and diffused around Leonel, each forming a gorgeous image in the skies that gave the barren planet some character. Summer. Radiant core. The images shifted and grew brighter, a singular core of silver red less than a quarter the size of Leonel's head forming. It appeared between Leonel's spear blade and Rotzan's bronze palm, leaving a sickening crunching sound in its wake. Rotson's eyes widened, a shrill cry leaving his lips. He could feel the force of his radix cube being distorted. And, even worse, there was a strong radiation and heat searing his skin to it. In the blink of an eye, not only had his hand shattered, but it had also gained a coating of molten metal. He retreated explosively, his mind going blank. This was his radix cube. How could it possibly be so fragile? It was designed for battle. It was only at that moment that Rotson noticed the weapon in Leonel's hand. As a force crafter, it only took him a single glance. Quasi-silver? Rotson didn't get much time to think when he realized that someone was actually behind him. Noah had appeared with his enormous saber. It rested on his shoulder, his gaze remaining just as placid as Leonel's own. An eruption of universal force surged out of him, the skies beginning to twinkle with flashing meteors, radiant moons, gorgeous worlds, and sparkling stars. Like this, Leonel and Noah split the battlefield in two. On side was a paradise of the skies, the other was a paradise of the earth, a clash of the greater dimensional verse and the simplicity of the seasons. It was the kind of gorgeous painting that deserved to be immortalized. Noah swung down. Unlike Leonel's silent strike, his resounded like rumbling mountains. The air quaked and the ground beneath his feet split. Damn it, Rotson was infuriated. He'd been caught off guard by Leonel, and now he was suddenly being pincered by two brats. Did they really think that he was a pushover? Rotson brought down a strong chop midway up his forearm, slicing his own hand and wrist off. The radix cube fell to the ground along with his flesh. But just before it hit Earth, it rebounded as though it had a mind of its own, shooting up into the air again. Rotson shot out his bloody stump as his bronze eyeball rotated. A laser shot out from it and toward Leonel. At the same time, the radix cube morphed despite some of its internal components being melted. It reformed an enormous palm, replacing Rotson's missing hand. With quick actions, Rotson spun back toward Noah, slamming a palm of spinning gears toward his saber. Bang! A surge of force clashed between the two. Having been forced to attack in a hurry, Rotson was only able to gather up enough strength to match Noah evenly. Complete cycle of the heavenly body realm, Rotson's pupils constricted to an absolute extreme before his expression changed. That's impossible. Rotson couldn't finish his thought, his force surging as he sent out an opposite palm toward his back. He didn't know how Leonel could have possibly managed to deal with his laser so quickly, but he didn't have time to think. Winter, withering snowfall, no. A spurt of blood shot into the sky, an arm spinning about in the air beneath the fountain of crimson. Chapter 1044, Respect. Chapter 1044, Respect. Rotson's shock reached an untold level. He was certain that he had done enough to block Leonel, whether that be his laser or the subsequent attack. But he had somehow lost his arm. That should have been impossible. His laser was a hidden measure and carried the impact of a Tier 9 expert, not to mention a speed that dwarfed even a quasi-sixth-dimensional existence. To make matters worse, his strike should have been more than enough to deal with a Tier 1 expert like Leonel, who had only grasped the Four Seasons realm. But, to his shock, not only was Leonel's Four Seasons realm far more powerful than any Rotson had ever come across before, but his winter artistic conception was actually able to corrode his force. The result was the force Rotson prepared as a counter being rendered useless and his arm flying off as a result. To Rotson's horror, Leonel's assault didn't come to an end, nor did Noah take even a step back. Their oppressive auras rose in unison, burying Rotson's own beneath their might. Rotson dove to the side, running from Leonel's blade and trying to slip Noah's in such a way that the two princes would be forced to clash. However, it was right at that moment that a new oppression descended. Leonel's gaze was cold, the pale violet hues of his irises dancing with a darker and darker light. He held out his silver dual-bladed spear, the air around it trembling. Leonel had had this spear in his possession for a very long time, but he had never been able to use its domain. Every attempt he made resulted in the spear fighting back, its disdain for him being almost palpable. However, things were different now. A buzzing sound appeared from thin air, the spear continuing to tremble. Duality. Leonel and Noah's speeds suddenly broke through a barrier. Realizing the change, Noah no longer hesitated, his body weight increasing explosively as a sheen of diamond coated his skin. His saber doubled in size as he swung down. Rotson's expression warped. He tried to retreat again, but for some reason he found that his speed had plummeted. His bronze eyeball spun, a sudden realization hitting him. The percentage of his speed he lost was exactly how much Leonel and Noah gained, simply split between the two of them. He was a crafter. Picking out the subtle details and completing quick calculations was something he had been doing all his life. He realized then that there was no way this was a coincidence. Was this the ability of Leonel? How could he have such a powerful ability? The exchange between the three grew heated, Rotson throwing out everything he had to survive. But the delicate instruments of his radix cube had been destroyed by Leonel right at the outset of the battle, leaving him with only the most crude of his crafts. He realized that Leonel had planned this from the very beginning, driving him into a corner from the start and ensuring that he never got to use his full strength as a quasi-sixth-dimensional existence. His actions had seemed reckless, but they were calculated to an extreme. Rotsan wanted to shout this out at the top of his lungs, to warn his brother and the others of what they might have to face, but he was so suffocated by the two princes that he couldn't even find the space to take a breath. On the ship above, an eerie silence had fallen. Averone Radix's veins popped along his forehead, the aura of a sixth-dimensional existence threatening to shatter the space around him. The creaking of the ship grew more and more violent. Head, I will go. A young man stepped out from the Radix family. He knew that if the head could go, he already would have. Unfortunately, even though the junior starship seemed to be hovering just above the planet, the reality was that they were literally a world away. Crossing into a fifth-dimensional fold of reality took a lot out of a sixth-dimensional existence. By the time he succeeded, the battle would be over. Go, Averone practically growled. Sabers, spears, and palms crossed and clashed. Rotsan's body was beaten and bloodied, barely using the reserves of his strength to hold on. But it was very quickly becoming apparent that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. All around him, the youths of Earth watched on coldly, a pride blooming in their hearts as they watched their two princes drive such a powerful man to his death, who said that they were weak, that they were dogs. The billowing violet aura hanging around Leonel only seemed to grow thicker while the emerald of Noah's gaze grew brighter. Noah's saber doubled in size again. Rotsan swung out his bronzed palm in retaliation, but his attack speed was suddenly halved while Noah's accelerated even after seemingly already reaching its top speed. Fuck. I'll go all out with you. A billow bronze force shot up around Rotsan's body, causing his skin to quickly turn metallic, all sorts of hidden gadgets within his body piercing outside and coating him from head to toe. But if this would really change the outcome of the battle, he would have already done it. In that moment, Leonel appeared to his back, his spear arching upward and taking with it Rotsan's other arm just as it rose up to block Noah's strike. Rotsan's expression became ferocious, his teeth becoming bronzed as he bit down toward the blade. But Noah's wrist shifted, hacking at Rotsan's waist. The sound of metal shearing metal resounded, Noah's saber getting stuck halfway through Rotsan's body. Horror lit the latter's gaze as he fell to his knees, blood and fluid oil falling out from him. Even nearing his death, he had no idea how Leonel had rendered so many of his abilities so useless. It was only after a small metal spirit wiggled its way out of his wounded hip that he came to understand. Metal, Spirit, Leonel, and Noah stood over Rotsan's kneeling figure, their expression unmoved and indifferent. If it wasn't for their slightly hurried breathing, it would be difficult to believe that they were human. Leonel raised his spear. Right now, he had no intention of being diplomatic nor merciful. He wasn't a fool. He understood exactly what would have happened had he and Noah not been strong enough today. Stop. A figure was forming in a not-too-far-off teleportation platform, the very one they had planned to use to bring them to their ship. However, this figure was horrified to find that his body was still illusory, as though caught between two states. Leonel swept a gaze over, as if he would allow reinforcements to casually come and go as they pleased. Did he really look like a fool to them? His spear didn't pause for even a moment. I swear if that spear falls, you'll regret it. The moment these words were said, a crimson light lit Leonel's gaze. The two most important things in his life, the mantra he had lived by since he was a child, was respect and persistence. What he hated the most was being disrespected. So you. SSSSS, Leonel's spear swept through Rotsan's neck, a fountain of blood following suit. Then he pointed it toward the illusory figure. As many as you send is as many as I will kill. Chapter 1045, Dissatisfied. Chapter 1045. Dissatisfied Noah watched as Leonel's spear descended, and he made no move to stop it. In the past, Noah had put in a lot of effort trying to match the status quo. He became the perfect prince, followed all of the rules, and was in lockstep with everything that was expected of him. If the himself of just 4 years ago was in this same position, he may very well have stepped out to stop Leonel before they escalated the situation beyond the realms of return. However, after experiencing the battle with Terrain, watching his close friends fall one after another while his own individual power seemed completely unable to stop it all, something within him had shifted. He had worked harder in the last 4 years than anyone, but the greatest change was definitely in his demeanor. Outwardly, it seemed as though he was still the same person. But inwardly, he was a caged beast lashing out against his chains, waiting to be released. So, when Leonel said that he would kill this man and even called out to him, Noah didn't hesitate to step forward for even a single moment. He was the prince of the Ascension Empire. All the youths here were people he was duty-bound to protect with his life. A slight against them was a slap across his face. They wanted to use them as an example? To kill and capture them as a warning to Earth? Well, in that case, they could taste his blade. The youth stuck within the teleportation platform fumed with rage. However, after speaking his final words, Leonel no longer paid attention to him, walking back toward Milan. Are you all right? Milan gave Leonel a cheeky yet bloody grin. It seemed he wasn't quite aware that his teeth were soaked with blood at this moment. Milan tried to speak, but he ended up coughing. Leonel frowned deeply, placing a hand on Milan's shoulder. When he used his internal sight to see the state of Milan's body, the coldness in Leonel's gaze grew deep. Milan might have been standing now, but that was only because his pride hadn't allowed him to fall. As prideful as Leonel was, his brothers were just the same. It could be said that there wasn't a single one of Milan's inner organs that wasn't damaged. In fact, maybe if it wasn't because of his skilled application of his energy shield, the result would have been worse. Both James and Milan shared the same ability. However, when James awakened, he was A-grade while Milan was C-grade initially. As both matured, the gap between them increased exponentially. After seeing James's application of his energy shield, Milan realized that he was far behind in not just talent, but ingenuity as well. So, he began to experiment with changing the form of his energy shield, and the result of this actually saved his life this time. Leonel seemed to realize this as well because his dream path ability hadn't computed this progression for Milan either. Of course, that was because he had yet to use dream path again since he returned, but it was the reality nonetheless. Calming his emotions, Leonel began to heal Milan. Only after the latter was back in perfect condition did he look toward the youth who was currently still stuck between teleportation states. No matter how hard he tried, he could neither go forward nor backward. At this point, rather than his usual bravado, he had silently begun to feel fear. If Leonel had already killed one of them, why not one more? Bang. Leonel clenched a fist, the space around the teleportation platform warping and shattering. No, Leonel was completely unmoved. Let's head back. Leonel looked toward everyone before landing on Noah. I'm sure that their attacks will be more furious now, but I can also tell that you're all dissatisfied as well. Make sure they feel that dissatisfaction. Leonel waved a hand, activating the teleportation platform they had used to come here. However, everyone's gaze was on Leonel, who was clearly not coming with them. I won't be far behind you all. I just have some things to finish first, Leonel said with a smile. Even though his smile looked just the same as it always did, for some reason, it felt especially cold at this moment. It was only now they realized just how easy it was for Leonel to fake this smile, and it made them wonder, how many other times had he done exactly that? The youths all vanished, returning to Earth's fold of reality, and leaving no one but Leonel and Rotson's corpse on the barren planet. Leonel sent a gaze up toward the junior starship looming on the planet's horizon, before directly ignoring them and moving toward the decapitated corpse. Little Tully bobbed upon Leonel's shoulder, looking on with excitement. This was the first time the little guy had gotten to participate in a battle so directly, and it was clearly more than just a little excited. However, Leonel let it have its fun. After all, if it wasn't for little Tully, the battle wouldn't have ended nearly as simply. That moment when Leonel used his Radiant Core artistic conception, Rotson thought that it was it that melted the core component's radix cube, when in reality it was a clever and stealth application of a small piece of little Tully's body. In a panic, Rotson cut his forearm off, but that was the perfect mask to allow little Tully to sneak into his body. Under any other circumstances, little Tully burrowing through your flesh would have alerted you to something being off due to the searing pain. But because Rotson had expected pain from his forearm since he cut it off, he hadn't realized that anything was wrong. By the time he understood that something had to be off, little Tully had already reached the metallic parts hidden within his body and began to destroy them all. In that state, since they were all his artificial body pieces, Rotson hadn't felt any pain at all and only realized something was wrong when he tried to activate their mechanisms. Leonel wasn't under any illusions that he could defeat a quasi-sixth-dimensional existence, especially not one from a far more talented galaxy than the Milky Way. So, he felt no shame in using such hidden tactics for victory. The Radix family only had themselves to blame for daring to use metals in a battle with him. Leonel squatted down by Rotson's body and shot a fist through his skull. With one swift motion, he ripped out the latter's bronze eyeball. At that moment, the fury of the Radix family had definitely reached a peak. Chapter 1046, Radix Shield, Chapter 1046. Radix Shield, as though he hadn't mutilated the corpse enough, Leonel's finger twitched, sending little Tully barreling into Rotson's now empty eye socket. At that moment, Rotson's body began to deflate, his skeleton losing its shape and his flesh slumping to the ground. By the end of it, the normal bone that was left was nearly none at all, leaving a grotesque flesh suit behind. Little Tully shot out of Rotson's eye socket. But, this time, the little guy was followed by a long, snaking chain of bronzed metals. It was clear that these precious metals represented all of the hidden components within Rotson's body. Obviously, Rotson hadn't undergone just a small bit of modification. Unfortunately, when facing Leonel, he hadn't been able to bring out even a fraction of this strength. He had been forced to use his raw quasi-sixth-dimensional force, but this was clearly something that he was very much not used to doing. The end result was him being hounded to death. There are some sixth-dimensional metals in here. Though the chains of metals looked homogeneous due to the fact they all shared the same color, Leonel realized immediately that this wasn't the case. It only seemed like that because of the odd bronze force that the Radix family used. But the properties of these metals were clearly very much different. If Rotson had been able to deploy the mechanisms constructed of these sixth-dimensional metals, Leonel shook his head. His caution had bore fruit this time, and it alerted him to just how much he couldn't underestimate these higher-dimensional worlds. Maybe, in some ways, they deserved their arrogance. But Leonel would make them pay for it nonetheless. I'll put you to good use. This was the first time Leonel had set eyes on a sixth-dimensional metal, which was funny considering he had seen a seventh-dimensional one with his memory ore. However, he was still very much in tune with how valuable this could be. Leonel put the sixth-dimensional metals away and let little Tolly devour all the fifth-dimensional ones. Then he turned his focus to the rolling eyeball in his hand. This eyeball had been set to self-destruct upon Rotson's death. But, due to little Tolly, the chain reaction mechanism linked to Rotson's heart had been destroyed before it could be deployed. As a result, the eyeball managed to survive. This alone made Leonel realize that there should probably be something valuable about this eyeball. Just as Leonel was about to look into it more deeply, his gaze narrowed. Bloop, blurp, blurp, lurp, little Tolly began to make noises different from its usual before it expelled a fog of bronze force. In fact, to describe it as such did a disservice to just how large the quantity of it was. The force shot out like a cyclone from the little guy, quickly forming a huge cloud formation in the skies that blanketed hundreds of meters of sky. Leonel's gaze narrowed before his finger tapped the necklace hanging from his neck. The gold-scaled koi fish, no longer daring to disobey Leonel, reacted quickly. A large suction force manifested from within it, sucking in the entire bronze cloud in the blink of an eye. Leonel still didn't know much about this bronze force, as Leibli had refused to tell him much of anything. However, he could find out on his own and even ask the dictionary to analyze it for him, so he wouldn't miss this chance. Clearly, this bronze force wasn't exactly a metal force, or else little Tolly would have been able to absorb it. There had to be something different about it. After reaching this conclusion, Leonel actually chose to forego checking the eyeball for now. He had been working under the assumption that whatever was inside was a secret of the Radix family, so it wouldn't particularly matter if he opened it up under their watch or not. But what if it wasn't? What if it was something Rotson wanted to hide from his family as well? If that was the case, then opening it here would just be Leonel exposing something he could have otherwise kept a secret. So, he chose to head back first. Looking at the disfigured corpse beneath his feet, Leonel waved a palm and sent out a ball of radiant fire force. The corpse was instantly engulfed and quickly burnt to ash. Without looking back, Leonel took a step into the teleportation platform and vanished. Up above, a silence reigned. In fact, the only sound that could be heard was the gasping breath of a familiar young man who kneeled on all fours, his gaze flickering between fear and rage. Just before the teleportation platform was shattered by Leonel, the young man was forcefully pulled out by Avaroni, saving his life. Now, a deep-seated humiliation was beginning to grow within his heart. He wanted nothing more than to tear Leonel limb from limb. Avaroni's expression had become placid. Watching Leonel mutilate his brother's corpse, despite knowing full well that they were all watching, had brought him over a peak. He was more infuriated now than any Floyer family member had ever made him. To make matters worse, Leonel had gotten his hands on his brother's eye. This wasn't just a small loss for the Radix family. It was possible that all their secrets would be exposed. The structure of the Radix family's head system was split into two. There was the Patriarch, and then there was his right-hand man. The right-hand man, known as the Radix Shield, controlled the family in the shadows while the Patriarch controlled it in the light. The duty of the Radix Shield was to maintain order, protect the family, and most importantly, protect the family's secrets. As for how a sixth-dimensional family could give such an important task to a quasi-sixth-dimensional existence, the truth was that even Avaroni wasn't confident in defeating his younger brother despite the gap in their strength. The reason for this was because of all of Rotson's powerful hidden mechanisms. Rotson was effectively their trump card. He wasn't in the sixth dimension, so he could freely enter their fold of reality, and his combat prowess was on the level of them as heads. But now, not only was he gone, but so were the secrets he protected. I want all the people of Earth dead by the end of this month. Chapter 1047. Dare? Chapter 1047. Dare. Avaroni's voice dripped with a barely concealed fury. The junior starship shook and quaked, the seams threatening to burst. However, if a starship was so easy to destroy, it wouldn't have such a name to begin with. We can't go that far. The words cut through all of Avaroni's momentum despite its softness. To the shock of the heads, it was actually Silam, the silent head of the Umbra family, who spoke, shutting down Avaroni's thoughts before they could even be put into action. What did you just say? Avaroni growled. I'm not a fan of repeating myself. You heard me just fine. In case you've forgotten, Earth is the subject of interest for countless powerful existences. As much as you look down on them, those that have a vested stake in what happens to Earth going into the future are the very same individuals that would look down on you. The only advantage we have over these existences is proximity. Don't let your overinflated ego blind you to that fact. If you dare to commit mass genocide, even setting aside the fact that Shield-Crossed stars would never allow such a thing to happen, even if you somehow manage to succeed, there will be hell to pay. I agreed to participate in this war to claim a small piece of this fertile land for my Umbra family. I didn't come to kill or maim. I would advise that you all wake up and realize the true nature of the situation that we're in. We're nothing more than mice nibbling at the edges of meat prepared for lions. The more you pretend as though you're the lion, the greater you'll suffer in the future. If you want revenge, go and seek it. But if you dare to step over the bounds of reason, I'll be the first to stop you. From beginning to end, the Umbra family head's words were even and unhurried, and yet it simultaneously felt as though there wasn't an opportunity to interrupt him at all. His momentum was smooth and consistent, his silent confidence weighing far more than any false sense of bravado ever could. Despite the fact he was calling himself a mouse, it still felt like something far more profound than just that. Silem's words seemed to wake everyone out of their delusions, even Avaroni to some extent. That was right, they had the advantage of proximity, and they could take a hold of it. But if they went too far and compromised the food of the true giants, it would be they who suffered first long before Earth did. In addition, as the police force of the universe, there were many heinous acts that Shield-Crossed stars would never allow. Something like genociding a whole world of people was most definitely on that list. If their families were placed on a list of evildoers, it wouldn't even matter what gains they made here because it would all be stripped away very soon. Avaroni looked off into the distance, his hands still clasped behind his back. His fury was still buried deep within his heart. They had been breathing in their own bullshit for so long that they actually believed it. The reason they didn't dare to send sixth-dimensional existences after Earth wasn't to avoid bullying the weak. It was because they didn't want to incur the wrath of those higher powers. They were still walking on eggshells when they came here. They were trying to probe out the bottom lines of those organizations, which was why they hadn't even tried to attack Earth directly and only aimed for the periphery. Wasn't this exactly why Emperor Fox would call them cowards? Avaroni took a deep breath before suddenly closing his eyes. When they opened again, they reflected the same calm they had before. But this time, he was truly calm. He had experienced too much life to lose his cool for an extended period of time. Silem, Avaroni said calmly. Yes, what is your end goal? As I said, I don't like to repeat myself. Silem had made himself clear. He just wanted to carve out a small piece of these fertile lands for his Umbra family. Nothing more, nothing less. Greed was the bane of human existence. I understand, however. I still need to know your bottom line. How far are you willing to go, or how far are you willing to cower? Avaroni's words were clearly provocative, but Silem didn't seem to care in the slightest. As long as Earth isn't eradicated, I'm willing to go as far as necessary. If he didn't want to take any risks at all, he wouldn't have come to this battle. However, he was obviously willing to do so. He just knew that wiping out the people of Earth would be way too far. Then, are you willing to push our plans forward? Do you dare? Silem fell into silence. The original plan of the families came in 2 steps. The first step was to claim a strong foothold in Earth's fold of reality when it entered the 5th dimension. The second step would occur when Earth entered the 6th. When that happened, they would no longer be restricted and could use that foothold they had earned to expand and carve out a territory for themselves. According to even the most conservative predictions, Earth's 6th-dimensional fold of reality would swallow the entire Milky Way. In the most aggressive, it might even encroach on their nearby galaxies. Knowing this, the families were ready well ahead of time. If they pushed their plans forward, they would be throwing caution to the wind and effectively strangling Earth by bringing out their full power ahead of time. Even if this plan didn't go as far as to eradicate the people of Earth, what it did do was put them in a stranglehold they would have little chance of getting out of. To them, this wasn't a risk that involved Earth. As things stood, Earth wasn't prepared to deal with a full-scale attack from 6th-dimensional worlds. Their loss was inevitable. Rather, this was a risk that involved the reaction of those powers. Did they dare to do this or not? Ah, Silem let out an odd sound. Finally, some real backbone. It's about time. Why would I not dare? Chapter 1048, Little Lion. Chapter 1048, Little Lion. While the 6th-dimensional families likely believed that Leonel had returned to Earth, the truth was that Leonel was currently streaking across the stars in the segmented cube. As for his destination, it was a branch of the Force Crafters Guild. Leonel hadn't forgotten the chance the Golden Path branch had given him, and he planned to cash in on that chance right this moment. Although Leonel's father disliked the Force Crafting Guild for some reason, Leonel doubted that problem stemmed from these lower-level branches, so he formed relationships without worrying about it. When Leonel felt that he was on the right trajectory, he allowed the segmented cube to cruise and pulled out the bronze eyeball. Just looking at it now, Leonel could tell that it was intricately structured. In fact, it was no less complicated than the inner workings of Rotson's Radix Cube. Remembering how violently Liebli had reacted to even the idea of restarting your Radix Cube, Leonel chuckled to himself. It almost felt like Rotson had indeed restarted. It was just that he hid it in a different form. There's a lot of hidden mechanisms in this eye, and I would be stupid to think that there aren't other lines of defenses. If I take a wrong step, it would probably self-destruct. But could it be more complicated than the memory ore? Leonel highly doubted that, and he was correct. He sunk his internal sight into the eyeball and quickly deciphered its inner workings. Metal doesn't act like this. It's almost like a living organism rather than a dead object. This has to be related to the bronze force. Leonel realized that the inner workings were indeed not as complex as the memory ore. However, even though it was less complex, Leonel was still at a bit of a loss on how to open it up. It felt like Leonel had a perfect lock-picking set for the memory ore. But for this eyeball, even though the mechanisms were simpler, he was missing the appropriate tools. Leonel knew that if he acted rashly, he would end up losing the eye entirely. Leonel narrowed his eyes. With a flip of his palm, the bronze eye vanished and was replaced by a shimmering bronze crystal. There hadn't been enough force to form a pure crystal, but there had been enough for the segmented cube to form a normal crystal. This should be more than enough for the dictionary to analyze. Leonel thought for a moment, trying to decide what the best question to ask was before he settled on one. What type of force category does this force fall under? Ping replying to Seed, this force falls under two categories, life elemental and limit breaking. Leonel's brows shot up. Is breaking force also a type of limit breaking? Leonel had gotten so swept up in the war that he forgot about the tentacle womb. He didn't have the luxury to care about it. But now that the Seed had actually said something like this, it clicked. Ping breaking force is a name that the limit breaking type goes by. Leonel was suddenly endlessly intrigued. So maybe this breaking force wasn't as rare as he thought, or maybe it simply came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, not to mention qualities. But to think that the bronze force truly wasn't related to metal forces at all. Leonel had already guessed this, but even in his most extreme conclusions he had thought that it could be routed back to Earth force in some way, shape, or form. Clearly, though, this wasn't the case. What is the strictest definition of limit breaking? Ping to twist the fundamental governing laws of force. What happens when bronze force is applied to metals? Ping, the dictionary took a pause. It was the sort of pause that usually happened when a recording was about to go live. But, to Leonel's shock, there was no recording this time. That meant that there was only one explanation. The dictionary needed time to compute the answer. This truth shocked Leonel maybe more than anything else. He had never seen the dictionary need time to do anything. Clearly, this was taking a lot out of it. Replying to Seed, there is a 97% chance that the inorganic metal would gain organic properties. The answer was simple and to the point, but it left Leonel speechless. What kind of organic properties? Ping there. Was another long pause, but this time, even after 10 minutes, there was no answer. This made Leonel realize something. Don't list all the possibilities, just give me a general answer. Leonel tried to throw out this lifeline to the dictionary. Even though its answers were usually as specific as possible, he hoped it had the ability to make an exception. Replying to Seed, the organic properties would depend on the metal. A general property would be that the metal would become an extension of the body the bronze force originated from and become like an additional limb. Hearing this response, Leonel's gaze glowed fiercely. Even the Morales family lineage factor couldn't do such a thing. However, there was something nagging at Leonel. It felt like the Radix family was misusing their own lineage factor. Sure, this bronze force had such an effect on metals. But what about its effect on other things? There was nothing about this force that made it so that it could only be used in this way. Leonel fell into deep thought. Within the Ascension Palace's gardens, Emperor Fox sat in silent meditation as usual. He was looking younger and younger by the day. From an old man, in just a few years he already seemed to be back in his 40s. He exuded a handsome charm that could make countless women swoon and had a maturity and forcefulness to his aura that demanded respect. It was the kind of demeanor that allowed him to speak as outlandishly as he usually did, and yet still no one dared to slight him. Daddy. At that moment, a sweet voice drifted into Emperor Fox's ears. It held a delicate melody to it that even dwarfed Anya's own. It came with the kind of richness Anya simply didn't have because she lacked the age and refinement. Emperor Fox's eyes opened, his expression softening when he heard this voice. Little girl, you've finished? I am coming back now. I will return to the Luxnix family very soon. Can you help send my little lion over? His mother misses him. Chapter 1049. The Princess. Chapter 1049. The princess hearing his daughter's words, Emperor Fox became silent for a moment. He wasn't surprised at the sudden voice. As the owner of the world spirit, the princess had all sorts of abilities that only grew as Earth became more powerful. Something like this was easy to accept. Emperor Fox's silence had nothing to do with this. You're still so stubborn. The Luxnix family should have been destroyed a long time ago. Emperor Fox said lightly. You know Mom would never allow that. She lacks backbone and determination. Why else would she have been stuck at her current strength for so long? She allows emotion to interfere with what should be done. Such a family should have been wiped from existence for daring to touch my grandson. Those who are responsible have already paid. Though the princess said this, her voice seemed to have lost some of its cheeriness. In fact, her tone had become even colder than her father's, but it was clear that this rage wasn't aimed toward the Emperor. Even she doesn't believe that. Emperor Fox's tone likewise became colder. Do you think the events of back then could have happened with just the nod of one or two people? Even now they're reaping the benefits and relying on the foolish kindness of that woman and her hold on you. All right, that's enough. That's still Mother you're talking about. I would have less to complain about if my daughter returned home instead of going to that cesspool. The princess sighed. I still can't move freely. I've only been allowed to return to the Luxnix because it's that time in the cycle again. They're beginning to recruit. In fact, I had to apply to be here. They almost didn't let me, but Val came and wreaked some havoc. Emperor Fox smiled and shook his head. Of course, this Val his daughter was so casually affectionately calling out the name of was his son-in-law Velasco Morales. For him to go and wreak havoc over there, it could only be said that his balls were big enough. I'm sure they're very excited about that, Emperor Fox replied. Dad, Miguel is just a child. He can't be blamed for this. No one is innocent. He is now benefiting from the sins of others and will likely continue to benefit. But he is still the least of my issues. The entire Council of Elders should have been slaughtered. Dad, Emperor Fox shook his head. Your usual temper has been watered down in this situation due to your mother's involvement. However, my grandson has grown into a very particular type of young man in your absence, and his temper is worse than that of his parents and even his grandparents. If you really want him to go over to the Luxnix family right now, I can't promise that the peace your mother sacrificed so much to keep won't be destroyed within the year. He's been very unpredictable ever since that girl left him. The princess remained silent for a very long time until she suddenly registered her father's last sentence. This chapter is updated by freeobnovel.cdmm. Girl, left my little lion? What wench is this? Emperor Fox closed an eye, the sudden outburst of his daughter hurting his ears. She had immediately gone from docile mediator to enraged lioness. If it wasn't for actions Emperor Fox took, the whole of Earth's fold of reality would be trembling right this very moment. Emperor Fox coughed lightly. Even with his temper, he wouldn't get involved in the matters of children. However, his daughter clearly didn't care about this one bit. It even felt like she might truly ignore the rules of that place and go hunt that poor girl down right this very moment. It was obvious that she had no intention of asking what Leonel might have done or if he had done anything wrong at all. All she cared about was the final result. As far as she was concerned, any little girl who dared to choose a path opposing her son deserved to be punished. About this, Emperor Fox suddenly regretted bringing this matter up at all. Shouldn't you be more concerned about what will happen if he goes there? If his relationship with his grandmother is severed because of this, there will be nothing any of us can do. Emperor Fox was more clever this time and chose not to admit that Leonel also seemed to hate him as well. It had been too long since he spoke to his little girl, and he had no intention of making her infuriated toward him too. At this point, his reasoning wouldn't matter. When a mother wanted to protect her son, she would turn even against her own father. This Emperor Fox was absolutely certain of. Either way, he had been observing Leonel for a long time. There was a point where Leonel didn't even care about the life and death of his own mother because he had no memories of her. Of course, he wouldn't tell his daughter this either, or else who knew how she would react. At that point, because of what happened back then, it might be both Leonel and she who fell out with the Luxnix family completely. If not for that event, Leonel wouldn't have been forced to come to Earth and wouldn't have had to leave his mother's side before he was old enough to remember her. Trouble is that the same indifference Leonel had for his mother previously was likely the same indifference he currently had for his grandmother. If he was also to find out that it was her efforts that protected the perpetrators of something Emperor Fox was sure Leonel was furious about, well, that young man truly loved to cause trouble, so the outcome was obvious. If Miguel didn't react appropriately to the situation, the efforts they made in saving him from Velasco as a child would all come to nothing if he just died at Leonel's hand anyway. As for Leonel suffering at the hands of the Luxnix, Emperor Fox didn't even consider it. If Leonel really ended up like that, he would just disown him as a grandson. Unfortunately, Emperor Fox's diversion tactic didn't work. Who is this girl? Just one more chapter coming today. DKM Chapter 1050. Wildly Chapter 1050. Wildly Leonel had no idea that his mother was currently speaking with his grandfather about such things, and he also had no idea that his grandfather actually knew so much about his life. It would be hard to tell how Leonel would react to such a thing. It was an odd coincidence, though. Leonel's mother might have contacted Leonel directly to tell him to go to the Luxnix family, but Leonel wasn't currently in Earth's fold of reality, so the princess hadn't been able to use her world spirit to find him and could only speak with Emperor Fox. But maybe this was for the best. If Leonel had to be hounded by his mother about what happened with Ina, who knows how such a thing would end. This aside, the current Leonel was still thinking about Bronze Force, imagining the ways that it could be applied and used. According to the dictionary, Bronze Force reacted differently based on the metal it was targeting, but the fundamental truth was that it could give the inorganic characteristics of the organic. This was what allowed the Radix to fuse their cubes into their bodies, presumably, and it should also be what allowed them to control the metals to form delicate structures. Under these conditions, the Radix family should be quite good at creating crafts for themselves, but lacking creating crafts for others. After all, it wasn't like they could give their Bronze Force to others to use. There was something else curious about this as well, and that was the close relationship between the Radix and Midas family. That must factor in somehow. However, Leonel couldn't really wrap his head around what was so special about their relationship and why they insisted on maintaining it generation after generation. From what Leonel understood, the Midas family was one with great fire affinity. But he didn't know much else. He wasn't sure what could be so useful about this, especially since the crafting of the Radix family obviously didn't rely on fire. This is just surface-level stuff. But ultimately, if Bronze Force has such abilities when applied to metals, what else could it be applied to? If I had the ability to form Bronze Force of my own, could I add it to fire to give it life as well? What about light? The possibilities were endless. If the inanimate could be controlled by a person like it was another limb, just how powerful would that be? But Leonel couldn't help but think back to Liebly's aversion to starting another Radix cube. What if that was a taboo created for a reason? A taboo potentially related to a limitation of Bronze Force? Leonel shook his head. None of this mattered because Leonel ultimately didn't have the ability to produce Bronze Force. And, without a high enough concentration of this force to form a pure force crystal with natural force arts he could study, he couldn't draw a force art to accumulate it either. That said, the solution to this was simple. Blood force is very easy to accumulate, it just requires killing, and beasts tend to have it formed in large quantities. I can use Twinkling Lily to extract it, and then pass it off to the koi fish. And now, I have a method of easily accumulating life and breaking force too, I just need to kill all the Radix I come across. Leonel's expression turned cold. Since the Radix wanted to be his enemies, he would use them to upgrade his tentacle womb. The cold in Leonel's gaze slowly receded. What he needed was information, and this eyeball likely had much of what he needed within it. There was no way he could let it sit doing nothing, but he also couldn't rashly take action. Leonel stared at the bronze crystal in his palm. He wanted to take control of the energy within it, but he had no affinity with it. He could hardly budge it at all, let alone use it with enough deftness to dodge the traps of the bronze eyeball. Unless, Leonel suddenly took out the silver tablet. His reasoning was simple. He had a feeling that the silver tablet fell into the limit-breaking type as well, considering all of the things it could do. In fact, it was on a much higher plane than the Bronze Force was. At the same time, the silver tablet was a perfect medium. It was great at consuming, redirecting, and controlling energy. In addition to this, it was very docile before Leonel and listened to his thoughts without reserve. Leonel even had a feeling that he was only scratching the surface of what this tablet was capable of, but that was a problem for another day. Good, this should work. Using the silver tablet as a medium, the unmoving Bronze Force suddenly became very responsive. After a few tests, Leonel gave a confident nod and flipped his palm to reveal the bronze eyeball. Just like that, in not even a few minutes, a light click resounded as the mechanisms of the eyeball fell into silence. Nothing seemed to have changed, and the eyeball hadn't changed shape, but Leonel knew that everything was safe and clear now. So, it's a spatial treasure, I see, Leonel's gaze glowed. It seemed that all of these mechanisms were put in place for the sake of hiding the spatial properties of this eyeball. But now that the protections were gone, a new world opened up to Leonel. So large, Leonel was shocked. Aside from the segmented cube, this was the largest inner space he had ever seen. In fact, it was an entire library and was at least 50 by 50 meters with a ceiling height of at least double that. The spatial treasures that Leonel was used to were at best 5 cubic meters large. But he soon realized that this spatial treasure from a six-dimensional world should probably be exactly this large. Plus, it wasn't like it could hold living things like the segmented cube could. That said, the state of Leonel's calm only lasted for a moment because Leonel was immediately shocked just a split second later. After a long pause, he grinned wildly.